Chapter 1, Healers Don't Knock. Little brother, I observe your face. Although you are young and bumpy, but this time you go to the city to work, you definitely have the support of noble people. The future is bright and noble. On the high-speed train, Zhao Jingwang said to the opposite side of the naive and honest rural boy Gangzi, who went to the city to work. Really, master? Gangzi was overjoyed. Then who is my nobleman? Zhao Jingwang laughed and waved his hand. Who can know that? It could be him. He pointed to a middle-aged man on the seat next to him who was talking on the phone, and then pointed to the young man next to him who was about 20 years old and had his eyes closed as soon as he got in the car and whooped. There's also the possibility that it's him. Old sir, don't talk nonsense here. Yang Donghao opened his eyes and said seriously to Gangzi, your seal hall is black. Instead of having a seemingly bright future, there will be a bloodbath immediately. Gangzi's face changed. Only you have a disaster of blood. He poo-pooed a few mouths to the side. Seeing this, Yang Donghao did not bother to say anything more. His eyes fell on the child about 4 or 5 years old beside Zhao Jingwang. This child was very well behaved all the way, holding a small yellow duck in his hand, and didn't speak, just playing alone like that. Old sir. Yang Donghao retracted his gaze and said kindly to Zhao Jingwang, whose face was a bit ugly, when you arrive in Guang City, hurry up and lead the child. Go to the hospital for a checkup. If you are late, it will be too late. What did you say? Zhao Jingwang froze, then his anger surged. Old sir, I said that your grandson will not live long. Yang Donghao thought that he didn't hear clearly and repeated it again. Zhao Jingwang split his head and cursed. You're sick. Just now you said that I was talking nonsense. I saw that you were young and didn't bother with you, but you still stomped on your nose and started cursing up my grandson again? That's right, Gangzi echoed with righteous indignation. Your heart is too small. The kid didn't provoke you, but you cursed him for dying. What's wrong with that? The middle-aged man on the phone hung up the phone, took a closer look at the little boy who was still concentrating on playing, and said to Yang Donghao in a lecturing tone, young man, you'd better build up some virtue in your mouth. I'm the director of surgery of the Guangqing People's Hospital. My last name is Wang, and this little child, in my opinion, is not sick at all, but rather, it's you who are talking nonsense about what you want to do. Yang Donghao was a few people took turns accusing, really is unable to laugh and cry, secretly thought, the law is not light transmission, the road is not cheap, the teacher is not from the road, the doctor is not knocking on the door, the master said it is true, obviously some good intentions, but was mistaken for malice. If it wasn't for the fact that the high-speed train was arriving soon, Yang Donghao wouldn't have been in a hurry to remind Zhao Jingwang. After getting off the train, Yang Donghao picked up his school bag with the words Love Me China faintly visible, and left without looking back. Gangzi looked at him with contempt. Out of the station, into the eye are all high-rise buildings, so that Gangzi looked dazzled, did not notice the feet of the platform and the ground has a meter-high height, walked a few steps, a footstep in the air, the whole person lost his center of gravity, hands in the air flailing, one foot first fell to the ground, there was a click, Gangzi fell headfirst to the ground, hiss, Gangzi sucked in cool air, his hands and feet wanted to get up, however, when his right foot moved slightly, the pain was unbearable, and when he lowered his head, he saw that his clothes were stained with dots of blood. He hastily touched his nose and wiped a handful of blood. Gangzi's heart was shocked. His mind inexplicably thought of a sentence, you will have a blood disaster soon. Chapter 2, Fracture. Surprisingly, that guy got it right? At this instant, Gangzi's goosebumps rose. Whirlwind. Gangzi was horrified to find that the top of his right foot was actually raised high, as if it was like a bamboo shoot was pushing the top of his foot up. It was very appalling. Director Wang. Help! Gangzi raised his head and happened to see Director Wang and Yang Donghao walking this way one after the other. He was busy shouting, what's wrong? Director Wang frowned slightly and walked somewhat reluctantly. Seeing Gangzi's right foot, he was immediately startled as well. What's wrong with it? Just now a foot stepped on the ground, and it became like this. Director Wang, what happened to my foot? Gangzi explained while pointing his finger. Yang Donghao followed the direction of his finger and saw a fist-sized stone on the ground, and Gangzi should have stepped on this stone and clucked. Director Wang, like his presumption, turned his head and gently knocked on the top of Gangzi's raised foot, and Gangzi immediately suffered a muffled grunt of pain and a cold sweat. Young man, what's wrong with your foot? A few passers-by passed by and stopped, looking at Gangzi with curiosity and surprise. How did it turn out like this? This must be a fracture. One person gestured with his hand. Look guys, the top of his foot is deformed. I think it looks like the bone inside is broken. Two bones stacked on top of each other. How else would it be so scary? That's right. That must be it. Someone looked at Gangzi with pity and sighed, this is tragic. This young man looks like he came to Guangqing City to work. This just got off the train, and it turned out like this. Alas, 100 days for injuries. I'm afraid this medical bill will cost tens of thousands. The The more Gangzi listened to, the more scared. Tears cannot help but flow down. He wiped the tears, unexpectedly, but will be the nosebleed also wiped together to the face. The face suddenly appeared to have a few grim. To the frowning and gazing at the director of the Wang cried, "Director Wang, my foot will not be really broken, right, Dr. Wang came back to his senses. Just bear with me for a while. I'll take a look." He reached out and grabbed Gangzi's foot, squeezing it slightly harder. Gangzi grimaced in pain and shivered, forcing himself not to say anything. Director Wang had practiced medicine for many years, but it was also the first time he had seen such a bizarre and appalling injury to Gangzi. He was also a bit unsure, but no matter from the feel of the hand, or the appearance of the injury, his heart was also inclined to be a fracture. There wouldn't be a second possibility. "How is it, Director Wang?" a curious passerby asked. "Is it a fracture? Is that even a question?" Another person spoke up first. "It's so obvious. Why do you need a diagnosis? I can even tell." Director Wang still had things to deal with. Plus he met with Gangzi in a casual manner. He didn't bother to continue the diagnosis, and said to Gangzi, "I see your foot. It's 80% fractured, and the situation is still very serious. Let's do it this way. I'll help you make a call to 120. You go to the hospital to take a picture, and look at the specific injury before you can proceed with the treatment. In a nutshell, prepare yourself psychologically. This injury of yours needs to be hospitalization." Hearing the need for hospitalization, Gangzi immediately panicked, and said offhandedly, "Director Wang, you are the chief of surgery. Can't you still treat my injury? Don't you know how to set bones? It's not true that I'm the head of surgery." Director Wang frowned, heart some displeasure, said, "Words are not so good, but I also did not grow perspective. Through the skin I can know you this foot. In the end, what is going on? You do not go to the hospital to take pictures. Do not know the specific fracture situation. Let me give you bone. Is not afraid that I give you a crooked connection?" Gangzi was momentarily speechless, but thinking that hospitalization may cost tens of thousands of dollars, he was reluctant to say, "Director Wang, I just have a broken foot." "A broken foot? Have you ever seen anyone break their foot, like you?" Dr. Wang interrupted him, glanced at his watch, and said impatiently, "Even they who don't know anything about medicine can tell that you have a broken bone, and you're still skeptical? Hurry up, let me tell you. If you don't take the time to reset this fracture and miss the best treatment time, be careful of having your limb amputated in the end. A small illness will become a big illness." This last sentence, completely he was scaring Gangzi. "Amputation for a broken foot? What kind of doctor are you?" A voice rang out from the side. Yang Donghao pushed aside the crowd of onlookers beside him and walked in. Chapter 3, What does he know? "It's you again?" Director Wang recognized him, frowned, hummed, and said with a sneer, "Yo, I didn't see it. Besides being able to read people's faces for divination, you actually know medicine? Really young and promising." Saying that, he suddenly thought of something, sneered and said sarcastically, "I had forgotten. You really know medicine. Before not still said that the little child's life is not long gone?" "Oh." Yang Donghao glanced at Director Wang and said with a frown, "You say you are a doctor, but you don't have the slightest bit of medical ethics that a doctor should have." He pointed at Gangzi. "You're not a good doctor. You can't see his injuries, that's all, but you're even here to scare him, telling him that he needs to amputate his limbs. What kind of bull doctor are you? No medical ethics at all." This little brother, the passerby who was watching, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "So according to your opinion, you think he's not fractured? That's impossible, right? Look at this injury of his. How scary it is. He knows." Director Wang then said disdainfully, "Look at him. Just look at him. Does he look like someone who knows medicine? I'm the chief of surgery at the First People's Hospital in our city. Don't I know better than him? Only this kind of nothing to understand. From the countryside rural, milky brats, will be here to talk nonsense." After a moment's pause, he even choked with damage and sneered, Come, this experienced, divine doctor. You say he is not fractured, then what is his situation? You must not say that he broke his foot." Yang Donghao smiled lightly and said with a calm face, "That's right, you're really right. He just broke his foot." He had been following his master, an unnamed old Taoist, since he was a young boy, living in the mountains outside his village. Feng Shui and physiognomy, geomancy and divination, healing and Taoism. In these 10 years, Yang Donghao had followed the old Tao to learn countless skills, and at the same time, he had also understood that the old Tao was not a living god at all, but a cultivator. The old Tao's age, too, was not 80 or 90 years old as others had guessed, but had already lived for more than 130 years. The reason why he took Yang Donghao as his disciple in the first place was because old Taoist Nameless saw that Yang Donghao was gifted and had excellent roots and bones, making him a good seedling for cultivation. Facts have proved that the nameless old Taoist was not wrong. Only 10 years of time. Yang Donghao reached the 10th level of Qi refining realm, will soon be condensed Jindan, to become those legendary land immortals. Therefore, with Yang Donghao's eyesight, how could he not be able to distinguish between a broken foot and a fracture? Ha ha ha, broken foot? Hearing Yang Donghao's words, Dr. Wang laughed coldly a few times and said with a face full of contempt, I knew you would say that. A broken foot can be broken like this? What international joke? This young man is really talking nonsense. I really almost believed his words just now. He is the chief of surgery of the First People's Hospital. Every day I don't know how many patients I have to see, whether it's a fracture or a broken foot. Can the chief of surgery not see it? This young man is nonsense. The director of surgery said, hurry to the hospital to take a film to see the specific injury. This young man even fracture and broken foot cannot distinguish, even if you want to help, but also not in this way to help. The surrounding people also shook their heads. Director Wang heard the surrounding people have to speak to him. Heart a burst of complacency. Immediately, glanced at Gengzi, impatiently said, what do you want in the end? I still have things to do on my side. If you go to the hospital, I'll help you call and contact an ambulance to come over. If you don't go to the hospital, then I'm leaving. Gengzi tried to slightly move his right foot. Immediately the pain of his continuous inhaling cool air. Think of the previous and people to swing the Dragon Gate. Kandashan once heard that the city ambulance pulling the patient is money. He couldn't help but feel pained and asked, Dr. Wang, if this ambulance pulls me to the hospital, is not it going to cost you money? Ah? Nonsense. Dr. Wang looked at Gengzi with a gaze like an idiot and reprimanded. Gasoline doesn't fall from the sky. Do you think you have to pay for it? Then forget it. I'll try to see if I can walk by myself. Gengzi gritted his teeth and braced his hands hard on the ground, wanting to stand up. Yang Donghao beside him spoke. Let me help you. He reached out and pulled Gengzi up, asking with concern, this foot of yours, can you still walk? I'll try. Gengzi stood on the ground with his left foot and tried to gently place his right foot on the ground. Just then, he saw Yang Donghao, who was holding him up beside him. His face suddenly revealed a look of panic, his eyes looking straight behind him. Not good. Killing people. Ha! Gengzi was shocked in his heart, subconsciously twisted his head to look back. When it was too late, it was too soon. Yang Donghao held him up just to wait for this moment. He ruthlessly kicked and stepped on the right foot of Gengzi. Chapter 4, A Crunch. There was a crunching click. The surrounding crowd heard it clearly, but none of them had yet to react to where it rang. They were still thinking in their minds right now. What was going on with Yang Donghao's words about killing someone? Only Director Wang heard the sound and subconsciously looked towards Gengzi's right foot at the first moment. With his experience, in fact, Dr. Wang didn't need to look. He also knew that this clicking sound was clearly the loud sound of bones resetting. As expected, Gengzi's high bulging right instep was actually flattened by Yang Donghao's kick. Gengzi only felt a pain on his foot, which immediately scared him to death. However, when he lowered his head and saw the surface of his foot that was back to normal, his eye beads immediately shattered in shock, and his mouth unconsciously opened into an O shape as he let out an unconscious cry. You walk a few steps to try. Yang Donghao said with a slight smile when he saw this dumbfounded look of Gengzi. Gengzi incredulously walked a few steps without the slightest abnormal pain. He shouted in amazement. My feet are actually better? He raised his foot and tried to stomp hard on the ground a few times, but without the slightest discomfort. The crowd of onlookers, their eyeballs all looked straight. They had never thought that Gengzi's so serious, appalling and horrible-looking injuries would be healed by Yang Donghao's stomp. This really didn't know whether to praise Yang Donghao for his boldness or call him reckless. Wait a moment. Director Wang came back to his senses. His brows furrowed as he called out to stop the ecstatic Gengzi, arriving beside him with an arrow step, squatting down and saying, let me take a look at what's going on here. Gengzi hearts am not happy. He is not stupid. Just some people naive this Dr. Wang just said what fracture, amputation and so on, as Yang Donghao said, is clearly in the scare him read this. Gengzi heart now for Dr. Wang is really no good feeling at all. What are you looking at? Gengzi said with a stern face. It's already healed. What's the need to look? Isn't it obvious? Horses after horses. Just now it was Gengzi who begged to be allowed to look. Director Wang's face was impatient. Right now the two happened to switch and it became Gengzi's face of impatience. If I tell you to stand still, be honest, where's all the nonsense? Director Wang has been working in the hospital for so many years. Usually those patients are lowly begging him to cure. He has long developed the habit of reprimanding and scolding the patients. When he heard the words of Gengzi, he reflexively threatened to say, in the end, I'm the doctor. Or you're the doctor? Am I the doctor? Or are you the doctor? If you keep this up, I won't treat you anymore. Gengzi was also annoyed, and with his neck stretched and his head held high, he said in a bad mood, am I begging you to give me medical treatment now? When I begged you just now, You pushed me and perfunctorily fooled me, and even scared me by saying that I broke my bones and had to amputate my limbs. But now I'm not the one who begged you. So what kind of attitude are you putting up? After saying that, he spat disdainfully on the ground. The medical skill is not good. The frame is still quite big. You're still a director with this kind of medical skill. I think you don't even have a single point of this little brother's ability. Director Wang was mocked by Gangzi. His face immediately became untenable, and he scolded with a black face. What a dog-biting Lu Dongbin. Not knowing good people. If I wasn't worried that you would be stepped on by him and fall into the aftermath of the incident, I wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to you. In fact, Dr. Wang had already seen it clearly. He had indeed looked away just now. Gangzi had indeed broken his foot, not a fracture as he had concluded at the beginning. The reason why he wanted to check it out was purely due to Dr. Wang's curiosity, and at the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart. How did young Donghao see that Gangzi had broken his foot instead of a fracture? You know, even he didn't see it. Don't worry, Gangzi skimmed his mouth and sneered. Even if I fall into the aftermath, I won't go to you to help me heal. Breaking my ankle can be diagnosed as a fracture, almost giving me an amputation. If I get a cold and fever and go to you, will you not diagnose me as cancer? Director Wang's face was reddened by his damage. Knowing that it would be a disgrace to stay any longer, he grunted angrily, shook off his hand, and turned around to go away unhappily. Chapter 5, Stolen. Little brother, thank you so much. Gangzi walked to young Donghao's side and said with a guilty and apologetic face, I misunderstood you before. I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Yang Donghao reached out to stop him and smiled faintly. It's alright, it's just a matter of raising my hand. This little brother. Among the passers-by watching the spectacle, one of them couldn't help but ask curiously, what did you just say about killing someone? It was intentional, right? Also, how did you conclude that he broke his foot and not a fracture? Little brother, can you tell me about it? Gangzi was also curious. Yes, Yang Donghao thought about it, nodded and explained with a smile. We use our feet to walk every day. In other words, the weight borne by our feet is very large. You guys can imagine your feet as a wall with a tight structure. Your injury is because of the fact that one of the bricks in this wall was misplaced and protruded out by mistake. If I'm not guessing wrongly, there is definitely a protruding on this floor thing, and you happened to step on it just now, so it pushed your bones out. The crowd immediately looked down at the ground, and after sweeping it, they saw a fist-sized stone nearby. Such a rock can cause such a serious injury? Gangzi asked incredulously. The crowd was also curious and skeptical, and there was even someone who ran over and tried to gently step on it to give it a try. Yang Donghao laughed and said, the bone structure on the palm of the foot is tight. When you step on it, you originally have a lot of strength, and it was coincidentally topped by this stone on the bone. It's like the reasoning behind the 2,000 kilograms. As long as you find the right position. To put it bluntly, it's just a coincidental force. So that's how it is. Gangzi and the others suddenly came to a realization. In addition, I did intentionally lie to you just now, with the purpose of distracting you. Because an important prerequisite for treating your feet is that your feet must be in a completely relaxed state. Yang Donghao explained, if I let you watch with your own eyes, and I go to step on you, you will have a conditioned reflex, such as wanting to dodge, or lifting your strength to resist, which are all instinctive reactions that are out of one's control. But once you lift your strength to resist, not only will you not be able to be cured, but instead, it may injure you. So that's how it is. After hearing this explanation of the ins and outs, the onlookers marveled in admiration. This little brother is really powerful. It sounds simple, but in practice, it's a great deal more difficult, and there are some risks. That's right, or else there would be such a saying as a man of great skill is bold. This little brother is a typical example. The crowd had a fierce praise. Yang Donghao was a little embarrassed. In fact, he had other methods available, but due to the scene is too many people, will inevitably let people see the cracks and clues out, so temporarily thought of this way. Just a burst of thank you 1,000 times and then hurriedly left. The crowd of onlookers, there is no more lively to see after, also have to leave. Just now also noisy scene, soon became empty. Yang Donghao suddenly realized something. The backpack that he had just casually placed on the ground had actually disappeared. He broke out in a cold sweat. Although that backpack was old and worn out, and the style was dirt poor, it had an extremely important meaning to him. In the past 10 years, whenever the nameless old Taoist went down the mountain to give villagers medical treatment, will let young Donghao herbs and silver needles and other utensils are loaded into the backpack to carry. As long as the backpack in the body, Yang Donghao will have a kind of year to follow the master together down the mountain medical feeling. This backpack is also regarded as the nameless old road left him, the only piece of relics. Seeing the object, the importance of this backpack to Yang Donghao was self-evident. What carelessness! Yang Donghao regretted and blamed himself. He originally just put it on the ground temporarily, and this backpack was old and worn out. no one would be interested in taking a look at it. However, he did not expect that someone would really lay their hands on this backpack. Looking around, he picked up 3 small stones from the ground and shook them in his hand a few times. Yang Donghao kept his god platform clear, and after a few seconds, he sprinkled the stones in his hand outwards. This kind of divination, if that Zhao Jingwang saw it, he would definitely laugh his ass off. After all, in their opinion, divination is an extremely serious and sacred ritual. Leaving aside the bathing and burning incense, meditate for a few days. This kind of program, at least have to take a turtle shell. Divination grass, right? But for Yang Donghao, this kind of chi refining 10-layer realm expert has long reached the point where everything is available. Even if it is casually picked up 3 stones, that is also enough. Really don't know how to die. Looking at the trigrams formed by the 3 stones, Yang Donghao grunted, raised his eyes to recognize the situation, and quickly walked in a direction. The vicinity of the train station was often the most crowded place in the city. Surrounded by dragons and snakes, the 3 religions and 9 streams mingled among them, and all kinds of people were there. Guang City was no exception. After passing through an alley, the surrounding area was filled with dilapidated and low-rise bungalows, which looked a bit out of place compared to the bright and shiny skyscrapers a few hundred meters away. One of the cottage door above, vermilion paint, with the erosion of the years, under the wind and rain, has long been mottled peeling. Inside the courtyard, a waist thick and round, chest and back tattooed with a blue dragon of the man, closed eyes leisurely in a recliner swaying, a seemingly sleepy look. Door was pushed open, heard footsteps, the man opened his eyes, saw a face full of cunning color, walking with a shrunken neck, eyes squinted up a slit, habitually aiming left and right. Sneaky young man, clothes stuffed with a full look. The man suddenly came to the spirit, from the chaise long sat up straight, stared at him and asked, "Black, got something good?" Chapter 6. Hand over the bag. Brother Long. Blackie nodded, while often pulling out things, while complaining bitterly said, "The days are really getting harder and harder. Now some of the country bumpkins who go to the city will be their own bag, will be simply more important than their lives. Want to go along with some things? It is really difficult. Today is not easy, just a little bit of harvest." He will be printed with a love my huaxiao words of the backpack, from under the clothes pulled out. Curtly to the dragon brother smiled, "Dragon brother, you see. But I absolutely did not open this bag to look at a glance. That how to say it? I don't produce bags. I'm just the carrier of the backpack." Brother Long took a look at this backpack and immediately cursed. "Blackie, didn't you take a look at it before you did it? This kind of is also going back? Are you a pig brain? If you throw this rotten bag on the street, no one will even look at it, and you're still bringing it back as if it's a treasure?" Brother Long, don't be angry. Hazy shrunk his neck a bit and explained with a pleasing smile, "I'm telling you, nowadays people are all smart. Who goes out and still takes cash money? They're all paying with their cell phones. Only these country bumpkins who go to the city to work will carry cash. I have carefully observed. The owner of this bag is a young man of about 20 years of age. Dressed is also rustic, at a glance is the rural people. And the most important thing is that this bag is not on the back, but has been holding in the arms. Think about it, if there is no money in the bag, why does he not put this bag on his back but hold it?" "Okay, Blackie." Brother Long froze, nodded his head and praised, "Good, you kid, now do things. Learn to use your brain to observe and think. This is not the credit of you, Brother Long." Black son immediately a horse's ass obediently patted to, "You usually are not often," and I said, "To learn to use the brain to do things? I've been with you for so long, under the influence, if I can't learn, won't it be too much of a loss of face for you? Children can be taught." Brother Long fiercely slapped Blackie on the shoulder and snatched the backpack over. "You kid has a future. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Long." Blackie's eyes widened, probing into the bag. In fact, on the way, his hands were not idle, and he pinched the backpack a few times in passing. With the feeling of the feedback, he perceived that this backpack was definitely loaded with money. As for the amount of money, it was unclear. What is all this mess? Long opened the bag and didn't bother to rummage through it, directly grabbing the bag and shaking it downward a few times with force. A bunch of things fell to the ground. There were some herbs, as well as a rarely seen envelope, and a palm-sized wooden plaque engraved with a pattern that resembled ghostly lines. Long picked up the envelope. As for Blackie, he curiously picked up the wooden plaque and looked at it. It's only this little bit of money? The envelope was indeed filled with money, but the amount was a great disappointment to Brother Long. It was only $1,000. He casually threw the envelope aside, glanced at the old worn-out backpack, flew up and kicked the backpack. It flew up into midair and landed on the pile of messy garbage inside the yard. "Brother Long, what do you think this thing is?" Blackie handed the wooden plaque to Brother Long, who took it and took a look at it before cursing. "What a load of..." He casually threw it away, stuffed the money inside his pocket, stood up and said, "Let's go, drink." "Okay," grinned Brother Long. Blackie quickly nodded and followed behind Brother Long. The two of them walked to the door. Brother Long reached out and pulled the door. When the door opened, he was startled. Surprisingly, there was a person standing outside the door. "Who are you?" Long frowned. "Where is my bag?" Yang Donghao's gaze landed on Hazy, who was standing behind Brother Long, his eyebrows slightly raised. This person, he vaguely, had so little impression. He seemed to be standing right outside the group of people watching just now. It seemed that his own backpack, right at that time, was stolen by this guy. "What pack? What did you say? I don't understand." Long frowned and turned his head to look at Hazy. When he saw Hazy's drooping eyes, he understood clearly in his heart. It seemed that the owner of the backpack had come to his door. Brother Long cursed in his heart. This stupid bastard. How could he be followed by others to find this place? How did this guy find this place? Blackie's heart was puzzled for a while. He could be sure that no one followed him when he came back. "I'm not talking to you." Yang Donghao's gaze was like two cold bolts of electricity as it landed on Hazy's face. "I've just seen you. You're the one who stole my bag. Hand it over to me." "What bag? I can't understand what you're saying." Black only feel the other party's eyes, bright some appalling. He said playfully, "Little brother, blackmail people also do not have you this blackmail law, right? I have not seen your bag." Words have not finished. Yang Donghao reached out, grabbed the collar of the Black Sun, gently tugged, pulled him to the body. "Less nonsense. Hand over the bag to me." Brother Long did not expect that this young man, who looked a bit thin and weak, would dare to make a move. He violently swung his fist towards young Donghau's face. "Kid, the guts are quite fat. Yang Donghao slightly sidestepped his head and whirled around to kick out. Long's body of more than 100 pounds instantly rose up in the air. Hands and feet flew out a few meters away, fell heavily on the ground, and let out a miserable scream after landing. Blackie let out a strange cry, reached out, fished out a dagger from inside his pocket, and stabbed at young Donghao. This dagger, is the Black Sun has been carrying, is to prevent the theft of things were caught. Under the dog anxious to jump over the wall, there is a fight to get out of the tool. Unexpectedly, the dagger has just stabbed out half. Black feel empty in his hand. The dagger was Yang Donghao reached out and snatched away, followed by a pain in his abdomen. The body flew out in the air, fell heavily on the ground. The next moment, a white light, swish, fell to the Black Sun's face. Blackie fixed his eyes and instantly his scalp went numb and his hair stood up in sweat. It was the dagger. If Yang Donghao's hand had been slightly crooked when he threw the dagger just now, the dagger wouldn't have been stuck on the ground, but on his face. Chapter 7. I was wrong. Yang Donghao strides in. His eyes swept in the courtyard. He saw the backpack that fell on the garbage pile. Immediately his heart ached to the extreme. Without saying a word, walked quickly to that side. Long forced to endure the pain, grabbed an iron pipe from the ground, slowly climbed up, took a deep breath, took an arrow step, came behind Yang Donghao, waved the iron pipe and ruthlessly smashed at Yang Donghao. This iron pipe if hit, Long believed for sure this kid on the spot cannot climb up. Yang Donghao, as if he had eyes behind his back, backhanded a grab. Before Long could react, the iron pipe in his hand fell into Yang Donghao's hand. "How dare you guys!" Yang Donghao picked up the backpack. Seeing the dirt stained on it, he was heartbroken and angry. He turned his head, carrying the iron pipe, and stared angrily at Brother Long. Long took a step back. You don't mess around." "Humph." Yang Donghao casually raised the iron pipe he had seized and said coldly, "Do you think this thing can hurt me?" He casually broke it, and with a bang, the iron pipe was broken off a small section with his bare hands. Long's eyeballs immediately went straight, and his body stiffened as if he was under a fixation spell. Yang Donghao continued to break the iron pipe with his hands. Bang bang bang. When the iron pipe broke a section, Long's heart missed a beat. When Yang Donghao threw the last section of the iron pipe at Brother Long's feet, Brother Long's legs went limp and he flopped down on his knees, wailing like a hangman. "Brother, big brother, I was wrong. Black Sun is even more, has long been scared of the upper and lower teeth keep fighting. Clothes where cold sweat beat through. Scared even words cannot speak out. Humph." Yang Donghao coldly hummed. Long was immediately scared out of his wits. Brother, right. I'm sorry, I was wrong." The corner of his eye saw lying next to the Black Sun, suddenly blessed to the heart. A jolt, like a spring light jumped up from the ground, rushed over, a pickup limp as mud in General Black Sun. Head and face as a few big slaps Sun pumped over. "You, eyes blind is not it? Even my big brother's things also dare to steal? Who is your big brother?" Yang Donghao frowned and said indifferently. This sentence fell in the ears of Brother Long. Frightened, he hastened to offer a smile and said, "I'm sorry, brother." "Oh no, it's Master. Master, you misunderstood." With that, He was again punching and kicking at Blackie. Even my master's things you dare to move? Do you not want to live? Thinking about just now Black's son to take the dagger to stab young Donghao, he took the iron pipe to beat him. Long's heart is oozing panic. Beat Black's son. That is a little bit of mercy are not left, no way. Since young Donghao just now are dead. If you do not want to find a way to extinguish young Donghao's anger, their own is not a dead end? People are Black's son to provoke. Even if today really have to be accounted for here, then what to say also have to let the black son of this stupid die in front of their own line. After having such thoughts, Long's hands, naturally, did not have the slightest bit of mercy, punching to the flesh, beating Blackie's continuous screams and wails. Where is the rest? The anger in young Donghao's heart also gradually calmed down a few points. Faintly spoke, if one of my things is missing, I will break your leg. Master, wait a moment, I'll find it for you. When Long heard this, he immediately nodded his head and pouted his buttocks, limped the dozen of herbs, picked them up from the ground, carefully wiped off the dirt on them, together with the wooden plate, cupped them with both hands, and handed them to Yang Donghao's face. After Yang Donghao put these things into his backpack, Long took out a stack of money from his pocket and said fearfully, Master, there is still money for you. Yang Donghao casually took it. With the feel of his hand, he sensed that this money, more than $1,000, how it must have a $3,000 or $4,000 or so. He did not bother to count, casually in his pocket. Next time let me find you doing this kind of chicken and dog theft. You do not blame me for being impolite. Brother Long had a jolt, fiercely slapped himself and swore and gambled. Master, don't worry, I will definitely wash my hands in gold and change my ways. Yang Donghao was also too lazy to listen to his nonsense. This time, I'll give you a lesson. Next time I find out, it won't be so simple. Saying that, he flew a kick, kicking Dragon over a heel and falling to the ground. I know master. Seeing Yang Donghao turn around and walk towards the outside, the gray-headed dragon, enduring the pain, climbed up from the ground and limped after him, nodding his head and saying, Master, I'll open the door for you. Master, you take your time. Seeing Yang Donghao walk out of the hut on outside, only then did Long straighten up his body, turned around and copied a wooden stick, and walked step by step towards Heisey, gnashing his teeth and cursing, you bastard thing. Standing on the street, looking at the vehicles that traveled through the stream and the pedestrians coming and going, Yang Donghao was a little confused, not knowing where he should go. Forget it, let's find a place to stay first and then look for a job. Yang Donghao thought in his heart and followed the streets, slowly slipping forward. Master said, let me work and live in the middle of the city like an ordinary person, instead of utilizing this skill to amass wealth. Otherwise, that would lose the meaning of coming here, so I'll find a job first. Chapter 8 Beautiful Boss Lady. While looking around, at this time, the street side of a small scale, exquisite and elegant decoration of a small restaurant, the window is posted on the recruitment of waiters. Foodtube live advertisement, attracted the attention of Yang Donghao. Master, let me work and live like an ordinary person. This waiter other people can do, I naturally can also do. Yang Donghao pondered in his heart and walked into the restaurant called Epin Fresh. This restaurant was cleaned up very well. There were only 6 tables. Each table also had a pot of greenery on each table, and several fruit paintings were pasted on the snow-white walls. Hello, are you alone? Please have a seat. What would you like to eat? Hearing the sound of footsteps, a beautiful woman with a tall and slender figure, fair skin, and black hair tied casually at the back of her head, walked out quickly from the kitchen while wiping her hands on her apron. Yang Donghao's eyes immediately lit up. Her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting. Her yao nose was erect. She was about 25 or 26 years old. And the apron on her body that was stained with a little bit of grease not only didn't affect her beauty in the slightest, but also made people feel that she wasn't that unattainable, and instantly drew them closer together. Yang Donghao did not expect that inside such a small restaurant, there would actually be such a beautiful beauty boss lady. Pointing to the job advertisement posted on the window, Yang Donghao politely asked, Hello boss, may I ask if you are hiring a waitress? You want to apply for a job? The beautiful boss was stunned. Her eyes swept over Yang Donghao. Her heart hesitated a little, because he was a male. However, when she saw Yang Donghao's plain clothes and the Love My China backpack, she understood that he was a wage earner who had just entered the city. Yes. Yang Donghao nodded. Please have a seat. The beautiful boss bit her lips lightly and pointed to a table. Have you worked as a waitress before? No. Yang Donghao smiled and said, but waitressing, it's just serving plates, helping to wipe tables and such, right? This should not require much in terms of education, right? The beautiful boss nodded and said, You're right, this job does not require much in terms of education. The only requirement is that the hands and feet are diligent. Right, can you cook? Of course. Yang Donghao nodded. After elementary school, nameless old Tao had given him the task of cooking, And over the years, young Donghao had also developed a good cooking skill. The beautiful boss's beautiful eyes turned. As you can see, I'm just a small restaurant, so it's impossible to give you too high a salary. It's fine. Yang Donghao didn't wait for her to finish. He said painfully, I have no requirements for wages, just take care of food and accommodation. For money, he really didn't put it on his mind. Now, the beautiful boss immediately didn't know how to continue. These days, it was actually quite difficult to recruit hotel waiters, because the waiter's salary is usually not very high. This dish miscellaneous work, young people are not willing to do, too embarrassing, and a little older, and some cannot eat too tired. Large hotels are still a little better, can use high wages to recruit people, but for Xianyuan Shui opened this one fresh, she naturally cannot open so high wages, so her recruitment ads, played out more than half a month time. There are a few people to ask, but her a month's salary is only $1,500, are directly on the go. Anyway, it is a waiter. Why not go to do $2,000 a month? Right now to apply for the job Yang Donghao, although he does not have any requirements for wages, but he is a male and Xianyuan Shui was worried. What if he let others spread gossip? Cough. Xianyuan Shui dryly coughed a few times and hesitantly said, that, if you work here with me, I have to bet a month's salary on you before I can do it. Do you see that you agree? She said this because she wanted Yang Donghao to give up on his own accord. Can. Yang Donghao nodded indifferently. He came to the city to work for the sake of experiencing life, not for the sake of making money. Okay. Xianyuan Shui could only force a smile. Then you can stay. Right. What's your name? Yang Donghao. Yang Donghao explained. Yang of Poplar, East of East, Hao of Haoran. And you, boss lady? What's the name? His name was given to him by the nameless old Taoist, meaning that people born in the great eastern country should act with candor and have a vast and righteous spirit. My name is Xianyuan Shui. You can just call me Sister Shui from now on. Xianyuan Shui said. Ha, Xianyuan? Yang Donghao was a bit surprised and said with a smile, this compound surname is rarely seen. Sister Shui, you are from the Central Plains, right? Hearing the word Central Plains, Xianyuan Shui's heart ached, and the smile on her pretty face disappeared. She stood up and faintly said, Yang Donghao, things that have nothing to do with work. In the future, don't pry. Dropping these words, she turned around and dug into the kitchen. Yang Donghao was flabbergasted for a moment and touched his nose, pondering in his heart, did he say the wrong thing? Xianyuan Shui was inside the kitchen. While picking the green vegetables, she raised her head and glanced outside. Seeing Yang Donghao sitting there motionless, she raised her willow eyebrow and said without any goodwill, what are you sitting there for? Why don't you come in and work? Coming. Yang Donghao hurriedly carried that backpack and drilled into the kitchen. Seeing this, Xianyuan Shui said with anger and amusement, what kind of treasure are you carrying in this backpack? Still afraid of being stolen? Yes, Sister Shui. Yang Donghao nodded his head and said seriously, it was stolen just now, but luckily I got it back. Xianyuan Shui was speechless, and thought in her heart, which blind thief would steal your worthless broken bag? She said, there's another storage room upstairs where you put things. There's a bed in there. If you don't have a place to stay, you can stay there for a while. You can put this precious bag of yours there first. Okay. Yang Donghao walked up the stairs. The second floor was a rectangular layout with a corridor aisle on the side. At the end there was a room with a nameplate that said utility room. Pushing the door open and going in, the room had a bunk bed with only bed boards on it, and a few bags of rice, flour and oil and other miscellaneous things were placed around it. Sweeping a glance, Yang Donghao came out. This utility room does not have a lock, in case the backpack will be placed here, and once again be stolen by hand. How to do? Chapter 9, Worrying Nonsense. In fact, if there was no such thing as Blackie stealing the backpack, Yang Donghao would not have such worries, but having been stolen once before, Yang Donghao was naturally a bit worried. What if he encountered an ungrateful thing again? It was true that there were no valuable things in the backpack, but what if someone stole it again, realized that there was no money in it, and in a fit of rage, destroyed the backpack? This was what Yang Donghao was worried about. Why did you carry this pack down again? Xianyuan Shui came out from the kitchen, saw Yang Donghao slipped upstairs and came down again, still carrying that broken bag on his back. Instantly speechless. Not just a broken bag? Why is it like a treasure to carry around? It's hard to believe that someone really stole it. Seeing this silly, stupid look of his broken bag as a treasure, Xianyuan Shui felt that this kind of person would definitely not have any bad intentions, afraid of being stolen. Yang Donghao said honestly, puffing. Xianyuan Shui laughed and fluttered. Yang Donghao casually complimented, Sister Shui, you look so pretty when you smile, like a spring flower. Oily mouth. Xianyuan Shui spat and collected her smile. If it was someone else who said she was pretty, Then her first reaction was that the other party did not have any good intentions, but by Yang Donghao's mouth this old man said it. She was happy in her heart, because she felt that people are stupid. Said the truth. Your broken bag. I see even if it is thrown to the main road, no one will pick it up, except for those sanitation workers. They will pick it up for you and throw it into the garbage can. Shen Yuanshui paused for a moment and said, fear of someone stealing it. You are really blindly worried. Just put it upstairs in the utility room. That utility room doesn't have a lock. Yang Donghao shook his head and said, I'll turn around and buy a lock. He looked around and said, Sister Shui, I'll put my bag here at the cash register first, okay? This location was good, and could be seen at a glance. Good. Shen Yuanshui snickered. Find an inconspicuous place. Don't let others find out and steal this baby of yours. Yang Donghao laughed, and without explaining too much, he put the backpack away, turned around and drilled inside the kitchen, and started to do the work. Yang Donghao, where are you from? Shen Yuanshui and Yang Donghao chatted idly, since she had already decided to hire him. Then Shen Yuanshui naturally had to inquire about Yang Donghao's details. North counties. Yang Donghao picked vegetables while chatting with her. The two of them faced each other, each sitting on a small bench, and after a few minutes, Shen Yuanshui realized that she should have made the right decision in leaving Yang Donghao behind. I don't know how he picked the vegetables. Anyway, a few bundles of celery. By Yang Donghao casually tugging and stroking, the leaves on top of them all fell down as if they had gotten some kind of order. Shen Yuanshui a turn of the head of the effort, and then looked back, saw a few bundles of celery was Yang Donghao picked clean. Shen Yuanshui said appreciatively, Little Yang, you're quite sharp. She had just pondered whether or not to let Yang Donghao work here for a few days, and then find an excuse to send him away. After all, this hotel was so small, and with a man and a woman alone, she was worried that someone would gossip. But now, Shen Yuanshui changed her mind. There was no requirement for wages, and the work was still so sharp and honest. Wanting to find such a waiter was really not an easy task. I used to work every day at home. Yang Donghao smiled, and after picking the vegetables, without waiting for Shen Yuanshui to speak, he took the initiative to take a rag again, and wiped the several tables inside the restaurant clean. Shen Yuanshui's heart became more and more satisfied. At about 11 o'clock in the afternoon, one after another, guests began to come. Yang Donghao helped to greet people, pouring tea, ordering food. Shen Yuanshui is busy in the kitchen. The two division of labor is organized. A product fresh this small restaurant. The main is only similar to the spicy hot pot dishes. Is that the guests order a good dish after? Shen Yuanshui in the kitchen inside the ingredients will be organized. The first boiled, then stir-fried, and finally a pot out. So the name is called a product fresh. Boss lady. The door was pushed open from outside. Two men in their 20s walked in, looked around, found an unoccupied table and sat down. Good day to you too. What would you like to eat? Yang Donghao walked over with a menu, placing a pot of tea on the table in the process. One of the men looked a little surprised. He did not bother to look at the menu. Instead, he frowned at Yang Donghao and asked, and you are? Waiter. Yang Donghao said casually. Ha? The other man smiled strangely and said, second brother. Look at this little Shen Yuanshui. She's still in the throes of spring, isn't she? Acting like a chaste jade girl on the surface, but in reality, isn't she still Thai as hell? It just so happened that Shen Yuanshui was carrying a pot of well-made ipin fresh, and walked out quickly from inside the kitchen. Seeing these two men, she frowned and pretended that she didn't see them. Shen Yuanshui, the man who was called second brother, pulled on Shen Yuanshui's clothes and said irritably, you're not giving me face too much as second brother, are you? What do you mean, second brother? I don't quite understand. Although Shen Yuanshui was disgusted to the extreme in her heart, she still forced a smile. Second brother, as you can see, I'm quite busy here. If you order food, just tell Xiao Yang, I'll go into the kitchen first and get busy. Saying that, she wanted to shake off second brother's hand. Busy with what? Second brother grunted and didn't let go of his hand, still grabbing Shen Yuanshui's clothes. You give me a clear explanation before you leave. The other man laughed frivolously. Boss lady, my second brother said before that he would come to give you a hand and serve you as a waitress, but you shrugged it off and refused to do so. How come when you changed to a different person, you immediately agreed? You usually act like a chaste and holy woman, but I don't think you're that way at all. Why else would you have recruited a man to work as a waitress for you? Do you work in the hotel during the day and go home at night to have sex? Ha ha ha. Both of them let out a light laughter at the same time. Chapter 10, I'll call the police for you. You. Shen Yuanshui's pretty face turned white with anger and looked at him angrily. You speak politely. This man laughed loudly. Boss lady, how am I not polite? If you guys keep this up, I'm going to call the police. Shen Yuanshui's petite body trembled with anger, and she opened her second brother's hand. You report it. The corners of second brother's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he took out a cell phone and slapped it on the table. Do you want me to lend you a cell phone to use? Xian Yuanshue's silver teeth are to be gritted. She is clear in her heart. The reason why these two people are emboldened. The reason is very simple. They are just mouth-flowery, frivolous words, even if the police, as long as the two of them are dead and do not admit, the police cannot be what the two of them. Even if they admit it, what can they do? The two people play joking, talk about friends and other excuses, at most, will only be warned a little. Besides, if this kind of thing spreads out, the one who will end up losing face is her. That's why these two were emboldened. Hey, you two, are you eating or not? Yang Donghao frowned. Eat or get out. He couldn't stand to watch. What is a big man bullying a woman? You who? The second brother froze at his words and squinted at Yang Donghao. Brat, whether we eat or not, what the hell does it have to do with you? Get thee out of here. The other man, slamming the table fiercely, pointed at Yang Donghao. What are you? Do you have a right to speak here? Are you looking for a beating? The guests at the tables next to him saw the commotion here and stopped their chopsticks, watching the developments. Little young, Shen Yuanshui was worried about Yang Donghao's youthfulness and conflict with these two people. She knew that Yang Donghao was a newcomer to the countryside and a young man who did not know anything about the situation here. So if he rashly clashed with these gangsters, the one who would suffer in the end would definitely be Yang Donghao. The most important thing is that the door to do business, pay attention to is a peace and prosperity. Noisy, will only affect business. Shen Yuan Snow in order to open this hotel, really spent a lot of effort, which is also the economic source of her life, not as a last resort. Shen Yuan Snow really do not want to, and the second brother of this kind of gangsters will escalate the conflict outbreak, because in the end, the one who suffers is definitely still her. You go inside the kitchen and help me prepare the dishes, Shen Yuan Shui said while giving a wink to Yang Donghao and yanked his clothes with force. You don't need to be in charge here. Alright. Yang Donghao hesitated for a moment and nodded, turning around and walking towards the kitchen, really looking for death. Second brother spat fiercely, looking at Shen Yuan Shui's charming and pretty face. His heart heated up, reaching out to tickle her chin, and said in a light manner, Boss lady, what we asked you to think about last time, how have you thought about it? Don't worry, if you follow us, we guarantee that you will be able to do business peacefully in the future. Otherwise, I reckon that it's not going to be easy for you to continue this business. Shen Yuan Shui took 2 steps backward, dodging his salty pig hand. She said in a cold voice, Second brother, sorry, I'm a widow, I can't be worthy of you. If you come to dine, I truly welcome you. If you are thinking of coming to make fun of me as a poor man, there's no meaning in it. Shen Yuan Shui, what do you mean by that? The second brother frowned and said with a stern face, do you think I'm joking with you? Don't you realize that I genuinely like you? Shen Yuan Shui was almost sick to her stomach. Second brother, I'm sorry, I'm still busy here, so I won't greet the two of you. She turned around and walked into the kitchen. Second brother slapped the table hard, startling the other dinner guests. Boss lady, is this how you greet your guests? The young man shouted. Seeing that there was no movement inside the kitchen, the young man took the teapot on the table and slammed it on the ground. Damn you, do you still want to do business? Sister Shui, Yang Donghao in the kitchen, said to Shen Yuan Shui, who was fuming. This is too much of an impact on other guests eating, right? Shen Yuan Shui's willow brows knit tightly. Why didn't she know in her heart? The two of them were like this, and it wasn't once or twice, but what could she do? She was a weak woman. She couldn't go out and fight with the two of them, could she? Boss, here's your money. One of the guests, worried that it would spill over, walked over to the kitchen side, threw the money down, turned around and left, and said in a disgruntled voice, never come back again. I'm sorry. Shen Yuan Shui hurriedly chased after her and apologized. This guest sank his face, ignoring her and walked out quickly. Boss, we're not eating either. The rest of the table is 2 young girls. By the second brother 2 people hear a mess. Has long been scared a little panic. The dishes on the table, almost even did not move a bit. This, Shen Yuan Snow took a look at the dishes on their table. The beautiful eyes immediately some red, apologized and said in a row, sorry, so, the money also don't forget. In this situation, she really did not know how to ask customers for money. The 2 girls did not say anything, stood up and left. These days, more than one thing is not as good as less than one thing. Change a place to eat on the line. There is no need to eat in this kind of place. In case of a moment of fighting, accidentally injured, how to do? With all this commotion, only second brother and the young man were left in the restaurant. Boss lady, the young man saw that the customers were all scared away, and laughed happily, becoming more and more pleased with himself. Do you believe that I'll come over every day at noon in the future, so that you won't be able to do any business? Second brother. Shen Yuan Shui's eyes fell on the second brother who swallowed clouds and fog, forced out a smile. You do good. You so bully me, a weak woman. Who bullied you? Second brother's eyes rolled over, interrupting her words, staring at Xianyuan Shue's pretty face colorfully. Shui, as long as you follow me, I promise, there will definitely be no such things in the future. He reached out to grab Xianyuan Shue's hand. Xianyuan Shui took a few steps backward, looking at him with shame and anger, saying, if you guys keep doing this, I'm going to call the police. Here. Second brother pointed to the cell phone on the table and said smugly, the cell phone is right here. You're welcome to call the police. Chapter 11, The Villager. Enough. Yang Donghao walked out from inside the kitchen. You too. What's wrong with doing something? Bullying a weak woman. What's the point? Think it's great? Country bumpkin. The young man's eyes were angled and he pointed at Yang Donghao and cursed. Are you looking for death? Come, I'll fulfill you. He pushed up his sleeves and walked towards Yang Donghao with a ferocious face. What are you guys going to do? Xianyuan Shui hurriedly dodged and stopped in front of Yang Donghao. Anxious and angry, you guys still want to hit people, don't you? If you dare to hit someone, I'll call the police. I really don't believe that the police don't even care about beating people up. Just at this moment, second brother's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, brother Long. Well, good. I'll go over right now. Second brother hung up the phone in a bummer and said, Lao San, let's go over to brother Long's side. There's something going on. Now. Lao San was stunned for a moment. That's right, go. Second brother nodded and took the lead to walk out. Kid, count yourself lucky today. Let me tell you, from now on, you better be careful when you go out. Before Lao San left, he dropped a vicious sentence. Sister Shui, you clean up first. I'll go out. Yang Donghao frowned. These two people were really a bit too much. Bullying a weak woman like Xianyuan Shui. Was it fun? He decided to give these two a small lesson. Xiao Yang. Seeing this, Xianyuan Shui hurriedly pulled him back. What are you going to do? Nothing, Sister Shui. Yang Donghao waved his hand and said lightly, I'm just going out to take a look. You must not go out. Xianyuan Shui said in a loud voice, the second brother is a famous gangster in this part of Guangzhou City. Every day is idle, stealing chickens and dogs. In this part of the famous, they have a total of more than a dozen people. It is said that the leader of what is called the Dragon Brother and so on, is even more bad to death. You a foreign countryside children, cannot afford to mess with them. Sister Shui knows that you're pissed off, but there's really nothing to say to this kind of trashy people. Then let them bully you? Yang Donghao shook his head and said, I'm most used to seeing this kind of people. Then what can be done? Xianyuan Shui's beautiful eyes flushed red as she shook her head and barely managed to raise her spirits as she said, Little Young, let's not talk about this. Come on, let's clean up a bit. Yang Donghao could do nothing about it, so he had no choice but to clean up with Xianyuan Shui. At the same time, after the second brother and the oldest three went out, they quickly rushed towards the train station. Good day, brother Long. The two of them came to a bungalow, and after entering the door, they respectfully greeted brother Long, who was sitting in the courtyard. When the two of them saw Blackie, who was lying on the ground, motionless, they were startled. Brother Long, what happened to Hazy? Old three, shocked, couldn't help but ask curiously, is this something you should ask? Brother Long sank his face and glared at him. Old three was shocked in his heart and hastily said with a smile, I'm sorry, brother Long. I'm just a little curious. Cut the crap. Brother Long lit a cigarette and scolded with a sullen face. I asked you two to come and do something. I didn't ask you to come and be curious. Z, you find a car to come over and send this Blackie guy to the hospital to be cured. Okay, brother Long. Second son immediately nodded his head. Don't look at him before in front of Xianyuan Shui flaunted a social big brother's posture, but in front of brother Long, immediately turned into a docile and obedient little brother. A phone call out. Not long after, a ragged van drove to the alley outside. A few young people walked in quickly, respectfully, and Long brother greetings. Brother Long also ignored them. Seeing this, Z said, carry Blackie to the car and take him to the hospital. Those few people responded. 7 hands and 8 feet to lift up the black sun. Lao San and the second son of the two only then saw the black sun of a face of blood. Woe to the extreme. The two hearts more and more curious. This black sun usually steals chickens and dogs, belongs to the kind of wilting bad, but his relationship with the Dragon Brother is not bad. There is a layer of relationship in the Dragon Brother. Usually other people encountered Black Sun, also politely shouted a Black Sun brother. Right now, Blackie was even beaten like this. Who did it? Ouch, ouch. Blackie, who was lifted up, couldn't help but cry out miserably. Shout your mama, shout. Brother Long viciously cursed. The frightened Blackie could only grit his teeth and hold back, a layer of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Brother Long. After Blackie was carried away by those few people, Z came to Brother Long's side and said curtly, you haven't eaten yet. right? I know there is a restaurant, the owner's wife of that restaurant, her looks are a watery I'll invite you to eat over there, right? That's right brother Long, Lao San chimed in from the sidelines, guarantee that you will definitely be interested when you see it. By the way, what's that saying? What show may can be eaten? It show may can be eaten. Long cracked, not a bit of ink inside your stomach, and you're still learning to speak like others, so as to look like you're very knowledgeable, isn't it? Lao San touched his head and smiled awkwardly. Go. Long stood up and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Today is really unlucky. Look at beautiful women to feed your eyes. Maybe your mood will be better. The three of them walked out. On the way, Erzi saw Brother Long's mood. Seems to be a little better. Carefully and boldly asked, Brother Long, what's wrong with Blackie? Who hit him? Brother Long squinted at him. I hit him. Why? Chapter 12, what a big gut. The two of them, Erzi and Lao San, were stunned. Who let him mess with people he shouldn't mess with? Brother Long grunted. The two of you outside, pay attention to me, don't mess with those who can't afford to be messed with. Got it? Erzi quickly complimented. Brother Long, in our city, there are still people you can't afford to mess with? You're kidding. These words made Brother Long sound very comfortable. He waved his hand haughtily. What I mean is, less trouble for me. Got it? Yes, understood. The two responded. Brother Long, this is the store. The three of them arrived at the entrance of Ipin Fresh Restaurant. Lao San said attentively, Brother Long, this boss's wife, she's especially pretty, and she's also a single young woman. He revealed a lewd smile that all men understand. Single young woman? What do you mean? Her man died? Long's eyes lit up. He and laughed strangely. I like it. Boss lady, we're here for dinner. The three of them walked in and Erzi shouted with a big grin. Shen Yuanshui was sitting inside the cashier's counter. When she heard the voices outside, her first reaction was, you guys, please sit down. When she looked up and saw that it was the trio of Long, she froze. TSK, it's really pretty. Brother Long's eyes instantly lit up in amazement as he sized up Shen Yuanshui. Boss lady, I heard you're still single. Why don't you follow brother? In the future, brother will cover you and make sure that no one in this area dares to touch you a bit. Shen Yuanshui was shy and angry. She sank her face and said in a cold voice, please show some respect. She was secretly anxious in her heart. Yang Donghao had just gone out. Right now she was the only one inside the store. And these three people from Brother Long were not good birds. What if they moved their hands? Thinking of this, she stood up with a miso. Sorry, I'm closing the shop. Please leave. It's only what time and you're closing. Long raised an eyebrow, smilingly walked to the cash register, reached out to tug on Shen Yuanshui's arm, and laughed ambiguously. Boss lady, can't you wait to close the door and perform services for me? That would be really great. Right. Lao San chimed in and laughed. Brother Long is right. This kind of thing does have to be done with the door closed. Shen Yuanshui dodged Lung's salty pig's hand and was about to run out from inside the cash register when Lao San took an arrow step and blocked the exit of the cash register. Little beauty, where are you going? Shen Yuanshui has no way to go out, can only take a step backward, but the space inside the cash register was originally not large. This retreat immediately leaned against the wall. The heart panicked as a group. What do you want to do? I want to call the police. Little beauty, don't be afraid. Brother Long once again reached out to grab her and said with a smile, Brother Long, I just want to make a friend with you. Shen Yuanshui had nowhere to hide. She could only crouch downwards and burrow under the cash register. Erzi simply jumped into the cash register when he saw this. Little beauty, I'll see where you can hide. He reached out to tug on Shen Yuanshui who was curled up under the cash register. Shen Yuanshui let out a shriek and casually grabbed the backpack that young Donghao had placed here and haphazardly jerked it towards Erzi's hand, screaming in a loud voice, Help! Erzi snatched the backpack and said with a smile, Don't be afraid, brother will love you well. Erzi, what are you holding in your hand? Long's body jolted. His face immediately changed. His smile froze on his face as he stared dumbfounded at the backpack in Erzi's hand. This backpack had Love My Huasha written on it in a rustic manner. A bag. Erzi said casually in disbelief. Bring it over to me. Brother Long looked serious and grave. Brother Long, it's just a broken bag. Erzi froze, not understanding what was going on with Brother Long, but he still honestly handed the bag over to Brother Long, thinking in his heart, what's there to see? Brother Long took it with both hands and carefully opened it to take a look. Then his body shook dramatically. Is it good looking? A voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. Brother Long turned around to look and instantly turned white with fear. Yang Donghao stood in the doorway, narrowing his eyes at him. Talking to who? Little brat. It was not easy for Lao San to be able to have a chance to perform in front of Brother Long. He pointed at young Donghao and cursed. Get the hell out of here. Before the words fell, the second son in the cashier's desk saw Brother Long as if he was a downhill tiger, leapt up high in place, and kicked Lao San's chest hard. Stump. All three was knocked back a few steps by Brother Long's kick and crashed into the table before stopping. His brain was in turmoil. What was going on? He hadn't yet figured out what was going on, only to see Brother Long pouncing again, opening his arms left and right, and slapping him hard in the face with several slaps. Brother Long, why are you hitting me? Lao San covered his face and screamed in injustice. Erzi was also confused and didn't know what was going on. Couldn't it be that Brother Long had gone crazy? How dare you? Who are you calling an old man? Brother Long once again slapped Lao San's face and said angrily, Bunny, even my master you dare to scold? I think you're tired of living. Your grandfather? Lao San was instantly dumbfounded. Long ignored him and turned around, nodding his head and saying to young Donghao with a respectful face, Master, hello. There was a clang. This scene made both Lao San and Erzi shatter their jaws in shock. Their eyeballs bulged out, their brains went blank, and their mouths unconsciously opened into an O shape. Good looking? Yang Donghao pointed at the backpack in Long's hand. Is it possible to return it to me? Only then did Brother Long come to his senses and hurriedly compensated with a smile, lifting the backpack up with both hands and respectfully handing it over to Yang Donghao. Lao San and Erzi sucked in a breath of cool air, looking at Yang Donghao incredulously, thinking back to the two of them before, when they had flaunted their weapons at Yang Donghao, mouthing things to teach him a lesson. Erzi's body shivered, revealing a smile that was worse than crying, stuttering to Yang Donghao, Yes, I'm sorry. Yang Donghao glanced at him and said indifferently, What did you apologize for? Chapter 13 It's Superman. Erzi instantly froze, not knowing how to answer. Brother Long backhanded a slap, reprimanded and scolded. Why don't you answer my master's words? This slap will be the second son smacked instantly blessed to the heart, nodded his head and compensated for the smile to Yang Donghao said, Master, you see what you said. Although I did not do anything wrong to you, but I also want to apologize to you. Yang Donghao couldn't help himself, waved his hand and said faintly, All right, I'll get lost. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing this, Long was overjoyed. Leading the two Lao San and Erzi, they ran outside with their legs spread out. That look, as if they were afraid that Yang Donghao would backtrack and change his mind. After they went out, Yang Donghao said in a faint voice, In the future, I don't want to see you guys here. Got it? Master, don't worry, I won't come back even if it kills me. Brother Long swore with a gamble. There was no one he was more afraid of now than Yang Donghao. Strictly speaking, Yang Donghao was no longer considered a human being in his heart. They're gone? Shen Yuanshui burrowed out from under the cash register, looking at Yang Donghao in astonishment and disbelief. Little Yang, I heard them call out for your master just now. She somewhat doubted her ears. Dragon was the first time Shen Yuanshui had seen him today, but the two men, Erzi and Lao San, she had seen them many times, and had inquired about the two of them, knowing that these two could be considered the famous gangster rascals around. And Yang Donghao was nothing more than a rural lad who had only arrived in Huang City today to work. How could he be able to shock these gangster rascals at once? Aha! Yang Donghao looked at her confused look, smiled slightly and explained. That dragon, who once stole my bag before, was caught and beaten up by me and beaten honestly, so he is now scared when he sees me. Stealing your bag? Just this? Shen Yuanshui incredulously glanced at the bag in Yang Donghao's hand, crying and laughing, secretly thinking, can it be that Brother Long is blind? He actually stole such a crappy bag? However, Shen Yuanshui's interest was more on Yang Donghao's body. With this slightly thin and weak appearance, he didn't look like someone who could fight at all. Ah, little Yang, you beat up that dragon? Shen Yuanshui was a bit disbelieving. You were able to beat him? He, Sister Shui, don't look at me as skinny, but I have practiced martial arts for many years. Yang Donghao casually made up a reason. You also practiced martial arts? Shen Yuanshui became more and more surprised. Then why don't you go work as a bodyguard for others? That way you earn more. Be a bodyguard? Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and laughed. I haven't really thought about it. Although being a bodyguard pays well, it is said to be quite dangerous. I heard that in an emergency, you have to sacrifice your life to save others, and if you don't get it right, your life will be lost. After Shen Yuanshui finished speaking, she was slightly stunned in her heart, wondering how she could suddenly care about him. But soon she found an excuse for herself by letting Yang Donghao stay by his side. He at least had a few moments of security. Although the second son and the third son were scared away by Yang Donghao today. But what if they came back another day? What should we do? If Yang Donghao stayed here, then they would definitely not dare to come back. Brother Long. The three of them took a breath and ran out hundreds of meters away before Brother Long wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with palpitations. At this time, Erzi couldn't help the doubts in his heart and asked cautiously, that person just now, What the hell is he? Ah, indeed, dragon in the city side, although it cannot be said to be black and white, but he was a long time ago, is also the city of Guangzhou is extremely famous hard stubble, fighting dare to die, nowadays the reputation, but also win the fight out, but just now even by a wage earner to scare into this look. This is the second son of the first time to see. What is he? Long lit a cigarette to suppress the shock and took a puff. If he is still considered a human being, then it should be Superman. Superman? The two men, Erzi and Lao San, were dumbfounded at once. Have you guys ever seen that someone can break an iron pipe as thick as a child's arm into one section with their bare hands? Long gestured with his hands. An iron pipe? Lao San said offhandedly. Impossible. How much strength would it take? I've seen it with my own eyes. Long said with a serious face. Breaking an iron pipe into sections in front of me. You guys imagine that scene. Do you think, not to mention a punch, which one of you can take a finger from someone? Erzi's body shook violently. Brother Long, that's the person? That's right. Brother Long said seriously. Do you guys think this is still considered a normal human? That's why I said that if he's considered a human, he's definitely a Superman. Brother Long, what he was using at that time couldn't have been a prop, right? Erzi said smartly. Props? Brother Lung squinted at Erzi. Thanks for ing coming up with that. You mean, I'm the cutie pie, chanting? Tell you what, that iron pipe is what he snatched from my hand. Hiss. Erzi sucked in a breath of cool air. Brother Long. Lao San's face went white and said with a sobbing voice, I just scolded him. He won't hold a grudge against me, right? His heart is now a panicked mess. What if Yang Donghao retaliates against him afterward? Don't worry, it won't. Brother Long smoked his cigarette in an old-fashioned manner. Didn't I already beat you up just now? Count your kid lucky that it was me next to you. Luckily I made a split-second decision. If I had let him make a move. TSK. He looked at Old Third with eyes like those of a dead man. You brat will just wait for death. Lao San shivered and said in a loud voice. Thank you Brother Long. Thank you Brother Long. Yang Donghao is now busy in full swing. Xianyuan Shui's small store. Business is still possible. One after another. There have always been people coming to eat. Until more than 10 o'clock in the evening. It is finally busy. Xiao Yang. Xianyuan Snow before leaving. Specially instructed Yang Donghao a sentence. You will be upstairs that utility room clean up. In the future we'll live here. Don't go out to look for a house. Wide city this side of the rent. But it is not cheap. Okay Sister Shui. Yang Donghao agreed. And asked in passing. It's so late. Do you need me to send you home? No need. Xianyuan Shui waved her hand and smiled. My home is in this neighborhood. It's very close to here. I'll walk back in a few minutes. Yang Donghao unlocked the store door and went upstairs to simply clean up a bit before sitting on his bed with his knees crossed and started meditating. The moonlight was like water, slanting in through the window and spilling into the room, enveloping Yang Donghao. The moonlight contained soft energy, and what Yang Donghao wanted to do was to take this soft energy into his body and refine it into an aura that he could manipulate, absorbing the essence of the sun, moon and earth, and refining it for his own use. This is cultivation. Chapter 14, It's true, the sunlight similarly contained energy within it. However, compared to the soft moonlight, the sunlight was too fierce and overbearing for cultivators to withstand. And although moonlight was actually also sunlight, after being blocked and refracted, its power had been weakened so much that it could be absorbed and refined by cultivators. Ordinary people intake of food, which nutrition into fat storage. This process is very long, such as a meal to eat a caddy of meat, but the vast majority will be digested into dregs by the human body excretion. The essence that is eventually absorbed by the body is less than 1 in 10. The practitioner is to absorb the power of the moon into the body for refining for their own use. Take the essence of the dregs, and ultimately retained in the sea of qi, is the practitioner can be controlled by the use of the aura. Similarly, this process of refining and retaining is also very difficult. At the same time Yang Donghao was practicing, in the emergency room of Guangzhou City's famous private hospital, Ren Ai Hospital, a Porsche Cayenne drove in with a windy speed. A few nurses pushed a stretcher bed, and 2 doctors stood beside it. They were already waiting at the entrance of the emergency room. Quick, save my son. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit jumped down from the Porsche. The door opened, and 2 more people came down, one of them holding a child with closed eyes. The kid's breathing is intermittent. I've been giving him CPR the whole way here. That person introduced the child's condition while placing him on the stretcher bed. President Hong, his heart, it beats and stops at times. Please hurry and have it checked. Okay Dr. Pang. Dean Hong nodded and responded. We're ready. We'll send the child over for examination now. Those few nurses and that remaining doctor pushed the stretcher bed and quickly entered inside the hospital. President Hong said to those 2, Mr. Zhao, Elder Zhao, Don't worry. In addition, what symptoms did the child have before he got sick? You'll have to tell me about the situation. Dad, Xiao Tian has been with you all this time. Mr. Zhao, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, panted and said to Elder Zhao, how come he just came back, and all of a sudden, he's like this? This old Master Zhao was no other than Zhao Jingwang, whom young Donghao had met on the high-speed train earlier. I don't know, Zhao Jingwang said anxiously. When Xiao Tian and I were at our old home, we were very good every day, and there was no abnormality. Even when we came back home today, it was normal. Zhao Yong, after I led Xiao Tian back, you also saw it at home. It was good, there was no problem whatsoever. Who knows how did he suddenly fainted, and he didn't even breathe, and his heartbeat was gone. Elder Zhao, don't be anxious, Dean Hong said comfortingly. There are some diseases that don't have any abnormalities before they strike, and this is also very common. Dean Hong, I'm a very trusting person. Your Ren AI hospital. I haven't donated a lot of medical equipment and instruments in the past few years. Zhao Yong anxiously said to Dean Hong, my son, you have to cure me. Mr. Zhao, don't worry, Dean Hong said to Dr. Pang next to him. Dr. Pang, you're Mr. Zhao's personal physician. You should have a clearer understanding of the child's condition, right? When was the child's last medical checkup, and were there any abnormalities in the medical report? Dr. Pang shook his head and said, the last medical checkup was 3 months ago. Dean Hong, as you know, Xiao Tian, he's only 5 years old. His body is still in the stage of growth and development. The last medical checkup report didn't have any abnormality, but that doesn't mean that it's happening now. Dean Hong nodded and said, Mr. Zhao, Elder Zhao, let's go to my office and take a rest while we wait for the results of the examination. Good. Zhao Yong nodded. As the oldest president of the Tianhong Group, with a fortune of more than $1 billion, he naturally clearly understood that there was no point in being anxious. A group of people were in Dean Hong's office, and after waiting for about an hour, the examination results finally came out. Dean Hong, a doctor walked in quickly, handing a copy of the examination report to Dean Hong. Doctor, what's my son's condition? Zhao Yong couldn't wait to ask. Mr. Zhao, after our treatment, your child doesn't have any abnormalities now. The instruments show that his heartbeat, breathing, pulse, and other physiological indicators have completely returned to normal. The doctor explained. Moreover, the examination results also don't have any abnormalities. The directors are now conducting a consultation and discussion. President Hong has just given instructions to bring the examination results at the first time, and the director's specific diagnostic opinions have not yet come out. Then this matter must have a statement, right? Zhao Jingwang frowned and said, my grandson was fine and suddenly fainted, and there's no breathing, no heartbeat. This is too scary. After Dean Hong read the examination report, he casually handed it over to Zhao Yong, and Dr. Pang also came over to look at it carefully and thoughtfully. The ECG was normal. The CT report didn't have any obvious abnormalities. The blood routine indicators were all at normal values, and the sanity was awake and so on. Dr. Pang's brows furrowed, and he said to President Hong, who was deep in thought, President Hong, what do you think? What is the child's condition? Personally, I'm leaning towards yes. It could be an accident. Dean Hong said cautiously, it's possible that it. Before he could finish his words, his cell phone rang, picked it up, glanced at it, and picked it up. Hello? What? The child fainted again? Zhao Yong's heart instantly popped into his throat. Zhao Jingwang anxious all of a sudden stood up. Good. Resuscitate immediately. Dean Hong hung up the phone and said to Zhao Yong with a serious face, Mr. Zhao, the child fainted again just now, while his heartbeat and breathing are gone. Don't worry, our hospital directors have already begun resuscitation. Zhao Jingwang said offhandedly, where is the child now? We're going to see him. Dean Hong nodded and led the crowd to the door of the emergency room. Through the glass, Zhao Jingwang saw the child lying on the hospital bed, a doctor doing CPR on him, and the rest of the doctors and nurses, all busy with their own work. A silence. Zhao Jingwang could even hear the sound of the instruments inside. Tick, tick 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 tick. There's a heartbeat, a doctor said loudly. Zhao Jingwang instantly let out a long breath, and then, he suddenly remembered a sentence. It's a pity that this child is so young. He won't live long. I'll remind you, when you arrive in Guangqing City, you should hurry to lead the child to the hospital to check it out. Could it be that guy? What he said is true. At this instant, a layer of cold sweat seeped out of Zhao Jingwang's back. Chapter 15 Changing Angles. This couldn't be blamed on Zhao Jingwang's rambling thoughts, because Xiao Tian's disease came really too unexpected, too sudden. Zhao Jingwang has always preferred I Ching, Bagua and other metaphysics, naturally far more than ordinary people to believe in these things. Of course, The most important thing is that Xiao Tian's illness today is really a bit odd, without any warning, which makes Xiao Jingwang can't help but start to be suspicious. Director Wang, how is the child's condition? After the doctor inside the emergency room came out, President Hong quickly opened his mouth and asked, the child is not in any serious condition. The physiological indicators show that everything is normal. Director Wang frowned and said, but what makes me strange is that the child just had an attack without any warning. It came very suddenly, and all of a sudden, there was no heartbeat or breathing. Mr. Zhao, was it like this that time before? He said this last sentence to Zhao Yong. Yes. The person who answered was Zhao Jingwang. He said, before at home it was just all of a sudden that he fainted and had no heartbeat breathing, 2 times in a row, and in such a short period of time. Director Wang murmured, I've read all the inspection reports as well, and there's no abnormality, so I thought, why don't we do another inspection to see? He looked toward Zhao Yong and his father and son. Do it. Zhao Yong nodded his head without hesitation. Make sure to find out what's going on. Mr. Zhao, Dean Hong spoke up from the side. Then I think, why don't we just do a full body checkup, and try to find the cause of the disease? It can be done. Zhao Yong nodded his head and agreed. Although this Renai hospital was a private hospital, the medical equipment and facilities and the technical level of the doctors were not below other tertiary hospitals at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led the child to the side in the first place to resuscitate him. That time may take a little longer. Dean Hong said, it'll probably take about 2 days before all the test results can come out. I suggest, during this time, why don't we just stay in the hospital first? Don't let the child go home. What do you think? No problem. Zhao Yonghart also thinks so. After all, Xiao Tian's disease, come too strange odd. And, once the onset of the disease is simply and dead, too scary. Even if President Hong let him lead home, he did not dare to at least in the hospital, but also can have nurses 24 hours a day to take care of. The situation is not right immediately on the doctor to rescue. Back at home there is no such conditions. He was more than 30 years old before he had this child. His wife died because of the difficult labor. It can be said that this child is their Zhao family's heart. He didn't dare to be careless. After sending Xiao Tian to the advanced ward that had nurses on duty 24 hours a day, Zhao Jingwang and his father and son stayed for a while before coming out. Dad, during the time you led Xiao Tian home, there really wasn't anything abnormal? Zhao Yong couldn't help but ask again. What? Are you suspecting that you think I'm hiding something from you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingwang instantly became unhappy and said with a black face of reprimand, Xiao Tian is my grandson. Could it be that I would harm him? Dad, I don't mean this. Don't misunderstand. Seeing Zhao Jingwang's exasperated look, Zhao Yong explained in a loud voice, I just think that Xiao Tian's disease is really too weird. By reason, this if you get sick, there should be some abnormalities before anomalies. Zhao Jingwang again thought of Yang Donghao who met on the high-speed train, and said softly to himself, could it be that what he said is true? What true or false? Zhao Yong was beside him and heard his words very truly. Dad, what are you talking about? Oh, it's fine, forget it, I won't talk to you. You don't believe it anyway. Zhao Jingwang came back to his senses and waved his hand. Dad, is it about Xiao Tian? Zhao Yong pursued. If it is, you tell me what it's about first. How do you know I won't believe it if you don't say anything here? It's like this. Zhao Jingwang pondered for a while and slowly opened his mouth. On my way back, I met a youth. Looking at him, he should be from the countryside. He said something to me at that time. He said, seeing that Xiao Tian is pitiful, and that he will not live long at a young age, he asked me to return to Guang City to hurry up and find a hospital to take a look at it. I thought at that time that he was cursing Xiao Tian, and cursed him out. Hiss. Zhao Yong sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Dad, are you telling the truth? Nonsense. This kind of thing, it's not like it's a good thing. Can I tell a lie? If it wasn't for Xiao Tian suddenly becoming like this, I would have thrown this matter to the back of my head. Zhao Jingwang gave him a blank look. You usually never believe in these fortune tellers and diviners, so I just said that you wouldn't believe me even if I said it. Dad, Zhao Yong's face turned serious and solemn. I don't believe in these nebulous things, but this isn't necessarily fortune telling and divination. Haven't you thought of another possibility? What possibility? Zhao Jingwang froze. What if he's a doctor? Zhao Yong said word for word. And it's the kind of doctor with exceptionally high medical skills, so he only looked at Xiao Tian for a few moments before realizing that Xiao Tian was suffering from a hidden disease. And it's not like you imagined that he's a fortune teller. Zhao Jingwan's body shook, lost his voice and shouted out of his mouth, me, I really didn't think in that direction, but immediately, he shook his head vigorously. Impossible. That youth, I see his appearance, especially rustic, absolutely from the countryside. How could he be a doctor with high medical skills? Absolutely impossible. Dad, I've been in business for so many years, and from my experience, there are always some strange people, high achievers, people we can't imagine in this world. Zhao Yong said seriously, it would be a big mistake to just judge people by their appearance. Assuming that my guess in case I'm right, then wouldn't we miss the chance to treat Xiao Tian? You mean, you think that youth, he can cure Xiao Tian? Zhao Jingwang was incredulous. Dad, think about it from a different perspective, Zhao Yong said, since he was able to see it with the naked eye and reminded you of it. What does that mean? It shows that his medical skills are very high. This is something that would not be comparable to the doctors at Renai Eye Hospital. That youth, where did he get off the bus? If it's in Guang City, I'll immediately find a way to find him. Chapter 16, Seeing Gangzi Again. Yang Donghao naturally did not care about Zhao Jingwang and his grandson. For Yang Donghao, Zhao Jingwang is just a passerby. Although his grandson carries a hidden disease, but Yang Donghao also reminded him, only, Zhao Jingwang does not take it seriously. That is none of Yang Donghao's business. Medicine can't cure the immortal disease. Buddha can help people with destiny. In this world, people die every day, and every day there is a new life is born. Everything is destined. Yang Donghao is now enjoying the life of a part-time worker. To be precise, he is enjoying this different identity now. Every day in the restaurant, chatting with Xin Yuan Shui and doing work, with his cultivation. This kind of miscellaneous work, still can't tire him at all. Xiao Yang, help me wash the dishes. Xiao Yang, help me mop the floor. Alright Sister Snow. Yang Donghao answered while doing the work neatly with his hands and feet. His mindset is very positive, not because he is a cultivator, and then feel superior, cannot do these chores. On the contrary, he feels that since the master's dying, let him go down the mountain to enter the city to work for 5 years to sharpen the work. It is bound to have a purpose. At present, although Yang Donghao had not yet comprehended the intention, he believed that with more and more time, he would definitely understand it slowly. Boss, do you have any noodles here? A voice came from the doorway and a man walked in. Noodles? No. Yang Donghao raised his head and answered, and then immediately afterward, he was a little surprised. The man who walked in outside the door also froze and shouted in surprise, little brother, it's you? This person was no other than the Gangzi that Yang Donghao had met on the high-speed train. He was gray and his clothes were a bit dirty. What's wrong with you? Yang Donghao was a little curious. Little Yang, you guys know each other? Shen Yuanshui walked out from inside the kitchen and sized up Gangzi. Gangzi was instantly shocked by Shen Yuanshui's beauty, and after staying for a moment, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Well, recognize. Yang Donghao nodded. Seeing this appearance of Gangzi, he also estimated and probably guessed something in his heart, and tentatively asked, Gangzi, have you not eaten yet? Gangzi nodded awkwardly. We don't have noodles here. There is one next door. Yang Donghao said. Well, thank you little brother. Gangzi nodded, looked at Yang Donghao with some envy, hesitated for a moment and said, I'll go then. Okay. Yang Donghao nodded. After turning around and coming out, Gangzi's heart was filled with bitterness, and the courage he had previously had when he stepped into the store suddenly disappeared. He had originally planned to have a white meal, but unexpectedly, instead of eating the white food, he had met an acquaintance. Gangzi gritted his teeth, turned around and walked in again. Little brother. Gangzi hardened his head and said to Yang Donghao, can you come out for a moment? Yang Donghao laughed. There is something? Yes, there is a little bit, Gangzi said. Then let's talk here. Yang Donghao pointed to a chair by the door and said, drinking water? I'll pour you some. Gangzi glanced at Shen Yuanshui sitting in the cash register, shook his head, and said, I don't drink. Can you come out and say it? Yang Donghao smiled and walked out with him. Say it? What is it? Little brother. You. Gangzi's face turned red, looking down at his toes. Can you lend me some money? Oh, Yang Donghao froze. Little brother. I have no choice. Yang Donghao's reaction. In Gangzi's expectations, the relationship between the two, in fact, to put it bluntly, is just a one-sided acquaintance, not yet familiar enough to borrow money. Gangzi said, I now have no pennies on my body, and I have no relatives here. Speaking here, he suddenly couldn't help crying. Gangzi, don't cry. Yang Donghao quickly comforted and said, what exactly happened to you? I was cheated. Gangzi wiped his tears and told Yang Donghao what had happened. It turned out that Gangzi came to Guangqing to work this time because of his hometown. His hometown went back to his hometown a year ago, and the whole person was dressed in a suit, and he talked about moving around saying that he was doing a big business, and he also lobbied hard for the people in the village to come to Guangqing to work with him. Gangzi is a little moved, and family members discussed, with some money, the excitement to come to Guangqing. After his broken foot was cured by Yang Donghao that day, Gangzi found his hometown, and his hometown drove a car, found Gangzi, and led him to a house in a neighborhood. After entering the door, a few young men took away the ID card of Gangzi, and then let Gang Z pay the so-called admission fee, and took away all the money that Gang Z brought with him. The next few days, things more and more let just feel wrong. This is not a big room, a total of more than 20 people, both men and women. Every day there is the so-called teacher to give them lectures. Lectures is to encourage them to pull new members into the club, and then you can earn a commission. Every day they are not allowed to go out. The meal is cabbage and potatoes, and 24 hours, there are people to supervise them. Gang Z, although simple, but people are not stupid. Stayed a few days, he woke up. This is clearly being cheated. This is the legendary pyramid scheme. Gang Z want to leave here, but want to go can, and then pay $50,000 before these people let him go. How can Gonzo have so much money? Taking advantage of one night, after the people supervising them fell asleep, Gang Z stole the key, opened the door and quietly ran away. I don't have my ID card anymore. I don't have any money, and I haven't eaten for 2 days. Gang Z wiped his tears and said, "Little brother, can you lend me some money? Just $10. I'm really hungry." Yang Donghao didn't suspect that Gang Z lied to him, because no one would lie about $10 and take great pains to compile some lies. He touched out $100 from inside his pocket and handed it to Gang Z. "Here, you take it. This is too much." Gang Z looked at the banknotes Yang Donghao handed over, surprised and moved. "Take it." Yang Donghao smiled and shoved the money into his hand. "Little brother, thank you." Gang Z was so touched that he almost cried again, wiping his eyes and said, "Don't worry, this money, I will definitely double it back to you. Forget it, no need to return it." Ha! Yang Donghao suspected that he was not looking at the wrong. He inadvertently found that Gang Z's palace of wealth and palaces is shining. This is clearly a sign of getting rich. But this encounter of Gang Z is in and get rich have nothing to do with However, he carefully stared at Gang Z for a few more moments, and indeed he was right. Gang Z was a little puzzled by his look and said at a loss, "Little brother, what's wrong?" Chapter 17, Finding a Man. Yang Donghao thought about it and didn't hide it from him and said with a smile, "Gang Z, you're about to get rich." Ha! Gang Z froze, then, with a bitter smile, he said, "Little brother, don't joke. You see my unlucky appearance. Does it look like I'm going to be rich? What? You still don't believe my words?" Yang Donghao smiled, looking at his meaningful smile, thinking of the previous bloodlight disaster. Gang Z's body shook, his heart was a jolt, and he said offhandedly, "Little brother, are you telling the truth?" "Of course." Yang Donghao nodded his head and smiled. As the old saying goes, when bad luck comes to an end, good luck should come. You came to Guangqing City, first you got your foot broken, and then you were tricked into engaging in a pyramid scheme. It can be said to be as bad as it gets, so your good luck will be coming soon. Little brother, let me borrow your good fortune. Gang Z was overjoyed. "If I get rich, I will definitely pay you back double." Yang Donghao smiled, waved his hand and said, "All right, go eat." Gang Z thanked 1,000 times and left, found a place, asked for a bowl of noodles, ate it with a big mouthful. There is something in the stomach. The spirit of the whole person is also much better. After eating out, he began to search for a plan in his heart. What to do next? Go home? That is certainly not possible. Gang Z is not willing to go back so gray. Think of Yang Donghao just said. He is going to be rich words. Gang Z, cheer up. Pondering in his heart is not possible. He really want to be rich? Slipped around the street. Saw a lottery store. Just stopped and walked in. Bought $10 of lottery. Staring at the big screen, the lottery was drawn. But the winning numbers and the lottery ticket in his hand. A far cry. Gang Z then lost to the extreme, and secretly thought in his heart, I knew that little brother must be comforting me. Throw the idea of getting rich aside. Just decided to go to the manpower market to see if there is any suitable work. His cultural level is not high. The force still has some. When he arrived at the manpower market, both sides of the street were full of people, but wherever a car came over, a group of people rushed over to ask if they wanted someone. Seeing this scene, Gang Z realized that the original big city is not as good as he thought. No culture want to find a job here. Simply more difficult than the sky. Hey, this advertisement for finding people can be really clueless, but the prize money can be really much. A voice came. Gang Z turned his head to look, only to see a person by the roadside. While looking at the newspaper in his hand, said with emotion, finding a person, just $10,000. This money can be really good money. If this money is good to earn, it has long been earned by others. Another person opened his mouth and said lazily, there is no useful information at all. Even what is the name of the person we are looking for? There is just one piece of information. Looking for the young man who took the high-speed train from Han City to Guang City on March 27th. Located in the No. 11 seat of the No. 8 compartment. And it is also requested that accurate information must be provided to find this person to be able to get the money, which is not even possible by the ticket seller of the high-speed train. Ticket sellers can't even do it. They can find out what the name of the person in this seat is. But when this person arrives in Guangqing City and goes where? Who can know? The speaker had no intention of saying it, but the listener had the intention of hearing it, and Gangzi's heart suddenly had a jolt of excitement. March 27th, the high-speed train from Han City to Guang City, compartment 8, seat 11? Isn't this the train I took? My seat is number 8. The young man in seat 11 next to me. This big brother. Gangzi accompanied with a smile and came over. Can I borrow this newspaper for a while? The man glanced at Gangzi and handed him the newspaper in his hand. Gangzi said a thank you, took it and scanned it, immediately seeing a very conspicuous missing person notice. The information on it was exactly the same as what these two had just said, and there was also a phone number underneath, a reward of $10,000 for those who provided accurate information. What? You know this person? The man asked curiously when he saw that Gangzi was staring carefully at this people-seeking advertisement. Don't know. Gangzi shook his head, memorized the phone number in his heart, returned the newspaper to the other person, turned around and left, his heart thumping with excitement. He managed to find a supermarket where he could make a phone call, and Gangzi dialed the phone number on the newspaper. Hello, please, are you looking for someone, right? Yes, a voice came from across the room. Do you have a message? I do, Gangzi asked. It's for a $10,000 thank you fee. Is that true? Of course, but only if you are able to provide the correct information so that we can find this person before we can give you the money, the other party said. Excuse me, what you are looking for is a young lad. Gangzi roughly described young Donghao's appearance, and asked tentatively, is it him? Please wait a moment. The tone of the other party immediately looked serious. After a few minutes, a voice that seemed somewhat familiar came. Hello, do you recognize this person? I recognize him. Gangzi's heart was bursting with joy and excitement. It seemed that the other party was indeed looking for Yang Donghao. Where are you? I'll go find you now, the other party immediately said. Gangzi will be his location, told the other party. Hung up the phone, waiting for about an hour. An Audi A8 sedan, parked to the side of the road. An old man quickly walked out of the car. When his eyes and Gangzi after meeting, the two people at the same time froze. It's you? The two said in unison. Old man, how could it be you? Gangzi looked at Zhao Jingwang in surprise. You are called Gangzi, right? Zhao Jingwang also felt that this was just too much of a coincidence, but on second thought, he was relieved. If it wasn't Gangzi, who would be able to know that the person he was searching for was Yang Donghao? After all, the search notice that was published, the clues on it, were just too simple and too vague. It's my old master. Gangzi nodded his head repeatedly, looking at the Audi A8 beside Zhao Jingwang. Although he didn't know how much the car was worth, but the Audi logo, he still recognized it. Old master, are you looking for that little brother? Well, do you know where he is? Zhao Jingwang nodded. Gangzi's heart was puzzled for a while, because at that time on the high-speed train, Yang Donghao had said that Zhao Jingwang's grandson, his life would not be long. At that time, he was scolded by the old man for a good time. At the moment, he published a missing person notice to look for Yang Donghao, and he was even willing to give $10,000 to those who provided clues. Thinking of this, Gangzi heart a jolt, said offhandedly, Old master, could it be that little brother he really said right? Your grandson he really sick? Chapter 18 The strange man who worked as a waiter. Zhao Jingwang sighed and nodded with a hazy face. The sky has its ups and downs. It's too powerful, truly divine. Gangzi couldn't help but shout out in surprise. It's true that little brother has hit the nail on the head. Zhao Jingwang's face immediately pulled down, unpleasantly looking at Gangzi. Right now, his grandson Xiaotian in Renai Hospital, hospitalized for several days, but is still not checked out. In the end, because of what reason? Resulting in Xiaotian without any warning will breathe, heartbeat all gone. As for the search for Yang Donghao, but also Zhao Jingwang's helplessness, the experts at Renai Hospital, I do not know how many times the consultation, but still do not have an accurate judgment. His son Zhao Yong insisted on looking for Yang Donghao. The reason is also very simple, since Yang Donghao before can see that Xiaotian has a disease, then he must have a way. Thus, Zhao Yong directly placed a finder's advertisement in the Guang City Daily. Old master, don't misunderstand. Seeing Zhao Jingwang's blackened face, Gangzi hurriedly explained, I'm saying that little brother's face reading is really accurate. Humph. Zhao Jingwang's face darkened a few more points. Master, I met little brother today. Guess what he said? Gangzi said in a hurry. I'm not an immortal. Can I know what he said? Zhao Jingwang frowned. As opposed to what Gangzi was selling, he was more concerned about the fact that Gangzi met Yang Donghao today. Since you know where he is, then you can come with me. As long as you find him, I'll give you that $10,000 right away. Master, don't worry, I will definitely lead you there. Gangzi said cheerfully, there is one thing you surely don't know. When I met that little brother today, he said that I'm going to be rich soon. I had been half believing it in my heart before, but now look, what the little brother said to me. Won't it be fulfilled right away? There's still such a thing? Zhao Jingwang instantly froze, looking at Gangzi incredulously. Is it true? He was a little skeptical. Was this something made up by Gangzi? Absolutely true. Gangzi was close to swearing. Immediately, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhao Jingwang with an adoring face. Master, you are also very powerful. Have you forgotten? On the high-speed train, you and I said that this time I went into the city, I would meet a nobleman to support me, and my future would be wonderful. You also said at that time that my nobleman might be that little brother Miles. Now it seems that your old man was really not wrong in the first place. Zhao Jingwang was slightly stunned, and immediately remembered. Yes, he did seem to have said such words at that time. However, he originally said it casually at that time, purely for the purpose of passing the boring time on the high-speed train. It did not occur to me that, after Gangzi explained it, it seemed to be a bit of foreknowledge, but Zhao Jingwang heart no, his own that is purely blindly fooled Gangzi. Say a few good words, fool him just, but this young Donghao seems to be really not ordinary people. Before that, he said that Xiaotian was sick and had a short time to live, and the result was quickly verified, and he said that Gangzi was going to be rich soon, and the result was also immediately verified. Unbelievably, this young Donghao was really like what his son Zhao Yang said, a strange person? Thinking of this, Zhao Jingwang's heart suddenly flooded with anticipation. If this young Donghao was really a strange man, then Xiao Tian's disease, won't it be saved? Old master, right here, that little brother is here as a waiter. Along the way, Zhao Jingwang's heart are holding fantasized expectations. However, when he and Gangzi two people, to the door of the Yiping Xiang restaurant, Gangzi's words, as if when the head poured a pot of cold water, a moment Zhao Jingwang's heart of fantasized expectations immediately doused. What did you say? Zhao Jingwang looked at Gangzi with a stunned face. You said he's working here as a waiter? That's right. Gangzi nodded. When I met little brother today, I saw him cleaning inside, and he also said he works here. Waiter? Zhao Jingwang suddenly wanted to laugh a little. The strange man that his son and himself thought about, the strange man that he spent a lot of effort to find, was actually working as a waiter in a small restaurant. Is there a strange person who works as a waiter? He really wanted to turn his head and leave at this instant. Old master. Gangzi didn't notice Zhao Jingwang's wanting to cry and wanting to laugh look. He sardonically rubbed his fingers together, gestured a finger counting money, and said with a dry smile, this money won't not count, right? You can rest assured. Returning to his senses, Zhao Jingwang grunted and looked back at the driver, who immediately got out of the car with a sense of humor and handed over a stack of money. Zhao Jingwang casually took the money and put it into Gangzi's hand, saying faintly, our Zhao family has always done what we say we will do. That's right, even though he found out that he had made a mistake, mistaking the waiter as a strange man as a high man, Zhao Jingwang was not so bad as to lose his face for a mere $10,000. Gangzi received the money, excited body shivering, immediately stuffed the money into his pocket. The appearance, as if afraid of the next second Zhao Jingwang will be in his hands to snatch the money like, immediately, just saw Zhao Jingwang black face, turned around and drilled back to the car. Looks like, seems to be going away like, now. Gangzi's heart was greatly surprised, and he couldn't help but chase after him and ask, Master, this person has also been found, are you not going in? Indeed, this makes Gangzi really can't think. This old man although can't say it's 1,000 years of hard work right, but at least it's also real money spent. Can't it be, just to know where Yang Donghao is, what he's doing? Then this is too much like it. Although I've heard that rich people are capricious, but it's not so capricious to such an extent, right? Poof. Zhao Jingwang darkened his face and said faintly, not going. Imagining a waiter who came to the city to work as a high person was already enough to make Zhao Jingwang feel ashamed. And if he went in to visit this high person, he would have to go back to the city to see the high person. This is already enough to make Zhao Jingwang feel ashamed. If he goes in to visit this master, in the future, after the rumor spreads out, the Zhao family's face, where to put it? Gangzi was even more curious in his heart. Master, this has come, you really don't intend to go in? After saying that, he said smartly, otherwise, I'll call that little brother out for you? No need. Zhao Jingwang impatiently waved his hand. You don't have to care. Before he finished speaking, Gangzi heard the door slam and turned around to look back, and immediately said happily, little brother. Zhao Jingwang turned his head to look, just in time to see Yang Donghao carrying a plastic bag of garbage in his hand, walked out from inside the restaurant. Seeing this scene, he quickly turned his head. Ha! Yang Donghao was a bit surprised to see Gangzi cheerfully waving at him, and walked over and smiled. Gangzi, why are you here? After saying that, he saw Zhao Jingwang sitting in the car, and was slightly stunned, instantly came to a realization and laughed. so it's you who came to find me. Chapter 19, Little Yang can also cure diseases. Before Zhao Jingwang could say anything, Gangzi said from the side with a look of adoration, "Little brother, you are truly divine. You just said that I'm going to be rich soon. I originally didn't believe it, but as a result, I met this old man, and he published a missing person notice in order to find you, and if he can find you, he'll give $10,000. Saying that, Gangzi took out the stack of money inside his pocket and said happily, "Little brother, you are really my honorable man." After experiencing these few times, Gangzi's eyes had already worshipped Yang Donghao to the state of blindness. If Yang Donghao said to him that tomorrow would be the end of the world, then Gangzi definitely wouldn't have a trace of doubt. To find me? To place an advertisement? Yang Donghao was flabbergasted for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smile. So it seems that he is really a nobleman. Of course, this noble is not noble. Sitting in the car, Zhao Jingwang heard the words of the Gangzi, immediately hate to slap him 2 slaps. Well, their own this disgraceful things, but also by the Gangzi to publicize out. That's right, Gangzi does not know what Zhao Jingwang's heart is thinking at this moment, but also in the sight of the one to urge Zhao Jingwang, "Master, you are not looking for little brother? What's the matter with him? Hurry up and say it." "Poof," Zhao Jingwang said with a dark face, "It's alright, got it wrong." "Mistake?" Gangzi instantly froze. Yang Donghao took a closer look at Zhao Jingwang, sighed, shook his head and said, "Master, it seems that you value your face more than your grandson's life. More important." After saying that, he carried the trash and walked towards the distance. Zhao Jingwan's body jolted. He pushed open the car door and chased after him. "Young man, what do you mean by your words?" "What do I mean? You should clearly understand in your heart, right?" Yang Donghao said indifferently, "Why bother asking me again?" Now, Zhao Jingwan's heart and some not calm. He did not say anything, but look at the appearance of this Yang Donghao, as if it seems to know everything. Can not be? This guy is really a strange person? Standing in a daze, watching Yang Donghao throw away the garbage and turn around to come back, Zhao Jingwang stopped him, took a deep breath, and said with a serious face, "Young man, my grandson, he's sick." He stared carefully at Yang Donghao and sized him up. Yang Donghao nodded. "I know. You know?" Zhao Jingwang asked rhetorically, "Could it be that you really saw before that my grandson he is sick, rather than just blurting it out?" Even now, he still couldn't believe it. After all, in his opinion, if Yang Donghao really had such a brilliant medical skill that he was able to tell that Xiao Tian was sick with a single glance, then why would Yang Donghao be willing to work as a waiter in such a small hotel? With his skills, what would he not be able to do? Other than that, even if he went to work as a doctor at Renai Hospital, he would still earn more than working as a waiter here, right? "Master." Yang Donghao was quite speechless and glanced at him, somewhat impatiently asking back, "Whether or not I'm talking nonsense, you should know better than me in your heart, right?" Zhao Jingwang pondered for a while, made up his mind, and said seriously and gravely, "Young man, since you really saw that my grandson was sick before, then I'll trouble you to come with me and cure my grandson's illness. Don't worry, as long as you say a suitable price, I definitely won't haggle." He decided to give it a try. If it wasn't for the fact that the doctors at Renai Hospital and the other specialists in Guangqing City didn't have much of a solution for Xiaotian's illness, Zhao Jingwang really wouldn't have made such a crazy move to hire a waiter to treat Xiaotian. No, Yang Donghao did not even think about it, and simply refused. "What?" Zhao Jingwang froze, and after coming back to his senses, he said incredulously, "You won't agree? You didn't even say how much money, and you're not going to agree? Could it be that you're afraid that I can't afford the money?" "It has nothing to do with money," Yang Donghao said bluntly. "Medicine can't cure the disease, but Buddha can help those who are destined to die." "What does that mean?" Zhao Jingwang asked in confusion. "Master, the first time we met was on the high-speed train. I reminded you at that time. Your grandson is sick. If not treated in time, it's very dangerous. You didn't believe me at that time. Now it's our second time to meet. You came here specifically to find me, but then suddenly changed your mind. Obviously you still don't believe me," Yang Donghao said lightly. "And just now, you also asked me if I was just talking nonsense at first. Ha, this is from the beginning to the end. You have never believed in me in your heart. Since you don't believe in me, why do you want to come to find me to cure your grandson now? Just as you don't believe in Buddha, how can Buddha transform you?" Dropping these words, Yang Donghao turned around and walked into the Yipinxian Hotel. Zhao Jingwang stood outside dumbfounded for a while before pulling his leg and walking into the Yipinxian Hotel. "Hello." Xian Yuan Shui was sitting in front of the cash register, and when she saw Zhao Jingwang come in, she immediately revealed a smile and stood up to greet him. "How many of you are there?" I'm not here to eat. I'm here to find that young man." Zhao Jingwang swept a glance, but did not see Yang Donghao. "You're looking for Yang Donghao?" Xian Yuan Shui was surprised but also a little curious. She knew that Yang Donghao was an outsider. He came to Guang City just to work. How could he know so many people? She casually asked. Master, what are you looking for little Yang for? Zhao Jingwang did not know between her and Yang Donghao. What exactly is the relationship between them? Hesitated for a moment. Anyway, since he decided not to hide it anymore, and said frankly, I want to ask him to cure my grandson. Xian Yuanshue's body shook, her pretty face filled with shock, incredulously saying, ask him to cure him? Xiao Yang still treats people? He is a great doctor? Yang Donghao and Yang Donghao have been together for a few days. Xian Yuanshue only knows that he works well. Hands and feet numb. Once practiced martial arts. Strength is very big. Did not think that he will also give people treatment? This is really out of Xian Yuanshue's cognition. Zhao Jingwang was also stunned by her question. In his heart, while speculating about the relationship between her and Yang Donghao, he said vaguely, should be able to write? His reaction was even more shocking to Xian Yuanshue. So at this time, Yang Donghao walked down from the upper floors, and when Zhao Jingwang saw him, he threw Xian Yuanshui aside and hurriedly walked over quickly, politely but seriously. Little Yang, I've thought about it, and I'll just ask you to help my grandson cure his illness. As long as you can cure him, the medical fee can be any number you want. I promise I won't return the favor. Chapter 20, The Arrival of the Professor. Yang Donghao sniffed and glanced at Zhao Jingwang without uttering a word to speak. Of course he was able to cure the child's illness, only that Yang Donghao was pondering whether he should step in to help or not. Little Yang, you can still heal? You still know medical skills? Xian Yuanshui opened her mouth and asked. Well, no some. Yang Donghao said casually. Little Yang, please, do me a favor, okay? Zhao Jingwang saw that Yang Donghao never opened his mouth, and Xiao Tian's illness, although it could not be said that it was getting more serious day by day, it could be called walking a tightrope. One had to keep an eye on him 24 hours a day, every second of the day, because no one knew whether Xiao Tian would have his heartbeat and pulse stop again in the next second. This kind of strange disease let a person's spirit always tense. Right now, Zhao Jingwang could only try his best. Perhaps, maybe, Yang Donghao would have a solution. Zhao Jingwang's heart held a hint of fluke expectation. Little Yang, Xian Yuanshui saw Zhao Jingwang a handful of years old, still here to plead with Yang Donghao to help. She is soft and kind-hearted. Couldn't help but persuade, if you really know medicine will cure the disease, then help this old man. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. And again, the healer's parents' heart, right? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. This sentence let Yang Donghao's heart slightly moved. Remembered that when the master was giving medical treatment, he had also been questioned a lot, but the master never got angry because of this. Instead, he repaid the grudges with virtues and cured those patients, and later on, those patients also sincerely apologized. Alright, Yang Donghao pondered for a while and nodded his head to agree to it. After all, it's not like that kid had provoked himself. He was innocent. Thank you. Zhao Jingwang was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Sister Shui, I'll take a trip then. Yang Donghao greeted Xin Yuanshui. Okay, go. Xian Yuanshui nodded her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity inside. This Yang Donghao actually knew medical skills? It's not known if it's true or not. Sitting on the Audi A8 in front of the door, looking at the full-time driver in front, Yang Donghao's heart clearly understands to know. It seems that this Zhao Jingwang's family is quite rich, but it is also right. If there is no money, how could it be possible to say that the medical expenses casually say a number? Absolutely no bargaining such a word? Originally, Zhao Jingwang was going to ask Yang Donghao what kind of disease Xiaotian had, but after Yang Donghao got into the car, he closed his eyes and looked like he was taking a nap, so he had no choice but to shut his mouth honestly. In the high-class ward of Renei Eye Hospital, Zhao Yong sat next to him, staring at the sleeping Xiaotian, his heart throbbing for a while. His wife died of postpartum hemorrhage, so Xiaotian's body, entrusted with Zhao Yong's very complex emotions, both the compassion for his son, but also the remembrance of his wife. Right now, Xiaotian inexplicably got such a strange disease, and Renai Hospital side of the past few days, consultation dozens of times. All the experts have looked at a time. No one can say what exactly is the disease, and the wide city of experts, also invited to diagnosis, the same is no answer. Zhao Yong and entrusted a friend, invited the famous Kyoto city, Professor Feng Jingshan, to come to the city of Guangzhou. He raised his wrist to look at a glance, the heart of the dark thought, counting the time. Professor Feng should be fast to the right. Stump. Footsteps sounded outside. A young man quickly pushed the door in and said in a low voice, Mr. Zhao, Professor Feng has arrived. Arrived where? Zhao Yong immediately perked up. Secretary Qin just called. He has already received Professor Feng from the airport and will arrive at the hospital in half an hour. the young man said in a respectful voice. Good, let's go to the hospital entrance to greet him. Zhao Yong didn't dare to be slow, not to mention the so-called president of Tianhong Group, because this Professor Fong Qingshan is not only famous in Kyoto City, but also very famous throughout the country, but also often go abroad to communicate with foreign medical experts and professors. This time, Zhao Yong, in order to invite him to come, not only used a lot of favors, and Professor Fong Qingshan hasn't even arrived yet. He has already paid $1 million in advance of his clinic fee into his bank account. His bank account. Zhao Yong led the young man downstairs, stood in front of the hospital. Not long, a black Bentley quickly drove in, steadily parked next to a head of silver hair, spiritual Yaishuasuo. Red-faced Fong Qingshan just opened the car door. Zhao Yong quickly walked over, reached out to hold the roof of the car, and respectfully said, "Hello, Professor Fong. I'm really sorry, due to the child of this disease, really do not dare to leave the left and right. Did not go to the airport to pick you up? It is really sorry. Mr. Zhao is really polite." Fong Qingshan waved his hand with a smile and said, "Let's go. Let's walk and talk." Okay. Zhao Yong nodded his head repeatedly. He saw a middle-aged man coming down from the other side of the car door. He was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "Forgive me for being blind. Who is this?" "Oh, this is my student Zhao Hongbing," Fong Qingshan said with a smile. "He has followed me for more than 20 years. So it's Dr. Zhao. Disrespectful," Zhao Yong immediately said with a big smile. The few people talked and laughed while walking quickly towards the inside of the hospital. "Professor Fong, how are you?" I'm really sorry. I just heard that you're coming over, and I'm still late after all this rushing around." Just as he entered the hospital, Dean Hong led a group of people to quickly walk out, slightly bowing and bending. His hands cupped Fong Qingshan's hands, warmly and unobtrusively shaking them. "Prof. Fong, I'm sorry. You're here, so my side can finally be at ease." Little Hong. Fong Qingshan also knew Dean Hong. After all, they both worked in the medical system. He smiled and said, "You can't do this. Mr. Zhao's son came to you for treatment, and you pushed it onto me? Professor Fong, you've misunderstood," Dean Hong said smilingly. "I'm not pushing, but you're here. Naturally, your opinion should be the main one. I'm not hiding from you. This disease of Mr. Zhao's son, it's really a bit tricky. He walked while Xiao Tian's illness and the examination results were all carefully recounted to Fong Qingshan. Fong Qingshan listened intently, and his footsteps slowed down obediently. Naturally, no one dared to rush him. Right at this moment, Zhao Jingwang and Yang Donghao, both of them, also walked into the hospital. Zhao Jingwang saw a group of people in front of him at a glance. Zhao Yong was also among them. "Zhao Yong," Zhao Jingwang shouted and quickly walked over. "Dad," Zhao Yong nodded. "Son, this young man is the one I told you about earlier, the one who was on the high-speed train and saw that Xiao Tian was sick." Zhao Jingwang spoke in a low voice. "Oh," Zhao Yong was slightly stunned. In his heart, he thought, this is really a coincidence. It's all coming together. He did have great hope for Yang Donghao before, but then after the search notice was released, there was no news for several days, and Zhao Yong contacted Prof. Fong Qingshan. He didn't have any expectations for Yang Donghao's side anymore, but right now, since the person had been found and had also come, Zhao Yong pondered for a while, but still quickly walked over and greeted Yang Donghao. "Hello, may I ask how to address you?" Chapter 21, You go back first. "My name is Yang Donghao." Yang Donghao glanced at Zhao Yong, and he noticed that the other party was also sizing himself up. "This is my son." Zhao Jingwang hurriedly introduced him. Yang Donghao came to a realization and nodded, smilingly saying, "Where is the child?" "Where?" Zhao Yong hesitated. If Fong Qingshan wasn't here, it wouldn't hurt to let Yang Donghao give Xiao Tian a look at this moment, but Fong Qingshan had already come over. Right now, if Yang Donghao was allowed to give Xiao Tian a look at this moment, what would Fong Qingshan's side think? He would definitely feel insulted. The reason is very simple. You Zhao Yong invited me to come and see the doctor, and then let someone else come and see the doctor. What does that mean? Don't you trust me? After all, the more famous a person is, the more they care about face. Especially these famous doctors are even more particular about this. When Yang Donghao saw Zhao Yong's stuttering appearance, he became a little curious and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Didn't you guys invite me to see the doctor?" "What? Don't you need to see it?" Where is Mr. Zhao?" Dean Hong, who was next to him, after introducing his condition, was about to lead Fong Qingshan and the others to the elevator. When he turned his eyes, he saw that Zhao Yong had disappeared. He swept around, saw Zhao Yong, and slightly raised his voice and said, "Mr. Zhao, let's go. Prof. Fong is going to the ward." "Oh, coming," Zhao Yong hurriedly answered, smiled apologetically at Yang Donghao, and said, I'm sorry Xiaoyang, let's do it this way. You wait here for a while, or you go back first, I'll look for you later. After saying that, he didn't care if Yang Donghao agreed or not. He turned around and quickly walked towards Feng Qingshan's side. After all, compared to Yang Donghao and Feng Qingshan, Zhao Yong's heart was still more inclined to believe Feng Qingshan a bit more. As for Yang Donghao, let's talk about it later. If Feng Qingshan cured Xiaotian's disease, then naturally do not need to take care of him. If the cure is not good, turn back to find Yang Donghao to try is not delayed. It's just a matter of money. Zhao Gingwang was a bit confused, pulled a Zhao Yong, whispered, what's going on? It was so hard for me to find this young man. Dad, Professor Feng Qingshan is here. Zhao Yong said succinctly. Professor Feng is here? Zhao Jingwang came to a sudden realization and said with excitement and thrill, little Tian is saved now. The father and son quickened their pace and walked into the elevator. A group of people got on the elevator with a smile and a laugh, directly leaving Yang Donghao alone to hang out to dry. Even if Yang Donghao had a good temper, at this moment, he could not help but feel a little angry in his heart. Inviting himself here and leaving himself out to dry. What is the meaning of this? Playing with people? It turns out that master let me enter the city to sharpen my skills. He really does have his intentions. Yang Donghao pondered. The trace of anger in his heart also gradually disappeared, shrugged his shoulders, was about to turn around and walk away when Yang Donghao's heart moved. Secretly thought, look at them. That person called Professor Feng Qingshan seems to be very skilled in medicine. Might as well go up and see what method he will use to treat that child. Although Yang Donghao was a genius in cultivation, however, his master always said that there are people outside of people. There is a sky outside of the sky. This world is so big that there are no wonders, and one mountain is even higher than another, which was used to exhort him to never be complacent. Over time, Yang Donghao has also firmly memorized these words in his heart. As the saying goes, it is to learn from the strengths of others. Anyway, I've come here, so go up and take a look. As if I'm learning. Yang Donghao saw that the elevator quickly came down again after stopping at the 7th floor. He walked into the elevator and similarly came to the 7th floor. Here there was a nurse guarding the entrance of the passageway on the 7th floor to register. Seeing Yang Donghao walking inside, he hurriedly called out to him and asked, what do you do? Oh, I'm with Prof. Feng Qingshan. Yang Donghao did not change his face and said extremely naturally, which ward did they go to? This nurse had just seen Feng Qingshan and his group come up with her own eyes, and did not have any suspicion in her heart. She only thought that the elevator was full. So Yang Donghao came up at this time, and casually said, to Ward 713. Okay, thanks. Yang Donghao swaggered in. Ward 713 was packed with a group of people. Besides the Zhao family's father and son, Feng Qingshan and his students, there was also President Hong as well as several doctors from Renai Eye Hospital. After all, Feng Qingshan's name, all the people here had heard of it. To be able to have the honor of witnessing him treating a patient, for these doctors, it was also considered a rare learning opportunity. Yang Donghao came in and stood at the outermost part of the crowd and watched. The crowd was watching Feng Qingshan's diagnosis with rapt attention. No one had noticed that there was an outsider who had mixed in. Professor Feng, this is the report card of every test the child has done in the past few days. Dean Hong handed a stack of report cards to Feng Qingshan, who was standing by the hospital bed, carefully and earnestly surveying Xiao Tian. His student, Zhao Hongbing, reached out and picked up the report sheets, but was the one who did not hand them over to Feng Qingshan in the first place. Zhao Jingwang and Zhao Yong, father and son, looked at Feng Qingshan's every move with expectant and hopeful gazes, only to see that he carefully scrutinized Xiao Tian for a while, raised his head to look at the various instruments next to him, and then reached out to take the stack of report cards in Zhao Hongbing's hands, and while looking through them, he casually said, Mr. Zhao, was there any unusual manifestation of the child's condition before the onset of the disease? For example, drowsiness, loss of appetite, depression, and so on? Dad, you hurry to introduce Professor Feng. Zhao Yong hurriedly pushed Zhao Jingwang and explained to Feng Qingshan with a smile. Professor Feng, my son and my father both went back to their hometown before and stayed for about half a month. Feng Qingshan did not raise his head and gave a hum. Professor Feng, Zhao Jingwang hurriedly said, my grandson he was within half a month's time. I didn't see any abnormal behavior. As far as those drowsiness, loss of appetite, mental depression and so on that you just mentioned, everything is not there. Master, are you sure? Zhao Hongbing opened his mouth to inquire and said, you think carefully, but wherever you get a disease, especially this kind of big disease before the strange disease, there will be some abnormal reaction. Maybe it is not too obvious. So you did not notice? Hongbing is right. After Feng Qingshan roughly swept through the stack of report sheets, he casually handed it to Dean Hong who was at the side, stood at the edge of the bed with his arms folded, his mind combing through the inspection reports he had just read while he said seriously and gravely, Master, you think carefully before answering me. Zhao Gingwang racked his brain and thought back carefully. Zhao Yong looked at him expectantly from the side. After a few minutes, Zhao Jingwang shook his head and said dismally, there really isn't any abnormality. Fang Qingshan frowned and said, what about urination and defecation? Is it positively abnormal? Zhao Jingwang froze and said offhandedly, this, I really haven't observed. The people in the room immediately nodded their heads and thought in their hearts, still saying there is no abnormality? This is clearly you not observing carefully. Dad. Zhao Yong saw this and complained with some dissatisfaction. Why didn't you observe it? Zhao Jingwang explained with an aggrieved face. The child is fine. I surely can't think to observe whether his urine and feces are normal or not. I'm not idly doing nothing. Chapter 22 Get Out. When Zhao Yong heard this, he reacted in his heart and hurriedly smiled apologetically at his father. Yang Donghao, who was standing outside the crowd, frowned slightly. He had already seen on the high-speed train that Xiaotian's child's disease was an extremely rare fake death disease. This kind of disease, not to mention the abnormalities before the onset of the disease, even if the onset of the disease in the next second, there will not be any abnormalities in the previous second. It seems that this Fang Qingshan, Professor Fang's medical skills, is just so. Yang Donghao thought in his heart. Originally he still held a trace of learning idea in his heart, but now it seems, this Fang Qingshan's medical skill, not to mention and his own comparison, even compared with the master, also are not half a star. Fang Qingshan didn't say anything, standing on the edge of the bed with his hands folded, gazing and thinking. If he didn't speak, the others naturally didn't dare to say anything, all of them didn't dare to breathe a breath and stood quietly. Little Hong. After a few moments, Fang Qingshan turned his head to Dean Hong and said, have any bone marrow tests been drawn? As soon as these words came out, Yang Donghao understood in his heart what Fang Qingshan was suspecting. He thought that Xiao Tian had encephalitis. In fact, for Western medicine, one of the most difficult things is diagnosis. The so-called difficult cases, in most cases, are unable to accurately determine the patient's illness, so categorized in the 4 words difficult cases, so there is no effective treatment. But if the judgment quasi-disease, Western medicine for any disease has a series of standard mature treatment program. Each doctor just need to follow the treatment program to the right symptoms, and so on. The difference between a professor and an ordinary doctor is that some professors are able to judge a patient's lesion at a glance based on their experience, while those ordinary doctors need a series of tests such as blood tests, CT and so on to be able to judge it. Professor Fang, do you think it's encephalitis? Dean Hong immediately understood the subtext in Fang Qingshan's words. Very likely. Fang Qingshan nodded and asked rhetorically, since you suspect it, then why don't you draw a bone marrow test? Dean Hong had a difficult look on his face as he glanced at Zhao Yong and said in a low voice, Mr. Zhao is worried that it will be harmful to the child's health. Nonsense. Fang Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said in an unquestionable tone, what effect can there be? It's all just a matter of concern. With that, he said to Zhao Yong, Mr. Zhao, your worries are all superfluous. If the child is suffering from encephalitis, then it's necessary to take the time to treat the symptoms. If it's because of worrying about this and that, in my opinion, there's no need to come to the hospital for treatment. Simply go home and recuperate. On the side, Dean Hong thought in his heart, this can only be said by you. If I were to say it, it is estimated that Mr. Zhao would have already been angry with me. After all, Zhao Yong's Tianhong Group for Renai Hospital is also considered a god of wealth, regardless of the previous donation of medical equipment and substances. That even if the annual Tianhong Group's employees to the Renai Hospital regular medical checkups, that's a considerable amount of income. These days, offending anyone, but also cannot offend the god of wealth. Previously, Dean Hong had tried to say, or else draw some bone marrow for a test, and before he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Yong's face immediately change. So Dean Hong had no choice but to immediately change the topic and didn't dare to mention this matter again. Zhao Yong's eyebrows slightly wrinkled for a moment, then he immediately stretched out. He subconsciously glanced at his father. After noticing this detail of Zhao Yong, Fang Qingshan softly hummed and said, Mr. Zhao, if you don't agree, I think this disease, there is no way to cure it. Why don't you just lead the child home? Why don't you just leave it at that? After saying that, he flung his sleeves and turned around, about to walk out. Professor Feng. Zhao Yong saw the situation was startled. It was not easy to invite this Fang Qingshan to come. Has not yet cured the small days. The first will be Fang Qingshan to the angry away. What is this thing? He said in a loud voice. You do not be angry. I smoke. I promise to smoke is not okay? That's more or less the same. Fang Qingshan stopped and nodded with satisfaction. At this time, a voice rang out coldly. Do doctors nowadays like to threaten and intimidate family members when they treat patients? The medical skills aren't good, and the temper is quite big. In an instant, the inside of the ward turned into a pin drop. Everyone was startled by these words and turned their heads towards the source of the voice, wanting to see which audacious person dared to say such words. The person who spoke was young Donghao, the director Wang that he met on the high-speed train before, and now this Professor Fong. Both of these two seem to treat their patients with the same attitude, which can't help but make young Donghao a little bit unable to look at it. What about the said healer's parental heart? Fong Qingshan's face instantly sank, coldly swept a glance at young Donghao. His eyes fell to a puzzled Dean Hong, faintly said, Dean Hong, who is he? Dean Hong had a jolt in his heart. From a small Hong to Dean Hong, he already understood that Fong Qingshan was angered, and quickly explained, Professor Fong, don't misunderstand. I don't know him, he's not from our hospital. What? Fong Qingshan was stunned. A question mark popped up in his mind. So who is this person? How did he come in? It's you? Zhao Jingwang and Zhao Yong both froze when they saw young Donghao outside the crowd, and when they came back to their senses, Zhao Yong's face instantly darkened, and he said offhandedly, Didn't I tell you to go back and wait first? Who let you come up here? Mr. Zhao, who is he? Fong Qingshan asked coldly. Professor Fong, don't misunderstand, he has nothing to do with me, Zhao Yong hurriedly explained. Fong Qingshan laughed back in anger, thinking in his heart, you are treating me like a little cutie, is that so? Without a relationship with you, he can come here? Humming angrily, he turned his head to Zhao Hongbing and said, Pack up, let's go. This disease is not cured. It can't be cured. Professor Fong, don't be angry. He really has nothing to do with me. Zhao Yong was startled. It was not easy to invite Fong Qingshan here. He hadn't cured Xiaotian yet. What should he do if Fong Qingshan gave up and left? He stopped Fong Qingshan and explained bitterly while glaring angrily at young Donghao. Get out. Is this a place for you to come? Zhao Yong was using his actions to show that he indeed had no relationship with young Donghao. Oh, Yang Donghao laughed instantly. I originally didn't want to come. It was you who had to invite me here to treat the child. And now you're telling me to get out. How interesting. I might as well tell you the truth. The disease that the child has is not the encephalitis that this big professor said. If you let him continue to diagnose and treat it haphazardly like this, it will only delay your family's child's disease, and the more you treat it, the worse it will get. Dropping this sentence, Yang Donghao was also too lazy to stay here and turned around to go out. Chapter 23, False Death Disease. Wait. Fong Qingshan raised his eyebrows and coldly called out to Yang Donghao. If Yang Donghao had not said that nonsense diagnosis, Fong Qingshan would not have paid any attention to him even if he thought about his status. But in front of so many people, and being accused of nonsense diagnosis by Yang Donghao, Fong Qingshan could not allow him to just walk away so easily. This, after all, involved Fong Qingshan's authority. Young man, I didn't expect you to know what medical arts are even at your young age. Truly the younger generation is fearful. Come, give me your brilliant diagnostic opinion. Also give my old man a lesson to learn from. Although his heart was already irritated to the extreme, but Fong Qingshan was a professor with a prominent status. The necessary high man demeanor, still have to have, but the words in the clip with a stick, the ridicule of explicitly praising and secretly depreciating naturally will not be less. Really don't know the heights of heaven. How dare you question Prof. Fong? When Prof. Fong was practicing medicine, I'm afraid this kid was still playing with mud, right? Accusing Prof. Fong of making a wild diagnosis? Oh, how childish. Prof. Fong could have lost his eye, without even reading the medical records, without even understanding the patient's condition. He dares to speak out here. How hilarious. Dean Hong and the others immediately stood out, accusing and ridiculing Yang Donghao, mocking his ignorance. Yang Donghao for these ridicule turned a deaf ear. Looking at the cold face of Fong Qingshan, he said faintly, if it is something else, I would not bother to say you. This practice of medicine is a matter of life and death, but also, the medical profession. Understand is to understand. Do not understand is not to understand. If you have to do not pretend to understand, that can be the patient's life as a child's play to deal with. How dare you? Zhao Hongbing immediately sank to his knees and grunted. My teacher is a famous expert professor at the capital hospital. What are you? Also qualified to say here that my teacher doesn't pretend to understand? What a joke. Hongbing. Fong Qingshan waved his hand, interrupting Zhao Hongbing's words, and said lightly, as the saying goes, heroes come out of the youth. This young man is young and courageous. He might be a rare miracle doctor. He pointed out Yang Donghao's age and said that his courage was commendable. The meaning of ridiculing Yang Donghao's youthful ignorance was audible to everyone. Mr. Zhao, Dean Hong said to Zhao Yong, what exactly does this person do? Dean Hong, he works as a waiter in a small restaurant. Zhao Jingwang opened his mouth to speak, sighed, looked embarrassed and said, it's also my fault for being sick. Before this Xiao Yang, once took a trip on the high-speed train with me. When he was on the train, he said that my family Xiaotian had a disease. As a result, after I came back, my family Xiaotian really had an attack. I was momentarily obsessed, mistakenly thought that he might know some medical skills, so I looked for him to see a doctor. It seems that now, but I took it for granted somewhat. What? Everyone froze. Waiter? Fang Qingshan's face was complicated to the extreme. He had never thought that this young Donghao, who was making a big fuss, was actually a waiter. I really thought someone was some kind of divine doctor just now. Zhao Hongbing laughed in a conspiratorial manner. It turns out to be a waiter who serves plates. What a joke. These days, medical skills are already so worthless. Even a waiter dares to talk big here. Alright Hongbing. Fang Qingshan waved his hand, thinking to himself, what's the point of arguing with a waiter? Xiao Hong, tell him to hurry up and leave. Go go go. Hurry up and get out of here. This kind of place is also for you. A waiter? Dean Hong immediately looked at young Donghao angrily. What's wrong with a waiter? Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, it's really funny that a group of you so-called experts and professors can't even diagnose that this child has false death disease, and you are still here diagnosing it one by one in a frenzied manner. Fake death disease? Fang Qingshan's body was shaken. His face immediately turned ugly, and he cursed. Why did he not think of the possibility of false death disease just now? In fact, Fang Qingshan could not be blamed for his carelessness. False death disease in medicine refers to a person's heart stops beating, blood pressure, pulse, respiration and other vital signs have all disappeared. The body also began to become cold. But in a few hours, this person who seems to have died, and then repeat the recovery of respiration, heartbeat, pulse, wake up. This disease is too rare, and the probability of getting this disease is 1 in several hundred million. Even if you look around the world, you will never be able to find a few cases. Moreover, due to this fake death disease, once the attack, it is easy to change from fake death to real death. So whether it is a fake death disease or not, only wait for the patient to live over to be able to determine. Therefore, not to mention Fang Qingshan, even all the experts and directors of Renai Hospital did not think about the rare disease of fake death. If Yang Donghao hadn't said it, they still wouldn't have thought about it after all. Due to the fact that fake death disease was so rare and special, some people hadn't even heard of this kind of strange disease. Dropping these words, Yang Donghao turned around and left, not caring how the stunned people in the hospital room reacted. Anyway, he had already stated Xiao Tian's illness. Whether it could be cured or not, it would depend on the skills of these experts and professors. It's possible that it's still really a fake death disease. Returning to his senses, the more Dean Hong thought about it, the more he felt that Yang Donghao was right. Xiao Tian's illness was that all of a sudden, his heartbeat, respiration and pulse were all gone. This and the extremely rare symptoms of false death disease were exactly the same. He couldn't help but mumble to himself. Could it be that he really hit the nail on the head? False death disease? This is the first time I've heard of it. By the looks of it, it seems like there really is such a disease. The group of doctors inside the ward, hearing President Hong's words and seeing Fang Qingshan's face of sudden realization, all had the same thought in their hearts. It seems that this waiter was really right. Zhao Yong and Zhao Jingwang, father and son, looked at each other, all from each other's eyes, saw each other's regret. Ahem. Glancing at Fang Qingshan, whose face was uncertain, Zhao Yong cautiously asked, Professor Fang, do you see my son him? Fang Qingshan came back to his senses. His face was a bit unsettled. After coughing lightly, he said, it's possible that maybe it's still really a fake death disease. However, I personally think that it's not ruled out that it's encephalitis. Mr. Zhao, my suggestion is that it's better to draw a spinal cord test. If it's determined that it's not encephalitis, then the probability is that it's a fake death disease. In fact, Fang Qingshan also clearly understood in his heart, Xiao Tian's disease is very likely to be fake death disease. The reason why he still insisted on drawing spinal cord tests, that is because he was holding the last glimmer of hope in his heart. Even Fang Qingshan was praying that Xiao Tian's best case was encephalitis. Only in this way can he prove that this professor of medicine is the real deal. Chapter 24, Prof. Fang's slow departure. When Dean Hong heard this, he looked at Fang Qingshan with a complicated gaze, and thought in his heart, it's true that false reputation harms people. In his heart, he knew very well that Xiao Tian's disease was definitely not encephalitis, and President Hong was sure that Fang Qingshan actually understood that he had misread and misdiagnosed the disease before, but for the sake of his own face, he still insisted on having the spinal cord drawn for testing. Why bother? Never heard of. Encephalitis onset symptoms is suddenly heartbeat, breathing, pulse all disappear off. Together with medical arts, to understand is to understand. Not to understand is not to understand. Don't pretend to understand. Dean Hong thought of what Yang Donghao had just said about Fang Qingshan, and suddenly, he felt that it seemed that Yang Donghao's words said nothing wrong. Prof. Fang, you are an expert professor. With your experience, Do you think that my son's chances of getting encephalitis are greater? Or is the probability of this what is called fake death disease greater? Obviously can see that Feng Qingshan said that he has no bottom line. Zhao Yong's face also looks bad. Not salty said, my son is still young. If you do not have full certainty, I think, this spinal cord test or do not do it. After all, my Zhao family is only a single seedling. I spent money to invite the best experts and professors to give my son to see the doctor. The purpose is to let him suffer less. Instead of tossing my son here, he cursed in his heart. What kind of bull **** expert professor? After half a day of looking at the film, listening to the explanation of the condition, and having the spinal cord drawn for laboratory tests, after half a day of tossing and turning, the result was not as accurate as a waiter's diagnosis. Yang Donghao didn't test, didn't ask, and didn't look at the film. What makes Xiao Yong even more angry is that you, Feng Qingshan, are not a good doctor. You can't diagnose my son's disease. That's all right. Now, for your face, you even want to toss my son again. Do you really take me for an idiot? Humph. Feng Qingshan was a bit annoyed by Zhao Yong's words. He grunted fiercely, flung his sleeve and said, Mr. Zhao, since you don't believe in me, then you should ask for another expert. With that, he said to the stagnant Zhao Hongbing on the side, Hongbing, take the things, let's go. This time, Zhao Yong didn't detain him anymore, but said nonchalantly, take your time, Professor Feng, remember to return the consultation fee to me when you turn around. Humph. Feng Qingshan snorted angrily, leading Zhao Hongbing and the two of them. He walked out of the ward quickly without looking back. Fishing for reputation. Really not much skill but not much temper. Zhao Yong also grunted, and turned his head to Dean Hong, who still hadn't figured out whether to stay here or chase out to send Feng Qingshan off. Dean Hong, do you think my son is suffering from fake death disease or not? Dean Hong didn't hesitate and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid that young man was really right. Zhao Yong raised his eyebrows and pursued, then do you have a way to treat it? As far as I know, this kind of disease, there is no way to cure it. Dean Hong spread his hands and said helplessly, this kind of disease is special and rare. Honestly speaking, in all the years I've been practicing medicine, it's still the first time I've encountered. Mr. Zhao, I think, you'd better go to that young man and ask him again. Since he's able to see it, perhaps maybe he has a way to treat it. Dad, you have his contact information, right? Zhao Yong turned back to inquire about Zhao Jingwang. No. Zhao Jingwang shook his head and said, but I know where he works. Thinking that he had just helped Feng Qingshan to say that young Donghao was wrong and ridiculed him for being a waiter. Zhao Jingwang now even regretted his intestines. Obviously before Yang Donghao had pointed out that Lai Xiaotian had gotten sick on the high-speed train, which was enough to prove that he must be a highly skilled medical practitioner to a great extent. But why just now did he ghostly make a mistake and think that Yang Donghao was talking nonsense? After returning to the Yipin Xiang restaurant, Yang Donghao saw that there were already several guests eating inside the restaurant. He quickly walked to the back kitchen and helped Shen Yuan Shui to start working. Back so soon? Have you cured people? Shen Yuan Shui inquired with concern while she was busy. Well, just went over to have a look. Yang Donghao said casually. What do you mean? Shen Yuan Shui pursued. Not cured? Or is it a tricky condition that you can't cure? People won't let me cure it again. Yang Donghao said. Why? Shen Yuan Shui was a little surprised. Just now that old man, obviously begging you. How come he didn't let you cure him again? After saying that, she did not wait for Yang Donghao to answer and said smartly. Little Yang, I think it must be that you went there, found the condition tricky and then found an excuse to sneak back, right? Yang Donghao was too lazy to explain anything and casually said. Well, you guessed right. I knew it must be like this. Shen Yuan Shui raised her willow eyebrows and said in a serious tone. Little Yang helping others to cure this kind of thing. You can't underestimate it as a child's play. What does that saying come from? What's that saying? Plus now the doctor-patient relationship is tense. You are not a doctor. Don't blindly involved in this kind of thing inside to go. If I'm not wrong, you must be in the countryside before the countryside. Learn what? Soil prescription. Also help others to cure some minor diseases, right? But I say to you this city people and your countryside rural people are not the same. This city people's things especially more, and especially pay attention to. You will be those earth prescription. If you can help others to cure the disease, that is not to say anything, but if in case of cure is not good, and then to the tossing instead of the disease. Back to the people do not look for you to trouble strange. So this kind of thing in the future do not mess promised. Understand it? Yang Donghao knows that she is a good intention. Smilingly said, well, I know the Snow Sister. Again, just now I actually did not intend to agree to him, but not you on the side of what to save a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Have to let me go? I'm not looking at that old man poorly? Shen Yuan Shui sniffed and sent him a blank stare. then dryly coughed and said with a slightly reddened pretty face, Xiao Yang. What? Can you do me a favor in a while? Seeing her stuttering appearance, Yang Donghao was a bit curious and said with a smile, what kind of favor? Sister Shui, you have to say it to me first before I can agree. Just say whether you help or not first. Xian Yuan Shui snapped, then I also have to see if I can do it. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and laughed. You can definitely do it. Xian Yuan Shui coughed lightly, thought for a moment and said, it's very simple. Be my boyfriend. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Chapter 25. I'm not just anyone. What? Yang Donghao was stunned. His first reaction was, no, I'm not that casual. He hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. Xian Yuan Shui had a black line on her head. Her pretty face slammed as she looked at Yang Donghao angrily. Little Yang, what do you mean? Sister Shui. Yang Donghao shook his head and explained. Really? I'm not that casual. You shut up. Xian Yuan Shui interrupted him. Let me ask you, am I not pretty? Pretty. Do I have a bad figure? Very good. Then why did you still refuse? Xian Yuan Shui couldn't figure out that Yang Donghao refused so dryly, which couldn't help but make her start to have some doubts. Was her charm not enough? Sister Shui. Yang Donghao thought for a moment and said politely, you are very beautiful. Your body is also good. But, well, we are not suitable. Where is it not suitable? Xian Yuan Shui boarded her pretty face and glared at him. You must give me a suitable reason today. Well, you're the boss and I'm a wage earner. The two of us are not suitable. Yang Donghao racked his brain before holding out a reason. Is that it? Xian Yuan Shui looked at him with a smile. Yes. Yang Donghao nodded his head vigorously. After Xian Yuan Shui stared at him for a few seconds, she suddenly snorted and laughed as if flowers were in full bloom. I'm teasing you, little Yang. You're really making me quite lose face by rejecting me so dryly. Teasing me? Yang Donghao breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Shui, please next time, don't make such a joke, okay? It scared me. What's wrong? Xian Yuan Shui said without a trace of anger. A big beautiful woman like me falls for you and still scares you? You are really interesting. I'm not a witch, so how did I scare you? Yang Donghao touched his nose and didn't explain anything. He could see now that Xian Yuan Shui had already started to enter the state of unreasonableness, so he didn't say anything right. So he simply didn't say anything. Xian Yuan Shui fiercely gave him a blank stare. Xiao Yang, I'm not joking with you anymore. I'm seriously telling you now. Wait a while. I need you to do me a favor. Pretend to be my boyfriend. Understand? Yang Donghao then realized. Pretend to be your boyfriend? Why? This matter is a bit complicated to say the least. Xian Yuan Shui glanced at the time and said hurriedly. Anyway, just say whether you agree or not first. It's better to forget about it, Sister Shui. Yang Donghao hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I'm afraid I'll give you a bad performance. How could it be possible to act out? Xian Yuan Shui skimmed her mouth and said, just imagine me as your girlfriend and say the right things. It's very simple, right? You can't tell me that you haven't even talked to your girlfriend. Yang Donghao shook his head. Really haven't talked about it. Xian Yuan Shui froze, staring at Yang Donghao incredulously. You haven't been in love? With that, she couldn't help but laugh. No. Yang Donghao nodded his head, and in his heart, he wondered, is it so funny that he has not been in love? His life before was very simple, just following his master to cultivate on the mountain, occasionally going down the mountain to help heal people, although he also went to school inside the school, but he really hadn't fallen in love. Well, Xian Yuan Shui covered her mouth and snickered some time later, said, that way well, you will not speak at that time, I will say on the line, you will be in the appropriate fit to say a sentence or two on the line. So there is no difficulty, right? It's better to forget about it, Sister Shui. Yang Donghao politely refused and said, I definitely can't. Do you want to find someone else to try? This kind of thing, how can I find someone else to try? Xian Yuan Shui was speechless, boarding her pretty face viciously said, you think it's buying something? This doesn't work. Change another one? After saying that, she hummed and said, Xiao Yang, you don't have to find any excuses. It's you. If you don't agree, I'll sack you. Yang Donghao was stunned. Sister Shui, I remember when you were recruiting conditions, but did not say that as a waitress you also have to pretend to be your boyfriend. If you don't agree, you have to dismiss. Xian Yuan Shui's pretty face was slightly red, and she hummed savagely. I'm the boss. I have the final say. Is it still okay for me to add this one now? Yang Donghao couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Xian Yuan Shui's pretty face became more and more blushing as she stomped her foot and snapped. Little Yang, just tell me if you're going to answer or not. Then you'll have to tell me the reason for it. Yang Donghao said with a smile. He had previously learned from the second son and the oldest one that the reason Xian Yuan Shui was single, her husband seemed to be no longer alive. Alas, it's one of my neighbor aunts. She knows my situation. Xian Yuan Shui sighed and said, have to introduce me to my boyfriend. I refused her many times. She just called me, said a moment to lead people here. I know how to refuse. I'm also worried about what if the other party comes back later, so it can only be for you to pretend temporarily, so that the neighbor aunt will definitely not mention this matter again in the future. Yang Donghao understood after a brief thought. Shen Yuan Shui meant that she was worried that this person introduced by the neighbor aunt would look at her and thus come to pursue her, so that's why she let herself pretend to be her boyfriend, and at the same time, she wouldn't have to worry about the neighbor aunt introducing her to a boyfriend again in the future. That's fine. After thinking about it, Yang Donghao reluctantly nodded his head and agreed. Sister Shui, I declare in advance, I cannot be someone's boyfriend, so I guess I may not pretend too much. If the performance is not good, you cannot blame me. It's fine. Just sit next to me and say a few words once in a while, Shen Yuan Shui said. Don't worry, it's very simple. Well, that's fine then. Yang Donghao finished cleaning up the kitchen. What time are they coming? A while. Shen Yuan Shui glanced at the time and said, I guess I'll wait until around 1 o'clock or so. I won't be too busy here before I come over. When those tables of guests finished eating, the two of them, Shen Yuan Shui and Yang Donghao, began to pack up. Xiao Shui, a voice came. Yang Donghao turned his head to look and saw a suited man in a suit with a smile on his face, and a middle-aged amma in her 40s. The two of them walked in quickly. Auntie Zhao, you're here. Shen Yuan Shui walked out from the kitchen and greeted the middle-aged amma with a smile while her gaze landed on the body of the man in the suit. And instantly, she froze. Shen Yuan Shui, sure enough, it's you. The suit man's eyes lit up, and he said with surprise and joy, before, when Auntie Zhao said it to me, I thought in my heart, could it be my old classmate? I didn't expect. It's actually really you. Chapter 26, You're just a part-timer. This world is really too small. Returning to her senses, Shen Yuan Shui looked at the man in the suit with some tears and laughter and said, Zhao Ku, I didn't even dream of meeting you. Same. Zhao Ku laughed and said, however, I'm exactly the opposite of you. I can dream of you every time I dream. Shen Yuan Shui laughed. Stop it. Sit down. Shui, Zhao Ku, the two of you are classmates? Auntie Zhao sat down and said gleefully, look. What a coincidence. You child, why didn't you tell me before? She complained about Zhao Ku. Auntie, I didn't think of it before. Zhao Ku smiled and explained. I was thinking, the surname Shen Yuan is rare. Could it really be my classmate? However, we haven't seen each other since we graduated. How many years has it been? He said these last words to Shen Yuan Shui. 5 years. Shen Yuan Shui said after thinking for a moment. Yeah, in the blink of an eye. 5 years have passed. Time passes so quickly. Zhao Ku turned the tables and asked, have you been in Guang City all these years? That's right, have you? Shen Yuan Shui nodded her head. Me too. Zhao Ku surveyed the store and said with emotion, Shen Yuan Shui, we are at least graduates of a key university. How did you end up running such a small store? That's right. In Zhao Ku's opinion, Shen Yuan Shui's situation was a bit downtrodden. It should be that she hadn't mixed well over the years. Shen Yuan Shui sniffed her willow eyebrows slightly. Her heart was slightly dissatisfied. She faintly said, people have their own aspirations. Old classmate, what are you doing now? Look at your appearance. Seems to have lived a very good well. Can still barely make do. Zhao Ku smiled haughtily. Xiao Shui, Zhao Ku is now working at Tianhong Group. Auntie Zhao said from the side with a smug look on her face. He's already the manager of the business department, with an annual salary of over $500,000. Not bad, Zhao Ku. Shen Yuan Shui smiled faintly and said casually, Tianhong Group has a lot of potential for development. You'll definitely get better and better in the future if you work here. You've also heard of the name of Tianhong Group? Zhao Ku was a bit surprised, and then said with some complacency, well, our Mr. Zhao appreciates me more, so I was promoted faster. Next, Zhao Ku began to talk about how he was doing inside the company. Auntie Zhao even chimed in with a few words from time to time, praising Zhao Ku profusely. Xiao Shui. Auntie Zhao saw that Shen Yuan Shui didn't seem to be very interested. Her eyes turned, and gently touched Zhao Ku, smilingly said, I originally intended to give you a good introduction to this nephew of mine, but since you guys are classmates, I think, you guys were more familiar with each other before. I see that you're not too busy here either. And you young people, why don't you go out and have a walk? Watch a movie or something? Right, Shen Yuan Shui. Zhao Ku also reacted and followed Auntie Zhao's words, saying, let's go out and sit down. What do you think, Auntie Zhao? Zhao Ku, it's like this. Shen Yuan Shui paused for a moment and turned around to see Yang Donghao standing aside as if he was fine, and at that moment, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, letting this guy pretend to be her boyfriend, but it turned out to be good. Instead, he had been standing by the side watching the fun. She coughed and said, Donghao, come over and sit down. Yang Donghao saw Xian Yuan Shui's disgruntled appearance, and only then did he come to his senses, and hurriedly walked over with quick steps and sat down with a smile. Immediately, Xian Yuan Shui's arm wrapped around Yang Donghao's body, and said with a smile on her face, "Donghao, this is Auntie Zhao, my neighbor. She usually takes good care of me, and this Zhao Ku is my college classmate. Well, hello guys, my name is Yang Donghao." Yang Donghao nodded his head to the two people, Zhao Ku and Auntie Zhao, who had a stunned look on their faces. Just after he finished speaking, Yang Donghao noticed a slight pain in his waist. No need to ask, it was definitely pinched by Xian Yuan Shui, which made him a little puzzled. What's going on here? Auntie Zhao, Zhao Ku, Donghao is my boyfriend. The two of us have been getting along for some time now. Xian Yuan Shui didn't move and withdrew her hand, smilingly saying, "It's also my fault. I didn't have the good sense to talk to Auntie Zhao before. I'm sorry, Auntie Zhao." Little Snow, he's your boyfriend? Auntie Zhao was stunned as she sized up Yang Donghao and said offhandedly, "Isn't he a waiter in your hotel?" Zhao could just sized up Yang Donghao and immediately laughed. Xian Yuan Shui, don't joke around. What? You guys don't believe it? Xian Yuan Shui froze, then immediately hugged Yang Donghao tighter, and the smile on her face became sweeter. He, Xian Yuan Shui, the two of us have been classmates for a few years now. I still know you better. Zhao smiled and said, "I bet he is 100% sure that he is not your boyfriend. To put it mildly, this Mr. Yang is a bit rustic. If I'm not wrong, he must be a wage earner from the countryside. This kind of person, it's not possible for you to look at him. Where is he rustic?" Xian Yuan Shui's willow eyebrows furrowed as she pretended to be angry and said, "Zhao Ku, I forbid you to talk about my boyfriend like that." Saying that, she pinched Yang Donghao with her hand again. "This wooden nerd, why don't you say something?" He, Xian Yuan Shui, don't put on a show here. Zhao Ku waved his hand, collected his smile and said seriously to Xian Yuan Shui, "To be sincere, I used to like you when I was in school, but you didn't give me a chance back then. Now since we met, I understand your situation and know that your husband passed away. Don't worry, I won't dislike you." He acted as if he was being generous. This sentence immediately stabbed Xian Yuan Shui's heart. Her husband passed away early. She became a widow at a young age. She encountered too much criticism and different gazes. Widow, these two words also let Xian Yuan Shui's heart become more sensitive. Although her mouth does not say anything, but deep inside the heart of the hurt and pain cannot help but have some inferiority complex. Disgusted, Yang Donghao frowned and said to Zhao Ku, "Mr. Zhao, please respect others when you speak. Xian Yuan Shui is my girlfriend. You are just her classmate. What qualifications do you have to dislike her?" Zhao Ku froze and looked at Yang Donghao with amusement. "Little Yang, you are nothing but a wage earner. Even if you don't admit it, I can tell at a glance. What are you pretending in front of me? So what if I'm a wage earner?" Yang Donghao said indifferently, "A wage earner can't be her boyfriend? What a joke, Mr. Zhao. Although you're the manager of some Tianhong group, but to put it bluntly, aren't you still a wage earner? I also don't know where you get your superiority complex from. What's there to be proud of?" Chapter 27, Mr. Yang, do you have any orders? These words made Xian Yuan Shui secretly scream in her heart. That's right, although Zhao Ku was now a manager, he was actually nothing more than a senior wage earner. Oh, Zhao Ku was flabbergasted for a moment, then a trace of anger surfaced on his face as he sneered and said, "I work part-time? Oh, funny, even if I work part-time, I can earn $500,000 a year. How about you? Is there a fraction more than me?" The words just fell. The door of the restaurant was pushed open. The crowd subconsciously looked back, only to see Zhao Jingwang and Zhao Yong, father and son, walked in quickly. "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Ku immediately froze. He didn't think that he would be here. Seeing Zhao Yong, the old boss of Tianhong Group, immediately, it was as if he had springs on his buttocks. As if he had a spring, he popped up from his seat, greeted the past with a big smile, nodded his head and smiled ingratiatingly. "Why did you come here? What a coincidence." As soon as Zhao Yong entered the door, he saw Yang Donghao. He ignored the aside Zhao Ku, and took 3 steps to walk to Yang Donghao's body. With an apologetic face, he respectfully said, "Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, I've come here specifically to apologize to you." This scene instantly left the side of Zhao Ku, eyes beads are bulging out, brain a blank, on the spot petrified. This kid in the end, what is the head? Zhao general manager will even give him an apology? "Mr. Yang, sorry. Zhao Jingwang said to Yang Donghao with a sincere face. "It was all our fault before. I hope you won't be angry or take it to heart." The two of them now clearly understood in their hearts that the only hope for Xiao Tian's disease, if he wanted to be cured, was in Yang Donghao's body. "Apologize?" Yang Donghao's brows wrinkled slightly as he said indifferently, "Don't joke around. The two of you. How can I afford an apology from the two of you? I'll be thankful if you don't let me roll out. He was ridiculing what Zhao Yong had said earlier when he was in the ward of Ren Ai Hospital. Although Yang Donghao was not a vindictive person, he was definitely not a saint either. So he definitely would not pretend that nothing had happened before just because Zhao Yong and his father and son had said sorry. Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry. Zhao Yong's face reddened. His body bent a few more points, and he said respectfully, it was all my fault before. It was my eyes that didn't recognize MT. Taishan, what do you need to do to be able to forgive me? As long as you say it, I'm sure I'll do it right away. Really? Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, yes. Zhao Yong nodded his head and said decisively, as long as you bring it up, I will definitely do it. Definitely no discounts at all. Well, then just get out. I don't want to see the two of you. Yang Donghao said bluntly. Zhao Yong's father and son froze. Mr. Yang. Zhao Yong came back to his senses and smiled bitterly as he pulled out a check from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. This is a $5 million check. It's considered to be my reparation and apology. I just hope that you won't be angry. Okay? Hiss. Zhao Ku, who was on the side, immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air and was immediately dumbfounded. $5 million. Surprisingly, he just hoped that Yang Donghao would not be angry. He worked hard for a year, didn't dare to leave early and be late, worked overtime and was tired as a dog, but only earned $500,000, thinking that he had just ridiculed Yang Donghao, and that he could not earn a fraction of a cent a year. Zhao Ke felt his face flare up. Zhao Ke felt his face burning. This face slapping was a slap in the face. Didn't understand what I said? Yang Donghao didn't even look at the check and said in a salty manner, you said yourself just now, as long as I propose it, you can do it. My request is very simple. Get out. I don't want to see the two of you. Is that clear? Zhao Yong instantly had as big as a bucket. He is not worried about Yang Donghao Lion's mouth. Ask him for sky-high medical expenses. To know, Xiao Tian is his only son, even if it is a dumping. But, as long as it can make Xiao Tian safe and sound, in Zhao Yong's opinion that is enough. After all, if the money is gone, it can be earned back again, while if the person is gone, it's gone and won't be resurrected. Mr. Yang, please. Before Zhao Yong could finish his words, Yang Donghao waved his hand and said indifferently, you guys can leave. Zhao Jingwang's heart moved, pulling Zhao Yong, who was about to say something, accompanied with a smile and said to Yang Donghao, Mr. Yang, we'll roll immediately right now. Zhao Yong also reacted and said in a loud voice, Mr. Yang, don't be angry, we will roll now. The father and son slowly retreated to the doorway and turned around. The check was still sitting on the table. This could not help but make Yang Donghao look at the two men in a different light, and secretly thought in his heart that these two men were considered to be able to take what they could afford and put it down. His gaze fell on Zhao Ke, who was dumbfounded on the side. Zhao Ke had a jolt and came back to his senses. His face showed a smile that was awkward to the extreme, and he said sardonically, Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, just now, was a misunderstanding. What a joke. Even Zhao Yong did not dare to offend. Have to honestly listen to the words of Yang Donghao roll out. Zhao Ke, his little manager, now also dared to pose in front of Yang Donghao? Donghao, just now that person, is the Tianhong Group's boss? The icy smart Shen Yuan Shui, seeing Zhao Ke's appearance, her heart immediately understood clearly. Her pretty face was stunned. I don't know. Yang Donghao shook his head and honestly said, I don't bother to care whether he is the oldest general manager of Tianhong Group or Dihong Group. It has nothing to do with me. That's right. In Yang Donghao's opinion, who Zhao Yong is, does not have a penny to do with him, and he does not ask Zhao Yong for anything. What does he care about Tianhong Group or Dihong Group? But these words fell into Zhao Ke's ears, immediately set off a storm in his heart. Could it be that this Yang Donghao was really not a waiter, but a certain big head of the big man? That's right. That's definitely it. Only this answer could explain why just now when Yang Donghao told Zhao Yong to get out, Zhao Yong honestly agreed. Big auntie. Seeing that Auntie Zhao hadn't reacted to what was going on the sidelines, Zhao Ke hurriedly called out to her in a low voice. Let's go. Go. Auntie Zhao was at a loss. And then, in a whirlwind, she also said somewhat undyingly, you're not going to go out and talk with Xiao Shui? Zhao Ke was about to collapse. Still chatting? What else to chat? If I let Yang Donghao misunderstand that I'm trying to steal his girlfriend, and people casually grin, I'm afraid I'll be out of a job. Big auntie, let's go. As soon as Zhao Ke pulled Auntie Zhao up, he quickly walked outside. Wait! Yang Donghao faintly shouted when he saw this. Zhao Ke was as if he had been cast to stasis, instantly standing still and not daring to move. Turning his head, apprehensive and smiling curtly, he said, Mr. Yang, do you have any orders? Chapter 28, Are you sick? Did you forget something? Yang Donghao frowned slightly when he saw Zhao Ke's appearance of arrogance. Pointing at Xian Yuan Shui beside him, and said indifferently. Zhao Ke froze for a moment, and only then did it dawn on him that he understood young Donghao's meaning, and hurriedly compensated with a smile and said to Xian Yuan Shui, Xian Yuan Shui, I'm sorry I accidentally said the wrong thing just now. I don't mean to disrespect you, so don't be angry. Xian Yuan Shui waved her hand and said politely, it's fine, you are welcome to come and play often in the future. Her heart was suddenly a little warm, secretly thinking that young Donghao was quite attentive, even remembering Zhao Ke's words just now. Definitely. Zhao Ke repeatedly said with a compensatory smile, but if nothing else, he would definitely not come back here in the future. Pulling Auntie Zhao, the two of them left in ashes. Little Young. It was only then that Xian Yuan Shui had the chance to ask young Donghao, those two people just now, what exactly are they doing? She remembered Zhao Jingwang, but did not recognize Zhao Yong. Looking at this check placed on the table, Xian Yuan Shui felt as unreal as if she was dreaming. This was $5 million looking for me to see a doctor. Yang Donghao said casually, didn't you say before that people don't need you to see a doctor? Xian Yuan Shui asked in disbelief, why did you turn around and come back to you, and also give you $5 million? It's because of the reason that others can't cure his child's disease. Yang Donghao said smilingly, oh, Xian Yuan Shui sniffed and thought for a moment, saying, is it a very strange disease? Little Young, others can't cure it, but you can? Do you really know medicine? Honestly, she really didn't believe it at all in her heart. After all, she firmly believed in one thing, if Yang Donghao really had this kind of skill, then why would he run to his own small hotel to be a waiter? Slightly understand some, I have learned before. Yang Donghao said smilingly, it is indeed a rather strange disease. What kind of disease? Xian Yuan Shui curiously pursued. Well, this is a disease you haven't heard of. Yang Donghao waved his hand and said, it's called fake death disease. Fake death disease? Xian Yuan Shui raised her willow eyebrows. What does it mean? It means literally. Yang Donghao simply explained, if someone gets this disease, he will suddenly act like he is dead. His heartbeat and breathing are all gone, but after a few hours, it is possible that he will come back to life. So scary? Xian Yuan Shui was shocked and said offhandedly, wouldn't this be a fraudulent corpse if it was being planned to be cremated and buried? That's right. Yang Donghao laughed. Some of the legends of swindled corpses inside the ancient times in the past were actually true, but they weren't swindled corpses, but rather they had a fake death disease. Then you can cure it? Xian Yuan Shui looked at him half-heartedly. This disease sounded so evil, and Zhao Yang father and son were actually willing to take out 5 million to apologize to Yang Donghao. All of this is enough to prove that this fake death disease is very tricky. Yang Donghao nodded casually. Then what are you waiting for? Xian Yuan Shui pointed at the check and said incomprehensibly, hurry up and accept the money, then go and treat the person. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. I won't take this money. Yang Donghao shook his head. Xian Yuan Shui looked at him speechlessly and after a while, asked, little Young, are you sick? Yang Donghao froze. Xian Yuan Shui said seriously, I remember seeing a movie that had a particularly classic line that went like this, I've seen dogs that don't eat, but I've never seen anyone who doesn't like money. Is that a compliment or a sarcastic remark? Yang Donghao had a black line. It's strange. Xian Yuan Shui said seriously, you're so strange. I'm all. When she said this, she immediately stopped. What's wrong with you? Yang Donghao looked at her strangely. Nothing. Xian Yuan Shui shook her head, pondering in her heart, it can't be that this Xiao Yang is deliberately coming to serve me as a waitress because she has non-consensual thoughts about me? But, also not like just now he let him temporarily pretend to be my boyfriend. He did not hesitate to refuse. Yang Donghao saw Xian Yuan Shui's face changing. A contemplative look. He did not think too much, of course, even if he thought through his head, but also could not think of Xian Yuan Shui's thoughts in his heart right now. Pinched up the check. Yang Donghao pondered for a while, and walked towards the door. He saw very clearly, the Audi A8 that he and Zhao Jingwang rode in before, was still parked on the side of the street outside the door. Son, he's coming. Zhao Jingwang was sitting in the car and saw Yang Donghao coming this way through the car window. He hurriedly pushed Zhao Yong and the father and son got out of the car in a hurry, looking at Yang Donghao with a respectful face. This thing, you take it back. Yang Donghao walked over and handed the check to Zhao Yong, speaking indifferently. Zhao Yong's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Still not forgiving himself? He said pleadingly, Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to do that earlier. I only have such a son. My wife died early because she gave birth to him. My son is still so young. You see, on the basis that he is so pitiful, just save his life. Mr. Yang. Zhao Jingwan's eyes also turned a little red, and he said in a trembling voice, just what will we father and son do before you are willing to forgive us? Yang Donghao frowned slightly and casually took the check in his hand and tore it into pieces. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yong was almost desperate. Gritting his teeth, he fiercely knelt down and said pleadingly, Mr. Yang, I am kneeling down for you. I only beg you to forgive me and save my son. Yang Donghao did not expect Zhao Yong to make such a move. He quickly reached out to pull him up. Zhao Yong desperately wanted to kneel down, but was aware of the great strength in Yang Donghao's hands. There was no way to fight against it. He could only stand up obediently. Mr. Zhao, I won't take this money. Yang Donghao sighed and said, if I had known, why did I bother? I'm sorry Mr. Yang, it's because we have eyes and don't know what's going on. I only ask that you can show kindness and take my son's life. As long as I'm able to do it, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Zhao Yong heard his tone, a slight hint of relief. His heart rekindled hope, bitterly begging, do you have paper and pen? Yang Donghao asked indifferently. Ha? Zhao Yong froze and looked at him in confusion. Zhao Jingwang immediately reacted and said in a loud voice, yes, Mr. Yang, please wait a moment. He hurriedly turned around and got into the car, took a book and a pen out, and handed it to Yang Donghao with both hands. After Yang Donghao took it, he gazed and pondered for a while, swished and wrote down a prescription on the book. Then he put the book and pen into Zhao Yong's hand. Mr. Zhao, find a pharmacy. Go and grab the medicine in accordance with this prescription. Tell them to use the Wenwu fire to alternate. Simmer it for 3 hours, divide it into 3 pairs of medicines, and at 12 o'clock in the evening every day, give it to your son to take, 1 pair a day, and after 3 days, he will be cured. Chapter 29, You're my nobleman. Thank you. Zhao Yong was trembling with excitement. His hands grasped the book tightly as if he was holding a priceless treasure, and he bowed to Yang Donghao repeatedly with gratitude. Yang Donghao waved his hand and turned around to go back. Little Yang, Shen Yuanshui said curiously, what did you go out for? Did you accept that $5 million? Did you promise to help cure that old man? No, Yang Donghao casually said, gave it back to them. He didn't bother to say that he tore up the check, otherwise it would definitely make Shen Yuanshui fuss again. Then it seemed that he was the one who wasn't sure of the cure either. Shen Yuanshui did not feel surprised. Think it is very normal. After all, that child got the disease. Is really too strange, and Yang Donghao is just a working man from the countryside. He can cure that is really strange. As for Yang Donghao's previous words, Shen Yuanshui directly chose to ignore the words. After the restaurant closed at night, Yang Donghao was about to close the store door when a squatting person across the street hurriedly ran over. Brother Dong. He smiled sarcastically at Yang Donghao. It was Gangzi. Yang Donghao was a little surprised. Have you been there all alone? He pointed across the street. Gangzi nodded repeatedly. You're looking for me for something? Yang Donghao smiled. Brother Dong. Me? Can I follow you? Gangzi clenched his teeth and spoke cautiously, looking at Yang Donghao hopefully. Follow me? Yang Donghao froze, not understanding what he meant. It's that I want to follow you. Gangzi hurriedly explained. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Only then did Yang Donghao realize, and then crowed. What are you following me for? I'm still a waiter myself. Brother Dong, although you are a waiter now, I believe that you will definitely accomplish something in the future. Gangzi looked at him seriously. Why? Yang Donghao asked curiously. Because, Gangzi uttered for half a day and finally spoke. Because you are my honorable man. That's why I believe you will definitely accomplish something in the future. I'm your honorable man? Who said that? Yang Donghao was a bit surprised. The old man I met on the high-speed train before said it. Gangzi said in a serious manner. He said that this time when I enter the city, I will meet my nobleman and then support me. And in the future, I will have a great and wonderful future. Yang Donghao looked at him speechlessly. How can you believe such words? He also did not know whether to say that Gangzi is naive or stupid as a person. I didn't believe it at first. Gangzi said seriously, but I believed it later. Look, little brother. I just left the high-speed train station. I broke my foot. It was you who helped me to cure it. Then I was tricked to engage in a pyramid scheme. After I escaped, I was penniless. It was you who said that I would be rich. And the result was that I was really rich, and I made $10,000. After a pause, he aggravated his tone and said, the most important thing is that all of this is because of you. So I finally understand. That old man and I said that I will meet a nobleman. Now it seems that my nobleman must be you. So I decided to follow you. Yang Donghao took his words, and after carefully pondering over them, he finally understood. Looking at the earnest and serious-looking Gangzi, he crowed, Gangzi, I'm not your nobleman. No, brother Dong. You are, Gangzi said insistently. Originally in the countryside, these so-called ghosts and gods were often mentioned, and the number of people who believed in them was also extremely high. Gangzi grew up in the countryside, and only had elementary school culture. Plus he usually heard a lot of ghost and monster stories, which led to him being extremely convinced of the ghosts and gods. Yang Donghao stared at Gangzi carefully and seriously. and silently projected his fortune in his heart. Immediately, he was slightly shocked. Judging from Gangzi's fortune, this guy actually had some destiny with himself. With Yang Donghao's cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refining realm, he could only barely see a few parts of a person's fortune, and roughly predicted what might happen in a few months or so, only to reach the next realm Jindan stage, condensed out of the mixed Yuan Jindan, only to be able to barely see a person after a number of years of a trace of the situation. As for those fortune tellers on the street, a pinch of the finger can be calculated that there will be a catastrophe after a certain number of years. That is pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And Kong Zi's destiny actually showed that he and Yang Donghao had constantly crossed paths in a few months. In other words, the two of them were really destined to be together. Brother Dong, just take me in and let me work with you. Gangzi looked at Yang Donghao staring at himself without saying anything. Fearing that Yang Donghao would refuse, he said in a loud voice, I can endure hardship. I have some strength. I'll do whatever you want me to do, as long as I can eat. Yang Donghao came back to his senses, pondered for a moment, and said, Gangzi, because I am also working for someone else, so there is no way for me to promise you. Right now, well, why don't we do it this way? You leave me a contact information. I'll turn around and look for you. How about it? Gangzi scratched his head. I don't have a cell phone. Can't you go buy one? Yang Donghao was speechless. Didn't you just earn $10,000? Spent it all? No. Gangzi shook his head back and forth. I didn't even bother to spend it. Well, then okay Dong, I'll go buy a cell phone. What's your phone number? Yang Donghao told him the phone number. Gangzi firmly memorized it. Before leaving, he said, Brother Dong, don't lie to me. I just recognize you anyway. You're my nobleman. Why would I lie to you? Yang Donghao smiled and waved his hand. After sending Gangzi away, he pondered in his heart how to arrange Gangzi. Well, turn around and give a word to that Mr. Zhao. Let Gangzi go work inside his company. After Yang Donghao pondered for a while, he thought of a way. This is not a difficult thing for Zhao Yong. As long as he is willing to open his mouth, I believe that even if he gives Gangzi a manager's position to do, Zhao Yong will definitely agree to do it. However, Yang Donghao did not intend to do so. After all, just from the countryside out, do not know anything, and before nothing to do, really let him go to Zhao Yong's Tianhong group. To be a manager, that may not be a good thing for just Sun. On the contrary, it may be a bad thing. A few days later, in the ward of Renai Eye Hospital, Mr. Zhao. Today, young Zhao's condition is very good. His spirit is also much better than the previous days. Moreover, there have been no cases of coma for no reason. The nurse on duty, with a smile on her face, reported the child's condition to Zhao Yong. Chapter 30, asking what love is in the world. Tough luck. Zhao Yong smiled with a burst of joy in his heart and waved his hand, sending the nurse away. Son, it seems like that Mr. Yang could really be a strange person just like you said before. Zhao Jingwang happily spoke to Zhao Yong. I've been keeping watch here for the past 2 days. Little Tian is obviously much more spirited than before, and loves to smile. Just don't know, after this last pair of medicines is finished tonight, will little Tian be able to be discharged from the hospital? I'll ask Mr. Yang tomorrow. Zhao Yong tapped his fingers rhythmically, after a long time, said in a deep voice, Dad, this Mr. Yang should be a high level of medical skill to the extreme. Otherwise, at the beginning would not be in the high-speed train. It will be a glance out of the small day he has a disease in the body. But such a high level of medical skill of a person, how will be willing to stoop to a small hotel as a waiter it? Moreover, when faced with that check at first, it didn't move the slightest bit, and tore it up casually. Otherwise I'd say that he really is a strange person just as you said? Zhao Jingwang was also overwhelmed with emotion and said with a bitter smile, this kind of strange person, his thoughts, are simply not something we can speculate on. That's true. Zhao Yon nodded. After going inside the group early in the morning to hold a morning meeting and dealing with some urgent matters, Zhao Yong drove his car and arrived in front of the Yipin Siang Hotel. He happened to see Yang Donghao opening the store door. Mr. Yang. Zhao Yong hurriedly got out of the car and walked quickly to Yang Donghao. Oh, when Yang Donghao saw him, he knew the purpose of his visit. The 3 pairs of medicines are already finished, right? Yes, Mr. Yang. Seeing that he took the initiative to bring up the matter, Zhao Yong hurriedly nodded his head. Then it's fine. Yang Donghao waved his hand and said, you can be discharged. Zhao Yong immediately breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and said with heartfelt gratitude, Mr. Yang, that's really thankful to you. To be honest, I came over this time, other than wanting to consult about the child's illness. The most important thing is that I want to thank you. There's no need for thanks. Yang Donghao waved his hand. It's fine. You can go back. Mr. Yang. Zhao Yong had come over this time specifically with the purpose of befriending Yang Donghao. He knew very well in his heart that if he was able to strike a good relationship with such a strange person like young Donghao, then he might be able to have a talisman to save his life at critical moments in the future. He hurriedly said, "Lives are at stake. You saved my son. If you don't let me repay your kindness, I really can't bear it in my heart." Right. Hearing him say this, Yang Donghao instantly remembered one thing. He smiled and said, "There is really one thing that I need to trouble you to do me a favor. You please say." Zhao Yong immediately overjoyed. He is not afraid of Yang Donghao trouble him. He is actually worried about Yang Donghao does not trouble him. Like him, this kind of shopping mall elite heart is very clear about one thing. The relationship between people is in the constant mutual trouble in the middle. He said, "There is really a thing that need to trouble you to help me a favor." Trouble in the middle, slowly built up. But whatever I can do, I will definitely help you do. If I can't do it, I will definitely try to help you do it. Zhao Yong said with a serious and solemn face. In that manner, he was close to swearing an oath. It's not as complicated as you think. Yang Donghao said smilingly, "It's actually very simple. I have a friend who is currently unemployed. Just let him go to you as a security guard." After a pause, he added, "This is considered as you repaying my favor. How about it?" Ah, Zhao Yong instantly broke his jaw in shock, and after being stunned, he said in tears and laughter, "Mr. Yang, you're joking with me, right? Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Yang Donghao asked him back. Zhao Yong laughed bitterly. At least he was the president of Tianhong Group. The amount of money that passed through his hands every year was as much as tens of billions of dollars. Due to the group's business becoming more and more extensive, the three vice presidents under him didn't dare to bother him easily when there were no major matters. And right now, the favor that Yang Donghao even asked him to do was to arrange a security job for someone else. If you can't arrange it, then forget it. Yang Donghao saw him smile bitterly, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Can arrange, Mr. Yang. Zhao Yong saw his frown and immediately said, "This is just a matter of words. I do think that arranging for your friend to be a security guard isn't a bit too shabby? Otherwise, security department manager? What do you think? An ordinary security guard will do." Yang Donghao waved his hand. "I'll find some time and lead him to you." "Okay, Mr. Yang." Zhao Yong laughed bitterly and wondered in his heart, can't it be that this strange man specializes in just doing strange things? He didn't dare to ask too many questions for fear of upsetting Yang Donghao. He turned his words around and respectfully said, "Mr. Yang, I wonder if you are free today. I would like to invite you for a casual meal. Forget about dinner." Yang Donghao thought for a moment and said, "I've just opened the door here and I still have to clean up." He pointed to the Yipin Xiang restaurant behind him. Zhao Yong's heart moved, and he cautiously tried to say, "Mr. Yang, otherwise, you can work in my group? Don't worry, usually you can go if you want to, and if you don't want to go, there won't be anyone." Little Young. A voice came and interrupted Zhao Yong. Xian Yuanshui carried 2 bags of vegetables, struggling to come over from the side, and said in a bad mood, "Didn't you see me carrying so many things? Don't know to come over and help?" Coming. Yang Donghao quickly walked over, took the dishes in Xian Yuanshui's hands and said to Zhao Yong, "Mr. Zhao, I'll get busy first." "Okay, you are busy. Zhao Yong nodded his head repeatedly. Seeing Xian Yuanshui's playful appearance, a thought suddenly popped up in his heart. Can't it be that this Mr. Yang's willingness to be a waitress here is because of her? Back in the car, the more Zhao Yong thought about it, the more he felt that his guess should be correct. What this Mr. Yang was currently doing should be exactly the same as the Tang Pak Fu in that Tang Pak Fu Point's Autumn Fragrance movie. Both of them were in pursuit of love. That's why they were willing to stoop down to be a waitress. That's right, that's definitely it. Zhao Yong muttered, asking the world, what is love? Straight to teach people to live and die. Even a strange person like Mr. Yang can't escape the temptation of feelings. He mused for a while and suddenly had an idea in his heart. After returning to the company, Zhao Yong dialed the purchasing department manager's phone. "Manager Feng, come to my office." A thumping knock sounded on the door and Manager Feng gently pushed the door open and walked in, calling out in a respectful voice, "Mr. Zhao, you're looking for me? There is a restaurant named Yipin Xiang on South Construction Road," Zhao Yong said in a faint voice. "From today onwards, when providing lunch to the company's employees, order from this one piece of fragrance restaurant. Is that clear?" Chapter 31, The Rent Has Risen. "Well, I know Mr. Zhao." Manager Feng was flabbergasted for a moment. "Do you have any more orders?" "No, go." Zhao Yong waved his hand, and in his heart, he added, "Remember, have a good attitude. Well, don't need them to come and send it, and don't tell them even more which company we are. After it's done, just send someone to pick it up and bring it back. Got it?" Manager Feng was confused, but he still had the good sense not to ask why. Nodded and said, "I understand." "Good." Zhao Yong waved his hand. "You get busy." At the same moment, ugh, Shen Yuanshui plopped down on the cash register and counted the income of the past few days. Her willow brows knitted tightly. She couldn't help but sigh and mumble to herself. Business is really hard. The guests that have come in the past few days are getting fewer and fewer. Sister Shui, I think, most of our store is filled with some new customers, and there are very few returning customers. Have you noticed? Yang Donghao asked tentatively while mopping the floor. Found out. Shen Yuanshui smiled bitterly and said, but what can be done about it? Is anyone there? A voice rang out from outside the door. An old man, approximately in his 60s, walked in, his eyes glancing around. Uncle Ning? Shen Yuanshui came out and saw this old man. She was slightly stunned, then she hurriedly squeezed out a smile. You sit, little Shui. Uncle Ning sat down and said with a smile, you cleaned up quite cleanly here. Not bad. Shen Yuanshui turned around and searched for a circle, but did not find a kettle, and raised her voice and shouted, Xiao Yang, where's the kettle? Pour Uncle Ning a cup of water. Yang Donghao answered and took out the kettle from the back kitchen. Uncle Ning waved his hand and shook his head. No need to be so troublesome. Xiao Shui, I came here this time. I want to talk to you in advance. Your rent here will be coming next month. I want to ask you, do you still continue to rent? Yang Donghao then realized that this old man was the landlord. Uncle Ning, I still want to rent for another year. Shen Yuanshui took the kettle and poured him a cup of boiling water. It's like this. Uncle Ning coughed dryly and said, Xiao Shui, you're a foreigner. You've also rented this house of mine for 2 years. How can I say this? These past few years, prices have risen very much. In the past, a caddy of pork was only $12 or so, but now it's all risen to more than 30. Alas, he explained the intention. I mean, if you want to continue to rent again, this rent can also have to rise some. Shen Yuanshui's smile was a little stiff. Uncle Ning, how much do you intend to raise it? Before it was $50,000 a year. Now I want to rent it for $70,000 a year. Uncle Ning said with some embarrassment. Uncle Ning, isn't this a bit much? Shen Yuanshui became a bit anxious upon hearing this. Little Snow, a few days ago, someone found me and wanted to rent the store, promising to give me $70,000 a year in rent. Uncle Ning explained. I'm not asking for money indiscriminately. What I mean is, if you want to continue to rent it, then I'm sure it's my priority to let you continue to rent it. If you think it's expensive, it's not that there's still a month left before it expires, and you'll also have the time to look at the rest of the place. Shen Yuanshui's willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, pondered for a moment, and said, Uncle Ning, I'll think about it, okay? Good. Uncle Ning nodded and stood up. Then you get busy. Have some water before you go? Shen Yuanshui said politely. No. Uncle Ning waved his hand and walked out unhurriedly. Ugh. After Uncle Ning left the house, Shen Yuanshui sat down again with a sad face, dazed and confused. What's wrong, Sister Shui? Yang Donghao looked at her sad face and casually asked. Still continue to rent? How else can I rent it? Shen Yuanshui returned to her senses and sighed. It wasn't making any money, barely enough to keep going, and with this rent hike, it's definitely going to lose money. She looked at Yang Donghao with some embarrassment, coughed lightly, and said slightly awkwardly, Little Young, that, or else, you go to other places to apply for a job to try? Don't worry, although you haven't worked for a month yet, I'll give you a salary according to a month. Yang Donghao was flabbergasted for a moment before he reacted. So it was Shen Yuanshui who wanted to dismiss himself. This made Yang Donghao cry and laugh a little. This first job in his life, could it be that he was unemployed because the landlord wanted to renew the lease? Xiao Yang, it's not that you're not doing a good job. Honestly, after you came, you helped me a lot. Shen Yuanshui saw the situation and quickly explained. Rather, it's that Uncle Ning raised the rent. A rise is $20,000. My side really can't hold out. I'm not hiding from you. It looks like I also have to plan to find a new place with a cheaper rent. Well, Sister Shui, I understand. Yang Donghao nodded. Your business here, originally wasn't very good. Also, this one pot fresh that you made, the flavor is quite average. It's one pot fresh. Shen Yuanshui corrected him. They all look pretty much the same to me. Yang Donghao laughed, changed his mind and asked, Sister Shui, why don't you consider running something else? I think your one piece fresh has an average flavor, and it's also a bit expensive. Shen Yuanshui's face flashed a trace of sadness, sighed, whispered, I know. In fact, right, open this restaurant is not my intention, is his dream. Yang Donghao's heart moved, seeing Shen Yuanshui's depressed appearance. He vaguely guessed something, and tentatively asked, Sister Shui, this Yapingxiang is what your deceased husband intended to open during his lifetime? Shen Yuanshui closed her beautiful eyes, gently nodded, self-deprecating with a trace of unspeakable sadness. That's right, the two of us were classmates. But he didn't like the profession he was studying. He always liked food. Back then, he always said to me that in the future he wanted to open a husband and wife's small restaurant. He wanted to create his own recipes, and then little by little, he made it into the most famous food in the country, and opened up the entire country. Her eyes were a little red. Yang Donghao was silent. In this moment, he suddenly thought of his own master. For this kind of grief of losing someone close to him, he was empathetic. Sister Shui. After a while, Yang Donghao said tentatively, the current Ipin Xiang, this cooking method and ingredients, were all researched by him? Aha! Shen Yuan Shui wiped the corners of her eyes, nodded, and laughed self-deprecatingly. I used to be a person who couldn't even cook, so how could I possibly understand this? Then can I offer an opinion? Yang Donghao said politely, I think that it can be slightly improved. Chapter 32, Medicinal Cuisine. Shen Yuan Shui didn't even think about it when she heard this and immediately shook her head. No, this is what he spent his mind on and personally formulated. I won't change it. Sister Shui. Yang Donghao saw that she was so stubborn and persuaded. What is the purpose of you opening this restaurant? It is to fulfill my husband's dying wish for him. Shen Yuan Shui said. Then if it was such that it was poorly run, unable to sustain itself, and eventually closed down, then surely this was not what he would have wished to see, right? Yang Donghao asked rhetorically. Of course not. Shen Yuan Shui gritted her teeth and said, unless I starve to death. Otherwise, I must keep this store open. Yang Donghao was speechless and thought in his heart, so you dismissed me, right? Coughing gently, he then said, Sister Snow, I say a sentence is not very nice. Your idea I personally am very supportive, but people need to be flexible, right? I think, your husband if he is in the words, certainly will be this a product of incense recipes and production process, continue to improve, after all. Your original idea is to this a product of incense to open all over the country, rather than hope that because of the customer less and close down, right? Shen Yuan Shui did not say anything, picking up her water cup and taking a sip. Yang Donghao did not rush her either. If it was anyone else, then Yang Donghao would probably have already patted his butt and left. But what did Shen Yuan Shui say? Sort of have a feeling of being at the same end of the world. Moreover, after knowing about Shen Yuan Shui, Yang Donghao's heart to her, there is still some admiration. Imagine, a weak woman, alone in the field to fight, and before that, she was harassed by rogue gangsters. Her purpose is simple, just want to fulfill her husband's living wish, to guard the dream they once had. Xiao Yang, do you mean to improve the recipe? After a while, Shen Yuan Shui sighed and looked at him confused and helpless. How can I change it? Do you know how to cook? You don't say. I really do know. Yang Donghao said smilingly, Sister Shui, Yuri Pin Xiang, I think, its biggest drawback is actually that it doesn't have any selling points. What do you mean? Shen Yuan Shui looked at him in confusion. Yang Donghao explained. For example, a piece of branded clothing. The reason it is expensive is because its brand is very famous. While a cottage, even if the style is exactly the same and the materials used are exactly the same, but it wants to sell branded clothing for the same price. Naturally, it's not possible at all. No one will be that stupid. Shen Yuan Shui understood what he meant and asked, you mean, lower the price? No. Yang Donghao shook his head and said, what I mean is, to create a selling point for Ipin Xiang. Selling point, Xiao Yang. Then do you have any methods? Shen Yuan Shui looked at him contemplatively. I think we can improve some of the cooking methods and ingredients on the existing basis, add some Chinese herbs, and then we'll use the nourishing medicinal cuisine as a selling point. Yang Donghao spoke out his idea. Medicinal meal? Shen Yuan Shui's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Can you make it? Of course. Yang Donghao smiled. If I don't know how could I possibly bring it up? People nowadays are focusing more and more on health and wellness, not to mention other things. Even the gimmick of medicinal meals will definitely attract many people to come. Shen Yuan Shui was delighted in her heart, but then she was a little worried. But Xiao Yang, when herbs are added to the food, will it taste especially bitter like Chinese medicine? If that's the case, it definitely won't sell. People are here to eat, not to take medicine. Yang Donghao laughed. Of course not. Not only does it not have the flavor of Chinese medicine, but it is also particularly fragrant. Really? Shen Yuan Shui was a little disbelieving. I'll get you a simple medicinal meal first. You'll know after you taste it. After Yang Donghao went inside the nearby Chinese medicine store and bought some chen pai, gui yuan and other herbs, he returned to the back kitchen of the hotel and he started to get busy. Shen Yuan Shui stood at the side and watched. This was the first time she had seen Yang Donghao cooking. Previously, it was always her who did it, and Yang Donghao helped her pick vegetables and make a start. Picking vegetables, washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, starting the pot to burn oil and so on, a series of doing down. Yang Donghao's action is like flowing water, and even have a trace of art flavor in it. It was as if a master-level painter was painting. Although the painting was not yet finished, but every stroke he made during the painting was breathtaking and indulgent. Xian Yuanshui was watching from the sidelines, with only one thought in her mind. Surprisingly, someone is able to make cooking also pleasing to the eye? Alright, wait for 20 minutes and it will be ready. Yang Donghao covered the lid of the pot, wiped his hands and turned around. Seeing Xian Yuanshui looking at himself with unblinking eyes, he was slightly stunned and said suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing." Xian Yuanshui came back to his senses, his pretty face slightly red, said, "Xiao Yang, that's all? It's that simple? Then how hard do you think it is?" Yang Donghao looked at her breathlessly. The purpose of the medicinal meal is to nourish the body. It's not for medication. Just add a few herbs and it's done. Ah, then does it work? Xian Yuanshui asked. It won't eat out the problem, right? Eat out problems? Yang Donghao gave her a blank look. Are you kidding? How can that be? When he and his master lived in the mountains before, they ate all sorts of medicinal meals almost every day. Of course, medicinal meals was just a general term. The specific herbs, cooking methods were all different. As far as Yang Donghao, who was well versed in the art of medicine, was concerned, he was able to make hundreds of different kinds of medicinal meals, but specific to the cost of restaurant operations, the degree of difficulty in making, Yang Donghao just chose a relatively common, simple practice. This medicinal meal, if eaten every day, can nourish and tonify the kidneys, brighten the eyes and refresh the mind, and as long as you eat it for 3 consecutive meals, you'll feel your body start to improve significantly. Yang Donghao explained, for those who are sub-healthy, it is even more beneficial. A trace of aroma began to permeate out from the pot. This flavor is indeed quite unique, and quite fragrant. Xian Yuanshui's yao nose twitched. This scent was very different from the previous Ipin Xiang, and the scent that was now permeating inside the kitchen. Although mixed with a hint of Chinese herbs as well, it was a very different flavor from the kind that was used when boiling Chinese herbs. There is the flavor of the Chinese herbs and the fragrance of the ingredients, and it is not pungent. There is also a special fragrance. Xiao Yang, how did you do it? Xian Yuanshui asked curiously. Chinese medicine is about the ruler and the minister. Yang Donghao explained. This medicinal meal is likewise, although there is a word medicine inside the medicinal meal, but the medicine in it only plays the role of auxiliary, the role of blending. The ingredients are the monarch, so in the flavor as well. The medicinal flavor not only won't suppress the flavor of the ingredients, but also can play a role in setting off the flavor of the ingredients. Chapter 33 Big Order. Xian Yuanshui listened to what she seemed to understand. She only felt that the scent was getting stronger and stronger, drilling into the inside of her nose one by one, making her unable to help but secrete saliva and eat her fingers. When will it be ready? Soon. Yang Donghao glanced at her and asked with a smile. What? Are you hungry? I just want to taste it. I heard you bragging about it so suspensefully. I don't know if it's true or not. Xian Yuanshui gave a dry cough. Yang Donghao guffawed and did not expose her. A few minutes later, he turned off the fire and lifted the lid of the pot. An even more intense fragrance filled the kitchen. Xian Yuanshui couldn't help but gulp. Picking up a pair of chopsticks, she reached into the pot. I'll taste it. She picked up a chopstick of vegetables, blew on it, and stuffed it into her mouth. A wonderful, indescribable sensation filled her mouth, without a trace of the alkaloidal flavor of the so-called Chinese herbs. After chewing a few times and swallowing, Xian Yuanshui only felt the fragrance on her tongue, still lingering for a long time. Evocative. She couldn't help but say, it's so fragrant, it's so delicious. After finishing this pot of medicinal food in 3 or 2 bites, Xian Yuanshui was still a bit unfulfilled. However, more than anything, she was still elated and excited. Sister Shui, you see, the focus of this medicinal meal's collocation actually lies in the portion size. Yang Donghao explained to Xian Yuanshui, Chinese medicine is extremely important for the portion of herbs. As the saying goes, as long as the dose is sufficient, everything is poisonous. Many prescriptions, the portion of herbs grams, are very concerned, such as epiphyllum, this kind of drug, it is poisonous, but if you master to pinpoint the portion of grams, it is not necessary for you to take it. Palacula can be used to treat many diseases. We have this medicinal meal dipped in the word medicine, for the portion is also to grasp the precision. You go to buy a small scale back, I will tell you the recipe. Back to you will be weighed, divided into small packets of herbs, so that when you do it in the future is also more convenient. I know, thank you Xiao Yang. Xian Yuanshui nodded her head repeatedly. Her mood was a little complicated. She originally actually thought of quietly learning from Yang Donghao, mastering this kind of medicinal cuisine, but as a result, she never thought that Yang Donghao would directly tell her about all of them, not hiding anything at all. In the catering industry, the most important thing is a dish recipe and production methods. The most typical example, is all over the country. Lanzhou ramen. Ramen this thing, casually find a noodle case master, will be able to pull out, but if there is no Lanzhou ramen production soup unique seasoning recipe, then the taste of nature is much worse, and this seasoning recipe is the soul of Lanzhou ramen. What are you polite about? Sister Shui, you help pick the vegetables first, I'll divide the herbs for you, and later I'll teach you to make this medicinal meal. Yang Donghao was busy without looking back. Good. Shen Yuan Shui moved a small bench and began to clean up and pick vegetables. After finishing picking a bundle of vegetables, raising her head, through the rising steam, Shen Yuan Shui saw Yang Donghao busy in front of the stove. And suddenly, Yang Donghao's figure seemed to change into that familiar figure. Shen Yuan Shui's body stiffened all of a sudden. Tears flooded inside her beautiful eyes as she watched this figure obsessively busy, tears dripping down her pretty face. Xiao Xue, I developed a dish. You wait for a while, I'll give you a taste when I'm done. Fool, you go sit outside and wait for me. The kitchen is so choked. What are you doing here? The mind vaguely echoed that familiar voice. Shen Yuan Shui's tears, cannot restrain, more and more flow faster and faster. Alright, Yang Donghao after some busy work, clapped his hands, turned around, saw Shen Yuan Shui staring at himself with unblinking eyes. Long ago tears flowed, he was instantly startled. Sister Shui, what's wrong with you? Ah, the figure in front of Shen Yuan Shui's eyes turned into Yang Donghao's surprised appearance. She had a jolt and came back to her senses. She hurriedly wiped the tear stains on her face and reluctantly smiled. I'm fine. Yang Donghao looked down and looked back at the stove. Vaguely, guessed why Shen Yuan Shui suddenly cried. Boss. A voice rang out from the doorway. Manager Feng pushed open the door and walked in, subconsciously sniffing hard, and thought in his heart, it smells so good. Hello. Shen Yuan Shui hurriedly welcomed out. How many? Manager Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Yuan Shui. Immediately, he politely said, I would like to order some rice and pack it away. In his heart, he suddenly understood why Zhao Yong had appointed him to order food from the small and not so famous restaurant. Did this even need to be asked? It must be that Zhao Yong wanted to pursue this beautiful boss lady. That's why he had Manager Feng run here to order a meal, and he didn't have to have it delivered to his door. It was still self-pickup. The way rich people picked up girls was really different. One serving? Shen Yuan Shui subconsciously asked. It's 80 copies. Manager Feng said. Shen Yuan Shui was shocked and looked at him with her jaw dropped. How many copies? She suspected that she had heard wrong. 80 copies. Manager Feng repeated. Okay, please take a seat. Shen Yuan Shui was overjoyed. Honestly, after opening a restaurant for so long, it was the first time she had received such a large order. Even when business was good in the past, she had only been able to sell more than 40 copies a day. Right now this customer, one opening is 80 copies. This makes Shen Yuan Shui have a kind of feeling as if dreaming. Xiao Yang, go out and buy some more food. Shen Yuan Shui hurriedly walked quickly to the back kitchen and said to Yang Donghao, it's going to be 80 servings of rice. Well, forget it, prepare some more. 100 servings. Good. Although Yang Donghao was a bit surprised, he still nodded his head and agreed. He didn't know that Zhao Yong was using this method to thank him, and Zhao Yong also didn't know that his method of showing his gratitude was instead making Yang Donghao do more work. Boss, this ipin siang of yours, what kind of ingredients are you using? Manager Feng's nose, constantly sniffing, only to feel that his saliva was about to flow out. He couldn't help but ask curiously, why does it smell so good? This ipin siang of ours is a medicinal meal made with fresh vegetables, meat, and Chinese herbs. Shen Yuan Shui hurriedly explained. Not only can it nourish and tonify the kidneys, brighten the eyes and refresh the mind, not only does it taste good, but it is also very beneficial to the body. Manager Feng was stunned and said curiously, it's a medicinal meal? Is it that magical? That's right. Shen Yuan Shui nodded. Anyway, regardless of the fact that Yang Donghao made this medicinal meal, in the end, whether or not it was as magical as he had bragged about, just from the flavor alone, it was really delicious. Manager Feng smelled the fragrance that came to his nose, and thought in his heart, anyway, regardless of whether this medicinal meal is really so magical, just this fragrance, it will definitely not be difficult to eat. Chapter 34 Why are you so nice to me? Shen Yuan Shui hurriedly went to the next food market to buy food. When she came back, she saw Manager Feng standing on the curb in front of the store smoking a cigarette while a car was parked next to him and there was a driver there whispering something to him. Shen Yuan Shui's heart stirred. Strange, this person came to eat for the first time and ordered so many takeaways? It feels as if he was entrusted to come by someone else. Thinking of seeing that Zhao Yong in the morning, an idea popped up in her heart. Could it be, he was sent by that Mr. Xiao Yang? Shen Yuan Shui returned to the back kitchen and while picking vegetables with Yang Donghao, she asked without moving, what did that general manager Zhao come to find you again in the morning? Or did he ask you to help cure his children? Well, already helped cure them, Yang Donghao casually said while picking vegetables. Ah, really? Shen Yuanshui froze as she listened and looked at Yang Donghao suspiciously. Didn't you say last time that the child had some kind of fake death disease that was particularly difficult to cure? Did you really cure him? Yang Donghao nodded his head. I see. Shen Yuanshui came to a sudden realization. The joy of receiving a big order earlier in her heart instantly disappeared, and was replaced by some complexity. Little Young, she dryly coughed, said, that, I think you this medicinal food. The flavor is very good. I believe that our business can certainly be good. You stay here to help, okay? Sister Shui, you're not going to dismiss me again? Yang Donghao guffawed and poked fun at her. Nasty. Shen Yuanshui's face immediately turned red, stomped her foot and snapped, don't mention which pot is which, okay? If it wasn't for Uncle Ning raising the rent, I never had any intention of firing you. Yang Donghao laughed and didn't say anything. After the two of them had a busy time, they were finally able to make the 80 meals ordered by Manager Phone. Manager Phone made a phone call, and in a short while, a van drove over, and two young men came down from above, and loaded the meals onto the car and carried them away. And before Manager Phone left, he asked for Xian Yuanshui's phone number, and told her to call her in advance if she ordered meals tomorrow. It would be nice if we could receive such a large order every day in the future. Xian Yuanshui smiled happily with contentment after counting the money. Don't worry, Yang Donghao said confidently, they will definitely become repeat customers. That's right. Xian Yuanshui nodded her head repeatedly. Even someone as picky as her felt that she could not get enough after eating the medicinal meal made by Yang Donghao. If not for the fact that she was really propped up, she would have wanted to eat a little more. Moreover, she knew in her heart that this person must be sent by Zhao Yong. As long as Yang Donghao was here, the order wouldn't fret at all. Right, Sister Shui? I'll write down the method of making this medicinal meal, the ingredients, all for you. Yang Donghao searched for a piece of paper and a pen, and after pondering for a while, he began to write. Here. After writing, Yang Donghao handed the paper to Xian Yuanshui. Xian Yuanshui looked down. The paper was written in great detail. Which herbs, how many grams were needed, cooking time for a few minutes and so on were all written in great detail. Just follow the steps. Xiao Yang. Xian Yuanshui raised her head, complexly looked at Yang Donghao, couldn't help but ask, why are you so good to me? Ah, Yang Donghao froze, scratched his head and asked in confusion, Sister Shui, what did you say? I didn't understand. Shen Yuanshui shook the paper in her hand and said seriously, Xiao Yang, the taste of this medicinal food. I just tasted it. It's very delicious. If it really has the kind of eyesight and refreshing effect that you said, then I believe that the future repeat customers will definitely be more and more. Not to mention whether it has any efficacy, on the alone take the flavor, but also certainly will give me to recruit a lot of guests. This recipe to take out to sell, I believe that certainly can also sell a good price. You are so easy to give me. I think this love is really too heavy. I do not know why you want to be so good to me. Only then did Yang Donghao understand what she meant, and after thinking about it, he said seriously, Sister Shui, you might be overthinking it. The reason why I'm doing this is actually because I don't want to be dismissed by you. Xian Yuanshui was speechless at once. Is it really that simple? Yes. Yang Donghao nodded seriously and said smilingly, if you dismiss me, I still have to find a job again to go. It's too troublesome. Indeed. This was Yang Donghao's sincere words. Anyway, his purpose of coming to Guang City was just to work. Where is working not work? Shen Yuanshui was also good to him, and it was easy to be here, and there were beautiful women to feed his eyes. Changing a job and having to start all over again was not enough trouble for Yang Donghao. Staring at Yang Donghao looked carefully. From his clear and bright eyes, Shen Yuanshui only saw sincere two words. She half-believed half-doubt thought, could this guy said is true? Thinking of Zhao Yong giving him a $5 million check before, which he refused, Shen Yuanshui really couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart. Xiao Yang, let me ask you a question. I feel that based on your ability, you can go and look for other jobs to do. Why do you want to stay here with me? Seeing her puzzled look, Yang Donghao pondered for a while and said, Sister Shui, let's put it this way. In fact, the purpose of me coming to Guangqing City is to look for a job. For me, as long as it's a job it's fine. As for what it's for, on the contrary, it's not that important. You mean, you came to experience life here? After Xian Yuanshui finished speaking, even she herself couldn't help but laugh. She thought of the way Yang Donghao looked when she first met him, carrying that dirt bag, completely the appearance of a country bumpkin entering the city. Such a person also came to experience life here? Shen Yuanshui was really hard to believe. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders, seeing Shen Yuanshui's smiling flowery face. He was too lazy to explain anything. Well, that's pretty much it. Alright, Xian Yuan Shui also did not continue to pursue the matter. Anyway, Yang Donghao had no ill will towards himself, since he did not want to say it. Then forget it. Her phone suddenly rang. Picked up a look. Xian Yuan Shui was stunned for a moment, but it was Lan Lan, who had not contacted her for a long time. Called. Lan Lan used to share a room with her for a period of time before, and then moved away. During the period of sharing the room, the two of them had a very good relationship, and then from time to time, they also occasionally got together or made a date to go shopping together. Xiao Shui, busy or not, the phone was just connected, and Lan Lan's clear voice came from over there. How's the business in the store these days? Is it okay? Chapter 35, Spoilsport. It's okay, Xian Yuan Shui said with a smile. How about you? What have you been busy with lately? Same as always, going to work, sleeping. Lan Lan smiled and said with a twist of words, Shui, I'm celebrating my birthday today, and as you know, I don't have many friends, so I want to ask you to spend your birthday with me, okay? Xian Yuan Shui froze, then quickly said, I'm really sorry Xiao Shui, I've been so busy these past few days that I've forgotten all about your birthday. Well, don't worry, I'm sure I'll accompany you. I knew that you will definitely agree. And, I just recently talked about a boyfriend. By the way, please give me a gatekeeper. I will go to find you at night. Let's go to the bar to play. If you also have a boyfriend, bring along. You have a boyfriend? Xian Yuan Shui smiled. That's good. I must give you the gatekeeper. Right, go to the bar to play. That must play very late, right? Her heart has actually been a little less want to go. After all, the bar inside the drunkard more. And if late, she is also worried that the road is not too safe. Seeing Yang Donghao sitting on the opposite side, Xian Yuan Shui's heart moved, and tentatively asked, Lan Lan, I'll lead someone along. You don't mind, right? Of course I don't mind. Lan Lan smiled and said, it's only lively when there are more people. Okay, then it's like this first. I'll be busy for a while. I'll go to the store to pick you up in the evening. After putting the phone away, Xian Yuan Shui smiled and said to Yang Donghao, Little Yang, I'll treat you to a drink tonight. Oh, Yang Donghao glanced at her. Just now he had heard all of Lan Lan's words on the other side of the phone. Raising his eyebrows, he said in a jocular manner, Sister Shui, are you treating me to a drink? Or are you borrowing a flower to give to the Buddha? You heard it all? Xian Yuan Shui was a bit surprised. I heard the general content. Yang Donghao nodded his head, waved his hand and said, You go ahead. I don't know that friend of yours, so I won't go over there. Little Yang, just accompany me. Xian Yuan Shui softly begged. Lan Lan is my good friend. She has a birthday. I definitely have to go to support the scene. I am worried about playing late. Some of them are not very safe. In addition, we have just finished a big order today. This is all your credit. Even if it is I borrowed the flowers to give Buddha. Treat you a little bit is not it okay? Words are said to this point. Yang Donghao thought for a moment. If he refused again, does not seem a little too end of the shelf? Okay then. Yang Donghao thought about it. Anyway, it is the same life as ordinary people. Then go and have some fun. As if it is a life experience. Well, we'll be closed for the afternoon. I have to go out and prepare a gift for Lan Lan. Xian Yuan Shui stood up and said, You go. Yang Donghao waved his hand. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, a 5 Series BMW pulled up in front of the Yipin Xiang restaurant. Yang Donghao and Xian Yuan Shui both walked out quickly, and a pretty-looking girl in the car waved at Xian Yuan Shui. Xiao Shui, Lan Lan. Xian Yuan Shui smiled and greeted her. Get in the car. Lan Lan laughed. Yang Donghao and Xian Yuan Shui both got into the car, and on the main driver's seat sat a young man dressed in a very trendy fashion, with a few handsome looks, but Yang Donghao noticed that his face was a little slightly green, and he had heavy bags under his eyes. This was obviously a sign of overindulgence. Xiao Shui, this is my boyfriend Zhang Xiaobing, Lan Lan said as she took the initiative to introduce. This is Xian Yuan Shui, my good friend. Hello. Zhang Xiaobing's gaze swept over Xian Yuan Shui. A hint of stunning flashed in the depths of his eyes, greedily staring at Xian Yuan Shui fiercely for a few moments before reluctantly moving away, casually glancing at Yang Donghao. This is? Xiao Shui, is this your boyfriend? Lan Lan's attention was on Yang Donghao, pursed her lips and said with a sneer, He's quite handsome, but he's a bit outdated in his attire. Xiao Shui, when did you get a boyfriend? Today for the first time let out. Also do not dress up properly? Lan Lan, don't talk nonsense. Xian Yuan Shui sniffed and quickly explained. His name is Yang Donghao. He is my friend, not a boyfriend. Is it a male friend or a boyfriend? Lan Lan didn't believe it at all and laughed snidely. Sister Shui is my boss. Yang Donghao spoke. I'm just a waiter in her store. Really? Lan Lan and Zhang Xiaobing were both flabbergasted at once. Well, it's true, Xian Yuan Shui explained. I was worried that it wouldn't be too safe to play late, so I asked Xiao Yang to accompany me. Lan Lan then realized. Zhang Xiaobing smiled and said, "Don't worry, I also know some people. I've been to almost all the bars in Guang City. There's nothing much going on. If you guys go out to play in the future, and you run into trouble, mentioning my name, it's more or less working." "Oh," Xian Yuanshui politely responded. "Thank you, little Snow. It's true." Lan Lan looked at her with some disbelief and hurriedly said seriously from the side, "Xiao Bing, he knows a special number of people." I see." Xian Yuanshui smiled and digressed. "Lan Lan, I'm really sorry. Today is your birthday. I'm so busy that I almost forgot to prepare a gift for you. Don't mind." Saying that, she took out a jewelry box from her bag and handed it to Lan Lan. Smiling, "Happy birthday." "Thank you, Snowy." Lan Lan took it and said happily, "What is it?" I opened it to see. It's just an earring." Xian Yuanshui laughed. "I don't know if you like it. It's definitely not as good as the gift your boyfriend gave you." "Xiao Bing, you haven't said exactly what gift you're giving me," Lan Lan said as she opened the jewelry box, and then exclaimed exaggeratedly, "It's so beautiful." She took out the earrings and scrutinized them, saying with a big smile, "Little Snow, thank you, it's okay, as long as you like it." Xian Yuanshui laughed. "Oh, didn't I say it? The gift is confidential, but wait a while, you will be able to see it," Zhang Xiaobing said with a smile, as the BMW sped through the streets, and in a short while, it arrived in front of a nightclub with an exterior that flashed with colorful neon. The four big characters of Grand 9 shone brightly in the night. Sister Shui. After getting off the bus, Yang Donghao thought for a moment and said to Xian Yuanshui, "Otherwise, you guys go in and play. I want to go back." Xian Yuanshui froze. "Why? What for?" Zhang Xiaobing instantly became unhappy. "If you don't want to come, you should have said earlier just now. You just got here and said you want to go back. You're specifically here to spoil the fun for me, aren't you?" Chapter 36, Birthday. "Sorry." Seeing Zhang Xiaobing's angry look, Yang Donghao was able to understand that it was indeed a bit of a spoiler. He explained, "I was suddenly thinking that there are some things that I haven't done yet." Then he said to Xian Yuanshui, "Sister Shui, when you guys are done playing, you call me. I'll come pick you up." Actually, Yang Donghao was not because he had something to do, but he felt a little inconvenient and a little bored. Just now in the car, he realized that the three of them, Xian Yuanshui, Lan Lan and Zhang Xiaobing, they were all able to chat, while he was a complete outsider, not able to integrate into their conversation. "You're a waiter, what can you be up to?" Zhang Xiaobing pulled down his face and grunted in dissatisfaction. He felt that this Yang Donghao was really too uneducated. This was Grand 9, one of the most famous nightclubs in Guang City. The per capita consumption here was above $500. With a waiter like Yang Donghao, can he afford to come to this kind of place? Today, on Xian Yuanshui's face, inviting him here to spend money, Zhang Xiaobing already felt that it was enough to lift up Yang Donghao, but as a result, this guy even gave back his face. "Little Yang, let's go. Come all the way here. Go in and play together. Besides, it's only lively when there are more people." Lan Lan smiled warmly at Yang Donghao. "I'm celebrating my birthday today. You have to give me, the birthday girl, some face, right?" Yang Donghao heard some hesitation. Shen Yuanshui saw this and tugged him on the side, whispering, "Don't spoil the fun. Come all the way." "Forget it, but it's just a waiter. Forget it if he doesn't want to come in and play together. I still don't want to bring him." Zhang Xiaobing frowned and said disdainfully, "You really take yourself as a dish. Lan Lan, let's go." He tugged Lan Lan and headed inside the Grand 9. "Xiaobing." Lan Lan saw his unhappy appearance and persuaded in a low voice, "He is at least led by Xiao Shui. Don't be like this. Xiao Shui is my good friend. Give me some face. I'm celebrating my birthday today." "Humph, look at these friends of yours, leading a waiter over. I feel like dropping my face." Zhang Xiaobing hummed. On the other side, Xian Yuanshui was also talking to Yang Donghao. "Xiao Yang, you're here all the time. To the place, you have to leave. This is simply not give me face well. Go go go." She dragged Yang Donghao forward. "Okay, Sister Shui." Yang Donghao had no choice but to say, "I'll just go in. You let go. That's more like it." Xian Yuanshui loosened her hand. "Sister Shui, then let's sit for a while and leave early, okay?" Yang Donghao switched to a compromise. "Then it has to be almost okay, right?" Xian Yuanshui gave him a blank look and said in a low voice, "Lan Lan is my friend. She is celebrating her birthday today. I'm going to go in and stay for a while and then leave? How would people look at me, right? This must stay for at least 2 hours. Okay." Yang Donghao reluctantly nodded his head and agreed. Inside the Grand 9 was decorated very luxuriously. Once they entered the hall, the floor was covered with a layer of thick woolen carpet. Stepping on it softly, there were 2 rows of waitresses around 1.7 meters tall standing on both sides of the doorway. When they saw young Donghao and the others entering the door, they simultaneously bowed their heads and bent their heads with a smile. Good evening. Hello guys. Yang Donghao politely greeted them as well. Zhang Xiaobing, who was walking in front without slanting his eyes and slightly holding his head high, heard Yang Donghao greeting these waitresses. His footsteps immediately sped up a few more points, and he thought in his heart, today, I can really let this waitress throw my face away. Gu, isn't this young Zhang? The lobby manager saw Zhang Xiaobing, immediately greeted him with a smile. I said that when I woke up early this morning, I saw magpies chirping in the trees. I was wondering what was going on, but it turned out to be Zhang Xiaobing that you were going to see. Manager Feng, you are less likely to kiss my ass here. Zhang Xiaobing listened extremely comfortably in his heart and scolded with a smile. Where is the box I ordered? Is it ready yet? Of course it's ready. Manager Feng smiled and made a gesture of invitation, saying, please come inside. After arriving at the second floor, Manager Feng guided the few people to the door of a box and said with a smile, young Zhang, it's all ready. He did not move and winked at Zhang Xiaobing. Alright, thank you Manager Feng. Zhang Xiaobing nodded his head knowingly, and then, with a smile, he said to Lan Lan beside him, please. He pushed open the door of the box. After Lan Lan stepped in, she saw a candlelight inside the box, and on the floor, there were 2 rows of candles, forming a passageway, and she was instantly a little surprised. Follow the candles inside. Zhang Xiaobing prompted her. Inside is the gift I prepared for you. Really? Lan Lan said in surprise, walking along the path formed by the candles and heading inside, with Zhang Xiaobing, Yang Donghao, and Xianyuan Shui following behind. This box was very large. After walking 5 or 6 meters inside, he saw a hall with candles in the middle, arranged in the shape of a heart. Lan Lan was surprised and excited as she walked to the heart's position and stood still. Zhang Xiaobing stopped and snapped his fingers. An instant later, the lights came on. Wish you a happy birthday. Song sounded. Will Lan Lan startled. She then saw, in the hall around the back of the sofa, stood up 7 or 8 people. There are men and women, all very young, 20-something years old. These people clapping their hands, singing songs. In fact, Yang Donghao in the moment he came in, has already noticed that there are people inside the hall. Zhang Xiaobing quickly walked to the side, pushed over a cart, on top of which was placed a large 6-layer cake. As if by magic, Zhang Xiaobing pulled out a bouquet of roses from underneath the cart, cupped his hands and handed it to Lan Lan, saying with a smile, happy birthday, my baby. Wow, how romantic. Xianyuan Shui was also excited as she watched from the sidelines. This made young Donghao couldn't help but laugh. Was this what was called romantic? He didn't feel it at all. Sister-in-law, happy birthday. A young man walked over quickly, holding a box tied with a ribbon, handing it to Lan Lan and said with a smile, a little gift. I don't know if you like it or not. Thank you, thank you. Lan Lan excitedly and happily accepted it with both hands. Immediately after, another girl came over and smiled. Sister-in-law, happy birthday, this is my gift to you. She similarly gave a gift. Next, the crowd all gave gifts one by one. Lan Lan couldn't even hold them anymore, so she could only put them aside. Finally, it was Zhang Xiaobing, who walked over to Lan Lan, grabbed her hand and said with a smile, honey, come on, let's cut the cake together. My gift is inside this cake. Chapter 37, What's Wrong with the Waiter? Lan Lan's beautiful eyes glowed with excitement as she and Zhang Xiaobing both held hands and cut the cake, revealing a small box on top. Zhang Xiaobing took the box out and handed it to Lan Lan, saying with a deep expression, happy birthday. Thank you dear. Lan Lan said happily, sister-in-law, don't just say thank you, give me a kiss. The few young men were coaxing from the sidelines. Lan Lan kissed Zhang Xiaobing with a shy face and said with anticipation, what's inside this box? You open it and see. Zhang Xiaobing laughed. Lan Lan opened the box and saw a gold necklace inside. Zhang Xiaobing took the necklace out and smiled. I'll put it on for you. Lan Lan gave a hum and lowered her head. Zhang Xiaobing obediently put it on her. The few young men clapped and applauded, and some whistled. Lan Lan, let me introduce you. Zhang Xiaobing pulled Lan Lan's hand, smilingly pointed to those few young people, said, this is Monkey. This is Monkey's object Xiaoqian. He introduced one by one respectively, and finally pointed to Lan Lan, smilingly said to the crowd, this is my girlfriend Lan Lan. Bing, you do not say. I also know Monkey, a thin and very active young man, said with a smile, I've heard you mention it every day before. I've always wanted to meet my sister-in-law, but it's a pity that you didn't even give me this chance. Saying that, his gaze fell to the 2 people on the side, Xianyuan Shui and Yang Donghao, and said with a smile, brother Bing, these 2 are? Zhang Xiaobing smiled and said, this is Xianyuan Shui, Lan Lan's friend, so it's Sister Shui. Hello hello. Monkey smiled and greeted Xianyuan Shui, hello to you as well. Xian Yuan Shui responded with a smile. Everyone else also shouted out Sister Snow, causing Xian Yuan Shui to be a bit frazzled for a moment, smiling at everyone one by one. Brothers. After the crowd had played a round of greetings, Zhang Xiaobing raised a cup of beer and said with a smile, "Today is my girlfriend's birthday. Thank you all for being able to come and support me. I'll toast you all." Brother Bing, you're too polite. Isn't this the right thing to do? Monkey smiled. His eyes fell on Yang Donghao's body. His heart was a little strange. He couldn't help but say to Zhang Xiaobing, "Brother Bing, this friend you haven't introduced yet." He pointed his finger at Yang Donghao. Oh, Zhang Xiaobing looked as if he only just remembered that there was also Yang Donghao, skimmed his mouth and said in a salty manner, "Monkey, you've got it wrong. He's not my friend. Xian Yuan Shui. She opened a restaurant. This person is a waiter in the restaurant." What? Monkey and the others immediately froze. It did not occur to them that Yang Dong was a waiter. Everyone, his name is Yang Donghao. Lan Lan saw that the atmosphere inside the box had turned a little awkward and cold because of Zhang Xiaobing's sentence, so she hurriedly explained with a smile, "It's my birthday today, and those who can come over are all my friends. Little Yang, come, drink." She smiled and raised her wineglass to Yang Donghao. Lan Lan, don't say that. Zhang Xiaobing frowned a bit at the words and said lightly, Zhang Xiaobing, don't make friends with waiters. I can't afford to lose this face. What's wrong with waiters? Yang Donghao squinted at him. I make money with my own labor. What's in your way? Or did I eat your rice? Zhang Xiaobing froze, did not think that Yang Donghao even dared to call his bluff, which made him immediately feel that his face was completely lost. His face changed at once, stood up and angrily said, "You, Xiaobing." Lan Lan grabbed his arm and cast a pleading gaze at him, saying softly, "I'm celebrating my birthday today, so don't be like this, okay? Didn't you promise me just now? Forget it, Bing." Seeing this, Monkey also rounded up and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law is celebrating her birthday today. Sister-in-law is the biggest today. You have to listen to sister-in-law." Saying this, he raised his glass and laughed. "Brother Bing, I'll toast you." Poof. Zhang Xiaobing raised his cup, clinked it with him, drank it down, and said to Lan Lan with a stern face, "You're celebrating your birthday today. I'll give you face." "Thank you, dear." Lan Lan held his arm and said petulantly, "Xiao Yang, don't be angry." Xian Yuan Shui said to Yang Donghao in a low, comforting voice, "Don't look at the face of the monk. At least Lan Lan didn't give you a hard time, right? Don't be angry. Don't worry." Yang Donghao smiled at her and said, "It's fine. I'm not angry. It's good if you're not angry." Xian Yuan Shui carefully observed his face, but unfortunately, the laser lights inside the box flickered back and forth, so she couldn't clearly see whether Yang Donghao was happy or angry right now. Zhang Xiaobing and monkeys and others began to drink while chatting up. The whole time blatantly ignored this side of Xian Yuan Shui and Yang Donghao, two people. The two of them will be hung out to dry here. Lan Lan was afraid that the two stayed awkwardly, and from time to time came over, and Yang Donghao and Xian Yuan Shui, two people, to say a few words. Lan Lan. After a while, Xian Yuan Shui felt a little less comfortable and whispered to Lan Lan, "I want to go to the bathroom." "Just in time. I also want to go. Let's go together." Lan Lan nodded and turned around to greet Zhang Xiaobing. Then she and Xian Yuan Shui both walked out quickly. Yang Donghao was holding a glass of wine, sitting in the corner, looking at Zhang Xiaobing and Monkey and the others, chatting away. He thought in his heart, "This is really boring. When Xian Yuan Shui comes back later, let's talk to her about going." Only, after 10 minutes or so, the two of them, Xian Yuan Shui and Lan Lan, hadn't returned yet. Zhang Xiaobing was a bit strange and frowned. These two, why did they go to the bathroom for so long? As soon as the words fell, the two Lan Lan and Xian Yuan Shui returned. Why did they go for so long? Zhang Xiaobing casually asked. "Don't mention it. I met a woman who drank too much," Lan Lan said with an obscure face. "I accidentally bumped into her, stopping the two of us, Xiao Shui and I, and cursing for half a day over there." What? When Monkey heard that, under the stimulation of alcohol, he immediately yelled out in dissatisfaction. How dare you scold your sister-in-law? Where is she?" "Sister-in-law, I'll help you out with this. Dare to scold my woman?" Zhang Xiaobing's face also sank, stood up and said to Lan Lan, "Let's go. I'd like to see. What kind of person is it?" "Forget it, Xiaobing. It's just a few quarrels. It's nothing." Seeing this, Lan Lan was afraid that he would get into trouble. She quickly persuaded and said, "No, it's your birthday today." Zhang Xiaobing got more and more energized and grunted, "Whoever dares to make you unhappy, I'll make him unhappy too." With a bang, the door of the box was kicked open from outside. A little young lady with heavy makeup, wearing somewhat revealing clothes, with tattoo patterns on her arms, walked in eastward, followed by 5 or 6 lads with bottles in their hands and angry faces behind her, the leader of which was a 5 big and thick youth. "Brother Biao, It's these two women that bullied me just now. Holding the wall with one hand, the young lady pointed at Lan Lan and Xianyuan Shui with one hand and cursed, 2es. Hurry up and get over here and apologize to Auntie. Chapter 38 Kneel and Apologize. Lan Lan and Xianyuan Shui's two brains went blank. Bitch, who are you cursing? Zhang Xiaobing's face sank, backhandedly copied the bottle and pointed at the little Taeyumi eye and cursed. Looking for death, aren't you? Damn. Don't think I won't beat you up just because you're a woman. Bing. After Monkey saw clearly the appearance of that big and thick youth on the other side, he had a jolt in his heart. Even his drunkenness dispersed for a few moments, and as he grabbed Zhang Xiaobing's arm, he said sharply in his ear, "Don't be impulsive. That person is Brother Biao. He's a socialist." What Brother Biao? Zhang Xiaobing froze. Never heard of it. However, when he heard the word socialites, he immediately understood clearly in his heart that the other party was a group of punks. Brother Bing? This Brother Biao is a big deal, Monkey said in a low voice. Recently, he has been playing quite openly over here in Guang City, and amongst us here, it is estimated that no one dares to mess with him. Zhang Xiaobing frowned and glanced at the others, and as expected, his few friends, after hearing Brother Biao's name, clearly had a somewhat timid look on their faces. After all, these young people usually just mouth bragging a little. Once encountered the real social man, one by one all immediately become honest up. Little brat. When Brother Biao saw Zhang Xiaobing holding a beer bottle, his eyebrows lifted and he sneered. You're pretty good. Ha, who are you saying is looking for death? Is it about yourself? He took a step across, and with a smooth hand, he smashed a bottle, ruthlessly smashing it on Zhang Xiaobing's head. There was a snap. Lan Lan, Xianyuan Shui and a few other girls saw this scene. They were all scared out of their wits and couldn't help but shriek. That girlfriend of Monkey's, her eyes closed up in fear and she tightly shrunk into the corner of the sofa. Monkey and a few other young men's faces were pale, each as if they were carved out of wood, standing in place, not daring to move. Zhang Xiaobing fell to the ground, his brain was giddy, and a golden star flashed wildly in front of his eyes. Give me a beating. Brother Biao squinted at Monkey and the others. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of disdainful cold smile, waved his hand, and the few punks behind him, immediately pounced over, surrounding Zhang Xiaobing, who had fallen to the ground, was kicking around. Brother Biao, be merciful, don't fight. After Monkey came back to his senses, he didn't dare to go forward to help Zhang Xiaobing. He could only harden his head and stuttered his pleas. Brother Biao ignored him, casually yanked over a chair, sat there with a big horse, lit a cigarette and watched the group of punks surround Zhang Xiaobing. Beat to death. The little Taeyuyu shouted loudly, her face full of excitement. Don't fight. Lan Lan came back to her senses, crying and screaming at the same time. Stop. Brother Biao felt that it was almost time to fight. With a wave of his hand, those few punks stopped and retreated to stand behind him. Brother Biao condescendingly gazed at Zhang Xiaobing, who was lying on the ground. Little pussy brat, serve or not? Zhang Xiaobing staggered to his feet. The anger in his heart was literally about to burn him to the point of exploding. In such an occasion, being beaten up by Brother Biao and his men, made him feel a strange shame. Don't leave if you're capable. Zhang Xiaobing took out his cell phone, gritting his teeth and glaring angrily at Brother Biao. Ooh. Brother Biao laughed, backhanded a slap on Zhang Xiaobing's face, grabbed his hair, dragged him over, and said in a fierce voice, little brat, look at you. You're not convinced, ah? Okay, Brother Biao, I will wait for you here today. You call out for someone. He pushed hard, and Zhang Xiaobing staggered back a few steps and crashed into the monkey before stopping. Bing, are you okay? Monkey shivered and looked at Zhang Xiaobing. His face was covered with footprints, his clothes were torn, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Scram! Zhang Xiaobing pushed the monkey away, took his cell phone, and dialed a phone number. Hey, Dragon, I'm in the 202 box on the second floor of Grand 9. I've been beaten up. Well, that's right, they're still here. Good. Putting down the phone, Zhang Xiaobing gritted his teeth and looked at Brother Biao. You wait, my brother Long will be here soon. Brother Long? Brother Biao froze at his words, looked at Zhang Xiaobing with some surprise, frowned and said, which brother Dragon? What? Are you scared? Zhang Xiaobing sneered. Don't leave if you have the ability. Afraid of your mother. Brother Biao's eyes were angled and he cursed. Asterisk. I'll wait here. The little Taeyukai came over and pointed at Lan Lan and scolded. Little, weren't you great just now? Why don't you dare to speak now? Lan Lan's body trembled, tears streaming down her face one after another. Shivering, cut the crap. The little Taiyu interrupted her words and said in a flaunting manner. Hurry up and apologize to Auntie on your knees, or else, I'll spend your face today. Saying that, she didn't forget to point at Xianyuan Shui and scolded. And you? Yang Donghao's brows frowned as he listened. Honestly speaking, just now, when Biao and the others violently beat Zhang Xiaobing, he was too lazy to care about it. But right now, this little Taiwanese girl was unforgiving and still wanted Lan Lan and Xian Yuan Shui to apologize to her on their knees. So Yang Donghao couldn't just sit back and do nothing about it. After all, Lan Lan gave him a pretty good impression. Just at this moment, the door of the box was pushed open from outside. 3 silhouettes wandered in. The few punks standing behind Brother Biao, seeing these 3 people, hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Brother Long! Brother Long!" Zhang Xiaobing could really see that the person who came was none other than Brother Long. He immediately seemed to have seen his savior and was busy shouting, "They are the ones who bullied me." After Yang Donghao's gaze landed on Brother Long, he immediately raised his eyebrows slightly and wondered in his heart, how come it was this guy again? That's right, this Brother Long was the same Brother Long who had been taught a lesson by Yang Donghao earlier. Oh, Brother Long's gaze swept over Zhang Xiaobing's face, and immediately landed on Brother Biao, who was sitting on a chair, and immediately froze. "Brother Lung, it's really you." Brother Biao stood up. "Why is it you, Biao Zi?" Brother Lung frowned a little and thought in his heart, "Brother Long, you guys know each other?" When Zhang Xiaobing saw this scene, he was instantly stunned. "Nonsense." Biao Zi skimmed his mouth and said with a disdainful sneer, "When I was mixing with Brother Long back then, you were still playing with pea mud." Zhang Xiaobing's heart immediately sank to the bottom. If Biao Zi didn't lie, the relationship between these 2 people can be more iron than the relationship between himself and Brother Long. Biao Zi, why didn't you ask before you did this? Brother Long saw Zhang Xiaobing's lousy appearance, frowned and said, "Look at the beating of Xiaobing. How is it, Xiaobing? Is it alright?" Zhang Xiaobing heard, the heart immediately lit up a ray of hope, busy saying, "Brother Long, you can give me the Lord." Biao Zi immediately laughed with a disdainful face. "Be the master?" Brother Long smacked his lips and frowned. "Biao Zi is also my brother. How do you want me to make a decision for you? Xiaobing, let's leave today's matter as it is. As the saying goes, don't fight, turn around and you set up a table. Today's beam, even if it's uncovered." Chapter 39, Get Out. What? Zhang Xiaobing was stunned right away. Not only him, even Monkey and the others were also like this. Especially Lan Lan was even more confused. How Zhang Xiaobing called Brother Long, but turned around and favored this Biao Zi. Brother Long. Seeing Zhang Xiaobing's stunned appearance, Biao Zi haha laughed and said to Brother Long, "How come this little pussy still knows you? Hey, Xiaobing and I had dinner together a few times before." Brother Long said casually, "Little brother, know a few more. There is no harm." Biao Zi heard the heart clearly understand. It seems that this Zhang Xiaobing is the kind of family a little bit of money, just out of the society of the rash. This kind of people, the most favorite thing to do is to invite some punks to eat and drink, mixed with the relationship is good after. Thinking that also know some people can brag about pretending to be a little bit, only did not think he actually know Brother Long. It seems that this kid usually no less filial piety to Brother Long. Brother Long, Zhang Xiaobing came back to his senses and just opened his mouth to speak. He was interrupted by Brother Long frowning and said with a displeased face, "What's wrong? Do you think this can't be handled like this?" "Brother Long, I was beaten by him." Zhang Xiaobing spoke furiously. "Why did you still let me treat him to dinner?" "It's fine," Brother Long said lightly. "Aren't you in good hands and nothing's wrong? They're all brothers and friends, so we'll get to know each other over a meal, and there won't be any misunderstandings next time." Zhang Xiaobing was so angry that he almost fainted. "Brother Biao." At this time, the little sister grabbed Biao Zi's arm and shook it in a petulant manner, saying, "I want those 2 little es to kneel down and apologize to me." "Stop it," Biao Zi said with a smile. "This little pussy and Brother Long know each other. Don't go too far. Just give you an apology." "Okay." The little Taiyukai also had to agree with an aggrieved face. "Brother Long, come on, smoke." Biao Zi took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Brother Long and laughed. Go sit in the next box for a while?" "Good." Brother Long nodded, and the 2 walked out. Those few punks also followed them and walked out. The only one left was the little Taiyumi. The little Taiyumi blankly glanced at the 2 of them, Lan Lan and Xian Yuan Shui, who were huddled in the corner, and condescendingly grunted, "It's considered to be a bargain for you guys. Hurry up and apologize to Auntie and Grandmommy, and I'll let you off the hook for this matter today." Xiaobing. Lan Lan's heart trembled with fear as she glanced at Zhang Xiaobing who had an iron face. "What are you shouting for?" Zhang Xiaobing exasperatedly reprimanded. "Hurry up and apologize." "Ha?" Lan Lan was stunned at once and looked at Zhang Xiaobing with her jaw dropped. "If it wasn't for the trouble you caused, would old me have been misunderstood?" The anger in Zhang Xiaobing's heart finally found a vent, and he cursed at Lan Lan and Xian Yuan Shui without a head. "It's all because of the 2 of you. Look at this beating that lousy received. It's on your behalf." Lan Lan's tears flowed down at once and she couldn't help but cry in aggravation. little young. Shen Yuanshui forcefully pushed Yang Donghao, who had never uttered a word to speak, and said in a low, urgent voice, don't you know that what's his name Brother Long? Why don't you say something? After she saw Brother Long come in just now, her heart instantly had a bottom. It was actually him. However, Yang Donghao was always sitting in the corner, not saying anything and not speaking. What made Shen Yuanshui most speechless was that from the beginning to the end, Yang Donghao was still holding a cup of beer in his hand, sipping it unhurriedly, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Say what? Yang Donghao glanced at Shen Yuanshui speechlessly. This dragon was called by Zhang Xiaobing. Besides, the person who was beaten was Zhang Xiaobing. What does it have to do with Yang Donghao? Cry your mom's head off. Seeing Lan Lan's pearly appearance, the little sister scolded irritably. Hurry up and apologize to Auntie. Auntie is still waiting for a drink to go. Saying that, she pointed her finger at Shen Yuanshui and scolded. And you, hurry up, little young. Shen Yuanshui was instantly anxious in her heart and said to Yang Donghao, look at her, just let her roll. Yang Donghao said smilingly, didn't hear it did you? The little Taiyu saw Shen Yuanshui ignoring her, and was over there talking to Yang Donghao. She was furious, and staggered towards Shen Yuanshui. A wow moment. The little sister's eyes flashed, and immediately, her face was cold, and beer flowed down her face. Zhang Xiaobing and the others instantly shattered their jaws in shock as they clearly saw Yang Donghao, who was sitting beside Shen Yuanshui, splash the little Taiyumi's face with the beer in the wine glass in his hand. Nonchalantly, roll, Yang Donghao said indifferently. The little Taiyumi was also stunned. Her jaw dropped as she looked at Yang Donghao, her mind going blank. Lan Lan also stopped crying and looked at Yang Donghao in shock. She didn't know where Yang Donghao got so much courage. She should know that behind this little Taiyumi were the two people standing behind Biaozi and Brother Long. Yang Donghao's cup of wine was not only splashed on the little sister's face, but also on the faces of Biaozi and Brother Long. Are you crazy? Returning to his senses, Zhang Xiaobing's face turned green as he pointed at Yang Donghao and cursed. What the are you doing? Originally, this matter had come to this point. As long as Shen Yuanshui and Lan Lan both made amends and apologized to this little sister, it would be considered over. But this Yang Donghao actually jumped out to look for things. This is not a new branch. What am I doing? What does it have to do with you? Yang Donghao looked at Zhang Xiaobing contemptuously. His girlfriend was bullied, and then he asked his girlfriend to apologize to someone else. You're a really bad man. What do you know? Monkey jumped out and pointed at Yang Donghao. That's Brother Biao. Can't you see that he's so close to Brother Long? Calling him brother, do you dare to mess with him? I don't care what Brother Biao and Brother Long are like. Yang Donghao blanked the monkey and said indifferently to the stunned little sister. Lan Lan and Sister Shui are my friends. The fault of this matter does not lie with them. Get lost. Seeing as you are a woman, I will not bother with you. You dare to splash me with wine? The little Taiyumi came back to her senses, and boarded as if she was crazy, turned around and from the table, picked up a bottle of beer, and rushed at Yang Donghao's head and smashed it, looking for death. You big shot. Lan Lan and Shen Yuanshui both let out a scream. Yang Donghao frowned, casually reached out. The little sister's hand was empty, and the beer bottle fell into his hand. Immediately, with a gentle kick, he kicked at the body of the little sister, who immediately flew out backwards and heavily hit Zhang Xiaobing's body. Both of them fell to the ground at the same time and rolled into a ball. Yang Donghao stood up and said indifferently, roll, give you face? You don't want it, don't you? Chapter 40, Why are you here? Master Dong, you wait for me. The little Taiyukai got up from the ground, glaring angrily at Yang Donghao as she turned around and walked out quickly. Brother Bing. Monkey pulled Zhang Xiaobing up and said sharply, why don't we leave now? When Brother Biao and the others come later, I'm afraid they'll drag us down with them. Just as the words fell, with a bang, the door of the box was kicked open. Brother Long, it's not that I don't give you face. Look, my girlfriend was bullied by these little pussies again. Biaozi cursed and grumbled while walking in with Brother Long and the others, looking around at the crowd and cursing. Who the hit my girlfriend with their hands? Brother Biao. It's him. Little Miss Tai pointed at Yang Donghao, looking for death. Your ass. Biaozi's eyes were angled as he rushed towards Yang Donghao. When Brother Long's eyes fell on Yang Donghao, his body shook violently, and then his whole body was confused. How could this master be here? Seeing that Biaozi even walked towards Yang Donghao without knowing his own fate, Brother Long came back to his senses and violently shouted, Biaozi! Ha! Biaozi looked back at Brother Long in confusion, only to see Brother Long with a pleasing smile on his face, nodding his head and rushing towards the young man who was sitting on the sofa, motionless. Master Dong, why are you here as well? There was a clang. Seeing this amazing scene, the jaws of Biaozi, Zhang Xiaobing and the others fell to the ground in unison. Come over to play. No? Yang Donghao glanced at Brother Long and said indifferently, Is it that I still need to report to you when I come here to play? Brother Long had a jolt of fear and said with a smile, Master Dong, you are joking. Diaozi came back to his senses and swallowed hard. Brother Long, he is. Brother Long rushed at the back of Diaozi's head, was a vicious slap, angrily said, still not hurry to greet my Master Dong? Diaozi was hit by a stagger, but at the same time also by this slap to wake up. The heart immediately reacted. Even Brother Long do not dare to mess with, and even have to shout a master of the character. Is he Diaozi can mess with the person? Out to mix. The most important thing is, to have eyesight. Know who can be messed with, who cannot be messed with. Master Dong, I'm sorry, Diaozi immediately said with a very honorable smile to young Donghao. Is that your girlfriend? Young Donghao pointed to the side of the little Taiyu who had already fallen into stagnant petrification, and said indifferently, today's matter, it was caused by a quarrel between your girlfriend and my friend, but it seems that the fault is not on my friend's side, but rather it was caused by your girlfriend drinking too much, right? This matter, you say how to solve it. That's right, Xian Yuan Shui said. The two of us, Lan Lan and I, were in the bathroom when we accidentally bumped into her, and we apologized to her at the time. She pointed at the little Taiyuyu, but she still cursed us in an unprofessional manner. Is that so? Diaozi chilled his face and stared angrily at the little Taiyumi. The little Taiyumi was so agitated that she stammered and couldn't say anything. Diaozi waved his hand and slapped the little Taiyuyu's face nonchalantly, scolding, why are you still standing there? Apologize. The tears of the little Taiyuyu, on the spot, flowed down, sobbing and said to the two Xian Yuan Shui and Lan Lan, I'm sorry to you. It's okay. Lan Lan's heart, complex to the extreme, subconsciously glanced at Zhang Xiaobing. Killing her did not think that the person who helped himself out and found justice was actually Yang Donghao. She just asked us to kneel down and apologize. Xian Yuan Shui went on to say, just now, this little Taiyuji's bossy demeanor, she remembered it very clearly. With a jolt in his heart, Diaozi gritted his teeth and said to the little Taiyukai, kneel down and apologize. The little Taiyuyu hesitated. Diaozi glanced at the calm-faced young Donghao and said to the little Taiyuyu with a black face, hurry up. Looking at the ferocious Diaozi, in the end, the little Taiyi gave in and knelt down to both Xian Yuan Shui and Lan Lan, crying, I'm sorry, it's okay. Xian Yuan Shui's heart of that mouthful of bad gas, this is completely out of it. Heavenly madness will have reign, human madness will have trouble. How you treat others, you should be mentally prepared for how others treat you. Yang Donghao looked at the little Taiyu who kept sobbing, and said indifferently, in this world, except for your parents, no one will spoil you, understand? No. The little two young sister knelt on the ground and did not dare to move, and dropped tears one by one. Alright, you guys go. Yang Donghao waved his hand. Thank you. Diaozi repeatedly bent down and nodded his head, pulling up the crying little Taiyumi, and quickly walked out of the box without looking back. Master Dong, you sit slowly and slowly. Brother Long accompanied the smiling face, slowly backward and backwards, was planning to bolt when Yang Donghao faintly said, Brother Long, you wait a moment. Dragon immediately startled, scared hair or numb, dry smile and said, East Master, you call me small dragon on the line, you call me dragon, that is to hit me in the face how can I afford it? Yang Donghao said indifferently, Xiaolong, in the future, don't do this kind of bullying of small children, understand? Although Zhang Xiaobing and the others were in their 20s, in Yang Donghao's opinion, people like them, after getting beaten up, would only think of looking for help, exactly the same as a small child being bullied and going home to look for an adult to complain. Zhang Xiaobing, monkey and other people's face, swish red. If before, Yang Donghao said they are children, they are afraid that they would have turned over and cursed on the spot. But now, a group of people all honestly didn't dare to say a word. Didn't you see that even when Brother Long saw Yang Donghao, it was like a mouse seeing a cat? I know Master Dong. Brother Long nodded his head and responded, go. Yang Donghao waved his hand. Brother Long busily turned around and ran, not daring to stay even for a second longer. Yang Donghao's gaze swept over Zhang Xiaobing, Monkey and the others. Good day Master Dong. Dong. Monkey had a jolt, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. In his heart, he cursed Zhang Xiaobing, who said that Yang Donghao was a waiter. Is there such a powerful waiter? The man who made Brother Long and Brother Biao call him master when they met him. Could he possibly be a waiter? Thinking that he had just reprimanded Yang Donghao, saying that he didn't know anything, Monkey only felt his face burning hot, and prayed in his heart that Yang Donghao could never be bothered with himself. Good day Master Dong. Zhang Xiaobing lowered his head and called out in a low voice, but in his heart, he cursed Xin Yuan Shui, obviously such a powerful character. You even lied to me that he is a waiter. Yang Donghao sighed, shook his head and said to Xin Yuan Shui, Sister Shui, let's go? Aha. Xian Yuan Shui didn't want to stay here either. Brother Dong, I will also leave with you. Lan Lan immediately continued. She stood up, took off the gold necklace from her neck and threw it in front of Zhang Xiaobing, faintly saying, Zhang Xiaobing, your gift is returned to you. Let's break up. Lan Lan you? Zhang Xiaobing froze at the sight and said offhandedly, why? I'm your girlfriend. Lan Lan looked at him contemptuously and said, I was bullied. You don't help me out even if it's not enough, but even let me apologize to others. Have you such a boyfriend? I was really blind to agree to be your girlfriend in the first place. She turned her head to young Donghao and said, Brother Dong, let's go. Chapter 41 Introducing Jobs. After coming out from inside the Grand Nine, Lan Lan suddenly and inexplicably burst into tears. Lan Lan, don't cry, don't cry. Xian Yuan Shui hurriedly comforted her. What's wrong with a good reason? Yang Donghao felt a bit puzzled. What do you know? Xian Yuan Shui sniffed and gave him a blank look, saying, just broke up. That must be natural heart sadness. Ah, such a man. Isn't breaking up a good thing? Yang Donghao scratched his head, puzzled and said, a little bit of commitment is not there. If one day really encountered something big, this kind of person, can rely on it? Xian Yuan Shui rolled her eyes. Brother Dong is right. Lan Lan wiped her tears and said with tears and laughter, it's good for this kind of man to recognize early and break up early. A little bit of commitment is not there. Not worthy of being called a man at all. Only a man like Brother Dong is a real man. Xian Yuan Shui jokingly said. Otherwise, you and Xiao Yang have to fall in love. Yeah, Lan Lan said half jokingly and half seriously to Yang Donghao. Brother Dong, do you have a girlfriend? If not, do you think I'm okay? Yang Donghao was caught off guard. Oh, don't joke. I'm not joking. Lan Lan wiped away her tears and said with a smile. Brother Dong, I'm serious. Ahem. It seems like we just met. Yang Donghao said with a dry cough. Seeing his embarrassed look, Lan Lan couldn't help but snort and laugh. She couldn't imagine that Yang Donghao, who had just unceremoniously thrown a glass of wine onto the face of the little Teiyu Yukai in the box, and Yang Donghao, who was embarrassed and even a little bit shy at the moment, would actually be the same person. Alright Lan Lan, don't tease little Yang. Xian Yuan Shui said smilingly, look at how shy he is. Saying that, she couldn't help but laugh as well. Yang Donghao breathlessly touched his nose and wondered in his heart, is this the legendary molestation? However, molestation this kind of thing, shouldn't it be a man to a woman? How come it's the other way around with me? I was actually molested by a woman. Let's go bouncing. How about it? Lan Lan stopped her steps, and although she used an inquiring tone, her gaze was looking at Yang Donghao. Forget it. When Yang Donghao heard, he felt his head was a little big, waved his hand, and said in a loud voice, or go home and sleep. Go well, go well. Lan Lan tugged on his arm, whining and petulant shaking. Yang Donghao even felt the arm seems to touch a part of her body. Dong, this is what time you sleep? It's already not early. Yang Donghao did not move and pulled out his arm. Early to bed and early to rise. Good health. It just so happened that a cab came by the side of the road. He hastily reached out and pushed and shoved both Xian Yuan Shui and Lan Lan into it. Good night. Yang Donghao walked along the street, skulking back to the Yipin Xian Hotel, and, as a result, saw another dark shadow squatting at the door. Brother Dong. Seeing him come back, Gangzi hurriedly stood up and snappily explained. It's fine. I happen to be planning to look for you as well. Yang Donghao knew his purpose. I've helped you get in touch. Go to Tianhong Group as a security guard. What do you think? Gangzi immediately said happily. Brother Dong. I think it's quite good. I don't have much culture, so I can only work as a bricklayer on a construction site. Being a security guard is easy and the salary is not low. I'm very contented to have such a job. Well, you do not mind on the line. Yang Donghao said bluntly. Tomorrow morning, you come here. I will lead you there. Thank you Brother Dong. Gangzi happily nodded his head, and immediately excused himself and left. Early the next morning, Yang Donghao led Gangzi, took a cab, and went straight to Tianhong Group. Brother Dong, this Tianhong Group looks very grand. After getting out of the cab, looking at the office building in front of him that had the words Tianhong Group hanging on it and was decorated in a grand and luxurious manner, Gangzi could not help but let out a sigh of emotion. Wait a minute. Just walked into the office building. The security guard sitting at the door in charge of registration, called out to stop Yang Donghao and Gangzi, scrutinized them up and down, and asked in a salty manner, what are you guys doing? Here to look for someone. Yang Donghao said politely, register. The security guard pointed to a book in front of him. Who you're looking for, the reason for the matter, as well as your names and contact information. Write it down. Gangzi picked up the pen with a very awkward posture. Since graduating from elementary school, he hadn't held this thing for more than 10 years. Fortunately the name hadn't been forgotten, and it was so crooked that he managed to sort of write it down. The security guard watched with a frown. On the contrary, Yang Donghao's handwriting, it was very ethereal and dashing. After writing, he put the pen down and asked, "Can we go up now?" "Wait a moment." The security guard picked up the book, glanced at it, and carefully sized up the two of them. "Yang Donghao and Gangzi, you're looking for Mr. Zhao." "Aha." Yang Donghao nodded. "Looking for him for what?" The security guard pursued. "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right?" Yang Donghao casually said. Unexpectedly, this sentence instantly enraged the security guard. His face sank as he chided. "How does it have nothing to do with me? You have to explain your intentions and let me know what you're looking for Mr. Zhao for before I can let you up." He grunted. "Mr. Zhao has a lot of work to do day in and day out. It's not like just anyone can go to him. Do you guys have an appointment?" Yang Donghao frowned for a moment. Gangzi saw this and hurriedly jumped in beside him. "Brother Dong is looking for Mr. Zhao to introduce me to a job." "Introducing a job?" the security guard pursued. "Introducing what kind of job? Are you a relative of General Manager Zhao?" He said this last sentence to Yang Donghao. "Security guard," Gangzi replied honestly. "I am not his relative." Yang Donghao said indifferently. "Looking for Mr. Zhao just to introduce him to a job as a security guard?" The security guard couldn't help but laugh at once. "What kind of international joke are you playing? When did arranging for a person to come in as a security guard require Mr. Zhao to personally nod his head and promise to agree? Even if it's a lie, you still need to find a reasonable excuse, okay? Such a childish excuse is taking yourself as a cutie. What is there to joke about?" Yang Donghao frowned at him and asked, "Have you finished asking?" "Finished asking." The security guard squinted at him. "You may leave." He pointed to the door. "Go this way." "What do you mean?" Gangzi froze, looking at the security guard in confusion. He hadn't even seen the person yet, so he could leave? "It means what I said." The security guard raised his voice slightly and waved his hand impatiently. "Can't you understand?" "What?" "Seeing what you mean. I still need your consent permission before I can see Zhao Yong. Is that right?" Yang Donghao's heart was also a bit unhappy, and said faintly, "You are so powerful. Does Zhao Yong know about it?" Stomping, footsteps came. A middle-aged man clutched his bag and quickly walked in through the door. "Brother-in-law." When the guard saw this person, he immediately stood up and said with a big smile, "You're back." "Ha!" Chapter 42, The Most Important Guest of Honor. "Aha!" This middle-aged man nodded casually, glanced at the two of them, Yang Donghao and Gangzi, and asked in passing, "What are they doing?" "Brother-in-law, you came back just in time," the security guard immediately said. "These two said they are here to find Mr. Zhao." He pointed at Yang Donghao and said, "This person is looking for Mr. Zhao to introduce this person to a job as a security guard." He pointed at Gangzi again. "What?" Surprise was written all over the middle-aged man's face as he stopped and looked both Yang Donghao and Gangzi up and down. "To be a security guard, you still need to find General Manager Zhao to arrange it?" "Yes, brother-in-law." "Tell me, this is not funny." The security guard squinted at the two of them, Yang Donghao and Gangzi, and said smugly, "My brother-in-law is the personnel department's Wu manager. Tianhong Group's recruitment of employees is all his responsibility." "I said you too." Manager Wu frowned and said, "What exactly are you guys here for?" "Didn't I say? Looking for Zhao Yong." Yang Donghao said bluntly, "If you guys don't believe me, do you have Zhao Yong's phone number? Tell me, I'll give him a call." "Won't you guys know? You don't even have Mr. Zhao's phone number?" Manager Wu became more and more skeptical, looking at the two of them almost as if they were looking at thieves. "Brother-in-law, didn't our office building lose something a while ago?" The security guard immediately said in a serious and solemn aside, "Access to the surveillance only to find out that it is two people who do not know to come in. To the upstairs office, see the door to push. See someone in the house to say that they are going the wrong way. See no one in the house to go directly in to steal. I suspect that the two of them," he said here, stopped. His eyes swept around the two Yang Donghao and Gangzi. Gangzi's face instantly turned red and said excitedly, "We are not thieves. Forget it, Gangzi." Yang Donghao frowned for a moment, then instantly stretched and said indifferently, "Let's go. I'll turn around and find you another job again, forget it." The security guard skimmed his mouth, and was about to speak when Manager Wu spoke. "Young man, if you really know Mr. Zhao, I suggest that you might as well give him a call, so that he can say something, and we will naturally let you go up." He was still slightly more stable after all, and was worried that Yang Donghao might actually know Zhao Yong, so he purposely said this. "Didn't I say it just now? I don't have Zhao Yong's phone number." Yang Donghao said indifferently, "You don't even have Mr. Zhao's phone number, and you still have the nerve to say that you know Mr. Zhao." The security guard laughed disdainfully at that moment and said in a conspiratorial manner, "I also know Mr. Rich Li, but unfortunately, he doesn't know me." "Alright, let them go." Manager Wu blankly glanced at the security guard. He was now certain in his heart that Yang Donghao's so-called knowing Mr. Zhao was complete nonsense. Don't let them block the doorway here and get in the way. Dropping these words, he headed upstairs. Go go go. The security guard waved his hand and shooed the two of them. Yang Donghao and Gangzi, like coaxing a fly. Hurry up and go. Don't make a mess here. A good dog won't get in the way. At this moment, an old man walked in quickly from outside, casually glanced at Gangzi and Yang Donghao, and froze in surprise. Mr. Yang, Gangzi, old man? Gangzi instantly recognized the old man as Zhao Jingwang. The security guard instantly looked dumbfounded. He naturally knew that Zhao Jingwang was Zhao Yang's father, the old man who was the president of Tianhong Group. Manager Wu, who hadn't gone far yet, turned his head at the sound of his voice and happened to see Zhao Jingwang walking quickly to Yang Donghao, slightly bending down and taking the initiative to stretch out his hands, grabbing Yang Donghao's hand and shaking it enthusiastically. Manager Wu broke his jaw on the spot. Mr. Yang, why are you here? Zhao Jingwang was a bit strange in his heart. I've spoken to Mr. Zhao before and asked him to arrange a security job for my friend to do. Yang Donghao pointed at Gangzi beside him and said, security guard? How can that work? Zhao Jingwang was instantly shocked. Then he shook his head. Mr. Yang, don't joke. In my opinion, how can we arrange for Gangzi to work as a security department manager? By virtue of Yang Donghao's previous favor of curing Xiaotian, since he opened his mouth, with his face in, Zhao Jingwang felt that if he only arranged a security job for Gangzi, it would really be too aggrieved for Gangzi. Hiss. The security guard next to him was immediately dumbfounded, with only one thought in his mind. This is the end. Didn't he just offend the future manager? Master, there's no need. Yang Donghao waved his hand and said with a smile, it's quite good to let Gangzi be a security guard. Exercise a bit first, and then in the future, if he does a good job, he can become a captain or something like that. Mr. Yang, you have a point. Young people, they should exercise first. However, this young man Gangzi, I think the person is very good. I will turn around and talk to Zhao Yong. In the future, then promote him can also. Zhao Jingwang smiled and said, Mr. Yang, please, it's not easy for you to come once. Go upstairs and sit for a while. I'll make you some good tea. Master. After Manager Wu came back to his senses from the shock, he rushed back in 3 steps. With a warm and bright smile, he said to Zhao Jingwang, you and Mr. Yang go upstairs and sit down first. I'll give this young man our group's entry formalities. Saying that, he turned his head and grabbed Gangzi's hand, shaking it vigorously, praising, this kid has such a great body, and he is serious and honest. Just the talent that Tianhong Group needs. Gangzi is not stupid. How can be Manager Wu complimented a few words and then dim mind? In his heart, he understood clearly that Manager Wu's arrogance was entirely due to Zhao Jingwang's reasons. Manager Wu, I'm not considered a talent, Gangzi said in a nonchalant manner, as long as you don't think of the two of us, Dong and I, as thieves. Manager Wu made a big red face on the spot, embarrassed to the extreme, smiled dryly and said vaguely, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Oh, Zhao Jingwang heard the words of the two men, somewhat puzzled, suspiciously glanced at Manager Wu, frowned and said, what do you mean? Forget it, old master. It's fine. Yang Donghao waved his hand. He was too lazy to bother about anything with someone like Manager Wu. Manager Wu gratefully glanced at Yang Donghao, although Zhao Jingwang did not know what had happened, but he was old enough to vaguely guess that something must have happened between Yang Donghao and Manager Wu before. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Manager Wu, remember, this Mr. Yang is the most important VIP of our Zhao family. In the future, if he comes to the Tianhong Group for anything, he must notify me or Zhao Yong first. Understand? Hearing the words most important VIP, Manager Wu's eyes jumped violently, and he was too busy to respond in a loud voice. Master, I know. Chapter 43, Seed of Infatuation. Yang Donghao nodded and headed upstairs. Zhao Jingwang followed him. The security guard's body stood straight until the backs of the two disappeared. Only then did he realize that his back was already wet. After arriving upstairs, Yang Donghao's nose slightly twitched and smelled a familiar odor. He was instantly stunned. Zhao Jingwang also smelled the flavor and subconsciously sniffed. What's the smell? So fragrant? When he reached Zhao Yong's office, Zhao Jingwang directly pushed the door in. Look who's here. Mr. Yang. When Zhao Yong saw Yang Donghao, he was first stunned. Then he quickly stood up and said with some surprise, when did you come? Just came over. Met the old man downstairs. Yang Donghao said smilingly, Zhao Yong, what is this smell in your office? Zhao Jingwang sniffed again and said with some confusion, why does it smell so good? It's a medicinal meal from Yipin Xiang. The person who opened his mouth to speak was Yang Donghao. He was really too familiar with this smell, associating it with Manager Feng's previous order of 80 portions in one breath. Yang Donghao's heart now had a very clear understanding. Medicinal meal? Zhao Jingwang's curiosity rose immediately. Zhao Yong, on the other hand, was slightly embarrassed, looking at young Donghao's unhappiness and anger, and somewhat sheepishly snapped and explained, Mr. Yang, I gave you money before, and you didn't want it, and your kindness to our Zhao family is too great, so I was thinking of using this way to show my gratitude. Anyway, our group every day have to order food as well. This is an order wherever you order. Yang Donghao was a bit speechless and touched his face, asking a rhetorical question. Do I look scary? Ha! Zhao Yong's father and son froze, not understanding the meaning of his words. No. Zhao Yong waved his hands in succession as he returned to his senses. Then why do you look as if you have done something wrong? Yang Donghao asked in disbelief. Cough cough. Zhao Yong dryly coughed a few times and thought in his heart, I'm not afraid that you'll blame me? Indeed. In Zhao Yong's opinion, Yang Donghao could completely rely on his superior medical skills, and it would be more than enough to casually go to a tertiary hospital and open a specialist outpatient clinic, as there were examples in front of him. On the high-speed train, Yang Donghao just took a few glances at Xiao Tian and knew what kind of disease he had, while Feng Qingshan, a renowned medical professor, after carefully understanding the condition from Dean Hong, and reading all the various examination report cards, still did not see what kind of disease Xiao Tian had. In addition, President Hong was able to become the president of Ren Ai Hospital. That is not to rely on slips and pats to be able to achieve this position, completely rely on real skills to the throne, but he is also for the fake death disease is not any way. But Yang Donghao only used 3 pairs of medicines to cure Xiao Yan's disease. Yang Donghao, who possessed such superb medical skills, was willing to stoop to serving plates as a waiter in a small restaurant for Xian Yuan Shui. In Zhao Yong's opinion, in addition to Yang Donghao being an infatuated seed, this guy's temperament must also be very strange. As the saying goes, strange people have strange habits. If an ordinary person, the pursuit of Xian Yuan Shui, it must be to show their own economic strength, coupled with stalking and other tricks. However, Yang Donghao was able to think of going to Xian Yuan Shui's small hotel as a waiter. This method of picking up girls. Zhao Yong felt that apart from Yang Donghao, I'm afraid that only Tong Pak Fu, who ordered Qiu Xiang, would be able to do it, and it was because of this that Zhao Yong had urged manager Feng at the beginning to never tell Xian Yuan Shui that it was the Tianhong group that had come to order the meal. Zhao Yong was worried that after letting Yang Donghao know about it, there was a high possibility that he would do something bad out of the goodness of his heart, causing Yang Donghao to be unhappy. You are not angry, right, Mr. Yang? Zhao Yong carefully looked at Yang Donghao. What is there to be angry about? Yang Donghao naturally did not know that in Zhao Yong's heart he was actually comparable to Tong Pak Fu, who ordered Qiu Xiang, waved his hand, and after thinking of one thing, he said with a slight smile, Mr. Zhao, I still have to thank you a little bit on this matter. Ah, Zhao Yong was startled. Then he said with a somewhat flattered expression, Mr. Yang, you are too polite. I'm really not polite with you. Yang Donghao shook his head and said, Sister Shui originally planned to fire me before because of the bad business and the rent increase. You ordered so many meals in one breath, making Sister Shui immediately forget about this matter, so I still have to thank you for that. Only then did Zhao Yong come to his senses and laughed heartily. Mr. Yang, this Ipin Xiang medicinal cuisine is so delicious that it's actually doing bad business? I see. That's all because of the lack of advertisement. This is good. I'll ask manager Feng to order some more tomorrow, and by the way, I'll talk to those business partners of mine and ask them to order too. Son, is this medicinal meal good? Zhao Jingwang asked. Dad, it's especially delicious. Zhao Yong nodded his head without hesitation and said, I've been doing business for so many years, and not to mention anything else, what haven't I eaten in this mountain delicacies and full banquet? But this Ipin Xiang's medicinal cuisine, I almost swallowed my tongue today. Even the soup inside the lunchbox was licked clean by me, not a single bit left. Zhao Jingwang's fingers twitched as he listened. Then I have to go and try it too. Mr. Zhao. Yang Donghao was somewhat speechless and said, Don't order so many, just enough for you guys to eat, but don't order too many. Why? Zhao Yong was stunned and asked with some confusion. You want to tire me out, don't you? Yang Donghao rolled his eyes, and said without any good humor, I made this medicinal meal, 80 servings, and just me alone was busy for more than an hour. Only then did Zhao Yong react and understand, and immediately laughed dryly. So it was you, Mr. Yang, who made it with your own hands. No wonder it's so delicious. Mr. Yang. Zhao Jingwang, on the other hand, immediately thought of a question and hurriedly asked impatiently, since this medicinal meal came from your hands, besides being delicious, does it have any other effects? Of course it does. Yang Donghao nodded and said, in addition to being delicious, it also has the effect of nourishing yin and tonifying the kidneys, brightening the eyes and refreshing the mind. And for people like Mr. Zhao who have been sitting in the office for years and years, and have already turned into a sub-healthy group of people, they will be able to clearly feel the difference after eating it for 3 meals. Surprisingly, there's such an efficacy. Zhao Yong was immediately overjoyed. He was now convinced of Yang Donghao's words. He pondered in his heart, since Mr. Yang won't allow me to order more, I'll just send a few more people over there and pretend that I don't know them. I'll have to eat more of this kind of medicinal food. That's right, Mr. Zhao. Seeing Zhao Yong's eyes dribbling around, Yang Donghao didn't bother to care what he was thinking and said, I came over today because I told you before to arrange for a friend of mine to come in as a security guard. Just now, the old man has already helped me arrange it, but I have to come up here to say thanks to you as well. Chapter 44 Name Card. You are too kind, Mr. Young. Only then did Zhao Yong understand the purpose of Yang Donghao's visit. Bang bang bang. A knock sounded outside, followed by Manager Wu's voice, Mr. Zhao, are you there? Enter. Zhao Yong's voice was filled with majesty. Manager Wu and Gangzi both walked in. Hello Mr. Yang. Hello Master. Hello General Manager Zhao. Manager Wu respectively greeted the three successively. Moreover, he purposely greeted Yang Donghao first. After all, just now downstairs, Manager Wu had witnessed Zhao Jingwang's treatment of Yang Donghao, and he also purposely emphasized that Yang Donghao was the Zhao family's guest of honor. And the 8-faced and delicate man naturally understood that greeting Yang Donghao first not only wouldn't make Zhao Yong unhappy, but instead, it would make Zhao Yong think that he had proper etiquette. As expected, Manager Wu saw a faint smile from Zhao Yong's face. He said in a respectful voice, Mr. Zhao, I've already finished this little brother's joining procedures for him. He'll be able to come to work tomorrow. Do you see? Do you still need me to do something? As the manager of the personnel department, like the security level employees like Gangzi, there is no qualification for his turn to personally receive the handle, but there is no way. Wu manager is clear in his heart. He was just downstairs when offended Yang Donghao and Gangzi, 2 people. If you do not take out the reparation and apology sincere attitude, as long as Yang Donghao crooked his mouth a little bit in front of Zhao Yong, it would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. If Yang Donghao doesn't take out the apologize sincere attitude, as long as Yang Donghao crooked his mouth in front of Zhao Yong, it will be enough for him to drink a pot. Mr. Yang, do you think you need to switch to another position? Zhao Yong looked at Yang Donghao inquiringly. Honestly speaking, if Yang Donghao asked him to arrange a manager position for Gangzi to eat idle food, then Zhao Yong would still feel happier. After all, this is also regarded as repaying Yang Donghao's kindness, but only to arrange an ordinary security guard's position for Gangzi, which made Zhao Yong feel that it was too much in his heart. No need, Mr. Zhao. Yang Donghao waved his hand and said with a faint smile, security guard is just fine. Gangzi, he's new here. He doesn't know anything. There are still a lot of places he needs to learn. No need, Mr. Zhao. Gangzi took his words and smiled nervously at Zhao Yong. I think it's quite good to be a security guard. The work is easy and not tiring. It's too complicated. I can't do it. Well then. Zhao Yong sighed and said to Gangzi with a serious exhortation, if there is anything in the future, as long as I am there, you can come to the office to find me at any time, or call me as well. He walked over quickly and handed a business card to Gangzi. This has my phone number on it. Well, I know Mr. Zhao. Gangzi took it. Manager Wu lowered his head. His heart burst with secret happiness. Sure enough, this Mr. Yang has an extremely important position in General Manager Zhao's heart. You have to know that General Manager Zhao's business card is not something that he gives to people casually. To the level of wealth of the size of General Manager Zhao, they have long since gone past the time of handing out their business cards when they see someone. Only when they are facing someone with similar wealth and strength will they exchange their business cards with each other. This is not because Zhao Yong is too poor to love the rich, but the fact that billionaires, if the business card to the strength of the disparity is too large, then both sides due to the status of the wealth disparity is huge. After encountering the matter, the weak side will usually turn to the strength of the strong side, and the strong side, to be frank, simply, will not go to help the weak side. That's why only when both sides are about the same strength, they will exchange business cards with each other. It's because the other side has the strength, and may also be able to help themselves. Alright Manager Wu, you go back. Zhao Yong nodded to Manager Wu. Good. Manager Wu politely greeted Yang Donghao and the others before turning to leave. Mr. Zhao, I'm done with my business as well, so I'll leave first as well. Yang Donghao also offered his farewell. Mr. Yang, won't you sit for a while longer? Zhao Yong hurriedly retained. No, I still have things to do. Yang Donghao waved his hand. Zhao Yong saw this and also did not retain too much. Together with Zhao Jingwang, he sent Yang Donghao and Gangzi downstairs. This scene, naturally, the security guard at the door, stared enough, the body stood straight. In Yang Donghao and Gangzi 2 people passed by, but also did not look at the hand raised to salute. Let Yang Donghao look at some laughter. Brother Dong. After coming out, Gangzi gratefully said to Yang Donghao, thank you for helping me find a job. No need to be so polite. Yang Donghao waved his hand and smiled. You do a good job. Well, I know brother Dong. Don't worry, I definitely won't disgrace you, Gangzi said with a serious and solemn face. Yang Donghao hummed. Just then, his cell phone rang, took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar phone number. He casually picked it up. Hello, brother Dong? A crisp voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm Lan Lan Ah. It's you? Yang Donghao froze, and immediately guessed that it must be Xian Yuan Shui who had told her his cell phone number. Do you have something to do? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Lan Lan on the other side of the phone smiled and asked a rhetorical question, not waiting for Yang Donghao to speak. She then said, Brother Dong, where are you? I'm at the entrance of Tianhong Group. Yang Donghao said casually. Ha, why did you run over there? Lan Lan asked curiously. Oh, I came over to introduce a job to a friend of mine. Yang Donghao said and asked, do you have something to do? Yes, do you have time this afternoon? Lan Lan asked. Brother Dong, I have something I want to ask for your help. Go ahead. Yang Donghao asked. What is it? I have a good friend. She's a little sick. I heard from Xiao Shui that you seem to know something about medicine. Can you help take a look? Lan Lan said. Yang Donghao pondered for a while and said, alright then, where can I find you? If you're over at Tianhong Group, wait for me for a while. It just so happens that her house is not far from there. I'll go find you. Okay? Good. Yang Donghao agreed. After hanging up the phone, he said to Gangzi, alright, you go back by yourself first. I still have some things to do. Okay, brother Dong. Then I'll leave first. Gangzi gave a greeting and left. Not long after, a cab pulled up to the side of the road. Lan Lan carried a pink-colored koan bag, got down from the car and walked quickly towards Yang Donghao. She was wearing a white embroidered blouse, a pale yellow skirt that exposed her long and slender calves, and a pair of high-heeled shoes that set her off with an excellent figure. Lan Lan walked over and the first thing she said was, Dong, are you really here? To introduce a job to your friend? Honestly, she didn't believe it. In her opinion, if Yang Donghao really had this kind of ability to arrange for his friend to enter the Tianhong Group to work, then why would Yang Donghao still want to be a waiter in Xian Yuan Shui's store? Chapter 45, The Princess. Yes. Yang Donghao nodded. When Lan Lan saw him in this state, she burst into laughter. You're so funny. Yang Donghao looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Lan Lan pursed her lips and snickered. She didn't expose him and laughed. Brother Dong, I heard Xiao Shui say that there was a rich man who came to see you before. It is said that he even gave you a check. Is there really such a thing? There is. Yang Donghao hummed. Lan Lan pursued. Then why didn't you want it? Is it because you're not sure you can cure that patient? Do you really know how to heal and cure? It's not bragging, is it? Yang Donghao was speechless. Are you here to find me to treat your friend or to interrogate me? Brother Dong, you misunderstood me. Lan Lan was a bit embarrassed and explained. I do want to find you to help my friend see the disease, but I have to figure out whether you know medical skills or not. If you don't, then you can't cure it. What disease? Yang Donghao waved his hand. I'll answer you after you tell me. Infertility. Can it be cured? Lan Lan asked. Yang Donghao had a black line. Infertility? This is considered a disease? How is this not a disease? Lan Lan skimmed her mouth and said, Brother Dong, you still claim that you know medical skills. All of a sudden you're revealing yourself, aren't you? Nowadays, there are just too many infertile people. There are also specialized hospitals that specialize in this kind of disease. How can this not be considered a disease? Alright, I take back that sentence I just said. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and said, this can only be considered a minor illness. A minor illness? Lan Lan laughed and said, Brother Dong, do you know how much it costs to treat such a minor illness? To do an IVF, it would cost $50,000 to $60,000 at least. There are even those who have spent millions of dollars and were not cured. This is still considered a minor illness? Come on, let's not talk about this. Yang Donghao waved his hand and said, is your friend a man or a woman? Female. Lan Lan immediately said, that means she can't conceive a child? Yang Donghao said, let's go. I'll go take a look. You have a way? Lan Lan looked at him half-heartedly. Do you know what kind of people doctors hate the most? Yang Donghao asked rhetorically, then pointed at Lan Lan and laughed. It's the ones like you. You go to the doctor to see a doctor but you don't believe in the doctor's words. Since I said it's a minor illness, then I surely have a way to cure it. If I don't think I can cure it, then I surely just tell you that it can't be cured. Got it? You can really cure it? Lan Lan raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes filled with skepticism, and said, Brother Dong, you haven't even seen my friend's face yet, and you dare to boast like this? Whether it's a boast or not, you'll know in a moment. Yang Donghao looked at the time and said, let's go. Hurry up. I have to go back to work later. Lan Lan took out her cell phone and dialed a phone number. Xia, are you at home? Well, I know a friend. Medical skills are very good. He said he can cure your illness. Well, we're heading to your house. Okay, see you in a while. Hanging up the phone, Lan Lan led young Donghao towards a neighborhood. On the way, Lan Lan gave young Donghao an introduction to this friend of hers. Xia is one of my best friends. She's been married for 3 years. It's because she can't conceive a child. And now her mother-in-law is quite dissatisfied with her. And according to her, she's making his son divorce her behind her back. Just because of this matter? Yang Donghao listened with some surprise. Divorce if you can't conceive a child? Yes. Lan Lan sighed and said. In fact, back then, before Xia and her husband got married, her mother-in-law had been dead set against it, not being able to see Xia, feeling that Xia was not good enough for her son, and as I recall, had also run to the place where we were working, made a big fuss and warned Xia to stay away from her son, and at the most exaggerated times, even almost because of the two people who were going to get married, to cut off relations with her son. Yang Donghao listened with amusement and speechlessness, and said, then this is too exaggerated, right? By the way Lan Lan, what place do you guys work at? Take a guess. Lan Lan sold a lie and looked at Yang Donghao with a smile. How can I possibly guess this? Yang Donghao shook his head. Just guess. Lan Lan said with a smile. You should at least cooperate Dong. You really is a wooden lump. You like this? How to find a girlfriend in the future You don't know how to make a girl happy at all. I guess you are a rich girl. Yang Donghao casually said. Owned a company. With a snort, Lan Lan burst into laughter. Brother Dong, you're really good at joking. Yang Donghao said smilingly. Didn't you ask me to guess? Then I definitely have to cooperate with you. Alas. Lan Lan sighed. A trace of melancholy that didn't match her age surfaced on her pretty face, and said with a bitter smile, if only I were really like what you said about being a rich and powerful daughter, and starting my own company, that would be good. It's just a pity, it's too far off. Then what do you do for a living? Yang Donghao asked with interest. If I say it, you can't look down on me. Lan Lan said smilingly. How could I? Yang Donghao was dumbfounded and said, I am just a waiter. Besides, work this thing, and not divide it into high and low, by virtue of their own hands to make money. What is there to look down on? Look down on it? If everyone thinks like you, that would be good. Lan Lan gave a bitter smile, and immediately, she didn't continue to sell the mystery, and unveiled it, saying, I'm now working as a wine pusher. Wine pusher? Yang Donghao found it quite fresh and asked with a smile, what is this for? Specializing in pushing wine? That's right. Lan Lan carefully observed Yang Donghao's expression, and seeing that he looked curious, she said with a bitter smile, wine pusher. This is actually what we call ourselves. There are still some people who call us princesses. This name, you should have heard of it, right? Princess? Yang Donghao was even more surprised to hear it and said, I really haven't heard of it, but it sounds like it's very high class. Seeing that he did not look like he was faking it at all, Lan Lan was also a bit surprised in her heart and asked curiously, Dong, have you never been to a nightclub before? It's the kind of upscale KTV, nightclubs and the like the Grand Nine. We went to the other day, of course, the Grand Nine is considered a more formal nightclub. Yang Donghao asked curiously, so you mean, there are still irregular ones? Chapter 46 Every family has its own story. Of course there is. Lan Lan laughed. She could now be sure that Yang Donghao was indeed from the countryside, an unseen rural person who didn't even know the title princess. Then the irregular ones, what are they like? Yang Donghao asked with interest. Bah! Lan Lan's pretty face instantly turned red, spat, and laughed. Brother Dong, you are really bad. Yang Donghao was confused. Looking at Lan Lan's blushing face, he secretly thought in his heart, women can be really hard to figure out creatures. He was just curious to ask, how did he become bad? Brother Dong, although we are called princesses by outsiders, in reality, we are wine pushers, mainly helping the company push wine to make money. The more wine we push out, the more we earn, Lan Lan explained. So it's mainly about pushing alcohol inside nightclubs and KTVs? Yang Donghao asked. That's right. Lan Lan nodded her head inside. People say that in this world, women and children's money is the best to earn. But in fact, in my opinion, men's money is the best to earn in this world. Take those men who go to high-grade KTVs and nightclubs to play. Almost every one of them is a profligate. And those who spend tens of thousands of dollars a night and more than $100,000 are all there. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and didn't refute anything because he hadn't seen it either. We push alcohol is that we have to rely on drinking with men to be able to push it out. Lan Lan continued. As long as they are made happy by drinking them, any amount of money is willing to be spent. Then it seems that your drinking capacity is not bad. Yang Donghao asked with a smile. What kind of drinking capacity is there? I used to not drink a drop of alcohol. Lan Lan said with a bitter smile. It's all because life forced me to. There's no way out. Brother Dong, you didn't see the lousy way I drank too much and ran to the restroom to desperately throw up. If you had seen it, I guarantee that you definitely wouldn't have said that. Yang Donghao sniffed and stared carefully at Lan Lan for a few moments, nodded and said, well, your liver. Indeed it's a little bit not so good. If you keep drinking like this, I'm afraid that your body will collapse. Turn around and I'll give you a prescription. You'll have to give up alcohol, and you'll drink 3 pairs of medicines every month, and after half a year, you'll be able to fully and completely recover. Gotta quit drinking? Lan Lan was originally quite happy, but when she heard about quitting alcohol, her willow eyebrows immediately frowned, and she said in a consultative manner, Brother Dong, can't we not quit alcohol? Of course not. Yang Donghao waved his hand. This is like a pool, letting water out while running water. You think, when can it be filled up? You have to quit drinking. You are still young. If you keep drinking like this, after a few years, your body will collapse, and you will regret it at that time. Alas, that won't do. Brother Dong, inside a nightclub, if you don't drink with your guests, who will buy your drinks? Lan Lan sighed. It's not even possible to drink less. Those people, desperately trying to fill you up. This kind of money, it's quick to earn, but at the cost of your health. Yang Donghao persuaded. You will definitely regret it later. Let's talk about later. Lan Lan shook her head and said melancholically, my family is short of money. My younger brother is in college and needs tuition and living expenses. My elder brother is getting married soon. My parents are farmers. How can they have money to buy him a house? The family is counting on me to make money. Yang Donghao frowned and asked rhetorically, your big brother is getting married. He won't make money himself? Still need you to get him a wife? Every family has its own problems. Never mind Brother Dong. Let's not talk about this matter. Lan Lan smiled bitterly, digressing from the topic, pointing to a neighborhood not far from the road in front of her, saying, Xiaoxia is in this neighborhood. How is it? It looks upscale, right? Yang Donghao took a look. Indeed, this name is called Wulong Bay neighborhood. It looks like a very upscale look. A few buildings about more than 30 floors high rise up, will be surrounded by neighborhoods or pressed ahead, and the spacing between this building, are also very large. In this inch of land in the city of Guangzhou, this spacing of upscale neighborhoods, the price is bound to be not expensive, is quite good. The house here, a square meter how to $30,000 or $40,000, right? Yang Donghao said casually, $30,000 to $40,000? Lan Lan laughed at that moment. Brother Dong, this Wulong Bay, $100,000 starting price. The floor fee for more than 5 floors, $1 more $1,000 for 1 floor. So expensive? Yang Donghao smacked his lips. Didn't expect it, did you? Lan Lan enviously looked at these buildings in Wulong Bay, said with emotion, Xiaoxia is also considered to be a good life. Her husband looked at her back then, every day to change the pattern of chasing her. Originally our kind of people, easily will not be moved, because we are engaged in this industry, are looked down upon. Xiaoxia back then is also because of a piece of her husband's true heart, decided to get together with him. Just a pity, her mother-in-law, she is not a good person. Unfortunately, that mother-in-law of hers, alas, is really excessive. There's a saying, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Yang Donghao nodded his head and said, people's young couple, living their own life, when the old mans get involved, that can be a mess. I do think, your friend's mother-in-law, still despises her from the bottom of her heart, and not having conceived a child is nothing more than just an excuse for her mother-in-law. Well, Brother Dong, you're right. Lan Lan nodded her head in agreement and said, I think the same way, but Xiaoxia thinks differently. She thinks that if she carries a child, then her mother-in-law will have no excuse to find something to do. Yang Donghao shook his head and did not say anything. When they reached the entrance of the neighborhood, Lan Lan eeped. Why is she coming down? Her mother-in-law is also there. Yang Donghao gazed and saw that on the roadside at the entrance of the neighborhood, there were 2 women standing. One of them was in her 20s, very pretty, with long hair draped over her shoulders, slender figure, and a pair of beautiful eyes like autumn water. While standing not far away next to her, was an old woman of about 60, very well dressed, with an emerald green bangle on her wrist, and her gaze was constantly sweeping back and forth on the street, as if she was waiting for someone. Xiaoxia. Lan Lan waved her hand at the long-haired beauty. Lan Lan. When Xiaoxia saw Lan Lan, a happy smile appeared on her pretty face and she ushered her in with quick steps, at the same time sizing up Yang Donghao beside Lan Lan. And this is Dong. Lan Lan said smilingly. He said he could cure your illness, so I led him here. Hello Brother Dong. Xiaoxia sniffed and immediately greeted Yang Donghao happily while scrutinizing him carefully. Hello. Yang Donghao nodded. Your mother-in-law is also here? Lan Lan lowered her voice and asked. Why did she come over? Don't mention it. Xia smiled bitterly and said, I just hung up on you a moment ago when she called, telling me to come downstairs. She said she had also hired a divine doctor to cure me. Chapter 47, Divine Doctor. Another divine doctor was hired for you? Lan bit the two words very heavily, with a surprised look on her face. How many times has this hired a divine doctor for you? Xia nodded, helplessness written all over her pretty face. Sighing, there's no way. What can I do? I think she wants to toss you to death, right? Lan whispered. Last time, that what's her name divine doctor prescribed you medicine. Didn't she send you to the hospital to have your stomach pumped? You still dare to let her invite the divine doctor to come? Said. She whispered to young Donghao. Originally, Xiaxia's mother-in-law blamed her stomach is not competitive. To her can not give birth to grandchildren. At first is to let the son and Xiaxia divorce, but her son firmly do not agree to divorce. Helpless, her mother-in-law began to change the way of thinking, as a result of several IVF, and ultimately ended in failure. Her mother-in-law asked people to inquire about various miracle doctors. Please these miracle doctors to give Xiaxia cure. The first few times they invited the miracle doctors, it is estimated that their ancestral secret recipe is not very effective. Anyway, Xiaxia in accordance with their prescription, after taking the medicine, no effect at all. But her mother-in-law does not think so. She thinks, it is not that these doctors of the ancestral secret recipe does not work, but Xiaxia's stomach is not competitive, to make her son extinct. This kind of thing, how can her mother-in-law tolerate? Last month, and give Xiaxia invited a supposedly cured infertility miracle doctor. To Xiaxia prescribed a prescription. Anyway, even with the clinic with the prescription, a total of more than $8,000. Back and so Xiaxia ate the prescription of this doctor. No more than a long time. Even spit metabolism, the body soft a little strength, but Xiaxia's mother-in-law still forced Xiaxia continue to take, and then had no choice but to pinch the nose. Xiaxia continue to drink again. This time after drinking, not long after, Xiaxia will be directly comatose, was sent to the hospital, washed the stomach before waking up. What can I do? Xiaxia smiled bitterly. If I didn't agree, she cried and was close to hanging herself in front of me. In order to give my husband a child, I could only agree. Yang Donghao sniffed with emotion in his heart, although Xiaxia's maneuver seemed to be a bit stupid, but standing in her point of view, there seemed to be no better way. Brother Dong, you have to help her. Lan turned her head to Yang Donghao and said, I see that other than her body being a bit weak, she is quite normal. Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows a bit and said, Xia, your husband, is he at home? He's not in right now. He can't come back until a while later. When Xia heard Yang Donghao's words, she instantly raised her willow eyebrows and said somewhat happily, Brother Dong, you think, there is nothing wrong with me, right? No. Yang Donghao shook his head. For him, there was no need to take a pulse. A glance would be able to tell that Xiaxia's body was very healthy, and reasonably speaking, it was impossible for there to be a situation where she could not conceive a child. However, this kind of thing, there was no way to draw a conclusion by looking at one person alone. After all, this was a matter of two people. Brother Dong, are you so sure? Lan, on the other hand, was skeptical. After all, Yang Donghao had done nothing but stand here and chat with Xiaxia for a few moments, and he could conclude that she was healthy and normal? That's natural. Yang Donghao nodded and casually said, this can be seen with the eyes. Lan almost collapsed at the sound of his voice. This guy, in the end, does he know anything about medicine? Why does he look like he's just talking out of his ass? Xiaxia also sniffed some shock. She these years, everywhere to see the doctor to seek children. Chinese and Western medicine have seen. Western medicine to see the process is a variety of checks. Chinese medicine to see the disease is naturally to look at the smell and ask questions, which is the simplest one is certainly to take the pulse. But like Yang Donghao, one does not ask, two do not take the pulse, opened his mouth to say that she is normal. In Xiaxia's opinion, Yang Donghao was more of a miracle doctor compared to the miracle doctors her mother-in-law had hired before. What is doing? A dignified voice came from Xiaxia's mother-in-law, who saw them muttering over here and looked a bit displeased. Mom, it's Lan and the girls coming. Xiaxia hurriedly turned her head and curtly explained to her mother-in-law. I saw them, she said nonchalantly. Hello Auntie Qiao. Lan hurriedly greeted her. What are you doing here? Auntie Qiao wrapped her hands around her head, held her head high, squinted at Lan, and then, in a reprimanding tone, said to Xiaxia, how many times have I said, although our Qiao family isn't a famous family, we're considered a prestigious figure in this Guang city, and for you to be able to marry into our Qiao family, it's the reason you've been blessed with 3 lifetimes, and the reason why my son is blind, and since you've married into our Qiao family, you should, in future, just less to come and go with some unsavory people. Otherwise, I can't afford to lose this person. Do you hear me? Mom, don't be angry. Lan Lan came today. She invited a doctor to help me see the doctor. Xia forcefully held back the aggression in her heart, accompanied with a smiling face to explain to her. She naturally understood clearly in her heart that the so-called unsavory person was referring to Lan Lan. While explaining, Xia cast an apologetic glance at Lan Lan. Lan Lan, for the sake of Xia, mentally endured Auntie Qiao's cynicism and pretended not to hear it. Hired a doctor? Auntie Qiao was slightly stunned. Her eyes flicked over Yang Donghao, then instantly retracted. Frowning coldly, he's a doctor? Yes, Mom. Xia nodded with a compensatory smile. Such a young doctor? Auntie Qiao's gaze was filled with suspicion as she scrutinized Yang Donghao and said in a condescending tone, "You're a doctor? Where do you work?" Her attitude made Yang Donghao instantly feel a little unhappy in his heart. Where was she inquiring? It was almost as if she was interrogating a prisoner. So Yang Donghao also said in a nonchalant manner, "Does it matter to you where I work?" You. Auntie Qiao froze, and then, a trace of anger surfaced on her face, and ignoring Yang Donghao, she turned her head to the dumbfounded Xia and said in reprimand, "Is this the doctor that your so-called friend invited?" Mom, don't be angry. Xia came back to her senses. Her heart trembled, and she hurriedly said with a smile, "Humph." Auntie Qiao flung her sleeve and turned her head, slating her face and ignoring her. Dong. Lan Lan hurriedly tugged on Yang Donghao's clothes with her hand and said in a loud voice, "Don't be angry." She naturally knew that in this situation, the person who was most uncomfortable and embarrassed to be caught in the middle was Xia. Xia was also standing there, at a loss for words, not knowing how to deal with this situation. After all, Yang Donghao was invited by Lan Lan to help, and Auntie Qiao was her mother-in-law. Now no matter what she did, it was a pig in a poke, inside and out. Chapter 48, Accounting Out. Don't worry, it's fine. Yang Donghao glanced at Lan Lan and smiled faintly. Brother Dong. Lan Lan lowered her voice. If you are not sure of curing Xiaxia's illness, then let's go. She was a little worried that Yang Donghao would quarrel with Auntie Qiao. In that case, in retrospect, when they left, Xiaxia would definitely be scolded by her mother-in-law again. Who said I'm unsure? Yang Donghao asked rhetorically. So what you're saying is that you have a way? Lan Lan was stunned. This will have to wait for a while, after meeting her husband, before I can know. Yang Donghao did not say the words to death either. Coming. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz sedan quickly drove this way. Auntie Qiao saw this and immediately turned excited, quickly taking 2 steps towards the roadside. Immediately after, she looked back at Xia and found that Xia stood still and did not move. Immediately her brows furrowed, and with a stern face she reprimanded and said, "Why don't you hurry to come over to greet Divine Dr. Lu? This is the one I commissioned someone to invite from out of town and spent a large amount of money. Who did I work so hard for? It's not for you. You're still standing there like nothing's wrong? If my son hadn't been blind enough to marry you, would I have spent money and owed favors to beg others? Coming. Xia hurriedly walked quickly to her side. Lan Lan was at the side, watching in anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, this kind of thing is frankly, a willingness to fight, a willingness to be beaten. It is a family matter of others. Although she and Xiaxia's relationship is very good, but she also knows that in this case, it's better to pretend that she didn't hear it. Getting involved in the family affairs of other people's homes would be even more troublesome. Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy, his temper is really big enough. Get it wrong. There's a possibility that it's because of her son. Lan Lan froze and said offhandedly, "Brother Dong, what you mean is that it might be her husband's reason that caused Xia to not get pregnant?" It's possible. Yang Donghao nodded. Just as the two of them were chatting, the Mercedes-Benz sedan pulled up to the roadside, only to see Auntie Qiao hurriedly walking quickly to the side of the car door, her face full of enthusiastic smiles, and Xia was also following closely beside her, only that the smile on her pretty face appeared to be a little bit more stiff. An old man in his 60s, with a head full of white hair, opened the car door and walked down. "Divine Dr. Lu, how are you?" Auntie Qiao greeted Dr. Lu with a beaming smile, while incidentally introducing Xia beside her. "Divine Dr. Lu, this is my unlucky daughter-in-law. Alas, it's really the family's misfortune, marrying such a contraption back. It's also hard work for you to drive hundreds of miles. Good day, Divine Dr. Lu." Xia forced herself to hold back the aggression in her heart and greeted Divine Dr. Lu with a smile. Mrs. Qiao, don't say that. This daughter-in-law of yours is still beautiful, Divine Dr. Lu said with a smile. Hey, Divine Dr. Lu, she's just this face, not bad looking, the rest of her, nothing. Auntie Qiao skimmed her mouth and said, "It's also my son who is blind, marrying such a flower vase back. If I were to say from the street to find a random girl back are better than her." Dr. Lu coughed dryly. This word, he is no way to receive. The words turn, smilingly said, let's go into the house first, right? Look at you. I almost forgot. Auntie Qiao slapped her forehead and laughed. Yes, let's go into the house and chat. And by the way, please give her a good look. Divine Dr. Lu. I've heard many people mention your great name, saying that you're a wonderful doctor. Hua Tua. You're here, and I have a good idea of what's going on in my heart. Mrs. Qiao, you are too kind. Divine Dr. Lu smiled and waved his hand, turned around and took out a medicine box from the car. When he was planning to carry it on his back, Auntie Qiao hurriedly snatched it over and stuffed it into Xiaxia's hands without saying a word. Smilingly said to Divine Dr. Lu, Divine Dr. Lu, this kind of rough work, just let her do it. You please. Divine Dr. Lu was flabbergasted for a moment, then said politely, forget it, this medicine box is quite heavy. It's better for me to take it. It's fine Divine Dr. Lu. I'll just hold it. Although Xiaxia was struggling a bit to hold it, she did not dare to say so. Let's go Divine Dr. Lu. Auntie Qiao said enthusiastically, go upstairs first. This, Divine Dr. Lu hesitated and had to agree. Alright then. The three of them turned around and headed inside the neighborhood. Lan. Xiaxia glanced at the two of them. Lan and Yang Donghao, you guys come along too. Oh, Divine Dr. Lu casually swept a glance at the two of them, Yang Donghao and Lan, and said with a smile, are they your friends? Without waiting for Xiaxia to speak, Auntie Qiao grabbed the lead and said with a disdainful face, they're all just her foxy friends. Humph, Mom, Lan specifically invited Dong to come and see me. Xiaxia said awkwardly, can you give me some face? Give you face? Do you have face? Auntie Qiao raised her eyebrows and counted off disdainfully. If I give you face, do you dare to take it? What the hell is Dong and Nan? And that friend of yours, isn't she just an escort girl? Who does she know? Who can she invite for you? With that, she turned her head to Dr. Lu and said, Dr. Lu, let's go. Don't pay attention to them. Her so-called friend is just an escort girl who specializes in accompanying men to drink. This kind of woman in the past, they are all lowly goods like prostitutes. What kind of bull doctor can she invite? What kind of doctor can she hire? With these words, she not only scolded Lan, but also included Yang Donghao. This, Divine Dr. Lu sort of realized how powerful Auntie Qiao was, smiled awkwardly and said, let's go upstairs first. At home, I'll give your daughter-in-law a good look at what's going on. Auntie Qiao also ignored Xiaxia, and the two of them, along with Divine Dr. Lu, walked towards the inside of the neighborhood. Lan, brother Dong, I'm sorry. Xiaxia fell behind and guiltily said to the embarrassed Lan, my mother-in-law, she is that kind of person. You, don't take it to heart. I know. Lan took a deep breath and suppressed her inner fire. This is too much. How do you usually put up with it? There's no way. Xiaxia sighed. Joke, he's so good to me. My own stomach doesn't compete. So what can I do? Saying that, she hesitated and said, otherwise, why don't you guys go back first? I'll call you some other day when she's not around, okay? Otherwise, I'm worried that I'm afraid that if you guys go up there later, she won't be able to say anything unpleasant again. Chapter 49, You Can Cure Infertility. No need. Yang Donghao waved his hand and smiled. I've come. Just go upstairs and have a seat. And by the way, wait for your husband to come back to take a look. It's not a big problem anyway. If it's on another day, I won't necessarily be free. Lan looked at him with surprise. She knew that Xiaxia had suffered a lot in order to conceive a child, and had done IVF several times. How did it come to Yang Donghao's mouth that it was not a big problem? She now doesn't know whether Yang Donghao was really a highly skilled doctor or just a liar. Brother Dong, you can really make me pregnant? Xiaxia looked at Yang Donghao in surprise. Yang Donghao listened to a head of black lines and thought in his heart, why does this sound so awkward? There is no problem with your body. Yang Donghao thought for a moment and said, I have to see your husband before I can know what's going on, so I can't give you a definite answer right now. I know. Xiaxia nodded her head repeatedly and said happily, thank you brother Dong. If you can really make me conceive a child, then you are my great benefactor. Let's hurry and go inside. Lan saw Auntie Qiao, who had walked into the neighborhood, look back at them. Otherwise, your mother-in-law will be counting you again in a while. The three of them hurriedly walked quickly towards the neighborhood. Let me help you with this medicine box. Yang Donghao saw Xiaxia carrying the medicine box and straining, so he smoothly took the medicine box from her hand. Thank you brother Dong. Xiaxia said gratefully. Just entering the residential building, he happened to see Auntie Qiao and Divine Dr. Lu. Both of them had already walked into the elevator. Yang Donghao shouted in passing, wait a moment. Auntie Qiao not only did not wait, but pressed the elevator door closing button. The elevator is full. Dr. Lu is an honored guest. You guys take the next elevator up. By the way, you hold the medicine box well. If it gets bumped and broken, You can't afford to pay for it, got it? The elevator door closed and started to go up. Lan Lan's face went white with anger. Your mother-in-law is too much, isn't she? The elevator is full with just the two of them? I'm sorry, don't be angry. Xiaxia smiled bitterly. She's doing this on purpose to show me. Yang Donghao understood in his heart that Auntie Chow wasn't doing it to Xiaxia, but was using this method to tell Lan Lan and him that she didn't welcome them. What does your mother-in-law do? Yang Donghao asked casually. Why does it look as if she calls the shots on everything? She runs a company, and in recent years, after hugging the thighs of the Tianhong group, the company has grown very well, and she's usually used to bossing people around inside the company. And she's like that at home too. Lan Lan skimmed her mouth and said, she and Xiaxia's relationship was very good, so for her mother-in-law's situation, she also knew very well. Hugging the thighs of Tianhong group? Yang Donghao's heart stirred as he asked, she mainly cooperates with Tianhong group? Yes. Lan Lan nodded her head. Not long after, the elevator came down and the three of them walked in, reaching the 28th floor. After entering the house, Yang Donghao casually surveyed the interior decoration. Large crystal lamps, high-grade leather sofas, thick woolen carpets, and furniture made of mahogany, all of which showed the owner's rich and noble atmosphere. Auntie Chow and Divine Dr. Lu were both sitting on the sofa. After seeing the three of them enter the house, Auntie Chow didn't even lift her but for a moment, and said in a churlish manner, Xiaxia, go and pour water for Divine Dr. Lu, and you, bring Divine Dr. Lu's medicine box over. She pointed at Yang Donghao. Young man, thank you for helping me with the medicine box. Divine Dr. Lu was polite and took the initiative to stand up, took the medicine box from Yang Donghao's hand and smiled at him, casually asking, young man, are you also studying medicine? He had just heard Xiaxia say something downstairs that Yang Donghao was here to treat her, so he had this question. Aha! Yang Donghao nodded. In fact, feng shui geomancy, fortune-telling and divination, and medical cultivation, he was proficient in all of them, so it would be considered correct to say that he was studying medicine. Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Ah? Divine Dr. Lu then asked. Chinese medicine. Yang Donghao said. Oh, Dr. Lu was a little surprised, carefully surveyed Yang Donghao for a few eyes, said with emotion, good eye young man, now learn Chinese medicine people, but few and far between. Look at your age, is just graduated from the school inside? Where is the school? Ah? Yang Donghao shook his head. I am and my master learned medical skills, so there is a master. Divine Dr. Lu's interest instantly came. Young man, what is your master's name? My master has always lived in the countryside. Yang Donghao waved his hand and said, speaking out his old man's name, you must not have heard of it either. So that's how it is. Divine Dr. Lu nodded his head, and his heart probably had a clear idea. He estimated that the master Yang Donghao spoke of in his mouth must be a barefoot doctor in the past, also known as the village doctor. In the 60s of the last century, the domestic rural areas are generally lack of doctors. Then the state called for some experts, co-authored a rural barefoot doctor manual books, issued to the domestic rural areas. The book will be some simple common diseases, what should be treated with what medicines are summarized, as long as in accordance with the guidance in the book, will be able to cure the disease, and then the doctor will be able to cure it. As long as you follow the instructions in the book, you will be able to treat most of the common diseases. A little. Auntie Chow in the side of the disdainful laugh, glanced at Yang Donghao, sneered to himself and said, I said it, no wonder just do not tell me. In which hospitals work? The original is a barefoot village doctor. Oh, Yang Donghao frowned. Lu Xinshur saw this and hastened to preemptively round up the scene, said with a smile, Mrs. Chow, in fact, there are many famous doctors in our country. Back then, also went to the countryside as a barefoot doctor. That's two different things. Auntie Chow waved her hand, and Xiaoxiao walked over with tea. Divine Dr. Lu, have some tea. Good. Divine Dr. Lu nodded. You sit here. I'll give you a pulse to see. Good. Xiaoxia sat down as instructed and stretched out her hand. Divine Dr. Lu pressed his 3 fingers on her wrist, carefully tasting the pulse and gazing at it. Auntie Chow and Lan Lan both subconsciously lightened their breathing. That way, as if they were afraid of disturbing Divine Dr. Lu's diagnosis. The sound of unlocking sounded outside the door. A handsome-looking young man walked in. Seeing the crowd inside the house, he was flabbergasted for a moment. His eyes landed on Auntie Chow, and he softly called out, Mom, Shoo. Auntie Chow reached out and made a silent gesture. Xiao Ku, don't speak. Divine Dr. Lu was taking his pulse. Xiao Ku hurriedly shut his mouth. He noticed that Yang Donghao was looking at him up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Xiao Ku looked at Yang Donghao's eyes but didn't know what he was doing. He politely smiled at him and sat aside. Chapter 50, Go back to the countryside. Strange. Yang Donghao sized up Xiao Ku, then withdrew his gaze, pondering in his heart, this Xiao Ku looks, and his body is healthy, But how could these two not be able to conceive a child? He pondered for a while, and suddenly, a possibility came to his mind, and instantly his heart became clear. Change the hand. After a moment, Divine Dr. Lu signaled for Xiaxia to change hands, and seeing her nervousness, he laughed. Just relax. Good. Xiaxia nodded her head, but it would be strange to say that she was not nervous in her heart. Although she had seen so many doctors, the fact that it ended the same way every time caused her to have a lot of stress in her heart right now, and she was always worried that she would hear the doctor say, "It's your body, that's why you can't conceive a child." Do you usually like your meals hot or cold? When you have your period, how is the amount? Divine Dr. Lu tasted the pulse while opening his mouth to inquire. Xiaxia answered one by one. Well, I see. After a while, Divine Dr. Lu withdrew his hand and gazed in thought without saying a word. Auntie Chow couldn't help but ask, Divine Dr. Lu, how's it going? She can't conceive a child. Is it because of her belly not being able to compete? Divine Dr. Lu came back to his senses, glanced at the nervous Xiaxia, shook his head, and said to Auntie Chow, Mrs. Chow, your daughter-in-law, she is in very good health, by all accounts. It's impossible for her not to be able to conceive a child. Yang Donghao smiled and pondered in his heart. This Divine Dr. Lu still has 2 tricks up his sleeve. Impossible. Auntie Chow raised her eyebrows and insisted. There must be something wrong with her body. I told my son not to marry her in the first place, but as a result, he just wouldn't listen. Mom, Xiaoke couldn't help but say, other people, Dr. Lu Xun, have said that there's nothing wrong with Xiaxia's body. Auntie Chow hummed. So what you're saying is that there's something wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with me either. We've both checked, Xiaoke said, looking towards Divine Dr. Lu. Divine Dr. Lu, or else, you can give me a look as well? Also good. Divine Dr. Lu nodded his head, and Xiaoke sat beside him, stretching out his wrist. After a moment, Divine Dr. Lu withdrew his hand, rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table a few times, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, let's do it this way. I'll prescribe a prescription, and let Xiaxia take a few pairs of medicines first to temper her body, and see if she can conceive. He took out a paper and pen, and was about to write the prescription when he suddenly thought of something, and turned his head to Yang Donghao and said, Young man, since you are also a medical student, you might as well come over to give them a look as well, and express your opinion. Perhaps you can find some places that I have missed and neglected. Without waiting for Yang Donghao to speak, Auntie Chow said in contempt, Dr. Lu, he only learned a few tricks from the barefoot doctor in the village. In front of you, he deserves to express his opinion? You've really flattered him. Whether or not I'm elevated, it's not up to you. Yang Donghao had endured her for a long time. Raising his eyebrows, he said coldly, You ignorant woman, dog-eyed, don't know anything, what are you blindly yelling about here? In an instant, everyone in the room froze. Returning to their senses, Lan Lan Den almost screamed out in anxiety. Dong, you've stirred up a hornet's nest now. Auntie Qiao's face instantly changed, glaring at Yang Donghao with crossed eyes, fiercely slamming the table, scolding, How dare you? What are you? How dare you scold me? Do you believe that with one word from me, I'll make it impossible for you to stay in Guang City and roll back to the countryside? What a big mouth. Yang Donghao instantly laughed. Just with you, you still make me unable to stay in Guang City? You really think too highly of yourself. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and found Zhao Yong's phone and pressed the transmit button. Get the hell out of here. Auntie Chow pointed at Yang Donghao and scolded. If it wasn't for Xiaxia's face, I wouldn't have come up even if you had invited me in an 8-carried sedan chair. Yang Donghao sneered back. At this time, he saw the phone screen showing that the call was connected. He directly pressed the speakerphone button. Zhao Yong's voice came from inside the microphone. Hello Mr. Yang. Mr. Zhao, is your Tianhong group cooperating with an old woman surnamed Chow? Yang Donghao was too lazy to use any other nice name to describe Auntie Chow. What? Tianhong group? Auntie Chow, who was in a rage, froze when she heard Yang Donghao's words, countless question marks surfacing inside her mind. How could he possibly know Mr. Zhao, and would have his phone number? Mr. Yang, are you talking about manager Chao Tsuehua Chow? Zhao Yong on the other side of the phone was flabbergasted for a moment before responding. Xiao Tsuehua's body shook and she almost shrieked out in shock. She could hear the voice inside the microphone. It was indeed Zhao Yong from Tianhong Group. Your name is Chao Tsuehua? Yang Donghao looked at her coldly. Young man, what is your relationship with Mr. Zhao? Xiao Tsuehua looked at Yang Donghao in shock. Since there was no denial, it was a tacit admission. Yang Donghao's heart immediately bottomed out, and faintly said to Zhao Yong on the other side of the microphone, Mr. Zhao, this Xiao Tsuehua, I see that she has a very poor character as a human being, and if your group has any business dealings with her, I would advise you to consider it cautiously. I know Mr. Yang Zhao Yong heard these words from Yang Donghao. After a little contemplation, he immediately understood what was going on. No need to ask. It must be that Xiao Cuihua had provoked Yang Donghao. He did not hesitate to say, "Our group is with Manager Xiao's company. Signed a cooperation agreement. Since you said so, then I will greet the people below in a while, and will just terminate the cooperation agreement." When Xiao Cuihua heard this, her face instantly changed. "Mr. Zhao, it won't trouble you, right?" Yang Donghao said indifferently. "Mr. Yang, you are too polite. It's nothing troublesome." Zhao Yong on the other side of the phone smiled brightly. "For my company, it's the same for whoever I work with. Since you said this person is no good, then just terminate working with her. It's not troublesome at all." Okay, I know," Yang Donghao said indifferently. "Then let's leave it at that. Mr. Zhao, I still have some things on my side." Okay, Mr. Yang," Zhao Yong said in a respectful voice. "Then you go ahead and get busy. You can call me anytime 24 hours if there is something." Yang Donghao hung up the phone, looked at the stunned face, a look as if she had seen a ghost like Xiao Cuihua, also did not bother to care about her, turned his head to the side of the jaw-dropping Lu Divine Doctor and said, "Dr. Lu, I just took a look at the two of them, Xiao Ku and Xiaxia, and my opinion is the same as yours. Their bodies are very healthy, and the reason why they can't conceive a child is because they should be out of the blood type. I suggest that you should pay attention to this when you prescribe the medicine later." Dropping these words, Yang Donghao turned to Lan Lan and said, "Let's go." He turned and walked out. Chapter 51, Don't you dare joke about your auntie. Oh, good. Lan Lan also looked dumbfounded just now. After coming back to her senses, she saw that Yang Donghao had already walked out. She hurriedly pulled out her legs and chased after him, and before she left, she did not forget to look back at Xiao Cuihua. Seeing her dumbfounded, stunned to the core, Lan Lan's heart was greatly relieved. "Dong, wait for me, wait." Xiao Cuihua woke up from the shock, immediately ran and chased out. She clearly understood in her heart. She had just looked away. She never thought that Lan Lan, this kind of escort girl, would know such a friend with such a head. Even Zhao Yong had to listen to him. Xiao Cuihua's company, 85% of the business, are from the Tianhong Group. It can be said that if Tianhong Group stops cooperating with her, then her company will wait for the closure of the door. It's like what Zhao Yong said, business to who do, not do it? If Tianhong Group stopped cooperating with her, there would immediately be other companies eyeing this piece of fat meat to pounce on. Mom, the two of them, Xiao Ku and Xia, followed closely and chased out. Young man, wait a moment." Divine Dr. Lu also hurriedly put his medicine box on his back and ran out with his legs drawn. "How could the reason be above the blood type? You explain clearly before you leave." "Mr. Young." Xiao Cuihua chased to the side of the building's elevator in one breath. Due to chasing out in too much of a hurry, she didn't even have time to put on her shoes and ran out barefooted, nodding her head and smiling curtly at Yang Donghao, who was waiting for the elevator. Misunderstanding. Just now it's all a misunderstanding. Auntie Qiao, how could it be a misunderstanding?" Lan Lan, who had long been displeased with her, did not wait for Yang Donghao to speak. She jumped ahead and said with a smile, "I heard you very clearly just now. You just said that with one word. You can make Brother Dong unable to stay in Guang City, and roll back to the countryside. How come it has become a misunderstanding again now? This doesn't seem like your style of doing things." Xiao Cuihua's face instantly a burst of green, a burst of red, embarrassed to the extreme. If usually Lan Lan dared to talk to her like this, she would have long opened her mouth to scold back. But today, Yang Donghao was invited by Lan Lan. At this moment facing Lan Lan, she simply did not dare to hold a frame like in the past days, and lowered her voice and smiled apologetically and said, "Lan Lan, don't joke about Auntie. Gu, Auntie Qiao." Lan Lan raised her willow eyebrows and said with a surprised expression, "How dare I joke with you? An escort girl like me is such a lowly existence in your eyes. How would I dare to joke with you?" Sorry. Xiao Cuihua's smile stiffened a little. "Lan Lan, Auntie is sorry. For the sake of Auntie being so old, just spare Auntie, okay?" She looked at Lan Lan with a pleading gaze. Seeing this, Lan Lan's heart softened. She hummed, turned her head, and ignored her. Dong, Xiaxia and Xiao Ku ran over. Earlier, she did not know that Yang Donghao was actually someone who could decide the fate of Xiao Cuihua's company with a single word, so she did not have much feeling towards Yang Donghao. But just now, after hearing the conversation between Yang Donghao and Zhao Yong with her own ears, she now did not dare to treat Yang Donghao with her normal heart as she did before. After shouting respectfully, Xiaxia stood there at a loss for words and did not know how to continue. "Youngster." Divine Dr. Lu ran over with his medicine box on his back. Seeing that Yang Donghao was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly asked, What you just said about them not being able to conceive a child because of their blood type. Can you explain it to me more carefully? Ah, exactly. Lan Lan also woke up to the fact that Yang Donghao only said that the reason was in the blood type and then walked away. What is going on here? She quickly said, Brother Dong, since you can see where the reason lies, then you can help cure Xia, okay? Yang Donghao pondered for a while and said to Divine Dr. Lu, Dr. Lu, we Chinese medicine practitioners believe that female infertility is generally caused by several conditions such as kidney deficiency, liver depression, blood stasis, and phlegm dampness. But in fact, in addition to these conditions, there is also an extremely rare and sparse condition that is caused by blood type. Mr. Yang, please speak. Divine Dr. Lu looked at him with a grave expression. From the time the youngster changed his name to Mr. Yang, that was because as soon as Yang Donghao opened his mouth, Divine Dr. Lu knew that Yang Donghao did indeed understand Chinese medicine. Moreover, like Dr. Lu's old Chinese medicine, they know for no, do not know for do not know, this old saying, are extremely important to believe in, because the medical skill is originally used to save lives and help the injured. If do not pretend to know, will only lead to a big disaster. So for the medical skill of the person, they are extremely respect and admiration. Western medicine will human blood type is divided into a type, B type, AB type, and O type of these four, but in addition, there is a factor called RH exists. Yang Donghao narrated, if the RH factor in Xiaoxiao's blood is negative, and Xiaoke's RH factor is positive, there will be an RH blood type incompatibility, which will cause antibodies to be produced in Xiaoxiao's body, and even if a child is conceived, this antibody will destroy the child's cells, produce hemolysis, and then ablate away. After a pause, he looked at the bewildered Xiaoxia and said, Xiaoxia, if I'm not wrong, in your years, some months of your menstruation, it must have come abnormally, and in some cases it may even be 10 days and half a month late. And, if it comes late, then your menstruation is going to be a lot more than when it's normal, and it will also have clots, isn't that right? Xiaoxia's pretty face instantly turned red, her mouth opened into an O. After all, talking about this kind of female privacy would make her a bit shy and unnatural, but more than that, she was still shocked because what Yang Donghao had said, it was almost as if he had seen it with his own eyes. It's like this, Donghao. Xiaoxia blushed and said softly, seeing this, Lan Lan on the side, in her heart, she admired Yang Donghao more and more. It did not occur to her that Brother Dong was really not bragging before. It turns out that he really knows medical skills. So that's how it is. Divine Dr. Lu fiercely slapped his thigh and looked at Yang Donghao with a face of admiration. Mr. Yang, your medical skills is really powerful. I just diagnosed half a day and did not find out where the problem was. You just looked at it for a few moments, and you immediately knew where the cause of the disease was. Alas, you are so powerful medical skills, before also do not say broken, so that I in front of you also show off a bit. Dr. Lu, you are too modest. Yang Donghao waved his hand, smiled faintly, and said, in fact, Xiaoxia and Xiaoke's situation, in the words of our Chinese medicine practitioners, it is that both husband and wife happen to be born from the extreme young, and the extreme yin is in full bloom. Prescribing medicine for them is very simple, and the idea of the treatment is to make the two of them, both husband and wife, have a calm and peaceful yin and yang. Yin and yang are not biased on the line. Chapter 52. Listen to you. Divine Dr. Lu took his words, pondered over them, and came to a sudden realization. I understand, Mr. Yang, thank you for your guidance. In his heart, he was in awe of Yang Donghao. Pinpointing the disease is the most important part of the two systems of Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Chinese medicine and Western medicine is different. Chinese medicine for the human body is abstract, just as yin and yang, can be divided into several specific, so there will be the diagnosis method. The purpose is to will be accurate and precise disease. A Chinese medicine practitioner's medical skill is high or low. From his prescription and judging the disease thought process, it can be seen, especially the way of thinking. Just like a painting, what ordinary people see is just whether the painting looks good or not, while experts look at the brushwork of the painting, and masters look at the mood of the whole painting. Things are the same, but in the eyes of different people, is different. With a ding, the elevator door slowly opened. You are too polite, Divine Dr. Lu. Yang Donghao waved his hand and walked inside the elevator. Lan Lan followed him in. Xiao Cuihua was anxious when she saw this. She couldn't just let Yang Donghao just walk away. Once he left, what about her company? Mr. Yang. Xiao Cuihua compensated with a smile and hurriedly walked towards the elevator. Auntie Xiao. Lan Lan reached out and stopped her in vain, saying faintly, sorry, the elevator is full. Take the next trip. She repeated Xiao Cuihua's previous words. As the saying goes, it's a case of using one's own words against one's own body. Xiao Cuihua's face was hot and spicy. This face slapping was really hard enough, she stood in front of the elevator, neither entering nor not entering. Lan Lan directly pressed the close button and the elevator slowly went down. Xia. Xiao Cuihua's gaze fell to the side of the complex-faced Xia, lowered her voice, even some pleasing smile. Lan Lan is your friend. That Mr. Yang is Lan Lan's friend. You give Lan Lan a call. Let her and Mr. Yang have a good talk, okay? She was now clear in her heart that the only hope at the moment was on Xia. After all, whether it was Lan Lan or Yang Donghao, Xiao Cuihua had offended them all. When Xia saw this pleasing look on her face, her heart wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. She had been married to the Chao family for 3 years now, and in more than 1,000 days, it was the first time she had seen Xiao Cuihua speak to herself with such an attitude. Mom, this is also the first time I've seen Dong. Xia lamented and said with some difficulty, if I speak, people may not give me face. Then isn't there still Lan Lan? Xiao Cuihua didn't wait for her to finish. She jumped the gun and said, Mr. Yang was invited by Lan Lan. You and Lan Lan have such a good relationship. For the sake of Lan Lan, Mr. Yang will surely be magnanimous. She looked at Xia with a pleading gaze. Xia, it was hard for Mom to make it this far after so many years. The company can't go bankrupt. Xia. Xiaoku also chimed in from the side. You give Lan Lan a call and let her put in a good word for Mr. Yang, okay? Xia, Mom was sorry before. Mom is here to apologize to you. Don't get angry with me, okay? Xiao Cuihua pleasingly said to Xia. Just help Mom. Mom will definitely remember your goodness in the future. Just out of the Wulong Bay district, Lan Lan's cell phone rang. She took it out and looked at it, and said to young Donghao beside her, Brother Dong, it's Xia calling. Should I answer it? She clearly understood in her heart the purpose of this call from Xia, so she didn't answer it either, but asked Yang Donghao. Yang Donghao had now undergone a 180-degree transformation in Lan Lan's heart. Look at you. Yang Donghao smiled faintly. If you want to pick it up, pick it up. If you don't want to pick it up, don't pick it up, okay? Brother Dong. Xia must have called to plead for her mother-in-law. Lan Lan said, I'll answer it. Should I say yes or no? Depends on you. Yang Donghao was still saying the same thing. Lan Lan was a bit speechless. Brother Dong, what do you mean by that? It's not like I can make the decision on this matter. It's up to you. Xia is your friend. Yang Donghao said smilingly. If you want to agree, then agree. If you don't want to agree, then just refuse. Ha? Lan Lan looked at him in surprise. How can I agree to her? Brother Dong, I'm not you. You can make all the bosses of Tianhong Group listen to you with a random phone call. If I agree to Xia, what am I going to do? It can't be that I go and tell that Mr. Zhao that you let manager Chao off the hook, right? You are my friend. Yang Donghao smiled. It's up to you. If you want to let her off the hook, then let her off the hook. If you don't want to let her off, then forget it. Lan Lan then reacted. Immediately, she was flattered and said, Brother Dong, you mean, I have the final say? She couldn't believe it. That's right. Yang Donghao nodded his head. A complicated light flashed inside Lan Lan's beautiful eyes. Dong brother, why are you so good to me? You are my friend. Yang Donghao casually said. In fact, that Xiao Cuihua, if she didn't insult you like that in the beginning, I wouldn't bother with her. Lan Lan's beautiful eyes suddenly turned red. She turned her head, wiped her eyes, and broke into tears. Brother Dong, so you're taking it out on me again. Why are you crying? Yang Donghao asked without answering. I didn't cry. Lan Lan said. I'm happy. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders. Fine. Lan Lan's cell phone rang once again, and she answered. Hello, Xia. Well, your mother-in-law's matter? Xia, I don't know Dong very well either. I can't agree to this matter. Besides, is your mother-in-law's attitude like this a begging attitude? What? Invite me to dinner? Forget it, this kind of Hongmen banquet, but I don't dare to go. Well, let's do this first. Let's talk about it later. Hang up. She hung up the phone, smiled at Yang Donghao and said, let her be anxious for a while first. What do you think, Dong? Yang Donghao was dumbfounded. Feel free. Brother Dong, are you alright this afternoon? How about I treat you to dinner? Lan Lan looked at him with a smile. Something's up. How can I be fine? Yang Donghao waved his hand. I still have to go back to the hotel to work. Well, it's almost time. I have to go. Wait, Dong. Lan Lan hurriedly called out to him. What's wrong? Yang Donghao looked at her. Something wrong? Brother Dong, I want to ask something. Can you tell me the truth? Lan Lan's pretty face was a little slightly red. Her head was lowered. Her hand pinched the corner of her coat. An unnatural look. You say? Yang Donghao asked. Lan Lan gritted her teeth and whispered. Do you like Xiao Shui? Chapter 53, it's full. What? Yang Donghao froze. Do you like Xian Yuan Shui? Anyway, since it had already been said, then Lon Lon had nothing to worry about. No. Yang Donghao was baffled for a while and crowed. Why would you say that? Nothing. Lon Lon suddenly laughed with a happy look. I'm just casually asking. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders. It's fine, I'm leaving. See you later, Dong. Lon Lon waved her hand with him and looked at his back. A strange luster flashed inside her beautiful eyes, a sweet smile on her face as she muttered softly, if you don't like Xian Yuan Shui, it's fine. Returning to the Yipin Xiang Hotel, Yang Donghao rubbed his eyes in surprise. That's right, he hadn't misread it. There really were people lining up. There were at least a dozen people, standing at the entrance of the one-piece restaurant waiting. What's going on here? Yang Donghao walked in headfirst, only to see that it was filled with people and the room was filled with the scent of medicinal food. Why did you just come back? Entering the back kitchen, the sweaty Xian Yuan Shui, upon seeing Yang Donghao, quick, hurry up and help me pick the vegetables. I'm about to die of exhaustion alone. Yang Donghao answered. While picking vegetables, he asked curiously, Sister Shui, what's going on? Why did so many people suddenly come? It seems like it's not even 6 o'clock mealtime yet, right? Xian Yuan Shui said with a smile on her face. How could I know? What's wrong? Isn't it good to have a lot of people? It's quite good to have a lot of people, but we can't sit here. I just saw outside that there are still quite a lot of people lining up. Yang Donghao said. Our store is a bit small. Xian Yuan Shui was busy while fantasizing. If we could have this many people every day, I wouldn't rent this place anymore and get a bigger place. After a pause, she continued. These people who come to eat, it's as if they have an appointment. Oh? Yang Donghao asked in confusion. What does that mean? They all know each other. Xian Yuan Shui lowered her voice and said. When I was serving the food just now, I heard them all greeting each other. Could it be someone from the Tianhong group? Yang Donghao's heart vaguely, an answer bubbled up, because only at noon today, Zhao Yong's Tianhong group ordered a meal once, and then so many people suddenly came in the afternoon. After all, Yipin Xiang's medicinal meal, but it was not advertised. Other people do not know. You pick the vegetables first. Hurry up. I'll serve them first. Xian Yuan Shui was carrying a pot of medicinal meal, and quickly walked out, and just in time, she saw Zhao Yong and Zhao Jingwang, father and son, push the door in. Good day, Mr. Zhao. Good day, old master. Good day, General Manager Zhao. Why are you all here? Zhao Yong looked at the crowd breathlessly. All of them were employees who worked in the Tianhong Group office building. Even though some of them, he couldn't name them, they still looked familiar. The meal ordered for lunch today was too good. One of them smiled and explained. Then we asked Manager Feng where the noon meal was ordered from, and then everyone came. Mr. Zhao, such a hidden little store. How did you discover it? Someone else asked curiously. Indeed, for Zhao Yong, the Yipin Xiang restaurant was really too small and hidden, and for a group boss as big as him, who was in and out of all kinds of high-class hotels every day, how could he know that the food here was delicious? Mr. Zhao, a manager of the sales department, stood up and said, I'm done eating. You and the old man can sit here with me. The others took a look, and immediately came to their senses, cursing themselves for really not having the slightest bit of insight. Such a good opportunity, but letting someone else steal it first. Zhao Yong and Zhao Jingwang were not polite and sat down. When Xian Yuan Shui saw the scene, it dawned on her, and in her heart, all of it was understood in an instant. Xiao Yang, after returning to the back kitchen, Xian Yuan Shui looked at Yang Donghao, who was picking vegetables. That Tianhong Group's Mr. Zhao is here. Oh? Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows slightly. What's wrong? Did you help cure them last time? Xian Yuan Shui stared at Yang Donghao and asked. But you didn't take their money, so he used this as a way to repay you. How did you know that? Yang Donghao looked at Xian Yuan Shui unexpectedly. Nonsense. Xian Yuan Shui said without a trace of anger. I'm not a little cutie. There's no such thing under the sky without a reason. So it seems that the person who came to order the meal at noon is also someone from the Tianhong group, right? I only just realized it. Yang Donghao explained. Alas, Xian Yuan Shui sighed. I owe you a big favor, Xiao Yang. Sister Shui, don't say that. Of course if it wasn't for you taking me in, I wouldn't even have a job. Yang Donghao said smilingly. Maybe I would be wandering the streets. Xian Yuan Shui cried and laughed. Xiao Yang, I find that I am really getting to understand you now. Tell me about you. You will be able to practice medicine. You will also be able to make medicinal food. You have such a skill. Go wherever you don't have to worry about looking for a job. You, she almost said out of her mouth again. You are not have some purpose for me. It was not that Xian Yuan Shui was sensitive. Rather, her experiences over the years have made it clear that one thing, a man contacting a woman for no reason, that proves that the man must have a purpose. Why can't you read me anymore? Yang Donghao handed her the picked vegetables and said smilingly, let's cook first. Shen Yuanxue shook her head and started to get busy again. Mr. Yang, I'll do it. Seeing Yang Donghao bring out a pot of one piece of fragrance, Zhao Yong hurriedly stood up. You sit, Mr. Zhao. You are a guest. How can you let the guest do it? Yang Donghao smiled and placed the meal in front of him. By the way, Mr. Zhao, that what's his name Chao Tsue was matter. Have you already instructed to go down and stop working with her? Zhao Yong nodded his head and said, after I received your call, I said hello to the following. They should have already told manager Chao. Yang Donghao gave a and said, let them go for a while and see what my friend means. If she apologizes with a sincere attitude, then you can continue to work with her and save yourself the trouble on your side. Okay, Mr. Yang. Zhao Yong suddenly realized, nodded his head and smiled. In fact, it's not troublesome at all. It's just a matter of a sentence. I purposely understood the situation of manager Chao's company today. In fact, it's a small company, and our group is just about tens of millions of dollars of business dealings every year. It's also very convenient to change the supplier. Is she messing with your friend? Chapter 54, Nymphomaniac. Zhao Yong looked at Yang Donghao tentatively. Yang Donghao nodded his head and then said, on the other hand, I see that she, as a person, has a very slight problem with her character. This matter, I am not sure. Zhao Yong explained. The cooperation with her company is all talked about by the people below her. I personally have not seen her. He was afraid of causing Yang Donghao's misunderstanding. Well, it's fine. You eat. Yang Donghao waved his hand. I'm going to get busy first. He turned around and walked back to the back kitchen. Zhao Gingwang couldn't wait to take a bite of the medicinal meal and immediately his eyes lit up as he praised. This tastes really fragrant. It really deserves to be made by Mr. Yang. Dad, eat more. Didn't Mr. Yang say that this medicinal meal is good for the body? Zhao Yong said. What happened to that manager Qiao? Zhao Jingwang asked while eating. Zhao Yong told the story of today's events. Since Mr. Yang said that this person has a problem with her character, then she definitely has a problem. Zhao Jingwang said seriously and gravely after listening. Mr. Yang definitely can't be wrong. Zhao Yong nodded his head and said after a moment of contemplation. Let's see what Mr. Yang means. If he says so, let that manager Qiao off the hook first, then I'll continue to work with her for the time being, but the amount of business will be reduced. Right. Zhao Jingwang nodded. Dad, do you think, if we come here to eat, will it make Mr. Yang unhappy? Zhao Yong looked at Yang Donghao, who was busy inside the back kitchen, and couldn't help but whisper. Why do I feel as if I'm adding to his troubles? How can this be causing trouble? Zhao Jingwang, however, had a different view from him. If Mr. Yang was upset, then he must have just said so, and since he didn't say so, then it must be fine. Again, he lowered his voice and said, didn't you say that Mr. Yang is fond of this boss's wife and that's why he would stoop to work here? If we come to her restaurant to eat, she can't be happier. In that case, Mr. Yang will definitely be happy too. I hope that's the case. Zhao Yong nodded. He was now eager to make good friends with Yang Donghao. After all, having such a person with high medical skills as a friend would mean that in a critical moment, it was very likely that he would be able to get an extra life. This was something that no amount of money could buy. At the same time, in an apartment building in a neighborhood, Xia knocked on Lan Lan's door. I knew you'd definitely come looking for me. Lan Lan looked at Xia with a smile. How's it going? How is your mother-in-law treating you now? You did that on purpose? Xia was stunned and looked at her in disbelief. Of course. Lan Lan nodded. Xia, I'm doing this for your own good. Your mother-in-law must know that it's useless for her to beg Dong, so she can only beg you. If she agrees to her easily, then she won't take it too seriously in the future. Only by giving her a lesson will she not dare to bully you in the future. Xia was touched and wanted to laugh in her heart. You're the one with more ghost ideas. Am I not doing this for you? Lan Lan smiled and brought her a cup of water. Lan Lan, that Dong, what is he really about? Xia couldn't wait to ask. How do you know him? Don't mention it. I let him fool me. Lan Lan laughed while telling Xia what happened when she met Yang Donghao. Wow! After hearing this, Xia exclaimed exaggeratedly. Lan Lan, a hero rescuing a beautiful woman, oh, don't you still hurry to give your body to him? Lan Lan's pretty face was slightly red. This detail was seen by Xia. She instantly had a jolt in her heart, collected her smile, and said in a serious and solemn manner, Lan Lan, do you really like brother Dong? Lan Lan hesitated for a moment, nodded, and sighed. Anyway, I have a crush on him now. Xia, you know, people like us are looked down upon. That's all we've gotten used to. These words made Xia empathize. My mother-in-law is like this. Fortunately my husband didn't look down on me. At that time in the bar, when I saw Dong splashing that little Taiyu with wine, I was thinking in my heart, it's over, it's a dead end. but it turned out that later after that what's his name Long saw Dong, his face changed on the spot, as if it was like a rabbit seeing a lion, and he mouthed to call Dong his master. Lon Lon said with a fluttering brow. I was dumbfounded. Well, I can imagine that image. Xia nodded approvingly. It was only then that I realized what it meant to feel safe. Lon Lon said with emotion. I used to watch TV and read novels, and when I saw a hero saving a beautiful woman and a beautiful woman giving her body to a hero, I thought it was ridiculous, but when I experienced it myself, I realized why those beautiful women would fall in love with the hero. Really, Xia, don't laugh at me. It's that kind of thing when you're in despair. When you are in despair, suddenly someone comes out and blocks down everything for you. That kind of feeling is really hard to describe in words. You will have a sense of dependence on him all of a sudden. Xia smiled and said, I understand your thoughts. He, do you know what you are like now? Like what? Lon Lon asked. Like a nymphomaniac. Xia laughed her flowery laugh. You're the one who's a nymphomaniac. Lon Lon also laughed, and then she whirled around and said, honestly, when I asked Dong to help cure you today, I originally intended to give it a try, to cure a dead horse. Bah! Hearing her words, Xia laughed and scolded. What's the matter? I'm a dead horse in your heart? Of course not. Don't misunderstand. Lon Lon hurriedly explained. What I mean is, anyway, your mother-in-law has found so many miracle doctors for you before, so if Dong really knows how to see a doctor, let him help take a look at it, and if there is a way to do it, that's even better. But it didn't occur to me that Dong really does have a way to do it. Yeah, Xia nodded her head in agreement. I also didn't think that Brother Dong would actually have a solution. It's just too powerful. The two women chatted idly for a while before Xia brought the topic back to the main topic. Lon Lon, then the matter on my mother-in-law's side. I still need you to say hello to Brother Dong's side and beg him for it. After all, I'm not familiar with Brother Dong either. Beg Brother Dong for what? Lon Lon raised her willow eyebrows and said with a smile. Just beg me. Ha! Xia was stunned, and then laughed and scolded. Beg you? Does begging you work? You really don't say. Lon Lon said slightly smugly. Xia, before we left today, Brother Dong and I said that I have the final say in your mother-in-law's matter. Xia froze and looked at her incredulously. Lon Lon, are you telling the truth? Chapter 55 A woman chasing a man through a veil. Of course. Lon Lon nodded. Then this is great. Xia said happily. Originally I was thinking that it must have been quite difficult for you to talk to Dong about this matter, but since Dong said that he would let you make the decision, it would be much better. Immediately, she then looked at Lon Lon meaningfully. Lon Lon, why is Brother Dong so good to you? Such a big matter is given to you to make the main decision to deal with? Lon Lan's pretty face blushed. How could I know? You're still pretending? Xia reached out and scratched her armpit. Damn girl, I can see that you're already in the throes of spring, and you're still pretending in front of me? Tell me honestly, what are you going to do? Don't scratch, don't scratch. Lon Lon lost all her strength from her scratching, paralyzed on the sofa, giggling non-stop. What to do? Xia retracted her hand, her smile tightened, and looked at her seriously. Don't get sloppy in front of me. Honestly, between you and Dong, what are you going to do? I don't know. Lon Lon was silent for a while and sighed. Xia, I do like Dong a little now, but I don't dare to confess. Dong, he's so powerful. I'm worried that I don't deserve him. What kind of work is he doing now? Xia asked after thinking for a moment. Bringing up this topic, Lanlan's willow eyebrows furrowed, and she said in a deep voice, Xia, help me analyze it. She told her about Yang Donghao's work as a waiter in Xianyuan Shue's restaurant. Do you think, Dong brother, he doesn't like Xianyuan Shue? Xianyuan Shue is very pretty. Xia thought about it and said, it wouldn't be surprising if Brother Dong had thoughts about her. I think, Brother Dong might like her. I asked Brother Dong. He didn't admit it. Lon Lon frowned in distress and said, I don't know if he's telling the truth. Xia thought for a moment and said, Lon Lon, since Dong said that you would be the one to make the decision about my mother-in-law, then I think that Dong must have some affection for you. Otherwise, he would have left it to you to make the decision on such a big matter? Lon Lon nodded. I think so too. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain. A woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Xia smiled and said, if you take the initiative, I think there's still a good chance of getting Dong. Look at you. You're long and pretty. Your body is also good. If I were a man, you'd take the initiative to seduce me, and I'd definitely fall in line. Hate. Lon Lon interrupted her words in shame. What are you talking nonsense about? I'm really not talking nonsense. Xia got more and more energized. Let me tell you. In fact, between a man and a woman, isn't it just that little thing? Next time you ask Dong to come out, take the initiative to drink with him. Pretend to be drunk. Let Dong send you back. Lonely man and woman. Dry fire is not directly taken down? Lon Lan's pretty face burned for a while, Squirming, she said, "Will this make Dong look down on me?" She was a little worried. How could it? Xia couldn't help but laugh. "I see you. You're just concerned. The first time is said to be very painful, isn't it?" Lan asked with a red pretty face. Xia came to her ear and whispered. Yang Donghao naturally did not know. Lan and Xia, these two women, has begun to secretly design him. He is now too busy in full swing to care about anything else. There is a word called the aggregation effect. That is, if a group of people surrounded by a certain place, then the people passing by, they will also be curious to come over, to see in the end. If the gathering was in front of a restaurant, and passers-by saw that there were many people lined up here, they would subconsciously think in their hearts that the food in this restaurant was delicious. As a matter of fact, the medicinal meal that Yang Donghao had handed over to Shen Yuan Shui to make also tasted really fragrant. At first, only people from the Tianhong group were lining up, but after some curious passers-by joined in, the queue became longer and longer. "Buddy, this restaurant's meal, is it really especially delicious?" "Especially delicious." Some foodies passing by here, seeing the situation, couldn't help but ask the people coming out from inside, and the answer they got made them immediately eat their fingers, and also joined the queue. Starting from more than 5 in the afternoon, it was busy until more than 9 in the evening, when Yipin Xiang finally closed its doors for business. "Everyone, I'm sorry." Shen Yuan Shui came to the door and looked at the dozen or so people still lining up. She was happy and tired. She bowed and bowed again and again, explaining, "I didn't expect that there would be so many friends coming to dine tonight, so I didn't prepare enough dishes and they've already been sold out. I'm really sorry everyone are letting you all line up for half a day for nothing." "What? Sold out? Why didn't you say so earlier? It caused me to wait here for more than an hour." "That's right, there aren't enough prepared dishes. Come out earlier and tell us so we don't have to line up." The dozen or so people immediately became unhappy and complained. Sorry. Shen Yuan Shui apologized repeatedly. "Everyone." Yang Donghao quickly stepped out and said, "Due to the delay, so if you guys come tomorrow, you don't have to queue up and are given priority to come in and dine directly. In addition, as compensation, when you guys come to eat tomorrow, you can enjoy a 50% discount." Shen Yuan Shui was dumbfounded by what she heard. "That's more or less the same. Thank you, boss." The crowd spoke sparsely. "Folks, please come in and register your names. Tomorrow if you come here to eat, you only need to report out your names and phone numbers, and you'll get a 50% discount when you check out." Yang Donghao gently touched Shen Yuan Shui and whispered, "Don't lose a lot of money for a small reason." Only then did Shen Yuan Shui react. Indeed, the store's business had only just gotten better. If at this point in time, it spoiled the reputation, then it would be a loss. "Everyone come in and register. Tomorrow you can have priority dining without having to line up, and you can also enjoy a 50% discount." Shen Yuan Shui smiled warmly. After registering everyone and closing the store door, only then did Shen Yuan Shui feel a backache all over her body. Sitting on the seat, not even wanting to move a bit, tired me out. Shen Yuan Shui pounded her shoulders. "I've never been this tired before. I think that it's time to hire a few more people," Yang Donghao said while washing dishes in the back kitchen. Shen Yuan Shui was stunned and began to think seriously. If the business could really maintain such a hot streak, it would definitely be necessary to recruit people. With the two of them, her and Yang Donghao, it would simply be too busy. Little Young, Shen Yuan Shui rested for a while, stood up and went to the back kitchen to wash dishes with Yang Donghao. Looking at the stacks of dishes more than one person high, she washed them while saying half jokingly and half seriously, "You say, should I give you some shares?" Chapter 56 Skin to Skin. Splitting shares? Yang Donghao didn't even think about it and casually said, "No need." He did not care about these things. If he really wanted to make money, with the skills Yang Donghao had learned, it would be an easy task. But his master had warned him a long time ago that he was not allowed to use the skills he had learned to amass wealth. Coming to the city to live part-time, Yang Donghao's purpose was to cultivate, just as his master had said, to sharpen the red dust. Little Young, Shen Yuan Shui really can't help the curiosity in his heart. Look this medicinal food. Also you drummed up. Business is good. Also because of the Tianhong group that Mr. Chen, the reason for selling your face. If in the future really make a lot of money, if I don't give you some shares, you will definitely have a complaint. In fact, Yang Donghao began to apply for the job. Shen Yuan Shui heart intentionally does not want to hire him, but after this period of time together, Shen Yuan Shui found that accepting to stay Yang Donghao is likely to be her life to do. One of the most correct decision. Don't worry Sister Shui, there will be no complaints. Yang Donghao was dumbfounded and shook his head. I don't care about money. Shen Yuan Shui couldn't figure it out even more. You're such a weirdo. She turned around and put the washed plate aside. As it happened, there was a water stain on the ground. and some oil stains. She didn't pay attention and stepped on it. The bottom of her foot slipped instantly. There was a soft click. Xian Yuanshui fell to the ground and let out a cry of surprise. What's wrong, Sister Shui? Yang Donghao hurriedly turned back and saw Xian Yuanshui touching her foot with a painful face, sitting on the ground. It's alright. I accidentally stepped on a slip and fell. Xian Yuanshui wanted to stand up, but as a result, her right foot just moved, and instantly she couldn't help but let out a soft cry in pain. Your foot is broken. Yang Donghao saw her snow-white ankle, which had turned blue. It seems like it really is. Xian Yuanshui glanced at it and immediately frowned with her willow eyebrows. Little Young, can you help me up for a bit? Yang Donghao naturally would not refuse. With a gentle tug, Xian Yuanshui used the force to stand up, one foot hanging in the air as if it was a golden chicken standing on its own, making Yang Donghao look at it and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Schadenfreude IU. Xian Yuanshui blankly glanced at him without any good reason. Why are you still standing around? Help me to sit outside for a bit. Okay. Yang Donghao helped her. Xian Yuanshui's arm rested on his shoulder. She gently jumped and instantly her pretty face turned white with pain. No, it hurts me to death. Otherwise, I'll carry you over? Yang Donghao thought for a moment and asked tentatively. No. Xian Yuanshui's face instantly turned red. Shaking her head back and forth, her eyes turned and said, help me bring a chair in from outside. Yang Donghao moved the chair over and Xian Yuanshui sat down. However, just such an action, all the pain caused her to suck in cool air one after another. Sister Shui, your ankle has turned a blue-purple color. Yang Donghao took a look at it and reminded. We have to take care of it urgently. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to drag it out for a few days before it gets better. Don't you know medicine? Help me heal. Xian Yuanshui glared at him and said, that's fine. It might hurt slightly, so bear with it. Yang Donghao squatted down and grabbed her foot. Xian Yuanshui had a jolt and subconsciously shrunk her foot. The pain was so intense that she kept sucking in cool air again. What are you doing? Help you rub it. Yang Donghao looked at her with an innocent face. Otherwise, how can I dissolve the bruises? Xian Yuanshui looked at him warily, hesitated for a moment, and said hesitantly, then, well, you lighten up. She felt as if she did overreact a bit. Don't worry. Yang Donghao gently grabbed her ankle and gently kneaded it. Xian Yuanshui's ankle was so thin that Yang Donghao was able to easily grab it with one hand. While kneading it, Yang Donghao did not move and input a trace of spiritual qi, which would make the bruises at her ankle dissolve faster. In such a small space, the two of them were getting along, and Yang Donghao's hand was still constantly kneading on her ankle, which made Xian Yuanshui a little unnatural, and at the same time, there was also a trace of a strange feeling in her heart. She could clearly feel that Yang Donghao's hand was hot, and due to the concentration, any slight movement of Yang Donghao's hand could make her feel it clearly, and her pretty face involuntarily turned red. Since her husband passed away, Xian Yuanshui is still the first time and a man have skin to skin. Looking down at the serious kneading Yang Donghao, a moment, Xian Yuanshui suddenly thought of a time when she broke her foot. Her husband was also like Yang Donghao, kneading himself. The shadows of the two seemed to vaguely overlap. It made Xian Yuanshui somewhat in a trance, unable to distinguish between them. Sister Shui? Yang Donghao's voice came. Xian Yuanshui had a jolt and came back to her senses. What's wrong? Gotta take off your shoes to do that. Yang Donghao pointed at her feet and said, otherwise, it's a bit inconvenient. Okay. Xian Yuanshui hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. I'll just do it myself. She raised her feet with some effort. When the store door was suddenly pushed open, Yang Donghao raised his head and looked out. It was a young man who was about 30 years old, wearing a Zhongshan suit that was rarely seen nowadays. A heroic young man, walking in with an expressionless face. He shouted out, I'm sorry, it's already closed. If you want to eat, come back tomorrow. This young man didn't pay attention to his words either, and directly walked quickly to the back kitchen. Xian Yuanshui, who had just taken off her shoes, saw this young man who barged in, and was stunned, shock written all over her pretty face, and after a moment's stay, she said offhandedly, brother, how did you come? Yang Donghao froze, carefully scrutinized and surveyed the lad. Indeed, from between his eyebrows he found that this lad and Xian Yuanshui's appearance did have a few similarities. You are surprised, are you? The lad looked at Xian Yuanshui expressionlessly. Xian Yuanshui subconsciously turned her head slightly sideways, avoiding his gaze. How did you know I was here? I've always known you were here, the young man said indifferently. His eyes were like two sharp swords, falling on Yang Donghao's body, and then looked at Xian Yuanshui's ankles. His eyes flashed with a shrewd aura, and he said indifferently, who is he? His name is Yang Donghao. He is the waiter I hired. After Xian Yuanshui finished speaking, she said to Yang Donghao, Xiao Yang, this is my brother, Xian Yuanfei. Hello. Yang Donghao smiled at Xian Yuanfei and nodded. Xian Yuanfei glanced at him and ignored him. Turning to Xian Yuanshui, I came over today to lead you home. Chapter 57, Help. Going home? Xian Yuanshui's body trembled slightly, and without even thinking, she said offhandedly, I'm not going back. I'm afraid that's not up to you. Xian Yuanfei's brows frowned slightly, then loosened and said coldly, Go with me. I broke my foot. Xian Yuanshui said, It's already almost healed. Yang Donghao opened his mouth and said, Try walking under the ground for a bit. Xian Yuanshui almost died of anger when she heard this, and rolled her eyes without any good reason. Go! Xian Yuanfei said coldly. Snow, you know my temper. I'm warning you for the last time. Don't make me angry. What are you doing, brother? Xian Yuanshui was instantly enraged. Didn't I already tell you that I'm not going home? That home has nothing to do with me anymore. Back then, it was Dad himself who said to me to sever the father-daughter relationship, and now you're forcing me. Is it interesting? I don't care about that, Xian Yuanfei said in a domineering manner. Back then was back then. Now is now. You have to come home with me. I don't. Xian Yuanshui said with a terse neck. Don't you force my hand. Xian Yuanfei narrowed his eyes. Yang Donghao, who was on the side, noticed at this time that on Xian Yuanfei's body, a faint aura was emanating out. This aura of his and the aura, but it was different. What is this? Yang Donghao pondered in his heart. You move. Xian Yuanshui's beautiful eyes, all of a sudden red, yelled at Xian Yuanfei. Back then, didn't you have to catch me back? Xiao Shui, I've actually been regretting for the past few years. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted in the first place. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become a widow at a young age. Xian Yuanfei's eyes flashed with a complicated light. Immediately, he said coldly, This time, I won't be soft-hearted anymore. He grabbed Xian Yuanshui's wrist and with a gentle tug, Xian Yuanshui was yanked up by him. Follow me. You let go of me. Xian Yuanshui struggled desperately. But how could her strength compare to Xian Yuanfei, who had practiced martial arts for decades? Without even putting on her shoes, she was pulled by Xian Yuanfei and staggered towards the outside. She immediately became anxious. Little Young, help! Originally, Yang Donghao did not want to get involved. After all, this was a family matter that belonged to Xian Yuanshui, and it was really inconvenient for him, an outsider, to get involved without knowing anything about the situation. But now that Xian Yuanshui was crying out for help, it was a different situation. Wait! Yang Donghao dodged and stopped at the entrance of the back kitchen, blocking Xian Yuanfei's path, smilingly saying, Mr. Xian Yuan, since Sister Shui, she's not willing to go back, why do you have to pull her back so hard like this? As the saying goes, before he could finish his words, Xian Yuanfei coldly chided, Get lost. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with warning. Mind your own business. Coincidence. Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly, not putting Xian Yuanfei's warning in his eyes at all. This person of mine still likes to meddle in other people's business. What's the matter? How dare you? Xian Yuanfei's face sank as he struck at Yang Donghao with a lightning-fast fist. Watch out! Xian Yuanshui screamed in fear. Her heart suddenly had some regrets. That's right, although Yang Donghao had once said that he had practiced martial arts. But, how could he possibly compare to his brother who had practiced martial arts for decades? Although Xian Yuanfei's speed was fast, but in Yang Donghao's eyes, it was still too slow. Only, Yang Donghao was not willing to fight with him, so he withdrew one step backward, and just happened to dodge this punch of Xian Yuanfei. Don't worry, Sister Shui, just by him, he still can't hurt me. Xian Yuanshui saw Yang Donghao dodging this punch. Her heart was relieved. However, when she heard Yang Donghao's words, she was immediately startled. She was very clear that Xian Yuanfei's character was very conceited, especially in martial arts. Yang Donghao's words might be boasting, but for Xian Yuanfei, he would definitely feel that Yang Donghao was defying him. As expected, Xian Yuanfei's face instantly sank. Ignorant little child. Xian Yuanfei coldly looked at Yang Donghao. You really have a big mouth. I might as well tell you. I was only afraid of hurting you just now, so I just used one point of force. Got it? So what? Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and asked rhetorically. You mean, I still have to thank you? Xian Yuanfei was completely enraged this time, and said coldly in one word, looking for death. He let go of Xian Yuanshui's hand. Brother! Seeing this, Xian Yuanshui was frightened and hurriedly hugged him, saying in a loud voice, Don't be angry, let go. Xian Yuanfei turned around and squinted at her, saying commandingly, I'm not. Xian Yuanshui hugged him tightly and anxiously said to Yang Donghao, Little Young, go away and leave me alone. Xian Yuanfei's arm slightly exerted force. Xian Yuanshui only felt a strong force reaching her arm, instantly shaking her away. Xian Yuanfei said in a cold voice, Want to leave? It's already too late. Who said I'm leaving? Yang Donghao said as if nothing had happened. Sister Shui, if you don't want to go back, then tell him bluntly. I still don't believe he can do anything to you. Xian Yuanfei did not reply. Astride, his spine shook violently as if it was a big dragon, his waist and hips drove his arm, and he violently blasted his fist towards Yang Donghao. Did you use 10 points of strength this time? Yang Donghao said nonchalantly. His hand lifted and accurately grabbed Xian Yuanfei's fist. At the same time, the words just fell. Xian Yuanfei's face instantly changed. He punched in Yang Donghao's palm, but as if hit in the cotton, as if there is no force. Soft, he subconsciously forced backward, but unexpectedly, Yang Donghao's hand seems to have a suction general, will be his fist firmly sucked, simply cannot move. Xian Yuanfei did not even think about it, subconsciously kicked out. At this instant, he perceived a forceful force that came from Yang Donghao's hand, and his entire body involuntarily flew backwards. Bang! Xian Yuanfei crashed heavily on the dishwashing pool in the back kitchen. A pile of plates crackled and slid down, falling on his head, his body, and all sorts of vegetable soup poured all over him. Xian Yuanshue's eyes instantly went straight, with a look as if he had seen a ghost, his jaw staring at Yang Donghao. It seems very powerful. It's just like that. Yang Donghao looked at Xian Yuanfei as if nothing had happened. I thought how powerful it was. Xian Yuanfei violently jumped up from the ground. His body and face were all covered with vegetable soup. Appearing to be in a sorry state, he stared at Yang Donghao with an ugly face, gritted his teeth and said word by word, "What kind of person are you in the end?" He now did not believe that Yang Donghao was the waiter Xian Yuanshue had mentioned at all. This was clearly an expert. Chapter 58, Ants. Man. Yang Donghao looked at him seriously. Xian Yuanfei was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Recalling the situation of the exchange just now, he could be sure right now that Yang Donghao was definitely a practitioner. Moreover, his kung fu was still far above him. Just now Xian Yuanfei that punch and kick, not the slightest bit of retention, especially that kick, completely in his subconscious reflex under the kick, but Yang Donghao's action is faster, as if it is like a prediction in advance. Just this time, can let Xian Yuanfei understand, in front of this so-called waiter, is basically Xian Yuanshue and nonsense. No wonder just now Xian Yuanshue would ask him for help. Brother, are you alright? Seeing Xian Yuanfei's wretched appearance, Xian Yuanshue couldn't help but ask. Poof! Xian Yuanfei snorted coldly, also ignoring the drenching vegetable soup on his head and body, said in a chilling voice, Xiao Shui, it turns out that you were already on guard. Hey, okay, you wait. What do I have precautionary? Xian Yuanshue listened to a confused and inexplicable. Xian Yuanfei also ignored her, cold face striding towards the outside. Take care, don't see me off, Yang Donghao said smilingly, without saying a word. Xian Yuanfei pushed open the store door and disappeared into the night. Xian Yuanshue slowly sat down. Her spirit was in a bit of a trance. What happened just now came too suddenly, making her somewhat unable to react for a moment. Sister Shui, are you alright? Yang Donghao saw her appearance and asked with concern. Xian Yuanshue shook her head, and after she came back to her senses, she used an odd gaze to scrutinize Yang Donghao from head to toe, as if she had never seen him before. What's wrong? Yang Donghao asked suspiciously. Little Young. You. Xian Yuanshue didn't know what to say for a moment, and organized her words. You're surprisingly so powerful? Even my brother is not your opponent. Your brother he doesn't seem to be very powerful either. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and said casually. Xian Yuanshue was speechless. Little Young, do you know? My brother he has been practicing martial arts with my dad since he was a kid. When I was in junior high school, once again when I was going home from school, 7 or 8 punks stopped me and wanted to make friends with me. After my brother found out about it, he found that group of punks, and beat up all 7 or 8 of them by himself. So what? Yang Donghao couldn't help but laugh. That was him beating up 7 or 8 people by himself, Xian Yuanshue said in an excited defense. Well, that's true. Yang Donghao thought for a moment and said smilingly, Sister Shui, if there are 100 ants that are in front of you, and you lift your foot, you can easily trample them to death. Isn't that right? Yes. Xian Yuanshue didn't understand what he meant. Then could this prove that you are very powerful? Yang Donghao looked at her with a smile. Xian Yuanshue carefully mulled over his words before responding. You mean that my brother is an ant? No, you mean that those punks are like ants? Your brother is the same in my opinion. Yang Donghao said smilingly. Xian Yuanshue looked at him dumbfounded. After a moment, she said offhandedly, Little Young, you can really brag. Yang Donghao laughed and didn't bother to explain anything. In fact, Xian Yuanfei was indeed the same as an ant in his opinion. Perhaps he was a bit stronger, more powerful and faster than an ordinary ant. But so what? Wasn't he still just an ant? Yang Donghao, who was at the 10th level of the Qi refining realm. The next step, if he broke through this realm, condensed the Jindan, and promoted to the Jindan realm, Then in the words of the ancient people, that would be a character like a land god. Even if Xian Yuanfei practiced martial arts for a few more decades, to young Donghao, he would still be an ant. Sister Shui, your brother, he came to find you. Why? Yang Donghao digressed and asked. I don't know. Xian Yuanshui pondered for a moment and shook her head, a hint of sadness and a hint of despondency on her face. My family and I haven't been in contact for many years. Is it because of your ex-husband? Yang Donghao asked tentatively. Xian Yuanshui's body shook slightly, glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and slowly nodded her head. Thinking of what Xian Yuanshui and Xian Yuanfei had just said, that they had severed the father-daughter relationship with their father back then, Yang Donghao shook his head and pondered in his heart. It seems that Xian Yuanshui is a person with a story. Xian Yuanshui, hands resting on her cheeks, sitting in a daze on the chair, dazed and lost in thought. Yang Donghao did not disturb her when he saw the situation, turned around and went back to the back kitchen, began to pack up. After cleaning up, Yang Donghao came out and saw Xian Yuanshui still maintaining this posture. Lost in thought, he shook his head and said, Sister Shui, it's getting late, won't you go home and rest? Ah? Xian Yuanshui's body gently shook and came back to her senses, looking at Yang Donghao with a confused expression. What did you say? Yang Donghao was somewhat speechless and repeated it again. Xian Yuanshui was silent for a moment and suddenly said, Little Yang, can you drink a glass of wine with me? Yang Donghao was a little surprised, looking at her with a face full of preoccupation. He nodded his head and agreed. Where to drink? Just here. Xian Yuanshui turned around and pulled down the roll-up door outside the store. This way no one will disturb us. She walked behind the cash register and took a bottle of white wine and 2 glasses from the display case. There's no food, so we'll just drink straight from the bottle. Do you mind? Xian Yuanshui unscrewed the bottle and poured the wine while saying to Yang Donghao, If you don't mind, I don't care. Yang Donghao said casually, Come on, have a drink. Xian Yuanshui raised the poured wine glass and clinked it with Yang Donghao. Immediately, she raised the wine glass and drank it all in one go. 2 red clouds immediately appeared on her pretty face. Sister Shui, you are drinking so fast, be careful of getting drunk. Yang Donghao reminded her and said. Xian Yuanshui ignored him and poured herself another cup. After fuming for a while, she suddenly opened her mouth and asked without a clue, Xiao Yang, do you believe in fate? Yang Donghao was stunned for a moment and said, How to say it? Destiny does exist, but it can also be changed, not set in stone. His sentence was from the perspective of physiognomy. The art of physiognomy was originally a mysterious art of tending to good fortune and avoiding evil, and preventing it in advance. I remember, when I used to go to college, I once played with him on the street for fortune-telling, and the fortune-teller at that time said something to me. Xian Yuanshui's beautiful eyes were filled with memories. He said that I had a rough fate and was destined to end up alone. Originally I didn't believe it, but I am now somewhat convinced. Who is he? Yang Donghao simply ignored the words of those fortune-tellers on the street. Is it your ex-husband? Chapter 59 Drunkenness. A trace of pain flashed across Xian Yuanshui's pretty face as she nodded, and immediately, she picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go, letting out a mouthful of wine breath as her pretty face turned redder and redder. Sister Shui, Yang Donghao tentatively asked, Can you tell us about him? After a pause, he explained, I don't have any other meaning. I used to hear people say, all the hurt will pass with time. Life does not have to step over the hurdles. If there is, in fact, is that you don't want to step over it? Do not want to step over just. Xian Yuanshui will his words over and over again read, and raised the wine glass a drink. The beautiful eyes are a little red, took a deep breath, try to use a calm tone of voice said, he is my college classmate. Xian Yuanshui's ex-husband also has a compound surname. It was called Huangfu Yongman, a name that sounded like it had a bit of a Jianghu warrior vibe to it. But in reality, Huangfu Yongman was a person with a very bookish and idealistic atmosphere. They are studying in Guangzhou University. Is the country's first-class university, can be admitted to this university people, can almost be called the pride of the sky. People are like this. Often after reaching a certain age, they will understand what they like. Before going to college, most people are listening to their parents, to get into a good university, in the future to be able to have a good job. So almost before the university, no students will talk about what hobbies, more, or put their energy into the study. Huangfu Yongman got into the university, only gradually found himself for the study of the profession. In fact, is not very interested in, and he is really interested in a variety of food. University period. Huangfu Yongman outside and other male students rented a house. The purpose is in order to be able to have a kitchen every day to change the pattern to Xian Yuanshui cooking to eat. This made the other girls inside the dormitory envious when they found out. After all, handsome Huangfu Yongman is also considered a school grass and other characters, and Xian Yuan Snow is then the school flower. The two together is a perfect match for a pair. but Xian Yuan Shui's family, but this does not agree. Just graduated from university, Xian Yuan Fei came to Guangcheng to lead Xian Yuan Shui home. The reason is also very simple, and Xian Yuan Shui was not born. Her father will give her finger for marriage. This kind of thing, in the modern society sounds very ridiculous, but in Xian Yuan Shui's family, is the real existence. For this kind of thing, of course, Xian Yuan Shui could not agree. For this back home, fussed a lot, and then secretly ran away from home, found Huangfu young man. The two discussed, simply directly led the marriage license. As a result, Xian Yuan Shui's father came, learned that the two actually even led the marriage license. On the spot was angry not light, put down a sentence as if there is no you this daughter, directly told Xian Yuan Shui. From today onwards, the two severed the father-daughter relationship. Immediately after, Huangfu young man had a car accident. Xian Yuan Shui once suspected, is not the father secretly arranged planning, but later proved that it is a complete coincidence. But the subsequent years, Xian Yuan Shui also did not return home again. There is no news from the family, as if it really is what the father said, cut off the relationship between father and daughter. My brother suddenly appeared today. I was stunned. After Xian Yuan Shui finished speaking, she let out a long breath and raised her wineglass to finish another sip. So that's how it is. Yang Donghao nodded. Although Xian Yuan Shui said a lot of things rather vaguely, he was still able to roughly guess that the surname Xian Yuan started with the Yellow Emperor and was located in the vicinity of the Central Plains. No wonder when he had casually asked her if she was a native of the Central Plains, she appeared to be a little less than happy. It turned out to be that she had such a thing with her family. Little young, come, drink. Xian Yuan Shui raised her wineglass, her body shaking slightly, her eyes were a little dazed. Yang Donghao was stunned, glancing at the bottle. Good guy. A bottle of white wine was actually drunk more than half by Xian Yuan Shui. Sister Shui, stop drinking, you're drunk. Yang Donghao shook his head. No, drink, Xiao Yang. Xian Yuan Shui lifted his wine glass up and put it into his hand without any hesitation. Sister toasts you. Little young, you have helped sister so much. Sister has not thanked you properly yet. She clinked her wine glass with Yang Donghao, and once again drank it down in a single bashful gulp. Her eyes stared straight at Yang Donghao, and suddenly she laughed. What are you laughing at? Yang Donghao finished his drink, and seeing this look on her face, he asked in confusion. As soon as the words fell, Xian Yuan Shui's beautiful eyes suddenly reddened and tears dripped down as if they were disconnected beads. She buried her head in her arms and cried on the table. Yang Donghao was a bit overwhelmed by her. Sister Shui, don't cry. Xian Yuan Shui ignored him and her crying changed from sobbing to bawling. Yang Donghao circled around to her side, gently patting her shoulder. Don't cry, Sister Shui. Xian Yuan Shui suddenly raised her head, turned around and hugged him, letting out a cry. I miss you so much. Do you know I miss you so much? Xian Yuan Shui cried while speaking intermittently. Yang Donghao's embrace was very warm, making her, at this instant, feel as if she had returned to the old days. Yang Donghao immediately understood she was drunk. Well, I know. Yang Donghao could only comfort her carelessly. You really know? Xian Yuan Shui looked at him with tearful eyes, the silhouette in front of her eyes, blurred and clear. She was a little unable to distinguish it clearly. Well, I really know. Yang Donghao nodded his head and responded. His hand reached to the back of Xian Yuan Shui's neck and gently placed a point on the back of her neck. Xian Yuan Shui's body went soft and fainted. Yang Donghao helped her to a chair and sat down, looking at her delicate features, stained with tear stains, thinking of her former past. Yang Donghao gently sighed. In her heart, she must be very bitter. Yang Donghao picked up the bottle of wine, poured the cup full, and slowly took a sip. Feeling the bitter, fiery flavor coming from his tongue, he swallowed it in one mouthful, and then there was a hidden sweet taste between his lips and teeth. Putting down the wine glass, one hand easily picked up Xian Yuan Shui, letting her lean on her body. Yang Donghao assisted her to the upstairs utility room. The place was simply cleaned up by Yang Donghao, throwing her onto the bed, and instantly, Yang Donghao turned around and went downstairs. On the chair, sitting quietly in meditation until dawn, Yang Donghao heard footsteps coming from upstairs. He opened his eyes and saw Xian Yuan Shui tiptoeing down. The four eyes looked at each other. On Xian Yuan Shui's pretty face, a hint of embarrassment appeared. Did I get drunk yesterday? Yang Donghao nodded his head. Xian Yuan Shui then asked, did I say anything then? Yang Donghao shook his head. Did I get drunk? Xian Yuan Shui looked at him. Yang Donghao nodded and shook his head again. What do you mean? Xian Yuan Shui was confused. Yang Donghao laughed and said, Sister Shui, there's a story. I don't know if you've heard of it? Chapter 60, Consolation. What story? Xian Yuan Shui was a bit curious. Yang Donghao slowly said, legend has it that in ancient times, one day there was a heavy rainfall, and it so happened that the grain cellar where the grain was stored was leaking, but it wasn't discovered by the owner. After a few days, there was a strange fragrance coming from within the cellar, and after finding the cellar along the fragrance, the owner realized that the grain had been soaked by the rainfall, and that the cellar was full of somewhat sticky water, and that the fragrance was the water emanating out of the cellar. He dipped his finger in it and realized that the water was quite tasty, with an indescribable flavor. Later on, this master tried to use the water to soak the grain to create this kind of water, which is the oldest wine. But this wine has a disadvantage: turbidity. Before drinking it must be precipitated for a long time. The master tried many ways, but still cannot get rid of the turbidity. One day, he dreamed of an old fairy. The old fairy told him a way. 9 days after the time, you go to find 3 different professions, ask them for 3 drops of blood, drop into the tank, the turbidity will disappear. After waking up from the dream, this master moved the wine jar to the door and guarded the street. A scholar was passing by the street, and the master called him out to him, scooped a bowl of wine from the tank and gave it to him. The scholar drank it and praised it, squeezed his fingertips, and put a drop of blood into the tank. The second man, a general, drank it and likewise dripped a drop of blood. The third person, however, was slow to be chosen. Just as the hour of 5 o'clock was about to pass, the master suddenly saw a crying and laughing madman walking along the road, and with a flash of light, he pulled him down and squeezed a drop of blood into the tank. Thus the turbidity in the wine jar disappeared. And in the future, people who drank wine usually have 3 kinds of performance. The first kind of drunkenness: the mouth is like a river. Talk about the past and the present. Talk and talk, as if there is nothing in the world that he doesn't know. This is the scholar's wine played a role. The second kind of drunkenness: dancing swords and guns, fighting and causing trouble. This is the general's wine played a role. And the third kind of is to cry and laugh. Crazy. That is because of the madman's blood played a role. After Xian Yuan Shui heard this and thought about it carefully, her pretty face swished red and she stamped her foot and snapped, "Xiao Yang, what do you mean? Are you saying that I cried and laughed and went crazy last night? Just like a madman, isn't it?" "I didn't say that, Sister Shui." Yang Donghao guffawed. "You said it yourself. You clearly meant it. You can say it if you want to, and you're using this storytelling method to imply it to me?" Xian Yuan Shui reddened. "I just drank too much. Let you see the joke." "Sister Shui," Yang Donghao interrupted her and said softly, "You misunderstood. I don't have the meaning of looking at you as a joke. In fact, I think that when a thing is held in the heart for too long, people are prone to get sick. Saying it out, even though it can't solve the problem, it's ultimately a way of releasing it and reducing the pressure. Besides," after a pause, he continued, "Sister Snow, there is actually a sentence. I don't know whether to say it or not." "Go ahead." Xian Yuan Shui walked down and sat in front of him. "I think." Yang Donghao pondered for a while and said seriously, "He is in heaven. He must also want you to live well, rather than wanting to see you living in pain, thinking of him all the time. What do you think?" Xian Yuan Shui looked at him in a daze. After a while, she turned her head away, wiped away the tears in her eyes with her hand, took a deep breath and turned her head to smile at Yang Donghao. "Little Yang, you are quite good at comforting people. Before my master left, this is what he said to me." Yang Donghao shook his head and said seriously, he said, "Don't get attached to me. Birth, old age, sickness and death, the cycle of the world, it's all fate, and those who have died, wish for those who are alive to be happy, instead of living in thoughts and bitterness." Xian Yuan Shui froze. Seeing this, Yang Donghao stood up and started to clean up, also ignoring her. After a while, Xian Yuan Shui came back to her senses. Looking at Yang Donghao, who was busy in the back kitchen, her eyes were a little moist, and she thought in her heart, "Xiao Yang is right. Even if Wang Fu is in the sky, he still wants me to live a happy life." "Xiao Yang." Xian Yuan Shui exhaled a long breath and stood up, a smile reappearing on her pretty face. "What's wrong, Sister Shui?" "Nothing. I'm going out to buy groceries. Yesterday's business was so good, today's business definitely won't be bad either." Xian Yuan Shui smiled and said, "Work hard, cheer up, and strive to turn my Yiping Siang restaurant into the Yiping Siang Grand Hotel as soon as possible." She walked out with quick steps. Yang Donghao was stunned, and then smiled. He felt that Xian Yuan Shui seemed to be starting to work her way out from the shadows of her past. "Xiao Yang, look at the medicinal meal I made. The flavor is almost the same as the one you made, right?" "Xiao Yang, this fire, I still have a bit of a bad grasp of it. Well, I'm going to write it down." All morning, Xian Yuan Shui was busy, concentrating on the medicinal meal preparation that Yang Donghao had taught her. "Sister Shui, this medicinal meal is actually very simple. The hard part is just the recipe." Yang Donghao patiently taught her. "The fire is also very important. Just time it within 15 minutes. At around noon, one after another, guests started to come. It was full again. When manager phone came to order, he saw the long line of people lined up at the door, and couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Boss lady, I want to order another 80 meals, can I still order them? It's estimated to be a little late. Shen Yuanshui was busy while smilingly speaking to him. Alright then, later is fine, just be able to eat. Manager phone let out a sigh of relief. This medicinal meal was just too delicious. In one breath, he was busy until more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then could Yang Donghao and Shen Yuanshui both finally take a break. Little Yang, what do you say? Should we rent a bigger place? Shen Yuanshui counted the money in accounts while speaking seriously to Yang Donghao. Whatever you want, you're the boss. You call the shots. Yang Donghao said indifferently. That won't do. Shen Yuanshui shook her head and said seriously. Little Yang, I've already decided. If we open a new store, the two of us will share half of it. Sister Shui, I don't have the money to invest. Yang Donghao laughed at that moment. You've already invested. Shen Yuanshui looked at him. You're a technology share investment, counting 50% for you. Forget it, no need. Yang Donghao waved his hand. He really had no interest in this at all. Anyway, I've already decided. Shen Yuanshui didn't care about him. Talking to herself, the constant stream of customers over the past 2 days had given her plenty of confidence now. Wanting to make a big splash, open up a business, and make one piece of fragrance into a real brand. Yang Donghao's phone rang. He picked it up. It was Lan Lan calling. He picked it up. Hey, brother Dong, what are you doing? Lan Lan's tone on the other side of the phone was very gentle. Nothing, just got busy. Why? What's wrong with you? Yang Donghao casually asked. Xia came to me. I promised her. You're not angry, right? Lan Lan said. Yang Donghao froze. Immediately, he reacted and realized that Lan Lan was talking about Xiao Cui's matter. He laughed dumbly and casually said, didn't I tell you before? This matter, you can just decide on your own? What do I have to be angry about? Chapter 61, Father and Brother Come. I wasn't afraid that you'd get angry and say that I made a fool of myself. Lan Lan said with a smile. Just decide for yourself. Yang Donghao casually said. Is there anything else? Brother Dong, I want to invite you for dinner. When do you have time? Lan Lan asked tentatively, her mood surprisingly a little nervous. Some other day, okay? Yang Donghao thought about it and said. I definitely don't have time recently. The hotel side is very busy. Then, okay. Lan Lan heard his words. Her mood immediately lowered. Barely smiled and said. Then you first busy Dong. Good. Yang Donghao hung up the phone and realized that Shen Yuanshui was looking at him. Who called you? Shen Yuanshui asked as if nothing had happened. Just now when Yang Donghao was on the phone, she had been listening with her ears perked up beside her, and she heard. On the other side of the phone was a woman's voice. Oh, it's Lan Lan. Yang Donghao said casually. Oh, Shen Yuanshui was stunned and asked. Why is she calling you? Nothing. Didn't I do her a favor last time? Yang Donghao explained. She just called and said that she wants to treat me to dinner. Oh, Shen Yuanshui said indifferently. Then you go. Inexplicably in her heart, she felt a little uncomfortable. It felt like her own things was snatched away by others. Haphazardly turned over a few books. The heart is more and more troublesome. Don't go. The hotel here is so busy these days. If I go, you can't be busy alone. Yang Donghao said. Shen Yuanshui's hand that was flipping through the ledger immediately stopped. A smile appeared on her face. Count on you having a conscience. This is also related to conscience? Yang Donghao looked at her in surprise. Shen Yuanshui's pretty face reddened, coughed, digressed and said, Xiao Yang, I'm serious with you. I want to change the place and rent a bigger store. What do you think? Feel free to ask Sister Shui. Yang Donghao said. Didn't I just say? You are the boss, you decide. Then let's go out and take a look now? Shen Yuanshui looked at him and said. Now. Yang Donghao was stunned. In such a hurry? Always having so many guests lining up. I'm worried that after a long time, they won't be willing to wait. Shen Yuanshui said seriously. Yang Donghao took a closer look at her and said suspiciously. Really? This is too much of a rush, isn't it? Of course it's true. Shen Yuanshui avoided his gaze and said. Let's go. She was actually a little worried in her heart that her brother Shen Yuanfei had suffered a loss under Yang Donghao last night. In that case, it would definitely be father who would come next time. For her father's martial arts, Shen Yuanshui was not clear. She only knew that from the time she was young and had memories. 365 days a year, regardless of spring, summer, autumn and winter. Her father was unchanging martial arts practice. Only, she was not interested in these from childhood, and did not understand, so there was no way to judge. Her father and Yang Donghao, two people, who was actually powerful some, especially in the last night, under the mood of low, taking advantage of the wine, will be the heart of the bitter, told Yang Donghao after. Xian Yuan Shui for Yang Donghao actually has a kind of subtle feeling. Therefore, Xian Yuan Shui did not even want to see them clash. The best thing to do was to hurry up and move to another place before father found this place. After all, Guang City was so big that tens of millions of people lived here. Alright, Yang Donghao glanced at her, thought about it, and nodded in agreement. However, right at this moment, two silhouettes appeared outside the door, pushing it open and walking right in. Xian Yuan Shui's face instantly changed. Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. The people who came were none other than her father Xian Yuan Yu as well as Xian Yuan Fei. This person is still somewhat interesting. Yang Donghao's gaze, which landed on Xian Yuan Yu, sized him up with interest. Xian Yuan Yu, who was in his 60s, had dark hair, a gleaming gaze, his temples on both sides were bulging high, and his expression was grave, exuding an aura of unruffled authority. His kung fu was above this Xian Yuan Fei. Yang Donghao sized up Xian Yuan Yu for a few moments, and immediately had an answer in his heart. In Xian Yuan Fei's body, he detected an extremely weak aura, while in Xian Yuan Yu's body, this aura was obviously much stronger. Xian Yuan Yu had been sizing up Yang Donghao since he entered the door, not even looking at Xian Yuan Shui. Dad! Xian Yuan Shui came back to her senses and shouted with a complicated mood. The person you're talking about, is he? Xian Yuan Yu ignored her and turned his head, saying to Xian Yuan Fei beside him, yes. Xian Yuan Fei nodded. Your surname is Yan? Xian Yuan Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Donghao as he said indifferently, what is the relationship between the Yang family of Mountain Province and you? I don't understand what you're talking about. Yang Donghao was stunned and shook his head. Xian Yuan Yu froze and narrowed his eyes. You're not from the Yang family of Mountain Province? I've never heard of it. Yang Donghao said bluntly. Xian Yuan Yu nodded and ignored him. Turning his head to the apprehensive Xian Yuan Shui on the side, he said indifferently, go home with me, Dad. I'm not going back. Xian Yuan Shui said boldly, I'm only going to say this once. Xian Yuan Yu looked at her coldly. You first tell me what you want me to go home for. Xian Yuan Shui gritted her teeth. Otherwise, I won't go back. How dare you? Xian Yuan Yu's face sank, and said coldly, you're getting more and more bold now. You don't even listen to my words, do you? Dad, it's not that I don't listen to you, but I want to know, what are you asking me to come home for? Xian Yuan Shui stubbornly said, if you don't tell me, I won't return. Xian Yuan Yu's gaze, like two sharp swords, looked straight at Xian Yuan Shui. She turned her head away, not daring to meet her father's eyes. Back then, I once promised the Lu family that when you grew up, I would betroth you to that child of the Lu family. Xian Yuan Yu pondered for a moment and slowly said, also, your mother is sick. She wants to meet you. My mother is sick? Xian Yuan Shui's body jolted, and she hurriedly said, what kind of illness is it? Is it serious? I've already hired a doctor for her. Xian Yuan Yu said lightly, you go back with me this time, and Lu family's child will do the marriage. People know about you, also said that they don't care about your past. Xiao Shui, Lu family is a famous family, that is, their family, can be able to match you? Back then, that kid called Huangfu Yongman, deserved to die. Dad, I forbid you to talk about Huangfu like that. Xian Yuan Shui said excitedly. Xiao Shui, Xian Yuan Fei stepped forward and said, don't be obsessed. Lu Xiaotian has always been oblivious to you, and people don't mind that you've privately received a marriage license with Huangfu Yongman, but you're still not satisfied? Do you have to make our two families turn into enemies because of you before you are happy? Chapter 62 She's my girlfriend. Brother, what do you mean? Xian Yuan Shui exploded in anger all of a sudden. If he doesn't dislike me, I have to be thankful, don't I? If I don't marry him, I have to turn against you guys? What am I then? What do you take me for? A gift? If the Lu family doesn't get me as a gift, you're to blame? That affects your relationship? Saying that, her beautiful eyes turned red and she couldn't help but cry. Yang Donghao was also frowning straight from the side. This seemed to be a bit excessive, right? Regardless of whether it was the marriage by designation or what Xian Yuan Fei had just said, this had not sought Xian Yuan Shui's opinion from start to finish. I'm doing this for your own good. Xian Yuan Yu's brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice, if you're really doing it for my own good, you should have sought my opinion. Xian Yuan Shui heard her father's words and said excitedly, have you ever sought my opinion? Have you considered my feelings? You guys are completely ordering me around. If I don't accept it, then I'm not listening to you guys. How dare you? Xian Yuan Fei reprimanded. Is there any way for you to talk to your father like that? What's wrong with me? Xian Yuan Shui's voice raised a few degrees. Am I wrong? Are you allowed to order me around? Command me, and not allow me to resist? Do I have to agree? There was a bang. Xian Yuan Yu slammed his palm hard on the table, startling Xian Yuan Shui. Shut up! Xian Yuan Yu glared at her with unforgivable anger. I was just too indulgent with you as a child. causing you to be so rebellious and disobedient to me now? Dad. Shen Yuan Shui was so angry that tears were streaming down her face. Have you ever minded me since I was a child? You either practiced martial arts on your own or taught your brother to practice martial arts every day. Other than my mom, who of you have ever controlled me? Now you guys are using me as a tool, letting me marry into the Lu family. I don't agree. In your eyes, I am a rebel. I'm just trying to live the life I want. Can you guys stop interfering in my life and pointing fingers at my life? Snow, you're so stupid. Shen Yuan Fei hummed and said, everything Dad did was for your own good. Look at you now. What kind of life are you living? Marrying into the Lu family will allow you to live your life in glory, wealth, clothing and food. Even if you return home, it's still 100 times better than the life you're living now. I don't need you guys to be nice to me. Shen Yuan Shui wiped her tears. Dad, brother, I just want to live my own life. Please, don't come and interfere with me. Count me as begging you, okay? Also, I will go back to see Mom in a few days, but I won't agree to marry Lu Xiaotian. Bang! Shen Yuan Yu in a rage, ruthlessly slapped on the table. The wooden table instantly cracked. Come home with me. Shen Yuan Yu angrily stared at Shen Yuan Shui. Shen Yuan Shui's body trembled in fear and subconsciously shouted, Xiao Yang, I'm here Sister Shui. Yang Donghao lazily answered. His eyes swept over the smashed table and said indifferently, this table, $200. What did you say? Shen Yuan Yu instantly froze. The table was broken by you. Yang Donghao pointed at the table. Can't you understand? Also, Sister Shui said that she doesn't want to go back with you guys, so please leave. He pointed at the door. This is our family matter. Shen Yuan Fei hummed and said coldly, it has nothing to do with you. How is it not related? Yang Donghao smiled faintly and said, Sister Shui is my girlfriend. If you guys want to take her away, have you ever asked me? Your boyfriend. For my opinion? Everyone was instantly stunned, especially Shen Yuan Shui, but after coming back to her senses, she immediately praised Yang Donghao in her heart for the cleverness of this excuse. Indeed, this was after all her family matter. Yang Donghao had no reason to intervene, but if Yang Donghao took the identity of boyfriend, he immediately had an excuse to intervene. You are Xiao Shui's boyfriend? Shen Yuan Fei came back to his senses and snorted, saying in a cold voice, you're just a waiter. With you, how can you be worthy of my sister? Shen Yuan Yu coldly looked at Shen Yuan Shui. Brother, Donghao, he is indeed my boyfriend. Shen Yuan Shui immediately reached out and took Yang Donghao's arm and said to Shen Yuan Fei, I just didn't tell you yesterday. Really? Shen Yuan Fei was stunned and looked at Yang Donghao half-heartedly. Really? Shen Yuan Shui nodded her head, aggravated her tone, and said, that's why I will never marry Lu Xiaotian. Shui, I don't care if you're true or not. Shen Yuan Yu opened his mouth and snapped, saying in a deep voice, even if it's true, you still have to come home with me, uncle. Yang Donghao smiled faintly. Are you trying to beat the lovebirds? Shen Yuan Shui hurriedly lowered her head and bit her lips to death, which prevented her from laughing out loud. As the saying goes, it is better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Yang Donghao said in a serious manner. Sister Shui and I are living a good life now. Please go back to wherever you came from. Scram! Shen Yuan Yu's face instantly changed at his call of uncle. Reaching out and grabbing at Shen Yuan Shui. You and I go back. Yang Donghao also struck out. At the moment Shen Yuan Yu was about to grab her, Yang Donghao was the first to strike after him, reaching down and gently slapping his hand. Shen Yuan Yu's wrist instantly turned nimbly and dodged. Shen Yuan Yu's force was not yet exhausted, and he continued to grab at Shen Yuan Shui. However, Yang Donghao's hand reappeared and snapped, hitting Shen Yuan Yu's wrist, knocking his hand down. Uncle, let's talk things out. Yang Donghao looked at the stunned Shen Yuan Yu with a smile. Why are you moving your hands? Dad, Shen Yuan Fei whispered from the side. This kid has 2 moves in his hands. He's also a practiced fighter. I have underestimated you. Shen Yuan Yu's eyes flashed with an aura, narrowing his eyes as he stared coldly at Yang Donghao. Overpraise. Yang Donghao looked at him with a smirk. Uncle, you are not my opponent. I advise you that you should honestly return from wherever you came from. Shen Yuan Yu laughed back in anger. What a big mouth. Even if it's the Yang family from the mountain province and they come over, they wouldn't dare to say such big words in front of me. Hearing him mention the words mountain province's Yang family once again, Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Uncle, I'm not from the mountain province's Yang family. Don't pretend. Shen Yuan Yu grunted and said disdainfully, would there be a second family other than the Yang family of mountain province for those who practiced martial arts with the surname Yang in the country? Whatever you think is fine. Yang Donghao was also too lazy to explain. His hand stretched out and said, $200 table money. Put the money down and walk away. Chapter 63 Dark Strength. Shen Yuan Yu grunted and stretched out his hand to the side of Shen Yuan Fei, who flinched for a moment before waking up to understand and said in surprise, Dad, Still really want to give him money? Bring it. Xian Yuanyu also did not explain. Seeing this, Xian Yuanfei didn't dare to ask more questions, and took out $200 from inside his pocket and put it into Xian Yuanyu's hand. Xian Yuanyu grabbed these $200, rushed at young Donghao and raised it, said disdainfully, "The money is here. If you have the ability, if you can take it away, I will definitely leave without saying a word." Xian Yuanfei then understood his father's meaning. His heart instantly had a bottom. For his father's kung fu, he is still very assured. We must know, although his father has not practiced the internal kung fu of the dark power, but his body of kung fu has long since reached the pinnacle of the external kung fu. Even the old man of the Lu family who had practiced the dark force was full of praise for his father's external kung fu. Although Xian Yuanfei thought that he was not Yang Donghao's opponent, but he believed that his father personally on the battlefield, Yang Donghao, he will never be a match. After all, practicing martial arts, this kind of thing, a drop of sweat, a minute of work, Yang Donghao's age is here to stay. Uncle, you're taking advantage of the suspicion. Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You broke our table. It is only natural to pay for it. I think we should add another one. For example, you can't come back to disturb me and my girlfriend in the future, so that it can be considered as sloppy." Ha! Xian Yuanyu sneered twice. "That's fine, but I'm also going to add one more thing. If this money, you can't take it, then stay away from my daughter, and come less often to meddle in our family's domestic affairs. Do you hear me?" "No problem." Yang Donghao nodded his head dryly and agreed. "Donghao." Xian Yuanshui instantly became anxious and said offhandedly, "How can you agree to this?" With that, she turned her head to Xian Yuanyu and said, "Dad, I won't agree." Even if Xian Yuanshui didn't understand and hadn't practiced martial arts, she knew that her father was arrogant, and if he wasn't sure, he definitely wouldn't have brought up such a condition. That's right. Last night, when Yang Donghao and his brother Xian Yuanfei fought, his brother was indeed at a disadvantage. But so what? Brother's kung fu was taught by his father. Too late. Xian Yuanyu did not wait for Yang Donghao to open his mouth to speak. He grabbed the first and said coldly, "He already promised just now." "No way." Xian Yuanshui stomped her feet anxiously. "Dad, I don't agree." Yang Donghao was speechless. "Sister Shui, do you think so little of me?" "Donghao, you don't understand. My dad, he has practiced martial arts for decades. There is no way you can be his opponent. It's not a matter of me looking at you favorably or not." Xian Yuanshui said anxiously, "There's no way you can have a chance to win. Little Shui, there is no chance anymore." Xian Yuanfei revealed a hint of a smile. "This boyfriend of yours, he has already agreed. Sister Shui, just rest assured." Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "This money, I'll take it. Then you'll give it a try?" Xian Yuanyu smiled disdainfully. "Watch this." Yang Donghao reached out, slowly grabbing towards the money in Xian Yuanyu's hand. That way, as if he was worried that Xian Yuanyu couldn't dodge it. How slow could the speed be? It almost made Xian Yuanshui, who was on the side, collapse. When Xian Yuanyu saw this appearance of his, he coldly grunted, pretending. The hand holding the money did not move at all. When Yang Donghao was about to grab the money in his hand, Xian Yuanyu flipped his wrist violently, clenched his palm into a fist, and fiercely punched towards Yang Donghao. Yang Donghao opened his palm and in a flash, seemingly slow but actually fast, gently grabbed Xian Yuanyu's fist. Xian Yuanfei, who was on the side, watched with beady eyes the scene. And last night when Yang Donghao grabbed himself, wasn't it exactly the same? How come he couldn't dodge himself and his father couldn't dodge him either? Yang Donghao let go of his hand, and the money in Xian Yuanyu's hand fell down, without bias, right into his hand. "Uncle, I'll take this money. You guys can go back." He smiled at the stunned Xian Yuanyu. "Sister Shui, keep this money. Change the table later." Yang Donghao handed the money to Xian Yuanshui. Xian Yuanshui took it in a confused manner. She saw her father's face change drastically and looked at Yang Donghao as if he had seen a ghost. Dark power. Xian Yuanyu took 2 steps back, pointing at Yang Donghao in disbelief, his lips shivering. "How old are you, that you actually practice dark power? You are not from the Yang family of Mountain Province. They haven't had anyone who has practiced dark power so far." "What?" Xian Yuanfei's body shook and he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. "Dad, he actually practiced dark power? You're not mistaken." He had heard from his father since he was a child that dark force must be an external martial art, and after practicing it to the peak, there must be an internal martial art to be able to practice dark force, to become a so-called internal expert. As the saying goes, train your muscles, bones and skin externally, and train your breath internally. This breath refers to the dark energy of internal martial arts. If one's external kung fu was well practiced, the dark energy of an internal expert is no match at all. Shen Yuanfei once had the honor of witnessing a time when the Lu family's old man used his dark force to shatter a piece of tofu into pieces underneath a 1-inch thick wooden board. And the wooden board was unharmed in the slightest. If this were to hit a person's body, the exterior would look fine, but the internal organs could be shattered to death. Why did Xian Yuan have to marry Xian Yuan Shui to the Lu family? It is not because the Lu family old man once said, if the Xian Yuan family and the Lu family become in-laws, we'll be willing to the Lu family's internal martial arts to Xian Yuan Yu to share. How could I possibly be mistaken? Xian Yuan Yu shook his head and said evenly, this is the dark force. After he was grabbed by young Donghao's fist just now, his entire arm instantly went numb and lost consciousness, completely out of his control, and it was only until now that he was able to feel something. Shen Yuan Yu had once sparred with the old man of the Lu family. At that time, the old man of the Lu family's fists and kicks with dark energy, hitting his arm, half of his arm was numb, completely unconscious and uncontrollable, and he conceded defeat on the spot. Therefore, Shen Yuan Yu was extremely impressed by this dark energy. What kind of dark strength and bright strength? Yang Donghao heart some curiosity. He just casually used aura to seal the acupoints on Shen Yuan Yu's arm. For him, this is more than a simple thing. After all, he is a superb medical skill. For the human body's role of each acupoint are like a finger in the pie. Looking at this startled father and son, Yang Donghao curiously asked, what are you talking about? Chapter 64, Sister's Husband. What are you pretending? When Shen Yuanfei saw Yang Donghao's appearance, he couldn't help but roar angrily. Aren't you just practicing your dark force? As for humiliating us in such a way? That's right. In Shen Yuanfei's opinion, Yang Donghao, who had practiced dark force and become an expert of the internal martial arts, his curious appearance at this moment, in Shen Yuanfei's eyes, was completely and deliberately putting on an act. Shut up! Shen Yuan Yu was instantly startled, and hurriedly glared at Shen Yuanfei, but he knew very well in his heart that Yang Donghao, who was an expert of the internal martial arts, once if he really started to fight, even if both of them, father and son, went on together, they would not be Yang Donghao's opponent at all. May I ask, Mr. Yang, are you really my daughter's boyfriend? Shen Yuan Yu turned his head and arched his hand at Yang Donghao. His previous contempt had disappeared and was replaced by a face full of gravity. There was a clang. Shen Yuanshui's jaw shattered to the ground. Mr. Yang, you? Of course. Yang Donghao nodded. This is already the second time he pretended to be Shen Yuanshui's boyfriend, so it can be said that he has already entered the state of boyfriend. Reaching out and wrapping his arm around Shen Yuanshui's Shen's thin waist, who was staring blankly at the side, he did not turn red without panting, and said in a serious manner, Uncle, didn't I already tell you just now? You, since it's true, Mr. Yang, thank you for raising your love and not disdaining my daughter. Shen Yuan Yu nodded his head, paused for a moment, and said seriously and gravely, this marriage. I agree. Dad, what did you say? Shen Yuanshui just woke up from the shock, heard her father's words, instantly shocked again, for a moment, only felt the heavenly thunder rolling. What kind of play is this? Ah, Yang Donghao was also startled, said offhandedly, Uncle, what did you say? Don't you intend to marry my daughter? Shen Yuan Yu immediately changed his face and said in a condensed voice, could it be that you're just playing around? He secretly screamed in his heart that it was bad. If Yang Donghao really just intended to play around with his daughter, then there was nothing he could do. After all, facing an internal expert like Yang Donghao, he couldn't beat him either. Dad, what are you babbling about? Shen Yuanshui's neck all immediately flushed red, and seeing that the misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper, she said offhandedly, Donghao and we are serious. Yang Donghao hurriedly interrupted her words and gave her a wink. That's right, although Shen Yuan Yu seemed to have misunderstood. If Shen Yuanshui wanted to clear the air in the future and no longer be forced to marry someone else by the two of them, father and son, it would not be a bad idea to make a mistake a mistake. At least it could be done once and for all. Seeing Yang Donghao's eye color, Shen Yuanshui was slightly stunned and vaguely understood what he meant. It's good that it's serious. On Shen Yuan Yu's face, a trace of a pleased smile appeared. Having such a son-in-law who was an expert in the internal martial arts was completely more important to him than the internal martial arts that the Lu family's old man had said earlier. The reason was simple. Yang Donghao was so young, he had practiced the dark force and had become an expert of the internal martial arts. His future achievements would definitely be unlimited at a glance. Although the Lu family's old man had also practiced the dark force, he did so when he was in his 60s. Who is higher and who is lower? One could tell at a glance. Brother-in-law, you should have told me earlier about you practicing out your dark force. Shen Yuanfei also laughed, affectionately said to Yang Donghao, if you said it earlier, our father would not have to run this trip. Just now also made almost a big fuss. This is not a big water rushing the Dragon King temple. Brother-in-law? Our father? Shen Yuanshui face a burst of hot, It feels like it is going to collapse. Yang Donghao was also speechless for a while. This father and son. In an instant, the attitude of 360 degrees big change. Let him also do not know how to fight to answer. Can only be a perfunctory smile. Xiao Shui, you and Mr. Yang together, I very much agree. Shen Yuan saw that Yang Donghao didn't seem to be too happy, and immediately made a fool of himself by thinking that it was the misunderstanding just now that made him a little unhappy, and hurriedly said to Shen Yuan Shui, if you guys want to do something, just do it, and I promise that I won't interfere with you guys in the future. And in addition, if you guys booked a date with the intention of getting married, I'm sure that this time, I will definitely want to marry you off in a beautiful manner. Shen Yuan Shui didn't even know how to reply. This time, the misunderstanding seemed to be a little too big. Dad, my mom, what is her illness? Shen Yuan Shui coughed softly and decided to digress. Otherwise, she was worried that she was afraid that if she said it again like this, it was possible that her father would rush them into marriage tomorrow. She said, is it serious? Not serious. Shen Yuan waved his hand and casually said, it's just that some time ago, when I occasionally encountered a wind chill, I got a heavy cold, which triggered the old problems that fell during the menstruation when I was young. So it's like this. Shen Yuan Shui then breathed a sigh of relief. Originally intended to want to say, she would like to go home to take a look, but on second thought, or forget about it. Have to discuss with Yang Donghao first before saying anything. Little Shui, so are you coming home with us? Shen Yuan Fei asked, but his gaze was towards Yang Donghao. Brother, I've been a bit busy with business lately, so I won't go back first. Shen Yuan Shui hesitated for a moment and explained, when I'm done with this period of time, I'll go back to see my mom. That's fine. Shen Yuan Fei nodded and said smilingly to Yang Donghao, brother-in-law, you must also follow along and come back at that time. Good. Yang Donghao answered with a black line on his head. Xiao Shui. At this time, the landlord Uncle Ning pushed the door and walked in, looking at Shen Yuan Fei's father and son standing in the store, while there was also a table that was cracked. At that moment he was a little confused. You have guests? Shen Yuan Shui was stunned, and immediately understood that he must have come for the matter of rent, and quickly said, it's fine, Uncle Ning, you sit. She couldn't wait for someone to come at the moment and break this unexplainable awkwardness. Little Snow, then you get busy first, we'll go back first. Shen Yuan also did not intend to continue staying, turned his head to Yang Donghao and smiled, politely saying, Mr. Yang, remember when the time comes, come back with Xiao Shui. Good uncle. Yang Donghao perfunctorily agreed. It is strange to say that just now, when he was acting, he shouted uncle with his mouth open, and did not have any idea, but now this uncle, but shouted extremely unnatural, and at the same time there is some worry. Xiao Shui, Shen Yuan Fei before leaving, quickly walked to the side of Shen Yuan Shui, said in a low voice, remember sometime, must lead the brother-in-law back to a trip otherwise, Lu family side, we have no way to explain. Understand? Chapter 65, your father is not sick in the head, is he? Well, I know. Shen Yuan Shui agreed haphazardly. She was not in the mood to think about it right now. Why Shen Yuan Fei and the others were left without an explanation. All she wanted to do right now was to send them away as soon as possible. After seeing her father and brother both go out and leave in a car on the side of the road, Shen Yuan Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and turned to the landlord. Uncle Ning, you've come at the right time. I've already thought about it. Your house. I don't intend to renew the lease. Didn't you say before that someone was planning on renting this place for $80,000? I'll move out next month. Oh, the landlord, Uncle Ning, sniffed, slightly stunned, and looked at her tentatively and said, Little Snow, are you sure you don't want to rent it? I've looked over the past 2 days, and your business here seems to have improved quite a bit. If you move out, won't you lose a lot of money? It's okay, Uncle Ning, Shen Yuan Shui said absent-mindedly. I've already thought about it. You might as well rent it to someone else. Cough cough. Snow, are you really not going to think about it anymore? Uncle Ning, the landlord, gave a dry cough and looked at her somewhat nervously. Now, this made Yang Donghao, who was next to her, see some clues, and a thought popped up in his heart. Could it be that there was simply no one who wanted to pay $80,000 to rent it before? It was only a reason he made up because he wanted to raise the rent? Indeed, Uncle Ning's reaction was a bit strange. This rent was $60,000 a year before. Right now if someone was really willing to pay $80,000 to rent, then Shen Yuan Shui moved out. Uncle Ning shouldn't have any objections to it. Don't think about it, Uncle Ning. Shen Yuan Shui shook her head. If you intend to continue renting, $70,000 a year is fine. Uncle Ning continued to persuade. After all, you're here. You've opened a restaurant for several years now. there must be quite a few old customers. If you move to another distant place, the old customers that you've accumulated here, that could be equal to all of them being lost. Uncle Ning. Yang Donghao's eyes turned and laughed. Don't worry, we won't lose our old customers. In short, we don't intend to continue renting it. You'd better seize the time and put up a rental advertisement. This, Uncle Ning glanced at young Donghao, who was smiling meaningfully, stood up and said, well then. He left resentfully. Little young. Shen Yuanshui immediately pulled the store door down and glared at young Donghao. What the hell was going on just now? How did my dad have an instant? And his attitude immediately changed drastically. Indeed. Until now, Shen Yuanshui was confused, because in her opinion, Yang Donghao was the one who grabbed Shen Yuanyu's hand and then let go, catching the money in Shen Yuanyu's hand. There was nothing strange or weird about the process, but Shen Yuanyu's reaction was very different from before. It was as if he was like a different person. I still want to ask you. Yang Donghao was equally puzzled and shrugged his shoulders. Sister Shui, I think, your father he has no problem here, right? He pointed a finger at his head. Shen Yuanshui was flabbergasted for a moment. Only then did she wake up and spit. You're the one who's sick with nerves. Sister Shui, I'm serious about what I said. Yang Donghao explained with a bitter smile. Look at your father's appearance later on. It's almost as if he couldn't wait for you to want to marry me right away. And I reckon that it's very likely that he'll even prepare a hefty dowry for you. Shen Yuanshui's pretty face instantly reddened. After blankly glancing at him, she pondered and said, Xiao Yang, what exactly is the dark power that my dad said? Do you have it or not? She felt that the key to her father's 360-degree change in attitude was definitely in this dark energy. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders. I'm also very curious to know what exactly this dark strength is. You don't know? Shen Yuanshui stared at him carefully, trying to find an answer from his face. Yang Donghao shook his head. This is also the first time I've heard of this thing. Fine. Shen Yuanshui realized that he also didn't look like he was telling lies, and then he was a little disappointed in his heart, shook his head, and said, it must be because of this dark strength that they suddenly changed their attitudes. But if you don't have it, in case they find out about it in the future, what should you do? Thinking of this, her willow eyebrows frowned again. Let's talk about future things later. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and then asked, Sister Shui, that Lu family, what's going on? Why did your father want you to marry into their family? The Lu family is a very famous family in our area, Shen Yuanshui said. Their family has been in business for generations. It is said that they used to be very rich. Now the family has opened several companies, involved in real estate, finance and other industries. It is said that the assets may be several billion or so, right? That Lu Xiaotian, a few years older than me. I used to be a child, often play behind him. He is also willing to lead me to play. Then isn't this a childhood friend? Yang Donghao said jokingly. Why didn't you consider him? Could it be that he's ugly? Shen Yuanshui spat and gave him a blank look, saying, Lu Xiaotian is not ugly at all, and he is also exceptionally handsome. Only, I don't have the feeling of being a childhood friend with him at all. He is just an older brother in my heart, and I don't have the slightest feeling for him. Yang Donghao nodded. I listened to your brother's words, as if your family should also be quite rich, right? Not bad. Shen Yuanshui nodded and said, my family also has a company. Although the scale is not as large as the Lu family, but it is also much stronger than an ordinary family. But my brother and my father, the two of them, spend money is also very fierce. I remember, they often buy some medicinal herbs for the medicinal baths. I once heard my mom mention that those medicinal herbs they bought, once they have to be a few tens of thousands of dollars. Medicinal baths? Yang Donghao thought about it, probably understood. This may be their martial arts need to use this way, for the reason of quenching the body. As the saying goes, as poor study, rich practice martial arts. Practice martial arts, this kind of thing, not only to have a master teacher, but also have to have hard work. The most important thing is to have money. Yang Donghao used to be a child. When he followed his master in the mountains to practice, he also used to soak in a few years of medicinal baths. Those medicinal herbs were all obtained by his master when he traveled around the world. However, it was only a soak for 2 or 3 years, and then the method was discontinued. That was because Yang Donghao no longer needed it. Little young, Shen Yuanshui thought of something. Her pretty face slightly reddened, her gaze looked away, and she said in a somewhat unnatural manner, I'll discuss something with you. Well, Sister Shui, you say? Yang Donghao casually and carelessly responded. Shen Yuanshui coughed and said, that, if my father and the others come over in the future, I still have to trouble you, pretending to be my boyfriend. Chapter 66 Physical Examination Report. No problem. Yang Donghao nodded. Since she did not intend to continue renting here, Shen Yuanshui dragged Yang Donghao along, and the two of them ran around Guang City whenever they had time to look for a store. However, In today's era, trying to find a store with a good location and cheap rent is as hard as heaven. Xianyuan Shui has the intention to find a larger store, but after inquiring about a few stores that are interested in transferring hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars in transfer fees, immediately let her back off. There are a lot of people coming to Yanai Hospital today, but most of them are wearing Tianhong Group's clothes. This was the day that Tianhong Group's annual physical examination for its employees had arrived. For the hospital, it was the most favorite to give this kind of large group employees regular annual medical checkups, because it was a considerable amount of income. In the dean's office, Dean Hong attentively brewed a cup of tea for Zhao Yong and placed it in front of him. A nurse walked in quickly and placed a medical report onto Dean Hong's desk. Dean Hong, this is General Zhao's medical report sheet. Good. Dean Hong nodded, picked up the glasses on the desk and put them on, looking at Zhao Yong's medical report sheet carefully and meticulously. For ordinary people's physical examination report sheets, after the results came out, if there were any problems, the doctor would tell them which section of the doctor they should go to for specific examination and consultation. Every time Zhao Yong's medical checkup report card, it was personally gone through by Dean Hong. After looking over the medical report sheets carefully, Dean Hong raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. What's wrong, Dean Hong? Zhao Yong hurriedly asked with concern when he saw this. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhao. Dean Hong put down the medical report sheet, turned around and took out a folder from the file cabinet at the back and opened it, which contained Zhao Yong's medical report sheets from the last few years. For big customers like Zhao Yong, private hospitals like Renai Hospital would create a separate file for them, storing their yearly medical reports, previous treatments, and so on, in order to show the importance of their health. Zhao Yong put down his teacup and watched as Dean Hong took out a few medical reports from the folder, looking at them intently and then picking up the latest medical reports and comparing them. After a few moments, Dean Hong raised his head and said to Zhao Yong in a deep voice, Mr. Zhao, have you recently taken any medication on your own? No. Zhao Yong shook his head. I would have called you every time if I was not feeling well and needed to take any medication. Then this is strange. Dean Hong sniffed with a surprised look on his face. Mr. Zhao, come take a look. Zhao Yong came over. Dean Hong pointed to a few medical report cards and explained. Look, Mr. Zhao, this is your medical report card from 3 years ago. According to the data from a few tests at that time, you already had the mild symptoms of alcoholic liver and high blood pressure. This medical report card is from 2 years ago. Your alcoholic liver and high blood pressure can already be concluded as early symptoms. Moreover, your blood sugar also has become somewhat high. I even advised you at that time to drink as little as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that in a few years, you will have diabetes. This I remember. Zhao Yong nodded. This one is last year's medical report card. Dean Hong continued. Your blood pressure is gradually rising. I told you to exercise more, but you didn't listen either. Where is the time? Dean Hong. Zhao Yong sighed and said, there are so many things to do every day, so many social gatherings, one can't go without the other. When I return home, it's late at night. How can I still have the time and energy to exercise? Well, I know all of this, Mr. Zhao. Dean Hong nodded his head and pointed at the last medical report card with a grave expression, aggravating his tone and said, but this year's medical report card, a few of the data on it, even had an abnormal change. Is it more serious? Zhao Yong's heart was instantly jolted. It's not more serious. Dean Hong shook his head and said with a complicated and strange expression, it's that your condition has undergone an improvement. What? Zhao Yong instantly froze and came back to his senses as he hurriedly asked, Dean Hong, you didn't misread it, right? How could I possibly be mistaken? Dean Hong shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Zhao, look here. Your blood pressure in the previous years was 150, 100, 180, 120, and this year's blood pressure, all of a sudden, became 150, 100, as well as the blood glucose value, which is also much lower. Then this is a good thing, right? Zhao Yong breathed a sigh of relief, and thought in his heart, you were so startled. I thought the condition had worsened. It's a good thing, yes. Dean Hong nodded, frowning in puzzlement. He said, but you didn't take any medication, nor did you exercise. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for the condition to lessen. This process will only slowly worsen. Could it be that the instrument is out of order? His brows furrowed as he muttered, it's not possible either. Zhao Yong's heart stirred and said offhandedly, I know. Oh, Dean Hong pushed up his glasses and looked at him suspiciously. It's a medicinal meal, Zhao Yong said happily. During this period of time, I've been eating a meal of the medicinal meal made by Mr. Yang every day, and that's why my condition has lessened. It's that miraculous? Dean Hong was instantly shocked. At this moment, the door was pushed open from outside and Zhao Jingwang and a nurse walked in. Elder. Dean Hong hurriedly stood up and greeted Zhao Jingwang. Dean Hong, this is the old master's medical report sheet. The nurse turned around and went out after handing Dean Hong the medical report sheet. Dean Hong. Zhao Yong's heart stirred and said, my dad has been eating medicinal food every day for a while now as well. So take a look at his medical report. Is it that his high blood pressure has also improved from before? Yes. Dean Hong nodded and looked at it carefully. Zhao Jingwang was a bit strange in his heart and asked Zhao Yong in a low voice what had happened. And when Zhao Yong told him, Dean Hong also finished reading Zhao Jingwang's medical report card. The old man's high blood pressure has indeed improved drastically as well. Moreover, all the other checkup data are also trending better. You can see that his platelet count has also returned to normal values, and his white blood cells are also. The more Dean Hong looked at it, the more shocked he became, saying incredulously, this medicinal diet is so miraculous? Mr. Yang said before that the medicinal meal he made can nourish and regulate the body. Zhao Jingwang said with a disbelieving face, isn't this normal? By the way, during this period of time, I've even stopped the medicine for lowering blood pressure. Ha! Zhao Yong froze, then quickly said, Dad, then why didn't you say anything to me? Chapter 67, Takeout not picked up. What? I have to report to you about everything I do? Zhao Jingwang gave him a dissatisfied blank look. Zhao Yong laughed bitterly and quickly explained, Dad, I don't mean that. I'm worried about your body. You're stopping your medication rashly. What if your body gets uncomfortable? It's my body that's uncomfortable when I'm taking antihypertensive medication. Zhao Jingwang waved his hand and said, after I ate a few medicinal meals in a row, I ate antihypertensive pills one morning, and not long after, my heart panicked and felt uncomfortable, so I let my family's nanny measure my blood pressure, and oh, guess what? The blood pressure was too low. High pressure became 90. Fortunately, after a while, it returned to normal. Since then, I have not eaten antihypertensive drugs every day to measure blood pressure, found that they are slowly reduced, and I do not feel bad at all. Dean Hong listened with surprise and curiosity. This medicinal food is so amazing? I'll have to go and take a look at it someday. Dean Hong, you don't have to say. This medicinal meal is really that magical. Zhao Jingwang said smilingly, during this period of time, not only has my blood pressure slowly started to decrease, but my spirit has also become much better. After chatting for a few moments, Zhao Jingwang and Zhao Yong left. Back in the company, Zhao Yong had just sat down when Vice President Zhang from the next office slipped over. Mr. Zhao, how are the results of your physical examination? Vice President Zhang had a mysterious smile on his face as he looked at Zhao Yong with a smirk. Very good. Zhao Yong nodded and casually asked, how about you? Mr. Zhao, I was just about to talk to you about this. Vice President Zhang sat down on the sofa. Didn't I get an alcoholic liver the year before last? After I went for a checkup today, the doctor said to me with a surprised face that my alcoholic liver symptoms are, surprisingly, slowly getting better. Isn't that strange? And I also asked a few people, like old Lu and the others, the same thing. Some of their old problems have also improved. So I've come to ask how you are doing? Same as you guys. Zhao Yong lit a cigarette and said smilingly, my blood sugar is also lowering for the better. Vice President Zhang slapped his thigh and said, Mr. Zhao, what do you think is going on? We all think that it should be the reason for eating that medicinal meal from the Yipin Xiang restaurant during this period of time. Other than that medicinal meal, we didn't take any other medicines either. That's right. Zhao Yong nodded. My old man doesn't even eat antihypertensive medication now, and as a result, his blood pressure is under very good control. This medicinal diet, it's truly divine. Vice President Zhang spoke in praise. This is much stronger than taking medicine. This medicine eat more. It is not good for the body. There is also resistance. The more you eat more and more. After he said a few words, the conversation turned. Dry cough, tentative asked, Mr. Zhao, you and the owner of that Yipin Xiang restaurant, do you know each other? Why? Zhao Yong nodded. Mr. Zhao, it would be great if you know each other. Vice President Zhang said. Just now, I made a call to Manager Feng and asked him to order an extra medicinal meal for me at noon. And guess what? Manager Feng said that the owner of the Yipin Xiang restaurant won't take our takeout orders anymore. The reason is, they ordered too much at once. They can't take care of it. Ha! Zhao Yong froze and said offhandedly. That's not good. That's right. Vice President Zhang smiled and said, old Lu and I, they also think the same way. This medicinal meal tastes good. It's good for the body. According to the medical report, maybe these old problems of ours will be able to be cured in one meal's time. If we can't eat it, that would be a pity. So do you. Want you to give a call to the boss of the Yipin Xiang restaurant to say something, so that they will take our takeaway order? Zhao Yong then understood Vice President Zhang's intention, nodded, took out his cell phone and was about to dial Yang Donghao's phone number. On second thought, stood up and said, "Forget it, I'd better go over there." After arriving at the entrance of the Pinsiang restaurant by car, Zhao Yong was startled. The people waiting in line to eat were a bit too many. "Right, Mr. Zhao?" Manager Feng saw Zhao Yong's car and hurriedly ran over. "Why are there so many people?" Zhao Yong asked after getting out of the car. "Who knows?" Manager Feng complained with a disgruntled face. "Mr. Zhao, you don't know, when I first came here to order, there weren't even a few customers, but it's only been half a month, and the number of people queuing up here every day has simply multiplied geometrically. I just entered the store. Before I could speak, the boss said directly, 'Our order is not accepted. Too many people, cannot take care of.'" I know. Zhao Yong lit a cigarette and said, "Let's wait first. When they're done, I'll go and discuss with them." This wait, until about 2:30 at noon. The queue at the entrance of the restaurant finally disappeared. From 11 o'clock when the business started, until 2:30 in the afternoon, the queue at the entrance of the restaurant did not see the slightest decrease. "Mr. Yang." Zhao Yong pushed the door in and saw Xianyuan Shui and Yang Donghao, both of them, sitting in the store and resting. "Mr. Zhao." Yang Donghao glanced at him. "Why are you here?" He came to discuss something with you." Zhao Yong coughed dryly and said cautiously, "Mr. Yang you see that your business is so good right now. Otherwise, would you consider changing the place and hiring a few more people?" "Oh?" Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. "What do you mean, Mr. Yang?" "It's like this." Zhao Yong's eyes turned to Yang Donghao and said, "Those employees inside the company, who eat your medicinal meals, their mouths are tricky, and they don't eat any other meals, and many departmental employees have raised their requests during the meetings in the past few days, wanting to eat the medicinal meals you have here, but you don't take takeout orders here now either, so they can't eat them if they want to." He was too embarrassed to say that it was because he wanted to eat it, so he had to find a grand excuse. "Mr. Zhao." Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "I'm not the boss. I don't get to say anything." He pointed to Xianyuan Shui on the side and said, "The boss is here." Zhao Yong pondered in his heart, "Although the boss isn't you, you said it counts. You're the one who made this medicinal meal. What do you think, Sister Shui?" Zhao Yong politely spoke to Xianyuan Shui, although Xianyuan Shui was not as old as him, but Yang Donghao had called Sister Shui. Zhao Yong naturally didn't dare to be arrogant. "Mr. Zhao, I also want to change places." Xianyuan Shui's heart moved and said with a smile, "But after looking at some stores recently, the rents are all really too expensive, and without money, it can't be disked down." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong's eyes immediately lit up, glanced at Yang Donghao, and cautiously asked in a tentative manner, "Sister Shui, then have you ever considered getting into the stock?" Chapter 68, $10 million for a friend. Into the stock? Xianyuan Shui flabbergasted for a moment. In her heart she was actually thinking that if Zhao Yong could give a loan of some money, that would be great. After all, Zhao Yong was a conglomerate boss, and compared to her, he was just too rich. As for asking her family for money, that was impossible. After Xianyuan Shui had fallen out with her family back then, all these years, except for the other day, after her father and brother came over, she almost didn't have any contact with her family. Even a few days ago, her father had said that he would not interfere with her anymore and that she could come home to visit at any time. Xianyuan Shui had no intention of asking for money from her family over the years. She had gotten used to being independent. "Yes, into the shares." Zhao Yong nodded and glanced at Yang Donghao again. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Yang Donghao felt a little strange. "The two of you are discussing." Zhao Yong laughed dryly and pondered in his heart. Although Mr. Yang is a strange man, he seems to be a bit wifey as well. Everything has to be decided by his girlfriend. "Mr. Zhao, how do you plan to get in?" Xianyuan Shui asked tentatively. Zhao Yong pondered for a moment, cautiously said tentatively, "Invest $10 million, you give me 10% of the shares." "Sister Shui, do you think it's okay?" "How much did you say?" Xianyuan Shui almost jumped up in shock. 10 million to 10% of the shares? This store of hers is not worth 10 million. Seeing her face of surprise, Zhao Yong immediately misunderstood. He quickly changed his words and said, 5% is fine. Well then, okay Mr. Zhao. Xianyuan Shui heart in addition to surprise, more is excited. She was afraid that Zhao Yong will change his mind. Immediately strikes while the iron is hot and said, "You see when to sign the agreement?" The person who was actually more excited than her was Zhao Yong. Any time. Zhao Yong took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and said tentatively, "Sister Shui, look, why don't we sign this agreement today? Didn't you have your eye on the store before? With money in hand, you can also take it down earlier to expand the store." As a businessman who had traveled across the mall, especially with today's medical report card, Zhao Yong clearly understood the significance of the value of this medicinal meal. If measured in terms of money, then I'm afraid that the formula of this medicinal meal would be worth around tens of billions of dollars. Right now, the pinch of yum medicinal food has not been advertised, just by virtue of word of mouth. The people who come to eat every day, there are already so many, and once Xianyuan Shui will expand the store in the future, the annual turnover will not be a small number. In the future, if the Yipin Xiang medicinal food is open to all over the country, then the annual turnover, how much money will it be? A medicinal meal that tasted good and was able to regulate the body and improve chronic diseases such as hypertension. In Zhao Yong's opinion, a valuation of $10 billion was its true and reasonable value. Opening up for 10% of the shares, that was Zhao Yong's courage, biting his teeth, before he dared to ask for a sky-high price. In fact, Zhao Yong's psychological bottom line is that $10 million for 1% of the shares are possible, because to shares is not Zhao Yong's real purpose. After all, he also knows, this medicine is not Xianyuan Shui drummed up, but belongs to Yang Donghao. If you can occupy the shares in this, is also considered to be bright and Yang Donghao has a relationship. 10 million, not to make money, the purpose is to make friends with Yang Donghao. Xianyuan Shui generous to give him 5% of the shares, which is already far beyond Zhao Yong unexpected. Well, Mr. Zhao is right. I've looked at a few before. There is a good location, but the price is a bit high. Only 200 square meters. It's $75 million. Xianyuan Shui sighed. Then, in her heart, she was a little happy. With Zhao Yong's investment of $10 million, she could turn around and take this store down. Only 200 square meters? Zhao Yong froze and said offhandedly, this is too small, right? It's already not small. Xianyuan Shui shook her head and said, this is only a few dozen square meters for me here. Yang Donghao poured himself a cup of water and sat next to him, drinking it slowly. Watching the two chatting here without making any comments, it was because he was completely clueless about doing business. Sister Shui, Zhao Yong pondered for a moment and said carefully, I have an idea. I don't know if I should say it or not. Saying that, he subconsciously glanced at Yang Donghao again. Yang Donghao was speechless, put down his water cup and glared at him. Mr. Zhao, if you have something to say, why are you always looking at me? I don't know anything about doing business. Since you are the boss of the group, you must be very good at doing business. So just say it straight, and be more polite than a woman. Zhao Yong said with a smile on his face. Mr. Yang, I'll be straightforward then. After being scolded by Yang Donghao, he instead became even happier. It was like when two strangers met. Both sides would be polite and speak cautiously and carefully. While if it was two friends who had been familiar with each other for many years, it didn't matter if they occasionally exploded in foul language while talking and chatting because they knew that the other party would not even bother to count in their hearts. Yang Donghao scolding him. In Zhao Yong's opinion, this was Yang Donghao had started to take him as a friend. Mr. Yang, Sister Shui, I think a 200 square meter store is really a bit too small. After all, although I have not done the catering business, it is nothing but customer flow and turnover rate, especially for the catering industry. The turnover rate is even more important. Zhao Yong said seriously. For example, now this store, only 5 tables. If each table can only receive a customer, to receive 100 guests that means to turn the table 20 times. To be able to digest the 100 customers, each guest dining time of 10 minutes, then it will take about 3 hours. But, lunchtime and dinner time, and only a few hours? How many hours are there? At the moment, there is no need to worry about the flow of customers. I just calculated outside. At least there are about 50 people who saw the queue outside was too long, thus giving up waiting. So what we need to do is expand the size of the new store to accommodate more customers at one time. Mr. Yang, Sister Shui, I feel that we need to at least open a large catering store of thousands of square meters to do so. I do not know what you two have in mind for my idea. Know what the two of you think about my idea? After he finished speaking, he looked at both Yang Donghao and Xianyuan Shui. Xianyuan Shui glanced at Yang Donghao and found that he was holding a glass of water, looking old and calm, with no intention of opening his mouth to express his stance, and immediately threw him a blank stare, and then said in a deep voice, thousands of square meters? Wouldn't it be too large? What if there aren't that many guests? Sister Shui, guest-wise, there's no need to worry. Zhao Yong shook his head and said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't been advertising here either. It's entirely by virtue of word of mouth, right? Chapter 69, You're so bad. Dong. Yes. Xianyuan Shui nodded her head. Sister Shui, in most businesses, even if the quality of the goods is a little bit poor, if the marketing and advertising is done well, the item will still sell well. Zhao Yong said seriously, but the catering industry is excluded, because delicious and not delicious, it is completely the real experience of the direct senses. If the taste is extremely difficult to eat, even if the advertisements are blown out of proportion, the customers are all going to vote with their feet. Your medicinal food, when there is no advertisement put in place, just by virtue of word of mouth, you are able to attract so many customers. Do you still need to worry about the flow of people? I think that you should worry about the place not being big enough. Xian Yuanshui was instantly enraged by what he said, and when she thought about it, indeed, it seemed to be the same thing. As for the money aspect, Zhao Yong volunteered, if it's not enough, there's still an additional. There's also a loan. This is wrapped up in me, and the interest rate definitely won't be too high. He actually preferred to say, I can continue to add some, but on second thought, or forget it. Sincerity this thing, take it out to let the other side see on the line. If you do overdo it, may cause young Donghao's suspicion. Can get 5% of the shares, and young Donghao to make friends. For Zhao Yong, this visit has exceeded his expectations. You can't eat a fat man in one breath. Little Young, what do you think? Shen Yuanshui thought about it and asked Yang Donghao's opinion beside him. You take the idea. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and said smilingly, you are the boss, but you are a shareholder. Shen Yuanshui gave him a blank look. Didn't I tell you before? Give you 50% of the shares. In her heart, she knew very well that without Yang Donghao, not to mention the fact that Zhao Yong was willing to invest $10 million in shares right now, I'm afraid that her Ipin Siang restaurant would have to close down. All of this was brought to her by Yang Donghao. I don't want your shares. Yang Donghao waved his hand and said lightly, since Mr. Zhao said so, then you can try. For him, it was something that didn't matter. Anyway, even if he lost money at that time, it would be Zhao Yong who would lose the most. Sister Shui, I think it's settled. Zhao Yong immediately volunteered and said, I know there is a restaurant. The environment, location and decoration are good. If you accept, simply clean up, and then hire some people. I think you can open, to save the trouble of folding. If you agree, let's go and take a look. When he heard the words that young Donghao did not want shares, he was even more certain in his heart that these two were definitely a male and female couple. Otherwise, how could young Donghao not even want the shares? Anyway, for young Donghao, even Xian Yuanshui was his person. So what was the importance of shares or not? Taking a step back, with Yang Donghao's skills, if he wanted to make money, wouldn't that be a breeze? Alright then, let's go and take a look. Xian Yuanshui nodded and said to Yang Donghao, let's go? The two of you go. Yang Donghao waved his hand, not being able to raise interest in the slightest, and casually found an excuse. I'm a bit tired. Xian Yuanshui raised her willow eyebrows and was about to get angry when she suddenly thought that in the past few days, she had been dragging Yang Donghao around to look at the stores. It was indeed a bit hard. Her heart softened and she said, alright then, you rest. Don't worry Mr. Young. Zhao Yong said curtly from the side, the place I show Sister Shui, I guarantee to make her satisfied. Aha. Yang Donghao nodded lazily and waved his hand. Zhao Yong also had the sense to stop talking when he saw this. Shen Yuanshui simply packed up and the two of them went out. Not a moment later, Yang Donghao's cell phone rang, took it out and saw that it was Lon Lon calling again. He casually picked it up. Lon Lon, brother Dong, are you busy tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. Lon Lon, on the other side of the phone, spoke with a smile. Oh, I've been quite busy lately. Yang Donghao thought about it and found an excuse and said, how about another time? Donghao, you're so bad. Hearing his words, Lon Lon on the other side of the phone, her pretty face instantly felt a little hot. What's wrong? Yang Donghao was a bit puzzled by what he heard. Did he say something wrong? Nothing. Through the phone, Lon Lon also could not see his appearance. Do not know whether he said it heartlessly, or deliberately said. She said in a petulant manner, brother Dong, are you deliberately avoiding me? Avoiding you for what? Yang Donghao dryly coughed. I'm really quite busy lately. The hotel business is quite good. I simply can't leave, and I don't have time. Then, well, Lon Lon sighed quietly, and east and west a few sentences, said, then you are busy Dong. Putting away the phone and looking at Xia who was full of expectations, Lon Lon sighed and said, Xia, I'm afraid that you're really right. Brother Dong probably doesn't have the slightest idea about me. Immediately, she said in a self-pitying manner, that's right, for an escort girl like me, how could Brother Dong possibly look at me? Her beautiful eyes were slightly reddened. How could that be? Seeing this sad look on her face, Xia hurriedly consoled, maybe Brother Dong is really busy during this period of time? That's not necessarily true, right? Even if he's busy, he's still doing a favor for Xiaoshui. Lon Lon said quietly, if he has me in his heart, how could he not even have time for a meal? Xiaoxia sniffed and didn't know how to comfort her. Xiaoxia was able to understand her feelings, People like them easily won't be able to move on to someone. After all, after seeing so many men in the nightclubs who play along, it's hard to get them to give their heart to a random person. This time, Lan Lan really liked Dong, but was rejected. This kind of heartbreak and loss is not second to the pain of a lost love. When lovers broke up, at least they had once had each other. But this kind of unrequited love that ended without any problems was the most bitter. For all this, Yang Donghao is unaware of, because in his opinion, he thinks, Lan Lan wants to invite him to dinner. It is only because of the previous to her friend Xia Xia to see the doctor thing, which for Yang Donghao, is completely a small matter, and, after knowing Lan Lan's family environment is not good, she works so hard to earn money, but also in order to alleviate the pressure on the family. Under such circumstances, Yang Donghao was naturally unwilling to let her invite her to dinner. Stump. The sound of hurried footsteps came. Yang Donghao raised his head and saw Xianyuan Shui rushing into the store with a running face, her face in a state of panic, which instantly made him a little surprised. What's wrong, Sister Shui? Xiao Yang. Xianyuan Shui grabbed his hand. Can you go home with me? My mom is critically ill. Chapter 70, Heart Failure. What? Yang Donghao froze and said offhandedly, wasn't it a few days ago that your brother he said it was just a bad cold? How did he become critically ill all of a sudden? I don't know what's going on either. Xianyuan Shui said in an anxious and panicked manner. I just went to look at a store with Mr. Zhao just now, and I hadn't even talked about the price yet, when my brother called me, saying that my mom was critically ill and very serious, and asked me to hurry back. She grabbed Yang Donghao and said pleadingly, Little Yang, will you go back with me? She actually did not realize that after so many things, she had unconsciously taken Yang Donghao as a dependent in her heart. Just now, after receiving Xianyuan Fei's phone call, the first thought in Xianyuan Shui's heart was to immediately tell Yang Donghao about this matter, so that Yang Donghao would go home with her otherwise. She was a little scared in her heart. Good, we'll leave immediately now. Yang Donghao stood up, grabbed her hand with his backhand and comforted her. Don't worry, nothing will happen. His calm words, as if it made Xianyuan Shui eat a tranquilizer pill. Her heart was less panicked and she nodded her head vigorously. Let's go. Xianyuan Shui's home was in Zhongyuan City, which was more than 500 kilometers away from Guang City. The two of them bought a ticket and got on the high-speed train. Along the way, Xianyuan Shui always gripped Yang Donghao's hand tightly and didn't let go. Yang Donghao also did not care. In his opinion, Xianyuan Shui even if it is 2 or 3 years older than him, but she is still a woman in the end. It is inevitable that things will be panicked. Do not know what to do. On the high-speed train, Xianyuan Shui leaned on Yang Donghao's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep, looking at her thick as if brush-like eyelashes, beautiful face, and thinking of her previous experience. Yang Donghao felt that his heart inexplicably, surprisingly, had some feelings of heartache. Xiao Xue, brother-in-law, this way. After arriving in Zhongyuan City and exiting the station, Yang Donghao and Xianyuan Shui both saw Xianyuan Fei. Brother, Xianyuan Shui hurriedly asked after him, how is mom's situation? What's going on in the end? Didn't you say before that she had a bad cold? How could she be critically ill? Get in the car and talk about it. Xianyuan Fei pulled open the car door. Yang Donghao took a look. It was a Mercedes-Benz S600 with a driver sitting in the driver's seat. It's true that it was just a heavy cold before, but 3 days ago, there was something wrong. After getting into the car immediately started merging into the street vehicles. Xianyuan Fei said in a deep voice, that night, mom went into shock and passed out, sent to the hospital for overnight resuscitation, and then put on a ventilator. Only then can be considered to stabilize the condition. But the situation is not optimistic. The result of the expert consultation is that multiple organ lesions have led to heart failure. Xianyuan Shui's pretty face instantly turned white, and said in a trembling voice, brother, what should we do? Can't it be cured? Xianyuan Fei sighed heavily. Mom said she would love to see you. He didn't answer the question with a straight face. Xianyuan Shui's heart was in her throat and her eyes immediately reddened. At this time, the red light in front of them lit up and the car stopped. Xianyuan Fei glanced out the window and pointed at a 30-story hotel building next to him and said to Yang Donghao, brother-in-law, this is one of the Liu family's properties. Oh? Yang Donghao glanced at it and casually said, this Liu family is quite rich. This is just one of their family's industries. Xianyuan Fei said, brother, what time is it? You still have the mood to talk about this? Xianyuan Shui was angry and anxious. The people from the Liu family are also coming to our house in a while. Xianyuan Fei glanced at her and said, I don't know if you've talked to my brother-in-law about the Liu family, so I'll have to probably talk to him about it. Xianyuan Shui then came to a realization. Hearing him call his brother-in-law in one breath, she was not in the mood to care about this right now. Besides, there was no way to explain this. She said, what is the Liu family doing here in our house? Mom is already out of the hospital. Xianyuan Fei explained. Such a big thing, the Lu family will definitely have to come and visit. Ah, out of the hospital? Xian Yuanshui froze. Why? Xian Yuanfei sighed and turned his face away without saying anything, and after a moment, he whispered, Mom said that she couldn't be cured anyway, and she didn't want to walk away from the hospital. Xian Yuanshui thought for a moment, only to understand what he said. Walk away is the meaning of death. The heart more and more panicked, unconsciously grasping Yang Donghao's hand. The body cannot help but trembling. Brother, you mean to? Well, Mom's time is running out, Xian Yuanfei said in a low voice. The result of the expert's consultation is that any time, Xian Yuanshui's tears, as if they were broken beads, instantly rolled down. How could this be? She sobbed. A few days ago it was fine. How did it suddenly become like this all of a sudden? Heart failure caused by multiple organ lesions? Yang Donghao gently patted Xian Yuanshui's fragrant shoulder and said in a deep voice, then this should belong to the acute one. The cause of the lesion should still be triggered by the old disease accumulated before, right? That's right. Xian Yuanfei nodded. The experts mean the same thing. Xiao Yang. Xian Yuanshui snapped her head up and looked at Yang Donghao with teary eyes. Don't you know medicine as well? Do you have a way to cure my mom? Brother-in-law, you also know medical skills? Xian Yuanfei gave Yang Donghao an unexpected look. Then, he sighed and explained. Xiao Shui, there is no way out now. The experts have all said that if they had sent to the hospital for a checkup when they first discovered the heavy cold, then they would still be able to find a way to stop it and delay the lesions, and would be able to buy Mom about half a year's time. But since no one took it seriously before, leading to the lesions to develop rapidly, and at this point in time, it's impossible to do anything about it anymore. Why could there be a way before? But now there's no way? It's only been a few days? Xian Yuanshui spoke in an emotional manner. Xiao Shui, don't get excited, the experts said. This organ lesion process is like a crumbling house. Before it collapses, it can still be artificially stitched up and reinforced to slow down the time of its collapse. But if this house has now collapsed a wall, there is no way to repair it, because in the process of repairing it, it will most likely lead to the accelerated collapse of the other wall of the house to collapse at an accelerated rate. Do you understand? I don't understand. Xian Yuanshui shook her head vigorously, grabbing Yang Donghao's hand, tears flowing freely on her pretty face, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Xiao Yang, think of a way to save my mom, okay? Chapter 71. A woman's bigger than her mother. Useless little Snow. Xian Yuanfei's heart ached when he saw her pearly appearance. Sister Snow, don't get excited. Yang Donghao gently patted her fragrant shoulder with his backhand and said comfortingly, when we arrive home in a while, I'll take a look at Auntie's condition, okay? You promise me first. Xian Yuanshui shook her head and said excitedly, make sure you save my mom, okay? Xian Yuanfei sighed in his heart and turned his head away. Not knowing why, he suddenly wanted to smoke a cigarette right now. He was able to understand his sister's mood at this moment, because, not too long ago, he was also like this, going crazy, calling everyone he knew, asking them to help him look for a doctor, inquiring about the situation, to see if there was still room for salvation. After all, Xian Yuanfei's mother was only 60 years old this year, but the more phone calls he made, the more desperate Xian Yuanfei's heart became, because every friend, after inquiring and asking about the doctors he knew, told him the same answer, this situation, there is no way out. It's better to prepare as early as possible, and help the old man to do all the things that are not done. Xian Yuanfei only felt his heart at that time, falling to the bottom, the emotion of despair and helplessness, as if it was like a big mountain, pressing him to even gasp for air. Sister Shui, I promise you, don't cry, okay? Yang Donghao comforted her while wiping the tears from her face. The pain of a close relative who was about to leave this world. He had also experienced it, only that his master was at the end of his lifespan, and half a year before his death. He sensed it and told Yang Donghao in advance. Sparingly, Yang Donghao also had a nagging pain in his heart. Little Yang, you must think of something. Xian Yuanshui hugged him tightly and lost her voice as she cried. The Mercedes drove into a neighborhood and stopped. Yang Donghao pulled Xian Yuanshui and walked down. In front of him was a 3-story villa with green tiles and white walls, with eaves and carved buildings, full of rich Chinese style. There was a black Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the villa, and there was a driver wearing white gloves and a black suit, standing next to the car. The Lu family's people are already here. Seeing this car, Xian Yuanfei raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Yang Donghao, wanting to speak. What's wrong? Yang Donghao asked at the sight. Brother-in-law. Xian Yuanfei coughed dryly and said, we haven't spoken to the Lu family about you and Xiao Shui. That Lu Xiaotian he should also come. Yang Donghao then suddenly realized, that Lu Xiaotian is in Xian Yuanshui finger belly for marriage, but only unfortunately, Xian Yuanshui heart just put him as a brother. However, last time Xian Yuanfei had said, even if Xian Yuanshui had a previous marriage history, but that Lu Xiaotian also does not care. Still on Xian Yuan Shui infatuation does not change. Mom! Mom! Xian Yuan Shui cried out and ran inside the villa with quick steps. Well, I know. Yang Donghao nodded. Let's go in first. Good. Xian Yuan Fei hummed. The two of them walked in quickly, and on the sofa in the living room, there were three people sitting, namely Xian Yuan Yu and a middle-aged man, as well as a handsome young man. Dad. Xian Yuan Fei first greeted Xian Yuan Yu before he said politely to those two people, Uncle Lu, Xiao Tian, you guys are also here. These two were none other than Lu Xiaotian and his father, Lu Changdong. Humph. Lu Changdong nodded slightly to Xian Yuan Fei, and his gaze landed on Yang Donghao, giving him a curious look. Brother Fei. Lu Xiaotian greeted with a grave expression on his face. Mr. Yang. Seeing Yang Donghao, Xian Yuan Yu hurriedly stood up and said politely, you're here as well. Mr. Yang. Seeing this, Lu Changdong and Lu Xiaotian were stunned, and carefully sized up Yang Donghao. After all, from Xian Yuan Fei's demeanor and actions, the two of them immediately understood that this Mr. Yang, who had followed Xian Yuan Fei in, seemed to be some kind of head. Hello, uncle. Yang Donghao nodded and smiled faintly at Xian Yuan Yu, then asked, where is Sister Shui? She's upstairs. Xian Yuan Yu coughed lightly, pondering in his heart how to introduce Yang Donghao's identity without embarrassment. After all, he knew what the purpose of Lu Xiaotian's visit to the house today was. In this case, Xian Yuan Shui was definitely coming home. Then I'll go upstairs first. Yang Donghao nodded and had just taken a step when suddenly, a voice was heard. Wait. The person who spoke was Lu Xiaotian. Lu Changdong raised his eyebrows slightly. In his heart, he was a little dissatisfied. This child, why is he so calm? Uncle Xian Yuan. After Lu Xiaotian shouted, his eyes looked at Xian Yuan Yu and asked politely, may I ask this Mr. Yang, what is his relationship with Xiao Shui? Xian Yuan Yu secretly thought in his heart. Sure enough, what should come is still coming. In fact, for the purpose of the joint arrival of Lu Changdong's father and son today, he had already guessed before. Apart from visiting Xian Yuan Shui's mother, they would definitely also ask about Xian Yuan Shui's affairs, because right after he came back last time, Lu Changdong made a special phone call and asked about his visit to Xian Yuan Shui in an aside. At that time, Xian Yuan Yu vaguely hinted at a sentence that a woman is too big for her mother. A person like Lu Changdong, naturally, must have been able to hear the meaning of it at once. Cough cough. Xian Yuan Yu lightly coughed twice and was about to speak when Yang Donghao jumped the gun and said, I am Sister Shui's boyfriend. Lu Xiaotian's body slightly shook. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. His gaze fell on Yang Donghao. You are her boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Yang Donghao instantly laughed. Who are you? Could it be that I still need to inform you about this kind of thing? You. Lu Xiaotian's face changed. Lu Changdong interrupted him and looked towards Xian Yuan Yu, who was a bit embarrassed at the sight, and said meaningfully, Brother Xian Yuan, is this what you said before, that a woman is too big for her mother? Brother Lu, there is nothing I can do about it. Xian Yuan Yu sighed and said with a bitter smile, when my daughter is older, there are times when I can't make the decision. Brother Xian Yuan. Lu Changdong nodded. His words turned, said with deep meaning, my family's old man is rushing this way after hearing about my younger siblings' matter, and he also invited one of my family's uncles to come together. My family's uncle's medical skills are highly skilled and superb, and is very famous in the Chinese medicine industry. After he heard about my younger sibling's situation, he said that he has a 70% certainty of being able to allow my younger sibling to try to stay in for a few more days. Xian Yuan Yu's body shook and said offhandedly, really? Uncle Lu? Xian Yuan Fei was also stunned. But those experts said before that my mom's disease. Lu Changdong waved his hand, interrupting him, smiled faintly, and said, those are Western doctors. You have to know that what Western doctors can't cure, Chinese medicine may not be incapable of curing. Chapter 72, I have a way. Xian Yuan Fei's father and son's bodies shook at the words, Brother Xian Yuan. Lu Changdong then said, Chinese medicine in the treatment of chronic diseases, but more than Western medicine has a grasp of a lot. Sister-in-law's disease is a multi-organ pathology leading to heart failure. Western medicine treatment of this disease. Indeed, there is nothing too good way, but Chinese medicine is precisely just right to specialize in the hand. Yang Donghao couldn't help but laugh. Lu Changdong's words, in fact, exactly as now many people's misperception. They always think, Chinese medicine is a slow doctor. Urgent diseases can't be cured, but for the chronic disease is still very sure. What are you laughing at? Lu Xiaotian's attention, however, was always on Yang Donghao's body. Does it matter to you what I'm laughing at? Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and looked at him in amusement. Don't you think you are minding a little too much? Xiao Yang. Xian Yuan Shui rushed down from upstairs like crazy, grabbing Yang Donghao's arm. You quickly go upstairs to see my mom. She just fainted. What? Xian Yuan Yu was instantly jolted. Without saying a word, he quickly ran upstairs. although he indulged in practicing martial arts, but for his wife, he still cared very much. After all, decades of being a couple had long bonded them together. Xiao Shui, Lu Xiaotian shouted. Don't you worry, my grandfather. He invited a doctor over. Before he finished his words, he saw Xianyuan Shui and Yang Donghao both walking quickly towards the upper floor. His later words ended abruptly. Xianyuan Fei also followed closely behind. Xiao Tian, when Lu Changdong saw his son's embarrassed face, he waved his hand and said, Don't be anxious. This brat's surnamed Yang. I don't know what his origin is. Let's take a look first. After a pause, he then said, I know that you have been fond of this child, Xiao Shui, for so many years, and your grandfather has invited your uncle and grandfather over this time, but also to help you. After all, if your uncle, he was able to let Xiao Shui's mother live for a little while longer, it's a heavenly favor, and the Xianyuan family's side will surely take it into consideration. Dad, but, Lu Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, glanced at the stairs, and said in a low voice, what if my uncle doesn't have a grasp on it? It's impossible to be unsure. Lu Changdong waved his hand. Also, you're underestimating our Lu family too much. Hey, that Xianyuan you fingered his wife in the first place. Do you know why he did it? Is it because of our Lu family's inner family technique? Lu Xiaotian asked tentatively. Lu Changdong nodded. Xianyuan Yu and Xianyuan Fei, the father and son, practiced martial arts to become obsessed. For people like them, the inner family gongfu is a temptation that they simply can't resist. Your grandpa said to me before, as long as the Xianyuan family agrees to allow Xiao Shui and you to get married, he's willing to give our Lu family's inner family gongfu to the Xianyuan family, to share. Ah, Lu Xiaotian was shocked, excited and terrified. This price is too big, right? He knew that his grandfather had always regarded the internal martial arts as a treasure, adhering to the idea of passing it on to men, not women, and to sons, not outsiders. Unfortunately, in his generation, there was no interest in practicing martial arts. Because of this matter, Lu Xiaotian's heart for his grandfather has always been guilty. That's right. Lu Changdong let out a long breath and said with some melancholy, the cost is indeed great, but your grandfather said that he is willing to do this for your happiness. Xiao Tian, you can't let your grandfather down. Lu Xiaotian nodded his head. Alright, let's go upstairs and take a look as well. Lu Changdong said and quickly walked upstairs. Room. After Yang Donghao and Xianyuan Shui walked in quickly, he saw a woman whose eyebrows resembled Xianyuan Shui's by 5 or 6 points, with her eyes tightly closed, lying on the bed, and a ventilator was placed next to her, with a tube connected to her nasal cavity. It seemed that when she was young, she was also an uncompromisingly beautiful woman. Xiao Yang, Xianyuan Shui, at this moment, had already lost all 6 gods and clutched onto Yang Donghao's clothes. Don't you know medicine? You quickly take a look at my mom. What's wrong with her? Xianyuan Yu reached out to lift his wife's eyelids and looked closely at her pupils. Sister Shui, don't be anxious. Yang Donghao comforted her, quickly walked to the bedside, reached out and grabbed Xianyuan Shui's mother's wrist. 3 fingers pressed on her pulse. A trace of spiritual qi followed the trend and did not move to enter her body and roam around. Yang Donghao's eyes were slightly closed, carefully feeling the situation of the organs in her body. His eyelids slightly jumped, and he secretly thought in his heart, surely the situation is not optimistic. Her current situation could be completely described in 4 words, dying. It was entirely the desire to survive that was supporting her all the time. Yang Donghao withdrew his hand, and at that exact moment, Lu Changdong, father and son, also walked into the room. Little Yang, how is it? Xianyuan Shui looked at him nervously. All her hopes were now placed on Yang Donghao's body. Xianyuan Yu and Xianyuan Fei, both father and son, saw Yang Donghao's pulse just now, and a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Although they knew that this hope was very small, but just like a drowning person seeing a straw, although reason told them that this straw could not save them, they still would not let go of it. Yang Donghao pondered for a while and slowly said, the situation is very serious. Nonsense. Lu Xiaotian cursed and thought in his heart, even if you don't say it, don't we know about it? Immediately, Xianyuan Yu's father and son's eyes dimmed. Brother Xianyuan, Lu Changdong spoke, don't be anxious, my uncle and the others will be here soon. I believe that when he comes, he will definitely have a solution. Yes, little Shui. Lu Xiaotian also couldn't help but say, don't be anxious. Yang Donghao was a bit speechless. I just said it's serious, but I didn't say it can't be cured. Little Yang. Xianyuan Shui turned a deaf ear to the words of Lu Changdong's father and son, tightly pulling on Yang Donghao's clothes. She said with pearly blossoms, is there no way out? Xiao Shui. Lu Xiaotian saw this and said offhandedly, what can he do? I've said, you wait a little bit, my uncle grandpa is here. There will definitely be a way. Yang Donghao looked at Xianyuan Shui's appearance. Thinking of that night, she was drunk and hugged herself. His heart softened, sighed and said, "There is a way." "Really?" Shen Yuanshui's body shook and looked at him with tears and laughter. "Xiao Yang, you didn't lie to me, did you?" The two of them, Shen Yuanfei and Shen Yuanyu, looked at young Donghao incredulously. "Nonsense," Lu Xiaotian said offhandedly. Lu Changdong gave him a blank look and turned his head to Yang Donghao and said indifferently, "Young man, this is not something to joke about. This is a matter of human life. If you don't have any certainty, it's better not to do it recklessly. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, can you afford it?" Chapter 73, All 5 viscera are void. "That's it," Lu Xiaotian echoed. "Do you have a license to practice medicine? Are you a doctor? You dare to talk big here? This is not the time to make a splash." Yang Donghao didn't bother to pay attention to this father and son, gently patted Shen Yuanshui's hand and said, "Sister Shui, don't worry, when have I ever lied to you?" Looking into his eyes, Shen Yuanshui subconsciously nodded. "Do you have silver needles at home?" Yang Donghao asked. "Silver needles?" Shen Yuanfei looked back and shook his head. No, he was now unsure if Yang Donghao's words were true or not. Well then, I'll go out and buy something," Yang Donghao said. "Sister Shui, you'll wait for me at home." "Good." Shen Yuanshui nodded her head. Yang Donghao nodded to both father and son Shen Yuanyu and quickly walked out. "Little Shui." Shen Yuanyu waited for Yang Donghao to leave and said to her in a low voice, "Let's go downstairs first." "No, I'm not going anywhere." Shen Yuanshui shook her head and looked fondly at her unconscious mother on the hospital bed. "I'm going to stay here and watch my mom." Shen Yuanyu sighed and didn't say anything, turning around and walking out of the room. Lu Xiaotian also wanted to stay in the room, but after hesitating, he still followed his father downstairs. "Brother Shen Yuan." After Lu Changdong sat down, he spoke with a face full of gravity. "I have a sentence. I don't know if I should say it or not." "Brother Lu, you are too polite." Shen Yuanyu waved his hand. "If you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it." "That young man surnamed Yang, does he know medicine?" Lu Changdong said seriously and gravely. "Xiao Shui is a girl, and young, encountered such a thing. Concern is chaotic. A moment of chaos, nothing to consider. This is very normal. Brother Shen Yuan, we are also young, naturally understand that young people like to be impulsive. There are some things that even if it is clear that you cannot do it, but in front of other people have to pretend to be hard. The other things, but also doesn't matter. But this is related to the life of younger siblings." He stopped. Shen Yuanyu understood that he was saying that just now. Yang Donghao's so-called having a way was most likely a moment of hot-headedness, talking big in front of Shen Yuanshui. However, thinking of Yang Donghao's young age, he had already practiced the dark power. Shen Yuanyu's heart was somewhat conflicted. After all, this dark force is not something that anyone can easily practice. Maybe Yang Donghao really has a way? Stump. Footsteps sounded outside. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked towards the door. Two old men, who were in high spirits, walked in quickly. The first person is Lu Xiaotian's grandfather Lu Haotian. He is already more than 70 years old this year. So old, but it is black hair, both sides of the temples high bulging, the eyes of the godlight exposed, shining, let a person do not dare to look at, between the hands and feet, with an indescribable aura. Another person is more than 60 years old, full of white hair, hand also carries a medicine box, body has a strong flavor of traditional Chinese medicine. Compared to Lu Haotian, he was very ordinary. "Grandpa, Dad, Uncle Lu." Everyone immediately stood up and greeted Lu Haotian respectfully. "Aha." Lu Haotian nodded, his gaze falling on Shen Yuanyu's body. He smiled faintly, his voice thick and loud. "Xiao Yu, when I learned that my nephew-in-law was critically ill, I immediately contacted my cousin to rush here." He pointed to the old man with white hair beside him and said, "This is my cousin. He is around the city of Guang, and has some fame. There are many people from all over the sky and the sea who ask him to see a doctor. This time he came over, and I don't know if he can help. Really thank you so much, Uncle Lu." Shen Yuanyu hurriedly thanked him while sizing up that old man. "Hello Dr. Lu, it's really troublesome for you. Xiao Yu." Lu Haotian waved his hand. "A family doesn't talk about two families. Seize the time. It's important to treat your nephew-in-law first. He acts in a dry and straightforward manner." The crowd went upstairs. When Shen Yuanshui saw Lu Haotian, she hurriedly wiped her tears and gave a greeting before stepping aside. "Little Shui." Lu Xiaotian took the opportunity to walk up to her and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, my uncle grandpa, he will definitely have a solution." Dr. Lu first surveyed Shen Yuanshui's mother's face. His brows furrowed as he pressed his 3 fingers on her pulse, gazing and tasting her pulse carefully. After a few minutes, he circled around to the other side, grabbing his other hand and observing the pulse. In the meantime, all the people in the room were closing their breaths, not daring to gasp loudly for fear of disturbing him. Shen Yuanshui was so nervous that even her heartbeat could be heard clearly. After a moment, Dr. Lu withdrew his hand and said in a low voice with a heavy face, "Let's go downstairs and talk about it." The crowd all returned downstairs again. This time, Xianyuan Shui also followed down. Dr. Lu, how is my wife her condition? Xianyuan Yu couldn't wait and asked with nervous concern. Dr. Lu shook his head. Seeing this action of his, everyone's heart sank. Lu Haotian was the first to speak. "Cousin, there's nothing you can do?" "Brother Haotian." Dr. Lu sighed and said, "The patient's 5 organs are all weak. His divine qi is fading away. His time is up. If it was earlier, I might have been able to have some solutions, but now it's already too late." Xianyuan Shui's body went soft, her eyes closed, and she fell headlong towards the ground. Xianyuan Fei reacted extremely fast, and held her up, so that she did not fall to the ground. "So serious?" Lu Haotian raised his eyebrows. "Yes uncle. Think of a way." Lu Changdong also said at the side. He had spoken big words in front of Xianyuan Yu before. Right now, his face looked a little embarrassed. As for Lu Xiaotian, he was even more anxious. "Uncle Grandpa, think of a way. Your medical skills are so brilliant. Don't be anxious." Dr. Lu waved his hand and turned his head to ask Xianyuan Yu, "Did the patient have a cold, wind chill or something like that before, but didn't care about it?" Xianyuan Yu was startled. "How do you know?" "From her pulse." Dr. Lu explained. "The patient has actually been deficient in all 5 organs for a long time. As the saying goes, when yang is deficient and yin is heavy, external evils invade, and God's heart is not protected. In the view of Chinese medicine, due to the patient's long years of weakness, the functions of the 5 organs have gradually weakened, and the cold and wind cold are the triggers, and after invading the body, all the 5 organs are invaded by dampness and evils, which is what causes such a phenomenon. Cousin, can you think of a way to let her stay for some more time?" Lu Haotian asked bluntly. Dr. Lu pondered for a moment and said cautiously, "This is possible, but I estimate that it will only be about 5 days at most." "Only 5 days?" Lu Haotian raised an eyebrow and pursued. "Cousin, this time is too short, isn't it?" "Cousin," Dr. Lu said with a bitter smile, 5 days is also the best case scenario. Get it wrong. Maybe only 3 days. Chapter 74, Sacrificing Proximity for Distance. These 3 days and 5 days. What's the difference? Xianyuan Yu's heart fell to the bottom of the valley and said in despair, "This that should come, will come after all." The crowd was silent. "That's right. 3 to 5 days was just a blink of an eye." Dr. Lu sighed and said, "That's why I said that there's no way out. It's already too late." After a pause, a silhouette flashed through his mind, and he said offhandedly, "However, there might also be a way to." "Forget it, this is a waste of time to say." "What?" Xianyuan Yu froze. "There is still a way?" Xianyuan Fei was dying of anxiety next to him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was now begging for Dr. Lu, I'm afraid he would have opened his mouth and cursed. "There's a way you don't say it earlier? And you're still stuttering here?" "Uncle Grandpa," Lu Xiaotian immediately said. "What else can be done? You should say it first. I was in Guang City earlier, and I met a young man who is young, but has excellent medical skills." Dr. Lu said seriously, "If I can find him, I believe that he might be able to keep the patient for a few more days. More I dare not say, but I estimate that it might be a few months." "A few months?" Xianyuan Yu stood up in a flash. "A few months and 3 to 5 days. These were 2 very different concepts." "Uncle Grandpa," Lu Xiaotian immediately said. "What is this person's name? I'll send someone to Guang City to look for him." A trace of embarrassment appeared on Dr. Lu's face. "I also encountered him occasionally. I only know that he is surnamed Yang, but what his specific name is, I'm not sure." "Oh yeah, his friends address him as Brother Dong. How should I find this?" Lu Xiaotian was immediately dumbfounded. This clue is also too little. Dr. Lu said, "I had a patient before. Her daughter knows this Dong. However, I don't have her phone number." So, before the words were finished, footsteps sounded at the door, and Yang Donghao walked in quickly. The moment Dr. Lu saw Yang Donghao, he was stunned, rubbed his eyes incredulously and stood up in surprise. "Mr. Yang, why are you here? This is really speaking of the devil." There was a clang. Xianyuan Yu and the others instantly shattered their jaws in shock. Especially Lu Xiaotian. His brain went blank. So the Mr. Yang that Uncle Grandpa said just now, was actually this Mr. Yang who claimed to be Xiao Shui's boyfriend? Dr. Lu. Yang Donghao was stunned for a moment before he recognized the Dr. Lu in front of him, the same Dr. Lu divine doctor who was invited to see Xiaxia in Xiaozuihua before. He was also confused. "Why are you here?" "I came over to see the patient." Speaking here, Dr. Lu saw the silver needle in his hand and instantly came to his senses, smiling bitterly. "I didn't think that surprisingly they had already invited you over." He turned his head and glanced at the jaw-dropping Xianyuan Yu. Had I known that you had invited Mr. Young over, why would you still let me, an old man, make a trip? This is not sacrificing proximity for distance, letting the real Buddha not worship, running to beg the landmaster. I don't know. Xian Yuan came back to his senses, and then a burst of ecstasy in his heart. It seems that this young Donghao just said that there is a way. Is true. It is not what Lu Chandong thought. It is a momentary impulse. Haphazardly agreed. Xian Yuan Fei was even more excited and said off the cuff. You have a way. You should have said it earlier. Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and asked a strange rhetorical question. Didn't I just say that there is a way? Xian Yuan Fei was instantly speechless. He then remembered that young Donghao did just say to Xian Yuan Shui that he had a way. Only that the crowd did not take it seriously and were half believing it. After all, so many expert doctors had previously said that there was no way to cure this disease. Cousin, Lu Haotian took a closer look at young Donghao from above and below, and said doubtfully, the person you just mentioned, is he? He is so young, are you sure? Yang Donghao subconsciously glanced at Lu Haotian and instantly noticed the aura that was exposed on his body. Compared to Xian Yuan Fei and the two of them, this old man's kung fu was much stronger. Of course, what made young Donghao feel interested was that this aura emanating from Lu Haotian's body, although it was different from the aura he practiced, it seemed that there was still some similarity. Compared to the aura emanating from his body was too much weaker. Could it be that this was the dark power that Xian Yuan's father and son had mentioned earlier? Cousin, how could I possibly recognize the wrong person? Dr. Lu said smilingly. Lu Haotian nodded and said to young Donghao, young man, since this is the case, then you should hurry up and save the people. His words were full of deservedness, as if it was like an order. Yang Donghao also did not care about his old man leaning stance, and glanced at the unconscious Xian Yuan Shui, somewhat wondering, what happened to Sister Shui? Lu Haotian saw that he was ignoring him, and his face looked slightly unhappy. Lu Xiaotian, on the other hand, was inwardly complicated to the extreme, since Uncle Grandpa had said that young Donghao was a highly skilled healer. Then obviously, what he had just said about having a solution was not just off the cuff. In that case, wouldn't he have even less of a chance? She's fine. She was just a little agitated just now and fainted. Xian Yuan Fei shook his head and couldn't wait to look at young Donghao. Brother-in-law, then you should hurry up. This voice of brother-in-law made Lu Xiaotian's face become more and more ugly. Lu Haotian froze. His gaze steeply turned sharp as he stared at Xian Yuan Fei. Little Fei, what do you care what he calls himself? It was only then that Xian Yuan Fei reacted to the fact that he had misspoken. Xian Yuan cursed a confused person in his heart. Although he agreed to the matter between Xian Yuan Shui and Yang Donghao, and both Lu Chandong and Lu Xiaotian knew about it, just now he pushed the matter onto Xian Yuan Shui, saying that a girl's age is not her mother's, stating that it was Xian Yuan Shui's decision, and that there was nothing he could do about it. In this way, although the Lu family was unhappy, they couldn't say anything, but this one brother-in-law shouted, does not it mean that he, as a father, has already privately agreed to this matter? The Lu family's old man, Lu Haotian, was short-tempered and overbearing. Wasn't this going to make him flip out on the spot? Well, Xian Yuan Fei didn't dare to look directly at Lu Haotian's gaze and stammered for words. Xiao Yu. A trace of anger surfaced on Lu Haotian's face, took a deep breath, sank his face, glared at Xian Yuan and said, you're making fun of our Lu family aren't you? Uncle Lu, calm your anger. Xian Yuan hurriedly smiled and said, actually, this matter, what else is there to explain? Lu Haotian interrupted him and said angrily, you clearly understand in your heart, if it wasn't for my grandson liking this girl Xian Yuan Shui, how could I possibly be interested in managing the affairs of your Xian Yuan family? You're good, pretending to be confused when our Lu family is a little cutie. Chapter 75, Barbaric and Overbearing. When Lu Haotian became angry this time, his body's aura steeply became stronger, exuding an icy cold chill. The temperature in the living room seemed to have instantly dropped a few degrees as well. Xian Yuan who bore the brunt of Lu Haotian's anger, felt the pressure multiply, and busily explained, Uncle Lu, listen to my explanation. Poof, Lu Haotian grunted, turned around and sat on a chair, staring at him coldly. You must give me an explanation today. Yang Donghao, who was on the side, was not interested in paying attention to what exactly happened between them. Thinking of Xian Yuan Shui's mother, whose condition was critical, he said to the trembling Xian Yuan Fei, I'll go upstairs first to give Auntie a visit to the doctor. Not allowed to go. Lu Haotian raised his eyebrows and interrupted him straight away. His face said grimly, if you don't make things clear to me today, none of you will want to go. Healing? Humph. You've joined forces and kept our Lu family in the dark. Do you think our Lu family is easy to bully? Cousin, Dr. Lu flinched and said with a bitter smile, saving people and curing them is important. What are you doing? don't you say anything? Lu Haotian waved his hand in an overbearing manner and said with a sullen face, it's true that saving people and curing the sick is important, but letting someone step on my Lu family's face like this? Xian Yuan you usually call me Uncle Lu, for the sake of the martial arts lineage, and for the sake of my grandson liking your daughter, I'll give you a few points. I didn't think that you'd dare to give an inch. It seems that I'm really getting old, and just about anyone dares to stomp on my face. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and didn't bother to pay attention to his blabbering over there, and walked quickly upstairs. Stop right there. Lu Haotian saw that Yang Donghao dared to disregard his words. His eyebrows raised. His palm slapped heavily on the armrest of the chair. The armrest was instantly slapped half off. He grabbed it with his hand and threw it towards Yang Donghao with force. Half of the armrest flew towards Yang Donghao's calf with a whimper. In a rage, Lu Haotian did not lose his mind. His aim was to make Yang Donghao unable to walk, so he aimed at his calf, slightly giving him a little lesson. Yang Donghao did not return his head, as if he had eyes behind him. He just changed the rhythm of his walking, slightly, and half of the handrail brushed his pants leg and flew by, and with a bang, it smashed on the stairs in front of him. Are you sick? Yang Donghao stopped his steps and turned his head, frowning at Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian was also a little surprised, but he did not think that it was Yang Donghao who dodged through, but rather he happened to stop for that much time, which caused his calculations to deviate, and Yang Donghao's words instantly caused his eyebrows to fall back, and he said angrily, what did you say? How dare you? I say you old man, there's nothing wrong here, right? Yang Donghao pointed his finger at his head and said indifferently, this is not your home. If you want to lose your temper, go back to your home. Do you hear me? I have something going on right now. I don't have time to bother with you. Xian Yuan Fei and Xian Yuan Yu, the two of them, were instantly startled. Don't you dare. Xian Yuan Yu hurriedly said, Uncle Lu, he's an expert in the internal arts. He's practiced the dark force. He was worried that Yang Donghao didn't know Lu Haotian's strength and was purposely being arrogant, so he hurriedly reminded him. Oh, Lu Haotian was stunned. Then his eyes flashed with an aura. Narrowing his eyes and carefully sizing up Yang Donghao, he said with a cold smile, no wonder you dare to speak out of turn. It seems that you are also a martial arts practitioner? Whether or not you are a martial arts practitioner, you don't need to lean on your old age in front of me. Yang Donghao said indifferently, I have no interest in you, and also, I'm going to heal now. Don't bother me. Got it? How dare you? Lu Haotian instantly became furious. His toes gently pointed on the ground. His entire body leapt up in the air as if he was a big bird, pouncing towards Yang Donghao. I'd like to see how capable you are, daring to be so arrogant in front of me. Lu Haotian, brother-in-law, be careful. Be careful. Xian Yuan Yu and Xian Yuan Fei were instantly startled and shouted out of their mouths. Yang Donghao's eyebrows lifted as he looked at Lu Haotian, who was lunging in the air. He stood still and did not move. Lu Haotian's lightning-like palm slapped on his chest. The dark energy in his body instantly surged out. With this palm, Lu Haotian thought to himself, even if it was an internal expert, he would definitely be seriously injured. After all, more than 10 years ago, he had refined his external kung fu to the point of reaching the peak, and after practicing internal kung fu to master the dark energy, his kung fu was even more advanced. There was a click. The corner of Lu Haotian's mouth revealed a cold smile. There was no need to ask. This must be Yang Donghao's ribs being shattered. However, in the next instant, an unbearable pain spread from the palm of his hand along his arm, to his shoulder, and then invaded all the way to his brain, and a force pushed Lu Haotian back a few steps in one breath. Xian Yuan Yu hurriedly pounced to Yang Donghao's side, nervously looking him up and down. Are you alright? His heart sank to the bottom of the valley, although Yang Donghao had practiced dark force at a young age, but in the end, he was still much worse than Lu Haotian. Surprisingly, he didn't even dodge a single move from Lu Haotian. Is this dark force? Yang Donghao looked at him with a puzzled expression. It doesn't seem like it's anything great. Xian Yuan Yu was instantly left with a head full of questions. What did this mean? Could it be that Yang Donghao was fine? He subconsciously looked at Lu Haotian on the side. He only saw Lu Haotian staring at Yang Donghao in death. That appearance, as if he had seen a ghost. One of his arms was constantly trembling slightly, while his palm was presenting a strange angle. What in the world are you? On Lu Haotian's forehead, a layer of sweat beads oozed out as he looked at Yang Donghao incredulously. A hint of fear mixed in his trembling voice. Could it be that his hand is broken? When Xian Yuan Yu saw Lu Haotian in this state, an absurd to the extreme thought suddenly flashed through his mind, but he instantly denied it. How could this be possible? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Lu Xiaotian saw Lu Haotian's strangeness and hurriedly ran over. Dad! Lu Changdong also jumped to his side, his eyes looking at his constantly trembling arm. Your hand is fractured? Lu Haotian ignored them. his eyes staring at young Donghao in death. What am I? Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders as if nothing had happened. I'm Sister Shue's boyfriend. Didn't you already know that just now? Also, this so-called dark strength of yours is not just poor, but it seems to be flawed, right? With Yang Donghao's cultivation at the 10th level of the Qi refining realm, how could he possibly place Lu Haotian in his eyes? He had just stood still specifically to try out what Shen Yuanyu and his son had previously called dark strength, but the result left him greatly disappointed, because this so-called dark energy should be the introductory version of the cultivation method practiced, cannot be called the aura of the chaotic breath only. Chapter 76, Learn a Little. Stump. Hearing Yang Donghao's words that seemed to be defective, Lu Haotian's face immediately changed drastically and took a few steps backward, his heart flipping over, setting off a huge wave. Shocked to the extreme. Seems to be defective? Shen Yuanyu froze and said offhandedly, how is this possible? If there's a flaw, how can one still practice dark power? Uncle, this old thing's dark strength has a trace of stagnation when it fires, just like a punch that is thrown out and stops in the middle to fire a second time. Yang Donghao shook his head, glanced at Lu Haotian whose face had changed drastically, and said indifferently, although I don't know what kind of internal martial arts he is practicing, I can feel that the so-called dark force he is practicing is flawed in some way. Lu Qiangdong and Lu Xiaotian, father and son, turned their heads in unison to look at Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian's face was in a state of shock and uncertainty, and the eyes that looked at Yang Donghao were filled with fear and shock. Seeing this look on his face, a cold shiver ran through the hearts of all the people in unison. It seemed that they had been spoken to by Yang Donghao. You are Xiao. Lu Haotian's body trembled, and halfway through his words, he thought of something else and hurriedly shut up. Grandpa, what is he? Lu Xiaotian couldn't help but ask. Shut up. Lu Haotian raised his eyebrows and gave him an angry look. Lu Xiaotian was startled. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated as if it was a drum, because he saw that his grandfather's eyes were unexpectedly filled with fear. This was something he had never seen before. Lu Xiaotian was apprehensive in his heart. What kind of person was this Yang Donghao? Surprisingly, it would make Grandpa scorn and fear like this? Uncle. Yang Donghao also didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Haotian and the others. Turning his head to Shen Yuanyu, he said, I'm going upstairs to treat Auntie. Before I come down, no one, remember, it's no one who can come up and disturb me. Is that clear? Good, I understand. Shen Yuanyu nodded heavily, hope welling up in his heart. Mr. Young, Dr. Lu, who was at the side, came back to his senses and couldn't help but ask, you should be able to keep the patient for a few more months, right? The father and son, Shen Yuanfei and Shen Yuanyu, immediately looked nervously at Yang Donghao. A few months? Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and said unexpectedly, how is that possible? Ha, Dr. Lu froze and said offhandedly in shock, even you can't keep a patient for a few more months? After saying that, without waiting for Yang Donghao to speak, he said with a stifled sigh of understanding, that's right, the patient's 5 organs are all weak, the god's heart is not protected, moreover, the delay has been too long. Dr. Lu, you have misunderstood. Yang Donghao interrupted him and said rather breathlessly, since it is going to be cured, it is definitely going to be cured. More is not guaranteed, but letting the patient live for another 10 years or so is still not a problem. What? Dr. Lu jumped up in shock, unable to believe his ears. Mr. Yang, how long did you say? More than 10 years? He suspected that he had heard wrong. Brother-in-law, are you telling the truth? Shen Yuanfei's body shook, his heartbeat instantly spiked, and his blood flowed too fast, causing his brain to have some bouts of dizziness. Of course it's true. Yang Donghao nodded his head. What's the need to tell lies about this kind of thing? Shen Yuanyu rejoiced as his entire body felt like floating, his body trembling. Thank you, uncle. Yang Donghao frowned a bit as he looked at him in this manner, and said in an aggravated tone of admonition, remember, you can't let anyone come up and disturb me, is that clear? You can rest assured. Shen Yuanyu nodded his head vigorously. Whoever dares to disturb you is the enemy of our Shen Yuan family. Without saying a word, Shen Yuanfei dashed to the front of the stairs and stood there, his gaze fixed on Lu Haotian and the others whose faces were changing color, watching them vigilantly. Right now, besides the Lu family's people who dared to disturb, who else dared to disturb? Mr. Young. Lu Haotian's eyelids slightly jumped when he saw Shen Yuanfei's appearance, and after hesitating for a moment, he bowed and bent down to Yang Donghao and said in a respectful voice, don't worry, I definitely won't disturb you. Lu Xiaotian and Lu Qiangdong, father and son, instantly shattered their jaws in shock. They did not understand why Lu Haotian would suddenly be so respectful towards Yang Donghao. It was even scornful. Shen Yuanyu was not much surprised. After all, Lu Haotian was no cutie pie. Yang Donghao stood there and allowed him to make a move, without even moving his hand. and shattered Lu Haotian's palm and fractured it. This was enough to prove one thing, the same internal expert. However, Yang Donghao's strength had already reached the realm of the unfathomable. If he wanted to clean up Lu Haotian, I'm afraid that it was just a matter of moving his fingers. Unless Lu Haotian was tired of living, the landlord eating arsenic, looking for death. Otherwise, even if Lu Haotian borrowed 10 guts, he would not dare to provoke Yang Donghao again. Watching Yang Donghao go upstairs, Dr. Lu came back to his senses and subconsciously rushed towards the stairs. Mr. Young, Dr. Lu, please stay. A cold aura flashed through Shen Yuanfei's eyes as he reached out to stop him in front of him with an imaginary hand. What's wrong? Yang Donghao turned to look at him. Can you let me go up and learn from you? Dr. Lu hurriedly explained. I don't mean anything else. I just want to learn and give you a hand by the way. For him, Yang Donghao's words just now had once again subverted his perception. Yang Donghao then understood his thoughts, shook his head and said, sorry Dr. Lu, my aunt's condition is rather serious, so I can't be distracted. Dr. Lu sniffed and was disappointed to the extreme in his heart. Then, well, he backed up a few steps, immediately, and then some undying pleading said, then I will wait downstairs. Can it? Of course. Yang Donghao nodded, turned around and quickly walked up the stairs and into the room. The reason why at first, Yang Donghao was a little hesitant and did not agree to Shen Yuanshue's request was because after he checked Shen Yuanshue's mother's condition, he had some indecisive choices in his heart. All 5 organs were deficient, and the god's heart was not protected. This kind of multi-organ lesion, leading to heart failure, was very tricky for any doctor, and there was not much that could be done about it. This also includes Yang Donghao. The only way to treat it was for Yang Donghao to use his own spiritual qi to warm up the weak organs in her body, thus achieving the purpose of revitalizing the organs. As long as the other organs regained their vitality, the disease would naturally disappear and be cured. However, for Yang Donghao, there was a price to pay. Because of this, Yang Donghao was somewhat hesitant to agree to Shen Yuanshue's request at the first opportunity. Closing and unlocking the door of the room, Yang Donghao took out the silver needle and did not immediately place the needle, but instead sat cross-legged on the floor, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, allowing his mind to completely calm down and enter into a state of ancient well. After a few breaths, Yang Donghao opened his eyes, a brilliant aura flashed through, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of silver needles placed on the ground in front of him, violently floated in unison into mid-air. Chapter 77, The Cultivator. The silver needles seemed as if they were being held by an invisible palm. Yang Donghao flicked his finger and with a whoosh, a silver needle flew out in response, piercing into Shen Yuanshue's mother's divine sealing point. Immediately, Yang Donghao's finger flicked again. From the many silver needles floating in mid-air, another silver needle flew out and stabbed into her great vertebral point. Yang Donghao's fingers were like playing a pipa, his 10 fingers flicking in rounds with a fantastically fast speed that dazzled the eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the silver needles floating in the air pierced into her body one after another. Yang Donghao made a false grab in the air. The respirator trachea in her nasal cavity flew out and fell aside. Immediately after that, Yang Donghao pressed his hands in the air falsely. There were dozens of silver needles on Shen Yuanshue's mother's body, as if they were being fiddled with by an invisible hand. The end of the needles that were exposed to the outside slightly trembled a little. A trace of spiritual qi accompanied the silver needles and entered her body. Yang Donghao's complexion turned grave and cautious, reaching the 10th level of the qi refining realm. His manipulation of spiritual qi had long reached the point where he could use it as he wished. After the spiritual qi entered Shen Yuanshue's mother's body, as if spring rain nourishes everything, quietly surging into her internal organs, began to warm up her weak organs. This process is extremely slow, and must be careful, because the organs in her body, now in an extremely weak state, if the aura is too strong, it's like giving a critical patient on the verge of death, violently put down a set of strong medicine, not only will not achieve the effect of healing, but will also accelerate the patient's condition deterioration. If the aura was too weak, that wouldn't work either. This healing process would be lengthened, and during that time it might cause other states to occur. Therefore, this process is like walking a tightrope with a 1,000-pound burden, during which you must master the strength and not be able to have a slight deviation. With Yang Donghao's cultivation, grasp the size of the aura, that is more than enough, but because there cannot be a deviation, so that he dare not be distracted, and put up 12% of the spirit, carefully feel the aura feedback back to the changes, and constantly at any time to do the subtle adjustments, precisely because he did not dare to be distracted. That was why Yang Donghao had repeatedly reminded him before that no one could disturb him. Even if Dr. Lu stood here and did not say a word, it was very likely that one of his inadvertent movements would make Yang Donghao distracted. That was why Yang Donghao rejected him without even thinking about it. Cousin, your injuries, you need to recuperate for about 3 months. Downstairs, Dr. Lu bandaged Lu Haotian's palm and incidentally made him a splint. All of these things were inside his medicine chest. This was also Dr. Lu's experience over the years of practicing medicine, always having something in his medicine chest at all times, convenient to use in case of an unexpected situation. It was just that he didn't expect it. This time, the things in the medicine chest did not come in handy for the patient, but instead, it was used for Lu Haotian, who had asked himself to come and help with the medical treatment. This was something that Dr. Lu had not expected at all before. Well, thank you. Lu Haotian nodded absent-mindedly. Dad, why don't we go back first? Lu Changdong glanced at the father and son Shen Yuanyu, who were sitting in front of the stairs with a wary look on their faces, rather unnaturally. That's right. The atmosphere inside the living room right now made him feel awkward to the extreme. The way Shen Yuanyu and his father and son looked at them, it was almost like they were thieves. After things had gotten to such a point, what was the point of continuing to stay here? Go back? Lu Haotian was stunned. Why go back? Lu Changdong was speechless. Dad, if you don't go back, why do you still stay here? To go back. You guys go back first. I'm going to stay here. Lu Haotian habitually wanted to wave his hand. As a result, just as he moved, a sharp pain came from his hand, and he stifled a grunt. Grandpa, you are injured. Why are you still staying here? Lu Xiaotian was a bit puzzled and asked in disbelief. You don't understand. Lu Haotian sighed. The pain in his hand was completely insignificant compared to the shock in his heart. Lu Xiaotian secretly thought in his heart. I didn't understand in the first place. Dad, what exactly is his origin? Lu Changdong lowered his voice and inquired. This was a mystery in his heart right now, because just now, looking at the way his father treated young Donghao respectfully, it was clear that it must be that his father had already guessed something about young Donghao. Lu Haotian raised his eyebrows and glared at him in dissatisfaction. Lu Changdong immediately shut his mouth wisely. His heart became more and more curious. Looking at his father's appearance, it was obvious that he did not dare to talk about this matter in this occasion. Let's go out and talk. Lu Haotian stood up, took a deep look at the direction of the stairs, turned around and quickly walked out. Lu Changdong and his father and son immediately followed behind him. Dr. Lu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still stayed behind. After all, for him, he was more important and curious to see how the patient who had been treated by the hands of young Donghao would be like. After sending the driver at the door, aside, the three members of the Lu family sat in the car, and closed the door, and the windows. Lu Haotian let out a long breath. Grandpa, that surname Yang, is he that powerful? Seeing this scornful and careful look on his face, Lu Xiaotian couldn't help but ask offhandedly. How dare you? Hearing his words, Lu Haotian's eyes narrowed as he gave him an angry look and reprimanded. Shut up, next time I hear you talk about Mr. Yang like that behind his back, see if I don't knock your teeth out. Lu Xiaotian was instantly startled. Looking at Lu Haotian's angry face, he coyly said, no grandpa. It was the first time he had seen his grandfather speak to him in such a harsh tone. Dad, Lu Changdong was even more puzzled. What the hell is going on? Ugh, you father and son. You, Lu Haotian pointed at Lu Changdong and said, you have average qualifications and little perseverance. You fish for 3 days and sun-dry the nets for 2 days, and all your external kung fu has so far been unable to be lifted up to the tabletop, and you are not good enough to be used in a major way. Immediately, he also pointed to Lu Xiaotian, sighed and said, not to mention, when I was a child I was too spoiled for you, resulting in you even your father is not as good as. But, fortunately, your father and son, there are still some talent in business, but also considered to be a successive generations of the Lu family ancestor left behind the base of the industry to carry forward, or else, on the basis of the performance of the two of you, I would have to come to the bottom of the 9 springs. I wouldn't have seen my family's forefathers. Lu Changdong's father and son were immediately embarrassed. After reprimanding them, Lu Haotian changed his tone and said in a deep voice with a gloomy expression, that Mr. Yang, if I'm not wrong, he might be the legendary cultivator. Legend? Cultivator? Lu Changdong's father and son were instantly startled. Chapter 78, The Consequences of Casual Instruction. Generally speaking, whenever the word legend is used to describe something, it is bound to have some years of history, such as myths and legends. The brand new word cultivator was even more confusing to Lu Changdong and his father and son. That's right, legendary cultivator. Lu Haotian slightly aggravated his tone, and then, he said with a grave expression, our Lu family's internal martial arts. In the eyes of martial arts practitioners of today's age, it is an absolute family treasure. But do you know where our Lu family's internal martial arts came from? Dad, wasn't it passed down from our Lu family's forefathers? Lu Changdong asked in confusion. Of course it is. Lu Haotian nodded his head. Then our Lu family's ancestors, where did they come from? This thing, it can't have appeared out of thin air, right? Then it must have been something they groped for and summarized, right? Lu Xiaotian guessed smartly. Stupid. Lu Haotian blankly glanced at him without any good sense of humor. If the internal martial arts are so simple to be groped for and summarized, then why is it that the Xian Yuan family, which has been practicing martial arts for generations, doesn't have it? Lu Xiaotian's face turned red as he was scolded. Lu Qiangdong looked back, raised his eyebrows, and said tentatively, Dad, what you mean is that our Lu family's internal martial arts were, in fact, obtained by our forefathers from the hands of the practitioners you mentioned? That's right. Lu Haotian nodded his head and said in a low voice, when it was hundreds of years ago, there were still a lot of cultivators in the country, and at that time, there were also many extremely famous sects, such as the Kunlun sect, the Qingqing sect, the Shushan sect, and so on. But later, with the development of the times, especially the birth of hot weapons, the number of cultivators and these cultivation sects dropped drastically, and now, they have almost disappeared into obscurity. He said with emotion, that is the cultivator the legend can fly a sword, 1,000 miles in a day, call the wind and rain, beings into soldiers, land gods and immortals in general characters, just like this, disappeared in the long river of history. Lu Changdong's father and son listened with stunned faces. Grandpa, are you sure, there really is someone who can fly with a sword? Lu Xiaotian sucked in a cool breath. How is that possible? How is it possible? Ha! Lu Haotian sneered. That's because you know too little, too ignorant. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just take the internal martial arts. If you weren't born in the Lu family, but were born in an ordinary person's home, would you know about the internal martial arts? I'm afraid you'd be just like those ordinary people, thinking that the so-called martial arts that are all fake and just flowery. That's true. Lu Xiaotian nodded. Lu Haotian turned his words around and continued. Our Lu family ancestors can actually be considered half cultivators, right? Lu Changdong's father and son were once again dumbfounded. Grandpa, then what you mean is that it is possible for you to fly with a sword in the future? Lu Xiaotian instantly became excited. How is that possible? Lu Haotian sighed. A bitter smile appeared on his face. The so-called half-cultivator, that's just his own face sticking gold on his face. When real cultivators hear that, I'm afraid that even their teeth would fall off from laughing. Our Lu family's forefathers did indeed worship a cultivator as a teacher back then. That's true. That's only a coincidence. Moreover, this matter of worshipping the master is also the Lu family's forefathers themselves to talk about it in private. In the eyes of that cultivator, I'm afraid that our forefathers don't even have the qualifications to be a disciple. Dad, this matter, how come I have never heard you talk about it? Lu Qiangdong hurriedly pursued. What's the use of talking to someone like you who was a three-legged kung fu master? Lu Haotian rolled his eyes and hummed. Our Lu family forefathers once saved a seriously injured practitioner back then, and only later did we realize that that practitioner was an outer disciple under the door of Mount Shushan. In today's words, it was the student who was learning to hang on to the end of the class in one of the worst classes inside the school. However, it was such a student who casually instructed our Lu family ancestor, imparting some crude qi refining techniques, which allowed our Lu family ancestor to figure out today's internal martial arts. Of course, back then, that Lu family ancestor, he was considered to be a gifted and intelligent person. Otherwise, that cultivator could not have been interested in instructing him. Lu Haotian sighed, then said, so the Lu family's gong methods that we regard as treasures. In fact, to put it bluntly, it's just some of the lowest level crude and simple qi refining methods from the practitioner, due to the fact that half of it was instructed by others, and half of it was summarized by the ancestor's own groping and summarizing. Naturally, it will have some flaws in it. Hearing this, Lu Changdong came to a sudden realization. His body shook violently, and he said in a shocked outburst, Dad, that Mr. Yang, he immediately saw that there are flaws amongst your dark energy, and that's why you concluded that he's the legendary cultivator? Lu Haotian nodded his head and said with a bitter smile, the dark energy refined by our internal martial arts. In fact, in the eyes of a cultivator, it's like an internal expert looking at a 3-year-old child gesticulating wildly. The flaws in it are naturally seen at once. Grandpa, Lu Xiaotian couldn't help but say, what if you guessed wrong? For example, he is not a cultivator, but also an internal expert. Well, it is possible that it is only that his kung fu is a bit higher than yours, so he is able to see the insufficient flaws in our Lu family's internal kung fu? Is there this possibility? Lu Haotian gave him a deep look. Xiaotian, you are still young and don't have much experience in dealing with people in the world. That's why you are so naive. Let me tell you, do you know how many real martial arts practicing families there are in our country currently? Less than 30, and for those surnamed Yang, there is only the Yang family in Mountain Province, and their family head hasn't even practiced dark power. After a moment's pause, he then said, also, our Lu family's internal martial arts practice out of the dark force, although in the domestic martial arts family, cannot be considered the most powerful, but also let all the people are full of praise, even those more powerful than our Lu family's martial arts family, also more than once or twice and I discuss privately, want to exchange my internal martial arts to learn from each other to see if they can learn something from each other, but not to learn something from each other. Can't each other learn something from each other? Do you think, Mr. Yang may be the so-called internal martial arts master? He said in a tone of concluding certainty. Therefore, Mr. Yang is definitely a cultivator. This is the only reason that explains why at such a young age, he was able to use his body to hard block a palm of mine without sustaining any damage, but instead, he shocked my palm into a fracture, and at the same time, he was also able to see that there are flaws and slips in our Lu family's internal martial arts amongst them. Chapter 79, Mind Consumption. No wonder, Lu Chandong's father and son were shocked by this conclusion of his. It also made them understand why Lu Haotian's previous attitude towards young Donghao had suddenly taken a 720-degree turn. It turned out that young Donghao was actually a legendary cultivator. Grandpa, after coming to his senses from the shock, Lu Xiaotian couldn't help but say offhandedly, "Didn't you just say that cultivators and cultivation sects have all disappeared into thin air? That's only just us ordinary people who can't see them. They definitely won't disappear completely." Lu Haotian shook his head and explained, "After all, the emergence of hot weapons has changed the minds of many people. Even the reason why you father and son don't want to practice martial arts, isn't it also because you feel that after decades of hard work practicing martial arts, if the other party has a pistol in their hand, they are still no match? Similarly, although cultivators are able to fly with their swords, they are still also mortal flesh and will be injured if they are hit by a weapon. Moreover, cultivation is 100 times, 1,000 times more difficult than practicing martial arts. It's because there are more and more people who think this way. That's why the cultivators and cultivation sects have gradually declined and disappeared." "Dad, then the reason you stayed here?" Lu Qiangdong asked tentatively. In fact, he had probably guessed something in his heart. "Well, that's right." Lu Haotian glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Being able to meet Mr. Yang is a great chance for our Lu family. You have to know that when cultivators were in the past several hundred years ago, it was very difficult for ordinary people to meet and know each other's identities, let alone now. That's why I can't miss out on this great opportunity." After a pause, he continued, "If Mr. Yang is willing to casually give me some pointers, it will definitely outweigh the decades of hard work I've done in cultivating on my own. And also, there is a flaw in our Lu family's internal gongfu, and this flaw can only be corrected by Mr. Yang. After all, our Lu family's forefathers groped for creating this gongfu back then based on the pointers given by cultivators." "Xiao Tian," Lu Haotian said here. The words turned. Socks the side of the face are about to turn green. Lu Xiaotian. "From today onwards, you do not in the Xian Yuan Shui that girl, have any excessive ideas, understand?" This, Lu Xiaotian hesitates. In fact, even if Grandpa doesn't say it, he also clearly understands in his heart. I'm afraid that his own and Xian Yuan Shui's things will end here. "What? You are still infatuated with that girl?" Lu Changdong's face sank when he saw this and said in a cold reprimanding voice, "Did you not hear what Mr. Yang said just now? He is certain that Xian Yuan Yu's wife will be able to live for another 10 years. Do you know what concept this is? I know that Xiao Shui's family owes him a huge favor." Lu Xiaotian was silent for a while and said in a low voice, "Favor, favor, favor? You know the word favor." Lu Qiangdong was so angry that he really wanted to slap him, and reprimanded. This is enough to show that not only is Mr. Yang a cultivator, but he is also a god of medicine. If we can have a good relationship with such a high-level person, at a certain day in the future, in case someone in our Lu family's life is in danger, as long as Mr. Yang Yi is willing to do so, he will be able to save our lives. Do you understand? Lu Haotian nodded slightly. In his heart, he was greatly disappointed in Lu Xiaotian. How could he not even understand such a simple truth? Emotions, such things are no longer important. Can they still be greater than human life? Moreover, Xiao Shui, that girl, people for so many years, always have no feelings for you. Emotional things are not forced to come. Lu Changdong then reprimanded. With the strength of our Lu family, what kind of girl can't you like? Anyway, I tell you, in the future, if you have any indecent thoughts about Xian Yuan Shui, I will be the first one to break your legs. Do you understand? Dad, I know. Lu Xiaotian lowered his head, his heart complicated to the extreme, with a trace of spiritual qi, constantly moisturizing Xian Yuan Shui's mother's organs. Her face gradually began to improve, from the previous piece of miserable white, to a slight trace of blood color now. Yang Donghao's face, however, turned a little white. This kind of meticulous operation was extremely exhausting for his mind, just like if a Western doctor does surgery for too long. After coming down from the operating table, some people will suddenly faint. That is because of the long-time energy concentration. resulting in excessive consumption of heart and blood caused by. What Yang Donghao was doing right now was much more difficult than the most difficult surgery in Western medicine. After all, he had to feel the subtle changes in the aura and the information that came back to him, and constantly adjust the strength of the aura as the organs in Xian Yuan Shue's mother's body changed. And all of this was only possible if Yang Donghao had a good understanding of the aura. And all of this was being accomplished by Yang Donghao alone, without any assistance. He also did not have too much time to think. The brain was like a CPU running at high speed. After a few hours had passed, the clothes on Yang Donghao's body were already drenched in sweat. He stood up. His hands were like butterflies threading flowers, twisting or vibrating the dozens of silver needles on Xian Yuan Shue's mother's body, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. Finally, under the moisturizing of his spiritual qi, the organs in Xian Yuan Shue's mother's body began to gradually and slowly glow with vitality. Her heart beating, more and more powerful, weak breathing, also gradually returned to normal. Xian Yuan Shue's mother's eyelids slightly moved. Immediately, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze for a moment some lost in thought and dull. After blinking for a few times, her eyes gradually recovered. She felt her whole body warm as if she was immersed in hot water. Looking at Yang Donghao in front of her, who was drenched in wetness and had silvery white hair, her lips struggled to move a little bit. Thank you. Although she didn't know Yang Donghao, but she knew in her heart that he was curing himself. Yang Donghao took the time to smile at her, and then continued to twist those silver needles without stopping. She felt that as the warm feeling in her body grew stronger, her body gradually gained a trace of strength, not at all like before, when she was so weak that she felt exhausted even when she moved her fingers. Auntie, you can rest for a little while longer, soon you will be fine. Yang Donghao's palm gently brushed past her neck. She immediately felt her eyelids as heavy as 1,000 pounds, closed her eyes, and once again fell into a deep sleep. Downstairs in the living room, Xian Yuan Shui ghostly woke up from her coma. After staring for a moment, she jumped up violently, seeing the two father and brother sitting on the stairs with serious faces. She said offhandedly, "How's my mom doing?" Chapter 80, Hungry. Little Snow. Don't worry. Xian Yuan Fei smiled at her, put his finger on his lips and gestured a silent gesture, walked quickly to her side and whispered, "Brother-in-law, he's treating mom upstairs. Don't be too loud so as not to disturb him." Xian Yuan Shui suddenly realized. Immediately, she nervously and worriedly whispered, "Brother, Xiao Yang, does he have a way?" Xian Yuan Fei nodded his head vigorously. "Don't worry, brother-in-law just now. He said that he would be able to let mom live for at least another 10 years or so without any problems." Ah! Xian Yuan Shui couldn't help but shriek in shock. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, tears streaming out at once. "Brother, is what you said true?" "It's true, brother-in-law, that's what he said before." Xian Yuan Fei nodded his head. After witnessing the process of Yang Donghao and Lu Haoqian's hand-to-hand just now, right now he had no doubt about Yang Donghao's words. "Great! Woo woo!" Xian Yuan Shui cried with joy, wiped her tears, looked at Dr. Lu who was sitting in silence. She lowered her voice and said to Xian Yuan Fei, "Brother, the Lu family's people, where did they all go?" She was a little worried in her heart. Xian Yuan Shui knew that there were some businesses in the family, all of which were in cooperation with the Lu family, which was why her father and brother, both of them, used to insist that she marry Lu Xiaotian. The Lu family, don't worry. Xian Yuan Fei understood the meaning of the subtext in her words. Brother-in-law has already solved it all. Ah, Xian Yuan Shui was startled again, although last time, her father had clearly stated that he would not stop her and Yang Donghao, and even mouthed that he would prepare a generous dowry for her, but deep down she did not believe it. After all, she was worried about what her father had said at that time, and whether he would change his mind again in the future because of the pressure from the Lu family. Xian Yuan Fei whispered what had happened after she had just passed out, and told her all about it. Xian Yuan Shui then understood, and was shocked and puzzled in her heart. The shock was that Yang Donghao was so capable. Doubtful is, then why did Yang Donghao come to work at her small hotel in the first place? Could it be because he really likes himself? Xian Yuan Shui thought about it and eventually seemed to feel as if this was the only reason that could explain it. In the blink of an eye, the sky had already turned dark. 6 or 7 hours had passed since Yang Donghao had gone upstairs to cure him. However, the upstairs was still quiet, without any movement. During this period, Xian Yuan Fei once went out to take a look, and found that the Lu family's car, still parked at the entrance, did not have the intention to leave. He also did not know how the other party's heart was thinking. Anyway, as long as it did not disturb Yang Donghao's treatment, Xian Yuan Fei naturally would not say anything. Anyone? Xian Yuan Shui's mother woke up again and realized that the room was dark. Her lips moved and she spoke softly while subconsciously trying to sit up. "Auntie, you're awake." In the darkness, a voice rang out next to her, instantly startling her. Fumbling to turn the bedside lamp on, she saw Yang Donghao sitting on a chair not far away. smiling faintly at her. Are you a doctor? You are too polite. Shen Yuanshue's mother moved gently and felt her arms and legs filled with strength, just as if she had never gotten sick. She hurriedly got off the ground and said politely to young Donghao, "Thank you for helping me heal." She was a little curious in her heart. This doctor's age seems like he shouldn't be too young, right? His hair was all gray. Yang Donghao smiled a little, closed his eyes and said, "Auntie, you can move down to the ground now. I'm going to rest for a while first. I'm a little tired." His mind was consumed greatly and he really didn't want to talk much. "Okay, thank you." Shen Yuanshue's mother hurriedly nodded her head, relaxed her hands and feet, pushed open the door and walked out. Hearing the commotion upstairs, Shen Yuanyu, who was guarding the staircase, turned around violently, then saw his wife walking out with quick steps. This instant, he was instantly stunned. Unbelievably, he rubbed his eyes. "Mom!" Shen Yuanfei was dumbfounded when he saw his mother walking down like nothing. "Mom!" Tears flowed down Shen Yuanshue's face once again. Little Shui. Seeing her daughter, she was also surprised in her heart and quickly walked down from upstairs. "Mom!" Shen Yuanshue wanted to jump into her arms, but worried about her body, she stopped hard. "How are you feeling now? Xia Ru, how are you?" Shen Yuanyu carefully surveyed his wife. Shen Yuanshue's mother, Xia Ru, nodded her head and said, "I feel especially good." She flung her arms. "I just feel a little hungry." "Hungry?" Dr. Lu, whose eye beads were looking straight, only then came back to his senses. Miso jumped up from the sofa, rushed over with quick steps, and said offhandedly, "Can I take your pulse?" A simple hungry, for ordinary people, did not understand the meaning of it, but falling in Dr. Lu's ears, it was like a shocking thunder. Many people are sick, even if it is a common cold and fever, will feel no appetite, do not want to eat. The reason for this is because, when sick, the body will mobilize the immune cells to resist, kill the virus. In this process, kill the virus order is higher than hunger. In this process, the order to kill the virus is higher than hunger. So many people lose their appetite. Even if they don't eat, they don't feel hungry. Only after the body senses that the invading virus has been killed, will it regulate to the normal state. The body reissues the hunger, the need to replenish the order of energy. The patient will immediately feel hungry. A few hours ago, Xia Ru was still lying on the bed, relying on the ventilator to help her breathe, and a few hours later, her body sent out the hunger command, which meant that her body had fully recovered. This was like a miracle for Dr. Lu. You are? Xia Ru looked at Dr. Lu with some surprise. He is Dr. Lu, Shen Yuanyu hurriedly explained. Only then did Xia Ru reach out her hand, and as soon as Dr. Lu grabbed her pulse, he carefully gazed and tasted her pulse, and as time passed, the look on his face, from shocked to stunned, to ultimately unbelievable, was constantly changing. Even if he didn't speak, Shen Yuanshue saw the answer on his face. Incredible, incredible. Dr. Lu couldn't help but murmur, letting go of Xia Ru and stepping back a few steps, with a face in a lost trance. How on earth did this happen? Dr. Lu, how is my situation? Xia Ru hurriedly asked. Dr. Lu came back to his senses and looked at her with a complex expression. It's already completely well, very healthy. If a day ago, someone had told him that a patient whose 5 organs were all weak, whose God's heart was unprotected, and who was dying, would be able to recover after a few hours of treatment, and be just like a normal person, then Dr. Lu would have only felt that the person who said such a thing was either crazy or a cutie. Chapter 81, A Match Made in Heaven. Great! Shen Yuanshue cried tears of joy as she hugged her mother. Shen Yuanyu's father and son were also thrilled. "Cousin, how's it going?" At this time, Lu Haotian and the other 3 people walked in from outside. Their gazes swept over Xia Ru's body, and compared to the surprised and excited Shen Yuanyu and the others, Lu Haotian's complexion, however, was not overly surprised, because he had already guessed that young Donghao was a cultivator. For young Donghao to be able to cure Xia Ru's disease, in his opinion, it was a reasonable thing. There was no fuss about it. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Dr. Lu shook his head repeatedly and said to Lu Haotian, "Cousin, she has completely regained her health now. This is simply a miracle." Lu Haotian nodded. This cousin of his could only be considered as the lineage of the Lu family that was not given much attention, and he did not share the family's property back then, not to mention knowing about the things in the martial arts. For his shock, Lu Haotian did not find it strange at all. "Xiao Yu." Lu Haotian glanced at Shen Yuanyu. A smile appeared on his face. "Congratulations, Mr. Yang's wonderful hands have brought back the spring. My nephew's daughter-in-law is now physically unharmed. Thanks for Uncle Lu's concern." Shen Yuanyu nodded perfunctorily, although just now Lu Haotian flipped out in a rage. However, the Lu family was so powerful that he could only hold his nose and endure. Now that Lu Haotian took the initiative to release his goodwill, Xian Yuanyu naturally did not dare to treat him with a cold face. What happened before? I was too impulsive and reckless. Xiao Yu, I'm here to apologize and make amends to you, Lu Haotian said with a guilty and apologetic face. I hope you won't be angry with Uncle Lu. As you know, I have a somewhat fiery temper. Once I have a seizure, I don't recognize all my relatives. I may be a bit impulsive in talking and doing things. Don't take it too hard. Now, this instantly made Xian Yuanyu surprised, and the Lu family has known for many years. Lu Haotian is what kind of person? Xian Yuanyu's heart is very clear. He never thought that Lu Haotian will take the initiative to bow down and apologize to himself. This could really be the sun coming out of the west. Immediately, Xian Yuanyu understood clearly in his heart that the reason why Lu Haotian bowed his head was of course not because of himself, but rather Yang Donghao. As expected, right after that, Lu Haotian said, Xiao Yu, I have just said to that child of Xiaotian that the words of the previous finger marriage, those were some of our jokes, not to be taken as true, and Xiaotian has expressed his understanding and agreement. After a pause, he continued, I hope you can say something to Mr. Yang, so that he must not misunderstand. Xian Yuanyu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In fact, during this period of time, he had been worrying about this matter in his heart as well, because no matter if it was Yang Donghao, or the Lu family, for Xian Yuanyu, they could not afford to mess with them, but things always had to be resolved. Now that Lu Haotian had taken the initiative to say these words, it also made Xian Yuanyu's heart celebrate. It seemed that he had made the right choice in the first place. Uncle Lu, since that child Xiaotian understands and agrees, I'm relieved. Xian Yuanyu took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. A daughter is too old for her mother, not to mention that I, as a father, usually communicate with her less, and she doesn't listen to my words. That's right, I can understand. Lu Haotian concurred. Xiao Shui, this girl, I've loved her since she was a child. Mr. Yang is also someone I admire. The two of them together, that's really a match made in heaven. Saying that, he turned his words around and said tentatively, Xiao Yu, in addition, Uncle Lu has something he would like to ask for your help. Uncle Lu, you are too polite. Xian Yuanyu's eyelids slightly flickered as he falsely said, but whatever I can do, I definitely won't shirk. The subtext of these words meant that if I can't do it, then I definitely won't care either. Xiao Yu, just now, between Mr. Yang and I, there was a bit of a misunderstanding. How can I put it? He and you are also considered a family. So Uncle Lu hopes that you will help and explain to Mr. Yang. Lu Haotian said with a smile to please, do not look at the face of the monk, look at the face of Buddha. Well, after all, Mr. Yang is your son-in-law. Your face he must give, right? Uncle Lu, this I can't give you a guarantee now. Xian Yuanyu dryly coughed. Let's put it this way, I will help you explain, but as for whether he listens or not, then I can't guarantee it. After all, they haven't gotten married yet. Saying son-in-law is also a little too early. It's not a matter of sooner or later. Lu Haotian immediately said, Xiao Yu, Xiao Shui, this girl, is also I personally watched GR. Up, is also considered my granddaughter. In the future she married. You can tell me in advance. I give this girl to prepare a big dowry. Granddaughter? Xian Yuanyu listened to the jaws of the mouth. This Lu Haotian is even the generation also took the initiative to lower a generation. He said perfunctorily and vaguely, don't worry about it, Uncle Lu. I will definitely bring you to the word. Xiao Yu. Lu Haotian interrupted him and said with a compensatory smile, this kind of thing, I think it's better to be early than late. What do you think? Take advantage of the fact that Mr. Yang is still here now. You are also present. Some things this moment to say clearly the best. After all, face to face to apologize and explain to be able to prove out my sincerity. Well, Xian Yuanyu eyelids slightly jumped. Heart some surprise. This Lu Haotian even anxious to such a point. In the end because of what? He suddenly thought of before Lu Haotian lost his voice off the mouth to say that sentence you are cultivating. Words, pondered. Must be Lu Haotian knows what Yang Donghao is in the end. So it will appear so monkey anxious. Uncle Lu, you wait a moment. I'll go ask Xiao Ru. Xian Yuanyu pondered for a moment, quickly walked to Xiao Ru's side and said in a low voice, how is Mr. Yang doing? How come he didn't come out with you? Mr. Yang? Xiao Ru was stunned, then suddenly realized and said, you mean the doctor who treated me? Right. Xian Yuanyu nodded. Xian Yuan Shui also came back from her surprise and said to her, that's right. Mom, where's Xiao Yang? Why didn't he come out with you? What is he doing inside his room? She instantly felt a bit guilty. How could she forget to ask Yang Donghao how he was doing in this half of the day? Little Yang? Xiao Ru was even more surprised, puzzled. That person. He is at least 50 or 60 years old, right? How do you call him Little Yang? Xian Yuan Shui was stunned when she heard that. 50 or 60 years old? How is that possible? Xian Yuanyu was also confused. I think he's, almost, this age, Xiaoru said with a serious face. He has a head full of white hair. Could it be that he's not even 50 or 60 years old? Shen Yuanshui sucked in a breath of cool air and took a few steps back in shock. Mom, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? She doubted that her mother and herself were talking about the same person. Chapter 82, Overdraft of Life. How can I see wrong? Xiaoru said with great certainty. Under the light. He is full of white hair. Very clear. My eyes are not blurred. Xiao Xue, what are you doing? She pulled back Shen Yuanshui who was rushing upstairs. I want to go up and take a look. Shen Yuanshui said anxiously. Mr. Yang just said that he won't let anyone go up and disturb his rest. Xiaoru said. No way. Shen Yuanshui struggled hard, worried and nervous. I have to go and see what's wrong with him. Shui. Shen Yuanfei pulled her back and said in a deep and serious voice. Since brother-in-law said this to mom, he definitely doesn't want you to go up and disturb him. But I'm not at ease, brother. Shen Yuanshui stomped her feet anxiously. Gray hair? Dr. Lu, who was on the side, said thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Dr. Lu, what does it mean? Shen Yuan Yu hurriedly asked after him. Your lady's illness. It's very serious. This is something that I've said before after diagnosing it. Dr. Lu came back to his senses and said with a serious and solemn face. Mr. Yang's medical skills are profound and unfathomable. And he pulled your lady back from the ghost gate with a firm hand. And although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I was able to imagine how difficult it was. For Mr. Yang, this must have also exhausted him to the core. With that, he turned his words around and said, in ancient times, there was Wu Zishu's white head in one night. In medicine this is a true story. Hair is the rest of the blood. A person who is overly consumed with his mind and energy will indeed cause his hair to turn white. Dr. Lu, then this doesn't matter, right? Is it serious? Shen Yuanfei asked repeatedly. It's hard to say. Dr. Lu shook his head and said, whether it's serious or not, it can only be said that it varies from person to person. But all in all, this is also a great destructive damage to one's body, is considered to be an overdraft of one's life. So serious? Shen Yuanfei was stunned at once, and then his heart was flooded with an unspeakably complex feeling. Shen Yuanshui was even more teary and gushed out at once. He actually paid such a big price in order to promise me? She thought of Yang Donghao's somewhat hesitant and indecisive appearance earlier. Instantly everything made sense. No wonder Yang Donghao was hesitant at that time. If even in his place, he would definitely hesitate. But in the end, he still agreed. Shen Yuanshui wiped the tears from her eyes, looked up at the stairs, gritted her teeth and raised her steps towards the upper floors. Shui! Shen Yuanyu hurriedly shouted when he saw this. Don't bother Mr. Yang, Dad. I'm not going in. I'll just listen to the commotion at the door. Otherwise, I'm not comfortable. Shen Yuanshui stroked her hair. Her tone was firm, and regardless, she walked upstairs to the door of the room, listening to the movements inside with her side ear. Suddenly, the door was opened and Shen Yuanshui was caught off guard. Her body lurched and fell towards the ground. A hand snatched her up and held her in place. What are you doing? Yang Donghao looked at Shen Yuanshui inexplicably. Shen Yuanshui's first reaction was to look towards his hair. As expected, his previously black and shiny hair had turned silver white, extremely harsh and conspicuous, and his eyebrows were filled with fatigue. I'm sorry. Shen Yuanshui pounced into Yang Donghao's arms, hugged him tightly and said in a trembling voice, I didn't know that you would even pay such a big price. If I had known me earlier, she could not go on either. One was a mother who was seriously ill. One is a fake boyfriend who has helped her many times. However, she also knows that Yang Donghao is not the same person. She also knew that Yang Donghao did not owe her anything. On the contrary, only she owed Yang Donghao. It's okay. Yang Donghao smiled faintly and gently patted her shoulder. It's not as serious as you think. It's just that I'm a bit too tired, so my hair has turned gray. Shen Yuanshui was inwardly moved to the extreme. Sobbing, you have become like this. You still lied to me. You still care about my feelings. Just now Dr. Lu have said, you are belonging to the overdraft life. You are so good to me. How do you let me repay you? I owe you so much. How can I repay you? Overdraft life? Yang Donghao immediately cried and laughed a little. This Dr. Lu is really able to make things up. He is just the spiritual chi and essence blood. In a short period of time, excessive consumption, as long as you rest for a month or two or so, you will be able to recover. How did it come to his mouth? It became overdrawn life? But there is no way to explain this kind of thing. Yang Donghao simply did not explain. His gaze turned and fell downstairs, seeing Shen Yuanyu and the others all looking at himself with a face of nervousness and concern. Sister Shui, it's alright, you let go of me first, okay? Yang Donghao looked at Shen Yuanshui who was holding himself tightly and not letting go somewhat helplessly. I'm not. Shen Yuanshui did not let go and leaned tightly in his arms, feeling the heat coming from his body so that she could feel at ease. Ahem. So many people are watching. Yang Donghao dryly coughed. Shen Yuanshui's body slightly stiffened, hesitated for a moment and let go of him, but was tightly grasping his hand and not letting go. Yang Donghao was helpless and pulled her, walking down the stairs. Brother-in-law. Shen Yuanfei was the first to come over and asked with concern, "Are you alright, Mr. Yang?" Shen Yuanyu and Xiaoru both hurriedly came over as well. "I'm fine, just slightly tired." Yang Donghao waved his hand. Shen Yuanyu glanced at his silver-white hair and asked with concern, "I'll have someone boil some ginseng for you to replenish it, right, Mr. Yang?" Lu Haotian walked over quickly, coughed dryly and said curtly, "I have 100-year-old wild ginseng at home. It was given to me by someone else a few years ago. I've never bothered to take it. I'll just call and have them send it over to replenish your body, right?" Yang Donghao squinted at him. "Why haven't you left yet?" Lu Haotian instantly turned red in his old face and said awkwardly, "Mr. Yang, what happened before was wrong of me? I have been waiting for you to come down and apologize to you." Yang Donghao waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "No need." Lu Haotian looked at Shen Yuanyu with a pleading gaze. Shen Yuanyu originally wanted to act as if he didn't see it, but after thinking for a while, he still coughed and said, "Mr. Yang, the old man is also well-intentioned, and he also said to me just now that this time he came here. In fact, it was for the things that happened in the past between Shueishui and Xiaotian, and those were all jokes we said a long time ago, and they are not considered to be real." Shen Yuanshui's body shook slightly, and she looked at Shen Yuanyu with surprise and excitement. "Dad, what you said is true." Although this is something she has never agreed to, but after all, when she thinks about it, there is always a lump in her heart and a few points of worry. Right now Shen Yuanyu's meaning revealed that Lu family side intends to give up, which naturally makes Shen Yuanshui overjoyed. Chapter 83, Sister Snow, you've changed. It's true. Not waiting for Shen Yuanyu to speak, Lu Haotian snatched the first pleasing smile to Shen Yuanshui. "Xiao Shui, finger for marriage are all things of the past. That was all a joke between me and your father at that time. Only I didn't think that it was Xiao Tian that this child took it seriously, and I even taught him a lesson just now. What kind of era is this? How is it possible to still have such a thing? Nowadays it's all about free love." Towards the end, he just looked righteous, as if this was really the case. Shen Yuanyu couldn't help but roll his eyes as he listened. Shen Yuanshui breathed a sigh of relief and broke into a smile, grasping Yang Donghao's hand even harder. She naturally understood clearly in her heart that this was all because of Yang Donghao. "Mr. Yang." Lu Haotian whirled around and looked at Yang Donghao with a smile on his face. "When will you and Xiao Shui do the wedding? Please make sure to notify me. I am also considered to be the one who watched Xiao Shui grow up, and I definitely want to prepare a big dowry for her." Yang Donghao frowned, secretly thinking in his heart, "I'll do a fart wedding." He waved his hand and said lightly, "This is not something you need to worry about." Lu Haotian touched a soft nail, embarrassed, smiled sarcastically and did not know what to say. "You can leave if you're fine." Yang Donghao squinted at him and said nonchalantly, "What's the point of staying here?" Lu Haotian did not know what to say, smiled and stammered, unable to speak. Yang Donghao slightly pondered and contemplated, and with a movement in his heart, he roughly guessed, "You are trying to ask me, where is the flaw in the internal martial arts that you are practicing?" "That's right." Lu Haotian immediately nodded his head and smiled, embarrassed and hopeful. "I'm a little tired now." Yang Donghao said indifferently, "Let's talk about it later." Lu Haotian's body was shaken. Then he was pleasantly surprised and said in a loud voice, "Mr. Yang, then you rest first." "You rest? Me? I'll come back to visit you some other day." He slowly backed away as he spoke. For Lu Haotian, this attitude of Yang Donghao had completely exceeded his expectations. Although he did not agree on the spot, Yang Donghao did not say the words to death either. This was tantamount to leaving him with a hope. All of the Lu family members had left. After Shen Yuanyu had some dinner brought in, he also quietly left with Xiaoru and Shen Yuanfei, each returning to their own rooms, giving space to both Yang Donghao and Shen Yuanshui. "Donghao, eat more." Shen Yuanshui held a bowl of ginseng soup, her beautiful eyes filled with watery gentleness inside. Scooping a spoonful, first putting it to her lips and blowing on it before sending it to Yang Donghao's mouth. "It's not hot, right, Sister Shui? I'll do it myself." Yang Donghao smiled bitterly. "It's the first time I've been served like this since I was a child." He reached out to serve the bowl. Shen Yuanshui lightly dodged it, smiled sweetly, and said in an undeniable manner, "No, you're too tired today. Just sit like this and I'll feed you." "But I feel a bit weird." Yang Donghao scratched his head. "What's weird?" Shen Yuanshui wrinkled her yao nose and gave him a blank look before handing him another spoonful of ginseng soup to his mouth. "Drink it quickly. Drinking it is good for your body." She subconsciously glanced at young Donghao's silver white hair again. Sister Shui, didn't I tell you? It's no big deal. It's just a little tired. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Yang Donghao twisted and drank the ginseng soup, explaining, actually, these things can't do anything, drink it or not. You've said that it's fine to drink it or not, so let's drink it. It definitely won't do any harm anyway, right? Shen Yuan Shui blinked her eyes and smiled playfully. Sister Shui, Yang Donghao said, I feel like how you suddenly seem to have changed into a different person? Changed where? Shen Yuan Shui stared at him, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness inside. How can I say it? It feels a bit strange. Yang Donghao said after thinking about it. It's fine if it's not getting ugly. Shen Yuan Shui said with a smile. Cough. A coughing sound came. Shen Yuan Yu stood in the distance, looking at the two of them and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, how is this ginseng soup? Quite good. Yang Donghao nodded. Shen Yuan Yu walked over. That's good. His gaze lingered on Shen Yuan Shui. Dad, is there something wrong with you? Shen Yuan Shui immediately guessed. It's not a big deal. Shen Yuan Yu smoothly sat down on the sofa and looked at young Donghao with concern. Just checking on Mr. Yang's condition. Uncle, I'm quite fine. Yang Donghao smiled at him. That's good. That's good. Shen Yuan Yu pondered for a moment and asked cautiously and tentatively. You guys came back this time? Are you still leaving? Shen Yuan Shui froze, not knowing how to answer, and glanced at Yang Donghao. Of course I'm leaving. Yang Donghao nodded. How to say it? Shen Yuan Yu thought for a moment and said, I discussed with Xiao Shui's mother. She wants you guys to stay. After all, she hasn't seen Xiao Shui for so many years, and she's also older. She wants you guys to stay around. In addition, she means, so that in the future, when you guys get married, it will be easier to take care of you guys. For example, to show you guys the children or something like that. Children? Yang Donghao almost swallowed his tongue, and thought in his heart, my goodness, how did this all of a sudden come to the body of the child? Shen Yuan Shui on the other hand, her pretty face swished red, shyly glanced at Yang Donghao and did not say anything. The last time Shen Yuan Yu was in the Yipin Xiang Hotel, mentioning the matter of their marriage, Shen Yuan Shui immediately changed the subject, because she was very clear in her heart, that was simply impossible. But this time, she actually had a hint of hidden anticipation in her heart. This subtle change was something that even she herself hadn't noticed. Well, Shen Yuan Yu looked at Yang Donghao hopefully. By the way, Mr. Yang, I still don't know where you are from. Can your parents and me pay a visit sometime? He placed his posture very low, because he was clear in his heart that Yang Donghao was not an ordinary person, and right now the two of them were not married, so he did not dare to put up the so-called old husband stance. Ahem, uncle. Yang Donghao dryly coughed, secretly thought in his heart, I came over this time, is to help cure the disease to come, and is not to come to the bride price to get married to come. Besides, I'm not really a boyfriend. This topic, if you take over, then later can be really unclear. His eyes turned, quickly found an excuse. I and Sister Shui is still young. At the moment there is no plan for these things. Well, over in Guangcheng, our new hotel is about to open, so if there is nothing, I want to leave tomorrow. Chapter 84. Only 30 years to live. Leaving tomorrow? Shen Yuan Yu was stunned. This is too urgent, isn't it? He pondered in his heart what excuse he should use to retain Yang Donghao. He was not sure about exactly how far Yang Donghao and Shen Yuan Shui had developed so far, but he knew one thing, he absolutely could not let Yang Donghao run away. This was a true dragon son-in-law. Xiao Shui. Shen Yuan Yu looked at his daughter. I'll listen to Donghao. Shen Yuan Shui hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, a female is too big for her mother. The elbow turns outward. How did I forget about this? Shen Yuan Yu pondered in his heart, and had no choice but to say to Yang Donghao again, Mr. Yang, you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? Stay for a few more days. I'll let Xiao Feihe lead you around this neighborhood and relax. You also recuperate for a few more days by the way. How about it? I'm fine, uncle. Yang Donghao waved his hand back and forth, shaking his head and smiling. I won't stay here to bother you guys. Seeing his resolute attitude, Shen Yuan Yu had no choice but to stand up and say, alright then, you guys rest early. The room is already packed and ready for you. He turned around and left with quick steps. Donghao, I'm going to check on my mom. You rest first, okay? Shen Yuan Shui thought about it and said gently to Yang Donghao. Okay. Yang Donghao thought for a moment and said, then I'll go back to my room to rest first. This would also save Shen Yuan Shui from feeding him ginseng soup again in a while. Shen Yuan Shui quickly walked to the door of her parents' room and knocked on the door. Dad, Mom, have you rested? Shen Yuan Yu opened the door to his room and whispered. Did Mr. Yang change his mind? No, Dad. Shen Yuan Shui walked in, glanced at her mother Xiao Ru, and explained, I came to explain to you guys. Donghao, he's all turned out like this time. I feel quite guilty in my heart, and I want to spend more time with him, so I can't stay at home, so don't think too much. Xian Yuan, you husband and wife, then suddenly realized. It's okay, Xiao Shui. Xia Ru smiled. Mom's body is now completely fine, you don't have to worry about me. Actually, just now, I let your father go out to talk to you guys and let you guys stay, but I also have my intentions. She went on to say, this boyfriend of yours, his skills are so great, your dad and I right, we are worried that you can't catch him. Xiao Shui, you understand what I mean, right? That's why we're thinking of booking your marriage earlier. That's right. Xian Yuan, you continued. Mr. Yang is a strange man. Xiao Shui, you must have seen it too. The Lu family's attitude towards our family is very different from before. That's not because of my face, but because of your boyfriend. In public and in private, we all hope that the two of you can get married earlier. Xian Yuan Shui's pretty face reddened. Her body was unnatural, and she said perfunctorily, I know. However, this matter is still slightly later. Little Snow, this is a big deal. Xian Yuan, you raised an eyebrow. It needs to be booked earlier. You can't treat it as child's play. Your father is right. Xia Ru nodded. Xiao Shui, things like marriage must be done before it's too late. There are only so many good men, and even fewer capable ones. If you don't grab them early and late, they might be snatched away by someone else, and by then, you really won't have a place to cry. Mom and Dad, you guys take an early rest. I'm tired too. Xian Yuan Shui didn't know how to respond to the two of them, said a perfunctory sentence and fled. Bang bang bang. Enter. Yang Donghao heard someone knocking on the door and casually said, the person who came in was surprisingly Xian Yuan Fei, who asked with a concerned face, brother-in-law, are you feeling better? Much better. Yang Donghao sat up. Did I disturb you? Xian Yuan Fei hemmed and hawed. I just heard you say that you are leaving tomorrow. Is that true? Yang Donghao nodded his head, pondering his intentions in his heart. As the saying goes, if you knock on the door in the middle of the night, it's either treachery or theft. Of course, Xian Yuan Fei was definitely not one of these two, but he would definitely not knock on the door for no reason either. Are you up to something? Yang Donghao asked. Ahem, brother-in-law, there is indeed a matter that I want to ask you about. I just don't know if it's convenient or not. Xian Yuan Fei smiled dryly with a shy face. You say it. Yang Donghao smiled. How do you know that there are flaws amongst the Lu family's internal martial arts? Xian Yuan Fei's eyes flickered as he looked at him tentatively. Also, you really aren't injured, are you? The reason why he asked this question was because Xian Yuan Fei had seen Lu Haotian display his dark force before, so he was really a little worried in his heart. Yang Donghao pondered for a moment and immediately understood his real purpose. Looking at him with a smile or not, you want to know what's going on with the Lu family's dark force, right? Xian Yuan Fei nodded awkwardly. For people like him who practiced martial arts, the dark power of internal martial arts was what Xian Yuan Fei had been pursuing for many years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let Xian Yuan Shui marry Lu Xiaotian in the first place. The reason was simple. That way, the Lu family would be willing to share the inner family technique to both Xian Yuan Yu's father and son. Now, the Lu family had taken the initiative to cancel the marriage contract, which meant that it would be impossible to obtain the Lu family's inner family technique in the future as well. So Xian Yuan Fei's only hope fell on Yang Donghao. Their so-called dark strength is actually poor as hell. Yang Donghao smiled faintly and said casually, and it is indeed flawed. If I'm not wrong, if this Lu family cultivates the dark strength, surely none of them will have a lifespan of more than 30 years. Xian Yuan Fei was startled. What does that mean? It means that if you refine out the dark force, you can still live for another 30 years at most? Why? That's right. Yang Donghao nodded and looked at his surprised look and said, take a breath and try this process. Split it into 2 tries. Xian Yuan Fei tried it as instructed. You take a breath. Don't pause in the middle and try again. Yang Donghao continued. After Xian Yuan Fei tried, he said offhandedly, pausing in the middle will be a bit uncomfortable. It doesn't feel as good as not pausing. This is why you can only live for 30 years. Yang Donghao smiled. You've heard of the story of 1 drum and then 3 exhaustions, right? The Lu family's dark force is also like this. Their gong method is definitely flawed, so it causes that they can't use 1 drum of qi, but rather divide it into 2. But this happens to be the biggest hidden danger. As they cultivate this so-called dark force for a longer period of time, this division into 2 power-ups will cause more and more burdens on the body, and the end result is that the 2 streams of qi will compete with each other within the body, and suddenly die violently, and suddenly die a violent death. Chapter 85, Transmission. Xian Yuan Fei's jaw dropped in shock as he listened. Yang Donghao was able to analyze so many things just through Lu Haotian's slap. It was truly unbelievable to him, but after regaining his senses, Xian Yuan Fei immediately realized something. Yang Donghao's skills were actually far higher and more terrifying than what he had imagined. When he thought about the first time he met Yang Donghao, He had dared to take the initiative to strike at him. Xian Yuanfei thought about it in detail and was afraid of the aftermath, seeping out in a cold sweat, and if it wasn't for the fact that young Donghao had let him go, I'm afraid that he would have already been dead in the water. So you must not take the risk of learning their so-called internal martial arts. Yang Donghao did not care about Xian Yuanfei's changing face, pondered for a moment and said, if you really want to learn it, I will make up for the flawed loopholes in it. You can try it if you are interested. What? Xian Yuanfei instantly broke his jaw in shock, looking at him in disbelief. Make up for the Lu family's internal martial arts? What's wrong? Yang Donghao raised his eyebrows and looked at him suspiciously. Brother-in-law you, how do you know about their internal martial arts? Xian Yuanfei was shocked. The Lu family's internal family technique could be considered as the most valued thing by the Lu family's old man. Even Lu Xiaotian had not seen it with his own eyes. How did he know about it? Deduced Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and said easily and casually, it's nothing remarkable that they have such a crude luck technique that they can probably reverse push it out just by feeling it. Xian Yuanfei's throat knots moved a few times, letting out a few strange sounds, really shocked and not knowing what to say. If it wasn't for the fact that today, he had witnessed the scene where Yang Donghao stood there without moving and shocked Lu Haotian into a broken palm, beating Xian Yuanfei to death, he wouldn't have been able to imagine that there was actually such a person in the world. This had completely exceeded his cognition. He had all been frozen with shock. You wait, I'll think about how to improve the flaws and mistakes in their internal martial arts. Yang Donghao looked at his dumbfounded look and raised his eyebrows slightly, pondering in his heart, but just modifying something that was so crude that it could not even be considered a luck gong method. Was it worth him being so surprised? Indeed, compared to the cultivation techniques imparted by his master, the Lu family's so-called gongfa was really a bit ridiculous in Yang Donghao's view, something that could not even be called the most shallow luck technique, but actually dared to be called gongfa. The word gongfa? Really funny. After a moment's thought, Yang Donghao stretched out his hand and gently clicked a few times on Xian Yuanfei's shoulder, chest and above his dantian. A stream of hot air instantly diffused out from Xian Yuanfei's dantian, converging upwards, surging into the meridians, and collecting in the center of his hand. Xian Yuanfei could not help but subconsciously launch a palm in the direction of the room door. There was a bang. The door of the room several meters away shook violently, and the door frame trembled a few times. Well, this is considered the correct luck technique, Yang Donghao casually said. Just memorize the route that breath flowed through your body just now and practice more. Sister, brother-in-law, this is dark power? Xian Yuanfei's voice and body were trembling. He had a look of wanting to laugh, cry, and be excited all at the same time. Odd to the extreme. According to your words, yes indeed. Yang Donghao nodded. Then what you imparted to me just now, is the internal martial art of cultivating dark energy? Xian Yuanfei's body continued to shiver. Yang Donghao gave a and explained. It's on top of the Lu family's internal martial arts. I made some slight improvements. If you refine it like this, the power will be about twice as great as theirs, right? Saying that, he yawned. There's nothing else, right? No, nothing. Xian Yuanfei nodded. His brain was a little slow to react because of his overexcited excitement, and his speech was a little sloppy. Then I'll leave first. Aha. Yang Donghao waved his hand. Xian Yuanfei turned around and walked out, stepping on the stairs, only feeling that his feet were soft, as if he was stepping in cotton, and a voice kept echoing in his mind. This is dark energy. This is internal martial arts. I actually got the internal martial arts? Before he came to look for Yang Donghao just now, he never thought in his heart that he would actually obtain the internal martial arts method so easily and learn how to cultivate dark energy. This was the secret of all martial arts families. How could he obtain it so easily? Xian Yuanfei felt like he was sleepwalking, walking in a state of restlessness. Unexpectedly his feet fell short and Xian Yuanfei tumbled down the stairs headfirst, but he didn't notice the pain in the slightest and woodenly climbed up and continued to walk outside. Brother? What happened to you? Xian Yuanshui, who had just come out of her parents' room, saw Xian Yuanfei as if he was bewitched, and was startled, looking at him worriedly. You didn't break it, did you? Broken? How could it be? Xian Yuanfei revealed a strange smile. Indeed, in Xian Yuanshui's eyes, this smile was too weird again. He wanted to laugh but seemed to make an effort to hold it back, but he was still suppressing his laughter. Frightened, Xian Yuanshui shivered and took a few steps back. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm fine. Xian Yuanfei still maintained his strange smile. I'm happy. Ha ha, ha ha. I'm happy. He only felt excited and thrilled that his whole body was about to explode, and quickly walked towards the door. Very happy. Ha ha, is this happy or crazy? Xian Yuanshui looked at him dumbfounded as he left. After arriving at the courtyard, Xian Yuanfei stood alone with his eyes closed. The inside of his mind was filled with the route that the heat flow in his body ran just now. He desperately recalled dozens of times until he was sure that there wasn't a single omission to forget before he tried to get up. In one breath, he practiced until dawn. Xian Yuanfei finally had that hint of feeling, able to complete that weak to the core breath in his body, barely from the dantian, could go near his chest, but there was no way to reach his shoulders, let alone like before. But he wasn't discouraged and disappointed either. After all, this was just the beginning of cultivation. Yang Donghao, after a night of meditation and rest, his energy had recovered a lot more than before, and his entire complexion looked a lot better. But the aura that had been depleted was not something that could be recovered in a moment. Xian Yuanfei in eating breakfast, still the same crazy look, from time to time end of the bowl, the whole person just stayed. Xian Yuanshui was worried. Once again thanks Xian Yuan Yu and Xiaoru husband and wife's strong retention, Yang Donghao and Xian Yuanshui two people went straight to the high-speed train station, bought a ticket, and after a few hours of bumpy ride, returned to the city of Guang. Chapter 86 I don't want to go to work. Donghao, are you tired? After leaving the station, Xian Yuanshui intimately and naturally took Yang Donghao's arm. Sister Shui. Yang Donghao casually smiled and said, there's no need to continue the act now, right? What do you mean? Xian Yuanshui froze. Yang Donghao pointed at her hand and laughed. Your parents aren't here either, so there's no need for this boyfriend of mine to pretend anymore, right? Xian Yuanshui then understood what he meant. Her pretty face slightly red. Not only did she not let go of her hand, but instead, she held it tighter, gently stomped her foot and snapped. What's wrong? I don't want to let go of my hand, can't I? I don't care. Yang Donghao shrugged his shoulders and casually said, I am worried about you. In case someone else sees it and misunderstands the relationship between us, will it have an effect on you? What effect could it have on me? Xian Yuanshui's heart stirred as she said tentatively, Donghao, are you worried about others misunderstanding you? What do I have to worry about? Yang Donghao was dumbfounded and immediately, he said, Sister Shui, why did you change your tone? It's better to listen to little Yang to make it sound better. I can call myself whatever I want. When Xian Yuanshui heard him say that he wasn't worried, her heart relaxed and she snapped, I like to call you Donghao now, can't I? Darn it, you control me. Yang Donghao touched his nose, digressed and said, Sister Snow, last time you and Mr. Zhao both went to look at the store, how did it look? I almost forgot about it if you didn't say so. Xian Yuanshui lightly exclaimed, slapped her forehead, hurriedly took out her cell phone and said, last time I temporarily received my brother's phone call. I rushed back to look for you. Mr. Zhao said that the follow-up will help me talk. I asked him how the situation is. She dialed Zhao Yang's phone. Hey Mr. Zhao. Well, okay, then we'll go find you. Putting down her cell phone, she said to Yang Donghao, Mr. Zhao said that he and that boss have already negotiated the terms, and if I am willing to do so, I can take over any time. Donghao, why don't you accompany me over there to take a look? Yang Donghao thought for a moment. Okay. The two of them took a taxi to the construction street. There are a lot of office buildings around this street. People come and go. Very lively. After arriving at the entrance of a hotel, the two of them got off the car. Zhao Yang led a secretary, already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Yang, Sister Shui. Zhao Yang saw the two hasten to welcome over, warmly greeted, exchanging pleasantries for a few moments, turned the tables and said, I have talked to this boss, $4 million in transfer fees, including 1.5 years of rent. The follow-up if you also continue to rent, but also in accordance with a year 1,300,000 prices to renew the lease of. Donghao, this is the hotel. What do you think? Xian Yuanshui nodded and smiled at Zhao Yong, and then looked at Yang Donghao expectantly. Yang Donghao looked up and surveyed. This is a 3-story hotel. The exterior is richly decorated. There is a large parking lot in front of the entrance. From the feng shui point of view, a piece of open space in front of the store. It is the pattern of the main prosperity. The door of this store opens on the left side. This is the King Longmen Dragon Gate. The vehicle is traveling from the right to the left from the street in front of it. It is the auspicious theory. This location is good. Let's go in and take a look. Yang Donghao nodded. The four of them went inside and strolled around. This hotel was about 1,000 square meters, and the interior decoration was extremely luxurious. Zhao Yang walked while telling Yang Donghao about the layout plan of the place, which made the secretary that he led curious in his heart. After all, Zhao Yong has a lot of things to do every day. Right now, he even specially ran to accompany this man and woman to see the store. He couldn't figure out what exactly is the identity of these two people. Donghao, what do you think? After looking down in a circle, Xian Yuanshui looked at Yang Donghao expectantly. She was very satisfied with this place. Look at you. Yang Donghao smiled and said, this store is in a good location. Opening a store here will definitely make money. You take the decision. Hearing the words good location, Zhao Yong's heart fluttered. secretly thinking, could it be that Mr. Yang also understands the art of feng shui geomancy? The average person actually didn't care much about the so-called feng shui geomancy, but for businessmen like Zhao Yong, they still believed in it. Since you think it's not bad either, then I'll just plop this place down. Ha! Xian Yuan Shui happily nodded her head, her heart bursting with excitement. Although her family was very rich, but to dish out this store, for her, it also had great significance. Comparatively, this was a business that belonged to her and Yang Donghao. Aha! Yang Donghao nodded. At this time, his cell phone rang, took it out and saw that it was actually Gangzi calling. Sister Shui, you can discuss with the boss first. I'll go take a call. Good. Xian Yuan Shui nodded. Zhao Yong led his secretary and went with her to the upstairs office to negotiate with the boss. Hey, Gangzi, what's up? Yang Donghao walked out of the hotel outside and picked up the phone and asked smilingly. Brother Dong. Gangzi on the other side of the phone stammered. There's a thing that I want to discuss with you. You say. When Yang Donghao heard his tone of desire to speak, he clearly understood in his heart that Gangzi must have encountered something. I don't want to work here at Tianhong Group anymore, Gangzi said hesitantly. Oh, why? Yang Donghao was a bit surprised. How long have you only been working? Has it been a month? Brother Dong. As of today, it's exactly 1 month, Gangzi said. Where are you? It's not clear on the phone. Otherwise, let's meet and talk about it. Right, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, okay? Yang Donghao pondered for a while. When he gave Gangzi a face reading before, he realized that Gangzi and him had some interactions. So when he heard Gangzi's words, he thought about it and said, okay, then I'll call you this afternoon. Okay brother Dong, I'll hang up first then. Gangzi put away his cell phone, sat up from his bed in the dormitory, looked around, and sighed depressingly. Old Tan, let's go eat together tonight? Okay, I'll call out to you later. No problem. I see who is inside the dormitory. Call out. Let's play poker together for a while. The sound of a few people talking resounded outside the dormitory. Immediately, someone pushed open the door, looked inside the dormitory, and found that only Gangzi was alone. This person nodded and smiled at Gangzi. Brother Gangzi, little Li isn't here? Not in. Gangzi nodded. Well then, excuse me, the man politely said, closed the door and left. There was a faint sound of their conversation. Who's there? Just that relative of General Manager Zhao is in. Then why don't you take the opportunity to please him? Maybe get you a small official. Che, come on, I'm not interested. Chapter 87 Seeing Justice and Courage. Hearing these people's words, Gangzi heaved a sigh of depression. He had already discovered that the employees of this dormitory building were intentionally alienating him. It was only after Gangzi later listened to people gossiping in private that he realized the reason for this. In the past few years, Tianhong Group's scale has been developing and expanding, and the number of recruits has been rising. But the supporting facilities have not yet kept up. The most obvious is the dormitory. Dormitory is a room and kitchen design. Can live 4 people, although slightly crowded, but always then to go outside to rent a room to live several times stronger. After all, the dormitory is only a symbolic each person a month to collect $100 accommodation fee only. That's where the problem lies. In this one room, one kitchen dormitory, there was a building that used to be used as a couple's apartment, convenient for some employees who were married. Li Hongtao, who is in the same dormitory as Gangzi, is an old employee of Tianhong Group. Currently, he is the captain of the security team of the subsidiary companies of Tianhong Group. Before Gangzi came, this dormitory was only occupied by Li Hongtao because he had already applied for this dormitory as a couple's apartment, and then brought his fiancée from his hometown to live with him. As a result, just at this time, Gangzi came to work, and the personnel manager of the head office, in order to curry favor with Gangzi, went to the logistics to inquire, and learned that there was another dormitory, with spare beds, which was currently occupied by only one person, and the personnel manager so far allowed the logistics to assign Gangzi to live here. Now, naturally, Li Hongtao angry not light, but he has nothing to do, can only be this mouth to endure? Usually on the surface of Gangzi quite polite, but privately it is to change the pattern of making up the bad words of Gangzi. Li Hongtao is an old employee, plus he is still the security chief of the branch. The whole dormitory building also know his situation. Plus Li Hongtao intentionally spread the bad words of Gangzi in the hearts of many employees who do not know the truth. Gangzi immediately became relying on the part of Zhao Yong relatives' relationship to destroy the opportunity of Li Hongtao couple reunion, hijacking the dormitory resources of the villain. After all, the dormitory resources are very tense in the past few years. Many old employees want to apply for dormitory, but also in the queue, waiting for someone to leave the job or buy a house to vacate the position, to be able to move in. And just a small security guard just came to work, just joined the work, immediately moved to the dormitory inside the residence. No need to ask, This is certainly the backdoor relationship, the bottom staff for just this kind of relatives, in the company to open the door of convenience. In fact, the heart is extremely contemptuous. The reason is very simple, they feel unfair, but there was nothing they could do about it. Simply cleaned up a bit. Gangzi saw that the time was almost up, so he went out of the dormitory and walked outside. He planned to go to the nearby street to find a restaurant to book an elegant room first, and then call young Donghao. Thief, steal cell phone la, help catch him ah. Just came out of the dormitory building, did not go far, Gangzi heard a woman's voice shouting. He instantly a jolt, turn around and look. As expected, there is a young man about 20 years old or so, is at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, to him in this direction wildly running. This guy is still holding a fruit knife in his hand, grimacing, while running, while roaring, all ing get out of the way. Who dares to stop the old man? The old man get killed him. Gangzi heart, quickly took off his lab coat, in the hand, pinched into a ball. To be this young man immediately rushed from the side of the body. He suddenly made enough energy, swung his arm round, hard to throw the clothes, to the young man's face a whip, immediately jumped on the young man, grabbed his knife wrist, force a fold. The young man screamed miserably, the knife in his hand, fell to the ground. Catch him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to steal my wife's cell phone? Several people rushed over from behind, surrounding the young man, punching and kicking him. This young man curled up on the ground, holding his head, loudly begging for mercy. Don't fight. I'm wrong. The cell phone back to you. I.O. He suddenly let out a shout. His body violently trembled uncontrollably. The few lads who surrounded him to beat him were startled. Stop fighting. Gangzi got up from the ground. Be careful of breaking people. It's you? One of the people who chased after him saw Gangzi and was flabbergasted. Brotherly? When Gangzi saw him, he was also stunned. This person was none other than Li Hongtao from one of the dormitories. Since he was a year older than Gangzi, so Gangzi had always called him a brotherly. Hongtao. A woman with a pretty face ran over quickly. Gangzi, thank you. Li Hongtao coughed and smiled hypocritically at Gangzi, although he was usually nonchalant towards Gangzi, but after all, it was Gangzi who had just stepped in to stop and catch this thief. Brotherly is polite. Was it sister-in-law's cell phone that was stolen? It dawned on Gangzi and casually asked. That's right. Li Hongtao gave a glanced at the thief who was lying on the ground, trembling, and kicked him without any good reason. Hand over the cell phone. The thief sucked in cool air, slowly climbed up, and pulled out a latest Apple cell phone from inside his pocket. Don't fight. I'll give you my cell phone. Li Hongtao snatched it with a split hand and looked at it. Fortunately, the phone was intact, which he had spent 2 months' salary to buy. The thief suddenly popped up from the ground, pulled his legs and ran. Now, the crowd, who were not expecting this, saw the thief flying away. Brotherly, a young man named Ding Fei who was following beside Li Hongtao reacted. This dog was pretending just now. I know, this guy is afraid that there are too many of us to injure him, so he pretended to be injured first just now, so that we are too scrupulous to fight again. Li Hongtao also understood, subconsciously glanced at Gangzi, although the cell phone was recovered, but the heart of that anger has not come out yet. It is this country bumpkin just escorted that thief. The reason for this is that this country bumpkin has just protected the thief. If not just opened his mouth to plead for the thief, how could he let the thief go? He had to beat this guy half to death. Brotherly, I was worried that something would happen. Gangzi quickly explained. Well, I know, Gangzi. Li Hongtao was not salty, and gave a perfunctory and hypocritical polite sentence. You haven't eaten yet, right? We happen to be planning to go eat. Let's go together. No, brotherly, I have an appointment with a friend. You guys go. Gangzi shook his head and explained. Good. Li Hongtao was originally just being polite. When he heard his words, he immediately took advantage of the situation and said, that's fine, then it's for another day. With that, he turned his head to Ding Fei and the others and said, let's go. Let's eat. Chapter 88, Not Giving Brother Face. Gangzi didn't want to mix with them either. Only after Li Hongtao and the others had gone far away did he unhurriedly go up the street and find a restaurant that he thought was not bad. Boss, are there any more elegant rooms? Gangzi asked. Just in time, there's still the last one. It's a small elegant room that can only seat 4 people. The boss said smilingly. How many of you? 2 people. Gangzi immediately said. It can be booked, right? The boss nodded. Gangzi took out his cell phone and called young Donghao. Brother Dong, I'm over here on Qishao Road. Are you done? Then you come over. Just after hanging up the phone, several people walked in outside. Gangzi froze and turned back to see Li Hongtao leading his fiancée and Ding Fei and the others in. Ha! When Li Hongtao saw Gangzi, he was also stunned and cursed in his heart. Today is really evil. How can I run into this country bumpkin everywhere? What bad luck. Brotherly, what a coincidence. Gangzi gave a greeting. Well, it's quite a coincidence. Li Hongtao nodded and said perfunctorily, I didn't expect to meet again. With that, he said to the boss, any more elegant rooms? No, the last one. It was booked by this friend of yours just now. The boss pointed at Gangzi and smiled somewhat apologetically at Li Hongtao. Li Hongtao raised his eyebrows. His heart was a little tired, turned his head to his fiancée Li Chen and said, Xian, let's eat somewhere else then. Just here. The last time I ate this meal was quite good. Li Chen but did not want to go. Now is the mealtime. Where are many people? We came late. To where there is no elegant room. The four of you, this little brother and the two of them, the boss said with a smile on the side. Anyway, you all know each other. Why don't you sit together? It's just a slight squeeze. Li Hongtao's heart moved and said to Gangzi, Gangzi, there are only two of you? Otherwise, how about this? How about you guys sit outside in the hall? Exactly. Ding Fei laughed and chimed in, Gangzi, this hall place is so spacious. The air is also good. Let's decide it like this. Gangzi was not happy and said offhandedly, Ding Fei, since you think the hall is quite good, then won't you just sit here? The smile on Ding Fei's face immediately froze. If not for his fear of Gangzi's kinship, he was afraid that he would have already opened his mouth to curse. Gangzi, Li Hongtao cursed, snorted and said with a smile, give brotherly face, okay? Brotherly, Gangzi said, I'm inviting a particularly important person to dinner today. If it was just me, I don't need you to say it. I'll definitely let you have it, but I really can't today. Nonsense. You need a F***king elegant room for just one person. Li Hongtao's face looked a bit unsightly. He tried his last effort. Gangzi, really don't give my brother face? Brotherly. Before Gangzi finished his words, he saw Yang Donghao pushing the door in. He was instantly startled, leaving Li Hongtao and the others behind. He quickly stepped to meet him. Brother Dong. How did your hair turn gray? Obviously, Gangzi did not know as much as Zhao Yong. After all, Zhao Yong just saw Yang Donghao's hair. Although his heart was surprised, but from the beginning to the end, he pretended not to see, did not say a word. Li Hongtao and the others subconsciously glanced at Yang Donghao. After so many years as a security chief, Li Hongtao thought that he still had a way of looking at people. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Especially these days the rich, dress is very elaborate. Some rich people have a low-key character without publicity, but the clothes they wear can be the real brand, only. Unlike those so-called Audi Nike, the rich man's brand, many ordinary people simply can't recognize it. This is the so-called especially important person? Li Hongtao while Yang Donghao measured some. The corner of the mouth showed a sneer. In addition to a white head, Li Hongtao really did not see where he is important. And Li Hongtao can be sure that this Yang Donghao is not the employees of Tianhong Group. He has never seen Yang Donghao this one person. Oh, it's fine. Dyed it on purpose. Yang Donghao made a random excuse. Once Gangzi heard this, he didn't ask anything more. Brother Dong, I've already booked the elegant room. Let's go in. Good. Yang Donghao nodded. Brotherly. Ding Fei came up next to Li Hongtao and whispered, should we otherwise discuss this with this person? Li Hongtao's eyes rolled and a false smile appeared on his face. Gangzi, what is this brother's name? With that, he took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Yang Donghao. Thanks. I don't smoke. Yang Donghao was a bit surprised and glanced at Gangzi. Your colleague? Yes, Brother Dong. His name is Li Hongtao. Gangzi nodded and said to Li Hongtao, this is Brother Dong. Brother Dong? Li Hongtao raised an eyebrow. His heart burst with contempt. White hair and you call him brother? My name is Yang Donghao. Yang Donghao nodded to Li Hongtao. Hello, Donghao. Li Hongtao shouted affectionately. I want to discuss something with you. Do you think it's okay? According to his experience, in fact, sometimes, and not too familiar with strangers, to discuss things like changing positions, the other party in the way of not familiar or beside the friend in the other side of the situation, usually will not be too concerned, but will agree. This is a wonderful thing. In fact, it is also because when going out, many people are holding the idea of causing as little trouble as possible. Even if there are times when the heart is not willing, as long as the impact is not too big, they also tolerate it. Oh, Yang Donghao froze and said curiously, you say. Gangzi immediately knew what Li Hongtao was planning to say. His heart was immediately unhappy, and he said offhandedly, brotherly, didn't I just say? No change, Gangzi, I am not discussing with you this time. Li Hongtao blanked him, smilingly said to Yang Donghao, Donghao, it's like this, we came a little late, the last elegant room was just booked down. You see us 4 people, you only 2 people, otherwise, you let us the elegant room. You sit outside the hall to eat, how about it? Yang Donghao then understood, glanced at Gangzi whose face clearly wrote unhappiness. He smiled and said, I don't care, Gangzi, it's up to you. If you want to sit inside, we'll sit inside. If you don't want to change, then don't change. I'll do it wherever I want. Today as Gangzi invited him to eat. So young Donghao is just holding the idea of guest as host. Where to sit is fine. It doesn't matter the matter. It wasn't like he was eating outside on the street anyway. However, this statement is to let Li Hongtao produced a misunderstanding. The heart thought, it seems that this young Donghao is not what especially important people. Otherwise, how a little idea have no. Let just such a hick to make the decision.